Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dal for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I don't know. I don't know about this basketball team right now. It just doesn't look very good. It's just not very good right now. Of course, the night before with Oklahoma City, you had a back-to-back, but you go into Indiana last night, and they weren't good enough. Man, can they shoot? Holy crap. Halliburton. I mean, they can shoot.
Every time that you made it back up the hill, they just started draining threes.
I mean,
it was so frustrating.
He just can shoot the snot out of the ball.
So frustrating. And, you try to play zone against them, and the Rockets had some success in zone at times, but eventually it just got you beat because, pro players are too good. And frankly, your zone defense wasn't good enough. Your rotations weren't good enough. And you got to really be good up top. You got to really be on top of your game to keep, to close out shooters. And it's really deadly against Indiana if you don't close them out because they can shoot it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. I mean, every time you cut it, in fact, you even took a lead in the fourth quarter. They were down 11, then cut it to like 3. Then they were down 12 and cut it back down to, I think it was 2. Then it just kept yo-yoing back and forth. Every time the Rockets made it back, there's like a 7-0 run by Indiana, or 9-0 run. And the Rockets went way down, and then they came back and led by 1, 96-95. And then, but eventually, Indiana, 3 by Indiana, 2 by Indiana, 3 by Indiana, and that was it. Like, Rockets couldn't shoot free throws, worth the crap. Terrible, terrible night for shooting free throws. Amen couldn't hit the broadside of a free throw barn. And it was just, they just shoot too well. You just eventually have to. Now they had some misses in there, but when they needed it, that's how they would extend on you, a 7-0 run, a 9-0 run, and you just couldn't get back up the hump. And then the last one, they just buried you with the run. You had no chance.
Yep.
So the game was over at about the 3-minute mark. It was done.
So right now, the Lakers are starting to pull away. They're 3 games ahead of the Rockets now. They were behind the Rockets before all of this started. They won 7 straight. They look really, really good. Dallas doesn't look as good. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say since the trade, Dallas doesn't look as good as the Lakers do. I'm just saying.
Well, okay? None of their players are healthy.
Well,
Anthony Davis, the guy you traded for.
Kyrie went down. Play. He's done. He's done for the year.
You traded for nothing, basically.
No, you're right.
If you trade for a guy who doesn't play, then what did you trade for?
So the Lakers are 10.5 behind Oklahoma City. Nuggets 11. Memphis 12. Now the Rockets 13.5. The Rockets are only 3.5 games ahead of Minnesota to be in the play-in and not in the post, not squarely in the postseason. Yeah. So they got to get it back to where they were. They've lost 4 of their last 6. Have the Rockets. They just don't look as good as they have in the past. And how much of this is Fred, being injured and Fred not being that guy. Here's the run, though. You're at New Orleans, then Orlando, Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Philadelphia, Orlando, Miami, Denver. Well, up until then. You've got a run here where you can make some hay. You're not playing good basketball teams. But you know what? The Rockets don't play well against bad basketball teams.
Yeah, it's not a given anymore that they're going to win those games.
No, it's not a given. They play tomorrow night at New Orleans. And then Saturday back here against New Orleans. They do have 7 straight at home. 2, 4, 6 straight at home. No, wait. 2, 4, 6 straight at home. So that will be good to have 6 straight at home.
You need a 5-1.
And they need to be, yeah.
Because then you're comfortable if you're 5-1. You're fairly comfortable.
Yeah.
Right now you're not comfortable. Not anymore.
You got no more games against Minnesota, which I'm not sure it's a great thing because they may sneak up and get back in there. But this has been a bad stretch of basketball for this team. They've only won five games of their 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're 5-11 in their last 16. Mm-hmm. Not good. Not good. So
5-11.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. So they really, really had that 6-game losing streak started it. And then, they won a couple, lost 1-1, lost 1-2, lost 3. So this team's got to get it back. 37-25, 12 games over 500. We talked about this yesterday. This is where you make a little hay, though. I mean, there are tough stretches in a schedule, but this is where you got yourself. This is the time where you can get back, because Phoenix is terrible, New Orleans is terrible, Orlando you should be better than, Dallas is terrible, Chicago's terrible, Philadelphia's awful. These are the games that you need to make hay. So this is when they got to do it. Although I thought yesterday they would make a little hay since they got all their starters and they were rested and seen and nothing. So we got to get this team back with a little bit of confidence, and we'll find out. Did you watch that A&M game last night?
I saw a little bit of it. Yeah,
we watched almost the whole game.
So I got a text from I got a call from Dennis Lindsay, who was coming in from the Pistons. He was in town and just gave me a shout. I missed his call, but he was in town to go watch the game, and apparently a lot of people were there to see Auburn and A&M. You know, a lot of not just obviously the place was packed out, but a lot of NBA personnel people made the trip into Houston and the drive up to College Station to go watch that game.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Martin went to the game. Martin Fox said, "Hey, why don't you come to the game with me today?" I'm like, "Well, I can't pick up and just do things."
Well, I'm married with kids.
Yeah, I can't just.
Well, he doesn't. He's not married. No, he's got a
he goes,
grown
"Come on,
son.
come with me right now. Yeah. We're at the tournament." I'm like, "Wow, well, I can't actually."
No.
What do you mean? Just let's go.
Yeah. Why didn't Del go then?
If I was a real man, I'd do it. But I'm just a sucker right now, sitting at home.
You gotta pay for that car.
I mean, I had to also finish Nora before it expired, but I didn't feel like a good excuse.
Wow.
But I hate renting something. I rented something on the way to Indianapolis, and through Apple, it expired. Once you start it, you got 48 hours to watch it.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I had one expire on me. I can't even remember what I was watching. That's the worst feeling in the world.
Huh. Wow. That's awful that you have to do it. That
yeah, I mean, you get 28 days to watch it or 30 days to watch it, but once you start it, clock's ticking.
So you finished Nora.
Yeah, it didn't end. Back to the poll for you, Honora.
No, I don't think Igor was going to let her go back to the poll.
Oh, it's too bad. She has to go back to the poll.
No.
What's her skill set? Oh, you think Igor's rich? That's a 2-income family if they're going to make it.
Wow.
Back to the poll, Honora.
I mean, you saw.
I don't think they're going to get together. He's just there. He's got to go back. He works for.
Oh, I think that
he works for Vanya.
I think they're going to open up a dry cleaner.
They're not opening anything.
Start with that ring.
Back to the poll.
Yeah, he gave her the ring.
Crystal. He gave her the ring back so she could pawn it and make money.
No.
How much is that worth?
How do you know that wasn't?
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
she was crying like she's.
She'll make some money. No, she was crying because she's heartbroken because her
cash cow.
Yeah, it was gone.
Well, and also she was held captive, and there's
a lot of
well, it was a rough day.
Yeah, yes, it was a rough day.
But she wasn't really held captive so much as
she was a rough day.
She was going to be forced to get an annulment. She wasn't held captive.
They tied
she was forced to get an annulment of a sham wedding. By the end of that, I was like, this Russian mom is right. We can't have this stuff. What is
you
this?
took the Russian
They're not in love.
side.
We're not getting. Oh, absolutely.
Our president, it takes the Russian side and see what happens.
I
know.
We're all on the oligarch side here. Yeah. America, friends with Russia now.
Okay.
We know. Do people fall off of buildings and get poisoned? Sometimes, but that's just they probably ingested something they weren't. Maybe they accidentally drank some type of antifreeze.
Very clumsy as well.
Wow.
Just everyone very clumsy as well. Everyone falling off of buildings. Just clumsy people, the Russians.
That's what happens.
That can happen sometimes. If you had too much to drink. Russia, vodka, okay?
Right.
It's made out of potatoes.
Fall off buildings.
Yeah, you fall off buildings.
And right after you criticize the president.
Well, I mean, don't drink after you criticize.
Okay.
But all I know is she's back on the poll. She's got no choices. Or in the laps.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this was a come to non going on the poll meeting.
She had work a $15 an hour job when she's used to getting that poll money. No.
I think Igor's got skills. They'll open up some business together.
Igor's just trying to help. He's back to Russia.
They gave her money to go away, so she's got a little nest egg to start something.
10,000 they were getting.
10,000. You can open up a nice little business, a little fruit stand.
What can you open with 10,000?
Maybe Nora's a great investor. You never know.
You don't know.
I already know how this is going to go.
Pawn that ring. Let's open up a business. And I think.
We can't hear you.
How much do you think that ring's worth?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the ring was,
plus the 10K, she got to go away.
But when they find out the ring's not there, Igor's getting whacked.
Well.
What?
Yeah.
No.
They probably forgot about
Igor's
the
never
ring.
gonna. They're never going to see them again. They're going to go live a nice little life in a suburb.
Igor's
upstate.
not stupid.
A suburb in Dayton,
Igor's
Ohio.
not stupid. He knows where the money
They're
is.
going upstate. They're gonna buy a farm.
Nah, y'all are dumb.
Yeah.
Igor's going back with Vanya,
No,
and he's going to keep getting paid.
Oh my
Paid
gosh!
what? He was driving.
She's going back
yeah.
to the pole, is what you say?
Pole
no
dancer,
way.
make a housewife out of a
He
hoe.
was
What are y'all
driving-
doing? Y'all know the rules.
Paid. He was driving his grandmother's car. They're not paying him a lot.
There have been plenty of hoes that became nice housewives. Okay.
Name one.
Oh my goodness.
Julia Roberts.
You want me to?
in that movie?
Oh no, real life hoes.
Oh, okay. Name one then, John. He's right. Name one.
Plenty of real life hoes that get out there.
It
And
was on
they
Basketball
become
Wives,
moms and-
maybe.
Yeah, look at it on OnlyFans. It happens all the time.
You
No,
call
they
them
go
wo-
from
you call-
housewife.
you call-
They go
yeah,
from
it's the other way.
housewives to hoes.
Or they
in
go
that
from
one.
they go from teachers. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
Use,
teachers to
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say
that's where the money is.
creators. You want to use hoes. I'm gonna use creators.
Oh,
they go from
creators,
teachers
yeah.
to creators.
They're creating this content.
Whoa,
Don't
whoa.
put your leg up.
There you go. Put the leg down.
Creators.
Yeah.
I want to create.
Yeah.
This.
Look at him. Look what he's
What
he's
a
dropping-
creation.
He's dropping it and popping it
Yeah.
for people who can't see.
Yeah.
What a creation.
Yeah,
I'm a creator.
Yeah,
what do you create?
they create content.
I create porn.
No content.
What content for what?
Growing content. I create growing content.
Growing content?
Growing. Yes.
What are you doing? What noise did
What
you just
he's
make?
doing
Nothing.
that thing.
I
He's doing
create
it again.
content for what purposes? Or
Oh my god.
for streaming
And
purposes?
he does. I could see what a dark person you are. We both think, well, now you know what? It's over. She's crying. She's getting it all out of her system. They're going to go live happily ever
Oh my
after.
God, if
and
that's
you
what you
go
got out of
back
that?
to the pole.
That's what you got out of that?
Back to the pole for you.
You're not very
Wow.
realistic.
Look, she, I'm telling you, that nest egg of the ring and the 10K they paid her off.
She's
with,
in good
it's gonna
shape
start.
she'll be in good shape for a couple years. She'll blow through it doing coke.
She didn't.
Honora, well, we're going to see an Honora too.
Yeah, Nora too, the
When she's-
cokehead.
And then there's two guys.
Oh, see, look at you. You're
And
falling
then she
into a
starts
trap.
dancing again, and
I know.
she just starts looking for the
No.
oligarch
I
sons
don't think
again.
so. I think she was taught a lesson by her experience, and she realized
Yes.
that's not the life for her
That's
anymore.
not the life she wants to live.
She
Okay.
didn't love him. She just loved that lifestyle.
She loves him.
She seemed very passionate about staying married.
Yeah, she really.
Whoa.
I'm getting half then. How about when she went after that and the
Well,
mom
yeah,
said,
I would have
"Oh
tried
yeah,
it too.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'll ruin you. I'll
And
take your house. You do even have a house and car." I was like, "That's right, moms.
No.
This old sham.
Mom knows what's
Get
best
it out
for
of
her
here.
boy.
I didn't see anyone doing anything for the last
And
45
what
minutes.
a great job that mom did with her boy too. She did a great job.
That's right. It's just
Look.
like some kid out of Kincaid or something. Not your son though. Just the ones who. No. Who's the school that? No. It's Memorial that calls girls the C word and the N word.
Oh wow, I don't know.
Oh, well, I just know somebody whose daughter got called that
Oh
at
yeah.
a volleyball game. You know, at a volleyball game where you just get called the N word.
Well,
Apparently.
that's ugly. That
You
is
know him
not-
too.
Well, that didn't happen.
Hey,
to
She was
Nora.
pretty devastated.
Hey,
no,
Mike.
that didn't happen in Honora. That didn't even happen
No,
to Honora.
That happened in this city.
It happened in this city.
Oh,
but
she got called some
She
stuff by
got
the mom.
called. She got called.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Hua,
But in Russian, not in Italian.
prostitute,
Yeah.
escort. Was it inaccurate?
She's
She did go over to his house
she's
for
an
money.
exotic dancer who did extras.
Well, she
Does that
did.
make you an
Yeah, she
escort?
went the extra mile.
Yeah, she is an escort.
I want to tell you,
Yeah, they were right.
she
She's
was.
an escort, also known as pay for play prostitution.
She was very offended by being called that when all of
Yeah.
her actions suggested you are one.
I'm not that. Well, what are you? Okay,
what
do
are you again?
How do you classify yourself? What do you identify as?
His wife.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's right. She was like, "I'm a wife. I've got certain financial privileges now." I mean, she looked like
10 grand. She got 10 grand.
She was
and the
earning
ring.
it. As soon as they said 10 grand,
I
we'll give
said,
you 10 grand to get an
"Go
annulment. I'm like,
up,
you got
girl."
you got to hold on for 200.
She
Yeah.
tried to, and then the mom bossed her. She goes, "Oh, you want to play this game?
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
realize?"
she should have. I don't know why for hanging out with him for a week, she went up to 15 grand, and to get an annulment, she only took 10.
Look, it's real simple. You keep the mom out of it. You tell Toros, all right, we're going to go from 10 to 200.
That's all.
He
And you
won't
can
do that.
afford it.
You'll end up at 50 probably.
but once
It's
the
better
mom-
than having to go through all that crap.
But once the mom flies over, you're done for.
Yeah, because once the mom flew over,
I wonder
it was-
if people who are listening didn't watch the movie. and
Well, y'all
don't
need
know.
to watch it because it involves a stripper.
Well,
and they do things.
It is.
Well, don't watch it with your kids
And I'd like
or
to
your
say
wife.
the stripper with a heart of gold, but she really
She
did.
really didn't
Not
have a
really.
heart. She wasn't very nice to Igor either.
She kind of embodies what you would think a stripper in that situation would act like.
Yeah.
There was no heart of gold.
Yeah, she
No.
was. Yeah, kind
She called him a PAF. Which is
Yeah.
not a nice thing to
She
call
did
him.
not like
Multiple times.
multiple.
times, and I kept waiting. You guys mentioned Igor. I kept thinking he was going to beat her up at the end of the movie.
No.
I thought, he's gonna once the mom's gone, once she's no longer married, he's gonna go from this nice guy to just blast her in the face, just with a punch.
Okay. Clean that up.
I thought he was gonna literally beat the crap out
Well,
of
when
her.
the stripper with the heart of gold calls you a PAF,
Not a heart of gold.
the stripper with the heart of gold calls you a PAF because you wouldn't sexually assault her. That's the type of movie.
I'm a little bit consumed with Mikey Madison now.
That's no surprise.
I think that had I been like had Lance before he met Nicole, I think if it had been that Lance, I think we would have ended up together.
You mean at
not Honora, Mikey Madison.
Okay.
Yeah,
Honora,
the actress.
not Honora.
I think she would have met me and been like, "You do imitations and stuff like that." Like, yeah, sports.
Why do you? He has an overwhelming belief that the things that entertain people here.
I think
I didn't find her all that attractive. If you want to know the truth,
you didn't.
Well,
No.
she's got all the stripper makeup on. Whatever.
Yeah. Have you seen her without it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a little China doll look to her. I mean, she's not doesn't look like Wendy's blonde. They're totally different types.
I know
That's
that.
not your
I understand. I've seen different types
She may
of women.
not be your type.
Okay. No, she's really not.
Dell, what do you think? Got the big voluptuous lips. She's doing good.
I don't like the start of that question.
She's
Actually,
doing good. No, she's beautiful.
This is
she's beautiful, and I think she better be. Nicole better be lucky that it didn't have like the time frame didn't work out in such a way
30
that I
years
met her.
younger than you. But
so if you were 30 years younger,
yeah, right,
is what you're saying?
I just had to be 20.
Oh,
yeah.
Because she'd be like, "Oh, are you kind of like an oligarch?" I'm like, I mean, kind of.
Well, do you want a Nora or do you want Mikey Madison?
I work 2 jobs. Oh, Mikey Madison. Yeah, that's right.
Why are you bringing up oligarchs?
Maybe Mikey likes oligarchs too. You don't know.
Yeah,
You're right. I don't know.
The acting is so good. The acting's so good.
Okay, why don't you talk?
She acted
so
really
before we actually
really,
get back to
especially
reality.
in Vegas, she was really acting.
We got Mikey Madison. Who else is on your list now?
Well, Mary Elizabeth.
And
Winstead.
last
Who's the
week
newest one?
Dua Lipa.
Mariko's
there's another one.
Mariko's son, but there's someone else as well.
Yeah, there was
Mariko. Yeah, we don't even know her real name.
It's
there was a new one from one of the shows.
I
I can't even remember. One of the shows I watched. Now I don't even remember because I watched so many shows now. I don't even remember who the other one was. You're right. There was somebody else.
Who became available that got divorced. And
he was Jessica Alba.
Jessica Alba.
Yeah, but that ship may have sailed.
You think?
When do you think it sailed?
All right.
Okay. Did it get out of port?
Why? Why are you giving up so soon?
Once I had once I had the fourth kid, it's just too much.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. 717. Why don't you talk about
Has she heard she heard one of your impressions?
You can
no, if she heard an impression,
you can impress her with this money you're gonna make off this spot for underdog.
Yeah, underdog. Well, maybe she knew that I hit a winner yesterday with higher than 23.5 points with higher than that for Zion and higher than 7.5 rebounds for it was just 2. I just picked 2. Higher than 7.5 rebounds for LeBron James. Winner, chicken dinner. I had a boost with a 50% boost. It was in the lobby. Paid like 3.6 times, and that's how you do it. You look in your lobby. You first of all, you download the app, and then you're going to make your first deposit. So what you're going to do is you're going to use promo code Lance. And once you use promo code Lance, you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. Now, when you're in, you go to your lobby and they have boosts all the time, profit boosts, and sometimes discounted picks where they lower the statistics, make it even easier for you to win. Sometimes you even get a free pick where you go, higher than 0.5 points for Luka. Okay, obviously that's an automatic winner. So they make it really easy for you to make money there with your sports knowledge. All you have to do is take your knowledge and then mix and match some different players, go higher or lower on their statistics. Don't be afraid to go lower on some. And you got a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. It's a lot of fun. And the best thing is it's available right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state of Texas to play. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN was just doing something, and I guess it had to do with this. Tom Kim, who's a golfer that most of you don't know, but he's a really good player, and he's young, and he was walking up to Tiger. Tiger says, what year were you born? And he said, 2002. He said, yeah, I had 3 Masters by the time you were born.
Well, Tom Kim must have said something for Tiger to say, what year are you born?
Yeah.
He said, you did?
I don't even think Tom Kim knew he had Masters. He
was like, you did?
did?
Yeah, bro, I was really, you should Google me.
See.
You should Google me. I was really good.
Google me.
You probably played against a bunch
I'm
of
gonna
plumbers.
Put it in the
and Tiger
rundown
did play against some plumbers.
Tiger did not play against plumbers. They were pretty good players. Yeah, they were pretty good players.
Not like today. They can't hit as
put
far
it
as
in the
today.
rundown,
No, nothing is as good as today.
People can decide what they think of it.
Nothing is as good as today, John.
No, nothing is as good as today. I mean, how about Billy Brown yesterday going, you're literally playing against plumbers today, okay? And that's what Billy Brown told us yesterday on the show.
Actually true. Yeah.
Okay, he went out there, and I was so proud of Billy. They shot 2 under yesterday. Big ups to Wildcat. It was in great shape. It was fun. It was awesome. It might have had some wind. There might have been a touch of wind.
There were 70-mile-an-hour gusts.
They were crazy.
And as I was getting almost blown to the ground, all I could think of was you dealt with that in L.A. when the fires started.
Yeah.
There was 100-mile-an-hour. You realize, I could see how a fire could move quick in this stuff.
So after the fires, I went and played up in the neighborhood of the Palisades up there, and I went and played a course up there that was a link-style course.
How soon after the fire?
About a week, 2 weeks after.
Not still toxic smoke out there?
No, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody said, were you breathing that? And I'm like, maybe I'll die. I don't know. But yeah, I was breathing and it didn't bother me. I don't think it bothered me. Anyway, I go up there and man, I've never played. Like yesterday was probably the second windiest I've ever played in, ever. Yesterday was crazy. The ball wouldn't stay on the green. It was crazy up there yesterday at Wildcat. But I played up in the up in LA in a canyon, and holy crap, it was 70-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, you could barely walk in it. We were barely able to walk in it.
Crazy.
And we finished the round, and I was like, no wonder. I mean, if you struck a match in that and threw it, a match, first of all, would never. But if you started a fire, there is a 0 chance you could stop it. And the winds were worse than when I was playing. I figured, man, this is how a whole area burns down because of these winds. It was incredible. And yesterday at Wildcat was comparable. It was crazy yesterday, that wind. So, I mean, and it was all over the city. It wasn't just Wildcat, but Wildcat's up the highest elevations in the city, Del. I don't know if you heard.
Oh, I know.
You heard that? Anyway, most beautiful views of the city, and the course was just great. The course was in great shape, and I think everybody had a good time. We had a good time afterwards, right?
Right.
Lance got on the mic, and he was working a little blue.
John was doing his thing. It wasn't as bad as usual for John. He was very funny, very funny. I thought you were except that Sam's mom was there.
Sam's mom was there.
I woke up
you
this
didn't know that?
Going,
oh, God, what did I do?
John said some things. They were giving
said some other ugly things.
They did have some things for the testosterone group in game day.
Yeah.
And John just made it basically, you think it was Cindy's, just sex toys. That's what you think. The way John was giving away.
Well, Jason won a $500 gift card.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, he needs about 2,000 or 3,000.
Yeah.
Right.
You said that, but then you go, come over here and get your sex stuff. And like, well, it's just testosterone. And
was Jason
stuff.
the guy in the goofy hat?
The what?
Was Jason?
Yeah, the goofy hat.
Okay.
Yeah, the goofy hat guy.
And the whole time, Sam's mom is back there, and Sam's mom is a church-going lady.
Yes, and Sam.
And I just thought, oh, John doesn't know Sam's mom is here. He cleaned it up, but then I thought, he probably wouldn't clean it up that much.
Yeah. I just got sent a Coors because it's Ash Wednesday and Lent started. Ian always sends me a Coors Light can.
Did you do your thing where you had a drink late at night?
Well, I finished at 11 last night. I didn't get to midnight. But yeah, we finished it up and it was good. Me and my boy Chad, we always end up together and finish off our Coors Lights and then go on our way. And probably won't see each other for 6
because there's no reason.
There's no reason to see anybody. No, actually, we'll play some golf together. He wants to play some golf, so we'll play some golf together. But usually, I don't see anybody. I don't want to see anybody. Nobody wants to see me. Yeah, right. So that's how I become a good family man.
I just feel like this is a bad. Like, I feel like it's really a lot of messages that are to be taken out of all this.
Problem.
Yeah, like you don't want to see people. They don't want to see you, and you're sober. I'm like, this feels like a codependent relationship.
It really kind of is. It really is. But it's fun. Anyway, yeah. So that happened. Yeah, what a great time. Thank you, Wildcat, Elmer, and Tim, and Nick. You guys do great job. If you're having some kind of an event, it's got to be there. And because it's just 36 championship holes, it's awesome. They know how to put on a tournament. And then Valencia's and Brown Bag and Carbach. Thank you so much, Robin out there at Houston Powder Coaters. You guys were awesome. And everybody else, Game Day, who came out there. Everybody who came out. Doc Manavis, I'm going to see her today. She's going to come in the studio. We'll record some spots. So, all great. It was a lot of fun had by all. So thank you to everybody. Great day. All right. Catching up here. If you've got any comments on that, I also saw Joel for the first time in forever.
Joel Blank.
And Israel called his show. Israel called Joel's show.
Israel is the one. We really should pull his audio where he called Reed Shepherd trash.
Well, he called in again and said, didn't back down to this show yesterday.
He called yesterday, and then he called Joel, and we'll tell you what he did. And Israel, if you want to call in, please do.
Validated last night.
Doing this again?
Was he
validated
last
I do
night?
Want to get some clarification here on something that he
tell
told
him
Joel.
he doesn't need to be on. He can listen.
Okay, you got to talk about Taqueria Sorrento's.
Well, so they could come actually today. Taqueria Sorrento's I was just thinking about this. I'm supposed to go there to watch a game later in the week. I'm pretty excited about that. Really, so when the conference, maybe you want to get your basketball tournament fix going. So before March Madness starts up, because it's right around the corner, you go to conference tournaments and you can just say, I'm going to go watch a Big 12 game. I'm going to go watch the Cougs. They play in the afternoon. Go to Taqueria Sorrento's and sit at the bar and go watch your games there. They've got a bar menu. They've got the authentic Mexican flavor of their standard menu that they have available to you. You want to grab a beer or margarita, they've got you covered. But you can watch your favorite sporting events at the bars at Taqueria Sorrento's. They turn them into Arounda's sports bars, and some of them are even separated from the rest of the restaurant, making it a really special opportunity to have your own sports bar right there for you and your buddies to take over. And what better time than March Madness when you need multiple televisions, you need food, you need drinks. You're going to be in that spot for 6 hours probably, which is the best way to do March Madness, watching 4, 5, 6 games over the course of that time frame. Do it with Taqueria Sorrento's and Arounda Sports Bar. The food's great. The atmosphere is great, and you're going to have a lot of fun with your friends. Arounda Sports Bar in select locations with Taqueria Sorrento's, and of course, for lunch, breakfast, dinner, anytime, great food, Taqueria Sorrento's.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. I just watched that Cam Smith hit off the center field wall again. Man, I don't know. They had a day off yesterday. I just think we got to start to think seriously about why wouldn't, I mean, I know you got to start a clock, but why wouldn't you? If the kid can hit, if the kid's hitting spring training, I know it's not the same. It's not the same as hitting regular season pitching, but at least he hits spring training pitching. I mean, that's a pretty good indicator that maybe he can hit major league pitching. And but the Astros have always been so slow, always been so cautious in bringing guys up. Is Crane as bad as? Yeah, I mean he was bad with Springer. That was a different time though.
Well, no, you didn't want to start it too early.
You didn't want to start that because you were losing.
Yeah, that was totally different.
That was totally different.
Yeah, you didn't have any infrastructure built up.
No, you did not. And now, yeah, I mean you're in win now mode. You're always in win now mode if you're the Astros. We're talking about the Texans being in win now mode. They are. The Texans are in win now mode. Well, the Astros have been in win now mode for a decade now. So, I mean, if this kid can help you win now, when you in a spot you really need help, that outfield, now Jose Altuve helps left with the hitting quite a bit. But if Jose Altuve was back at second and Dubon was in left field, it would be the weakest hitting outfield in all of baseball. All of baseball. And it might still be with Altuve out there. It might still be with Jake and Chaz.
Yeah.
If that's your starting outfield.
Oh, it's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
So, I mean, if this kid can, maybe some kids, they come along faster than you think.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you could pay immediate
you mean like
dividends.
Gleyber Torres?
Yeah.
The great Gleyber Torres, who was 14 years old when he was playing against the Astros in 2019.
Yeah, what about Soto?
Juan Soto
was 12.
15. Yeah,
he was 12
when he beat the Astros, when he beat Will Harrison and the Astros.
And if this,
he didn't beat him.
How about if this kid pays immediate dividends on the Tucker trade?
It'd be great.
It'd be unbelievable.
Incredible. And I think it's really possible. I really do.
I do too. I don't think we're blowing. It's just.
He was the number one prospect. It happens all the time where number one prospects make it to the show.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
I don't know. Do you think
what do you have to lose?
Are
honestly?
they the same? They're not the same organization as they used to be, where they would drag their feet and start the clocks.
There's nothing in his way. There's no impediments.
No,
your outfield's not good.
No,
there's no impediments if you want to play him there. You can't play him at third,
and you want to win. I mean,
as
opposed
you could play him at third, but
that's where he plays.
I know. Well, I mean, we have to do so. Well, what are you doing with Paredes? I mean, he does play different positions, but outfield's not been one of them. But Jose Altuve didn't play outfield either. What about just having a couple infielders play outfield? That's where we're headed.
Yeah, there is an impediment. It's Paredes. That is an impediment.
Can Cam play outfield?
I know. He looks like he's athletic to me. Okay.
Have they started that?
No. He's the one. He's the first one that said it. Look at that body type.
Well,
he loves him some Cam Smith.
He's not the only one.
Yeah, he looks like a power hitter.
He's not the only one. You watch all the guys who are down there. Cam Smith is a real unit. Cam Smith. I was like,
yeah, it got kind of.
I don't like using unit.
It happened a couple times from a guy.
Dell asked me. He goes, "Hey, is unit like something?" I said, "Yeah, they say it. Baseball people typically say it. Yeah. I don't know whether it's a baseball word.
Is that why the big unit? Is that where that came
from? That's partly. Yeah. That's the one reference I have. But like the guy,
first time I'd ever heard it.
He was just simply in his Astros workout gear. Man, Cam Smith. A unit. All right.
That's not unique.
I don't like that.
Not unique.
Not unique.
I mean, didn't say unique.
That's a closer look than anyone wants.
Like the Game of Thrones.
Unit.
Yeah.
Unit.
So unit is like just a well-built
units
big
out there.
I mean,
Game of Thrones. When we used to have dragons, they had those.
I don't know if we're cutting off people's things.
I remember when
as a practice,
Biden got rid of the dragons. Can you imagine if we had dragons? Trump would 100% send dragons on people.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'd be so tempted.
Well, they're called nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Well, that's right.
Yes, they are.
That's actually a good point.
Those are our dragons.
So I don't know if we want to do this, but I do like continuity. You did say you talked to Joel.
Oh, thank you.
Yesterday.
So Israel called into his show, and it was typical Israel. Israel's not a big Reed Shepherd fan.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm not sure he's a big reader of context fan. based on his comments.
So
And then all of a sudden, Joel's yelling at him on the.
yeah.
We look and Joel's yelling at it. And here's another thing, Israel. And I'm like, oh, it's Israel. This is not going to be good.
So yesterday, after Israel called, I was like, well, Israel, 3rd overall pick, 25 points. Does it sound like anybody? Yeah, Michael Jordan. Okay. Yeah, Michael Jordan was a 3rd overall pick. He lost games. You know how many games he won when he was a rookie? Not many. You know, Reed Shepard, he loses games, whatever. He lost the game. He scored 25 points, just like Michael Jordan. And Israel brought that to the show. You guys are comparing him to Michael Jordan.
How do you not get the context?
Yeah,
But I say that, but I see it every day where it's an unbelievable lack of understanding of facetiousness and context on Twitter. Nobody gets
right.
Like, if you're a certain age, you can't understand anything without an emoji. You have to have an emoji to tell you.
So
what
Joel comes over. He's like, "Did you guys compare him? Who compared him? We didn't compare him to
No,
Michael Jordan."
I don't think he really took it like that.
Well, no, he asked, "Did you guys?" Oh, he said.
he said
who
said
compared
I
him? Yeah, I was like, I did. He's like Michael Jordan. He's just like Michael, just like him. I mean, they all look alike too. I think.
Well, they all do look alike. Number
Who
3
is
overall.
they?
Number 3 overall
Oh.
picks.
Number 3 overall
They all do
picks.
look alike. Yes.
They look alike.
They look like future Hall of Famers. Is what
Yeah,
we're talking about.
that's what they
Well,
look
that
like.
happened to Sean and I
Israel.
yesterday as well. Who's the guy that Lance gets into quarterback fights with on the air here? He calls in for quarterback. It's generally a black-white quarterback comp thing, and you have to.
Not Greg. What's his name?
Who you get in fights with?
Willie?
Willie.
No. Well, Willie has done
you
it, but
got
it's-
into it. Willie one day.
Well,
it's Willie, and there's another guy.
either
though.
way,
their main guy. I
don't think it's Jerry, but
no, it's not
he
Jerry.
came on under the name Jerry. At least that's the name I was given. And Sean, he goes, because we were talking about Shea versus Jokic for the potential MVP, who should get it. I said, well, the narrative probably is going to lead to Shea, even though the Jokic is putting up ridiculous numbers, but it's Shea's time. And then we got a call saying, whoa, let's not. You guys do that here. You guys, you already know you're in trouble, and they drop a you guys because they're using everyone's words against you. And I'm like, no, you can't do that because Lamar had better numbers than Josh, and people were saying Josh is going to get. I was like, look, don't hold me.
Wait, but hold on. You just said the same thing. Like, it was Josh's turn.
It's Josh's turn.
All things are relatively equal, and Josh had more wins. And I was always told that Lamar's a winner. The other stuff doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's wins.
But
that was the year before. That was the
but
narrative.
now it's stats matter the most.
Right.
So it changed.
Yeah.
But the fact was, I don't have any problem with Lamar winning when he did. I wouldn't have had a problem with Lamar winning this year. It's the same argument with Jokic. It's actually the exact same argument.
And to the point,
I am for Shea winning it this year because it is his turn and he has the best team.
Well, but our point was, yes, Jokic has better numbers, and we think he should probably win it. And then that's why he got a little upset. And I was like, well, you're using someone else's words against us because we think Lamar should have won it because Sean and I both think Lamar should have won it. So this is the thing. It happened because people hear a lot of things, and they will hold someone's words that you didn't say.
Shea should win it. They're the best team.
I agree.
I always go, I think Shea will win it.
But I thought he should have won it. I thought Jokic should have won it over.
But
I think you did too over Embiid.
But it was Embiid's turn. That's how the NBA is set up. It's always someone's turn
if all
to win
things
it.
are equal, I don't really have a problem with it. I think it's good for the league if all things are equal.
Is this a white-black thing?
I don't know if it was that.
Well, it just seems like
sounds like
Gary. It just seems like Gary always ends up on one side.
Right.
It's Gary. Yeah, I was given the name Jerry, but it was Gary. Yes, Gary has a bit of a lean. So
a bit of a lean,
a slight lean.
He'll tell you it's a lean.
It's a slight
He tells
lean.
you, yes, your white quarterbacks are going to lose, and my black quarterbacks are going to win. I don't think it's a lean.
But I generally,
I think he's standing 10 toes down on one side.
I sense that no matter what, if it's heard either on this station or someplace else, those words will be brought back against you, even if you didn't say them.
But you're saying
and that's why Joel caught it in the afternoon.
I'm the same.
Because it was heard someplace else.
I thought Josh should have won for the reasons that it's basically equal. Josh has more wins. I think he has much less talent to work with. I mean, he's got Mac Hollins he's throwing to.
Don't
and
disrespect
Khalil
the Barefoot
Shakir.
King.
They're trying to replace Mac Hollins today. Like, that's one of their number one goals is to get a real wide receiver, not a special teams ace out there at wide receiver. He has less talent than Lamar. You can make whatever arguments. Lamar's numbers were better, but I just thought it was his turn. He's played great. And Shea, it's the same thing. Jokic is actually having the most incredible season in the history of the league. Statistically, it's better. Isn't it, Del? It's better than any of his. And
Yes.
all this is like he has the most
on-off
impressive
numbers, all of
statistics
it, yeah.
in the history of basketball. No one has better numbers than Jokic. You cannot find there is no measure that you can find Jordan or LeBron or Wilt or anybody that has a more complete by every measure of numbers. I saw a
He is averaging a 29-point triple-double.
yeah, no one close. And his efficiency numbers are off the charts. But Shea's leading the league in scoring. He's got the team with the best record. Like, okay, all things are equal, but to me, the win is going to the guy who's won more games kind of pushes it up a little higher. And I think it should be Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. You know, you could argue but I think it's good to have a different MVP. I think it's good to have, if all things are equal.
I think the MVP should be who the MVP is.
Yeah.
And if it's Jokic 5 years in a row, then it's Jokic 5 years in a row.
That's fine. But you think it's Shea this year?
I think it's Shea.
And so do I.
Yeah. I think Shea deserves it.
I don't think it should always be numbers, is my point.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it should just be a stat check.
He's having a great year, but Denver is so demonstratively worse when Jokic is off the floor.
Yeah.
And maybe he's the most important player, but maybe not the MVP if you want to draw a line between those two.
All right. 745 ESPN 97.5. Oh, Israel's on the line. We'll get to him on the other side. But first, we got to talk about Billy Brown. Billy loves the campaign we're running for him. Okay. We saw him yesterday. He's like, you guys, your message, we don't just make the Brown go down. We do a lot of other stuff. Just so you know.
And he took issue with you maybe making it sound like he causes problems at people's homes.
We did do that. We did do that too. Like, we're the reason.
I didn't do it.
He's the reason that I never needed a plumber before, and then I needed Billy all the time. No, he's not in there turning off our water.
Sounds a certain way.
Listen, he did say something yesterday. We were there. He came over and he said, I will tell you this. He's gone with other advertisers. He said, our people, he said, it's unbelievable, our listeners and how they've responded to his business. He said ROI. His return on his investment in this station has been the best he's ever had. And it's because you guys believe and you understand what we're trying to say here is that Billy is going to give you a square deal. If you have a plumbing issue, if you have any kind of plumbing issue whatsoever, they're the company to call. 281-488-6238. You guys have gotten that message and you've been calling them and you understand that and they're awesome. So you have a problem, any kind of problem plumbing, or if you want to be preemptive and clean that tankless water heater, you haven't done it, you need to do it because there's residue building up in there and you're going to have a problem. So you need a plumber, there's one place to go. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, come on. 713-780-3776. Israel is here, and he wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Israel, what's going on?
What up, man? Hey, what it was about that guy, man, Shepard, right? He had 4 points yesterday. They lost again. Listen here. He ain't even worth talking about, bro. Everybody knows it's a mistake. And I'm going to let y'all know through the years when they let him go. But let's go to Wilt Chamberlain. Are you chilling? You talking about, do you know some of his averages in a year? He's not even close. And LeBron just hit 50,000 points. He will never catch that. He will never catch him in triple doubles. He can catch him in triple doubles. I give him that. He can. That's one thing that 7-foot guy, he can do that. And when it comes to black quarterbacks, bro, we in the same age group. You remember they said we had, like y'all tried to do Lamar. You need to go try wide receiver, and we just taking over the position. That's it. That's it. And this is recently because when I was growing up, they can't play the position. And they got people like Lance who try to trash him like he tried to Shador. And Shador, first of all, he already got the bag. He's gonna prove that he's like my man Daniels. He's one of those, and he's about to prove it. And I'm gonna sit and laugh all year.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
all right, man. I'll message
People
y'all.
like Lance trash and Shador. They
Said it for years.
That's it.
It is funny that there is another black quarterback that's going to maybe go first overall, but Shador is the one everyone's focused on. Like,
Yeah.
The NFL's not turning on Cam Ward.
No.
That's but people like Israel only have
people like
Israel are conspiracy theorists. So you can't do anything about those people. You just let them do their thing. I'm not gonna. I mean, a black quarterback's literally number one.
Well, you're
like,
trashing a black quarterback.
This guy's a dog. This guy loves to play, and the other guy they don't think he's that good. If you really want to know the truth, talking to teams, they just don't think he's that good. Y'all are kind of clownish in the way that you don't actually watch, you don't actually know, you don't actually put work in. Shador is a guy with low mobility, doesn't move well outside the pocket. He's good inside the pocket. He has very good accuracy. Sees the field okay. They have
he holds onto the ball. He averaged
43 sacks.
Yeah, he averaged over 30 yards a game in sacks, which led the nation.
26 of the sacks were his.
Yeah.
By their count, 26 sacks.
Well, the line wasn't good, but not
the line wasn't good.
Not that bad.
The line got much better. Actually, the line was much better in the second half of the season than I expected. It was bad in the first half of the season. It actually got much better, like to the point that I was surprised.
He holds the ball to him.
But you got these people who think that they're personally invested in a quarterback. They don't know you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't care about you. You're not family with him. But
you feel like
you're not a Colorado Buffalo fan. You never have been. But somehow he's the most important thing to you. I got bad news for you. The NFL believes that he is now. It only takes one team. That's all it takes is one team. Yeah. He is a game manager, which I've got no problem with. I think he's got a chance to be a pretty good quarterback if he plays like Jared Goff. That's who he is. I think he wants to be a superstar. He didn't have Cam's arm. Cam Ward has a special arm. Only a few quarterbacks in the league have a special arm. He could play like C.J. Stroud, actually. Because C.J. Stroud might come for C.J. as Jared Goff. That's who Shador needs to play like. You
that's
can't
pretty
make
good.
It is good if you play like
really
that.
Good.
Play like I didn't say that's his comp.
No.
He wasn't as good coming out as C.J. Stroud. But what he is he is an average NFL starter, which is fine. You can play a long time. He needs help around him, right? He had 3 NFL draftable receivers on his team. Travis Hunter, Wester, and Jimmy Horn Jr. He has 3 NFL wide receivers on his team. Two of them are small, so we'll see if they make it, but they're good. Wester and they have a really good passing scheme. Who's their passing game coordinator, Dell? An former NFL guy.
I thought Shermer was there.
It is. It's Shermer. So they have a really spread out, and it's easy to make reads, and Shador's very accurate. The problem is he has a low impact arm. He can't really make throws off platform successfully into NFL windows, and he's not very mobile once he gets out of the pocket. He doesn't really beat you with his legs. So everything that you look at him, he doesn't have an elite trait. So this is what NFL teams told me. There's nothing elite that he does. He does not have an elite trait. He's not twitchy, nothing. He doesn't have a strong arm. He has a very average arm. He's really accurate. He has poise. and he has confidence, and those are the intangibles that I like a lot. So I think he can end up being an above average starter. That's why I gave him an above average starter grade. But teams just don't like they draft you on the high side. They draft you because they want to know, what are you capable? Like, what is your ceiling? And no one thinks his ceiling's all that high. And then on top of it, they'd still be willing to take a chance probably, but they just know you're going to deal with, like, you're probably going to get badmouthed by either Shedeur or Dion at some point. And no one wants to deal with that. Like, no one wants to know that their coaching staff or teammates or the front office or ownership is going to get blasted. Like, you don't want that. You want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Shedeur blasted his own team, like his own offensive line. He laid them out. Instead of doing it behind closed doors, he took it public. That's just considered low. It's not personnel. It's not hat sideways. It's not wearing a chain. It's not any of that. No one cares about that. There's lots of guys who do that in the league. They don't care.
Your football breakdown of it,
No.
I'm the last person I want to give you any credit. Your football breakdown of why he may not be someone that matches up to what the public thinks. How can you object to that? You may think you're wrong, but there's nothing that's, you're just taking your shot at him. That's
if you watch them, you know.
That's all
but
football.
I'm telling you the good stuff, too. I'm telling you the good stuff.
You just want to keep the black quarterback.
Here's Cam. I know. I'm trying to just
been saying about Lance for years.
Down on the black quarterback.
Saying about him for years.
And yet, I got Cam Ward number one. I like Cam Ward. I don't think he's a top flight quarterback.
Oh, there it is.
He's a good quarterback. Well, I thought Trey Lance was going to be a special quarterback. I missed on him. He's just wasn't. But there's been lots of quarterbacks I liked a lot. But I liked he is light skin, I guess. But I liked, I had a good grade on Dwayne Haskins, missed on that. I learned a lesson on that, really, about Ohio State offenses. That CJ's one of the only guys CJ's the only Ohio State quarterback to play beyond the Ohio State offense, and he didn't play great this year. But Cam Ward has a Brett Favre-like arm. Some say Steve McNair, but I think it's similar to Steve McNair size-wise. Now, he's mobile, but he's not quite as athletic a runner as I thought, to be honest with you.
There are not a lot of design runs.
No, and I thought he was, he doesn't look to leave the pocket and run first, which is okay with me. He looks like he can beat you with his eyes and his arm. He's got the ability to throw into really tight windows. He sometimes rushes his RPO throws, which is where he gets in trouble. He'll have a window open, just let it marinate a little bit before you let go of it. And sometimes the decision-making get him in trouble. He's another guy that will exit the pocket backwards and wait, and it can turn into just devastating sacks or bad decisions when he just puts the ball up for grabs. So, but his comp for me is kind of like Brett Favre, where he can really hurt you with some decision-making, but man, he's got a special arm. Like, he's got an arm that is wow. And I like that he went from incarnate word. I like I think the Shedeur Sanders has transformed programs as a little bit of he had 4 wins the first year, and then he had a winning season this year. I don't know that he transformed Colorado necessarily. I don't know that anyone can transform programs in 2 years in football. I think you need to stay there. But Cam went from incarnate word, then he jumped to Washington State, then he jumped to Miami. Everywhere he went, I think the competition got better, and Cam Ward got better as a quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's why. But I have a 6.39 on Cam Ward. I have a 6.30 on Shedeur. I have them in the same pile. I just have one at the very top of that pile, and I have one at the very bottom. That's it. But I honestly don't care what people like Israel say. They're not. You can't be reasoned with. Everyone's against them.
Speaking of which, Willie is here.
It really is the Avengers for the. The Avengers have called in.
Hey, Willie, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call. I heard that my name was mentioned again. I was just listening about the Shedeur, and he said that he was comped to golf, and maybe CJ. Now, CJ was accurate too coming out the draft. I don't care where he gets drafted. All I care about is what Lance say, so I can go the other way. And I was listening yesterday. I wanted to know, why would you get rid of your left tackle, and he one of the best in the league, and you got the worst line in the league? Now, why would you do that?
Why would you do what? Get a tackle?
Larry Tunsil. Why would you?
Why would you get rid of him?
Yeah, when you have an awful offensive line.
You've got an awful offensive line, and why are you paying that guy? And oh, by the way, you don't know what he's like in the locker room. I mean, there's a bunch of you're got a bad offensive line, so you might need a new guy in there leading. You might need new leadership in there.
If he was, you play football on the field.
Yeah.
Now, you don't know how he is in the locker room.
Yeah, we do.
You go in the locker room.
We've got a better idea than you do.
People talk.
Well,
Willie.
how you know?
People
because
talk.
people we know people because we know people and we talk to people.
I know people too.
Okay.
I know people too.
Who do you know?
And out of the three of us, I'm the only one who was the offensive line coach. You don't know me.
Well,
and you don't know Larry. And he was why did they make him a captain? And why is he the only one on the team been a all pro? And why would you just trade him and you got a sorry line in a scary quarterback?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, you make a point. I mean, he is their best offensive lineman. Why would you get rid of him? It's a valid point. But there are other circumstances as well. Listen, I don't know.
You'll get a first round pick.
Yeah.
And you get a reset on salary because CJ's going to cost you $60 million. There's lots of reasons.
Yeah. There are a lot of reasons, and the locker room.
When's the last time that CJ mentioned him as a leader? He's mentioned everyone else. When's the last time he mentioned him?
Last time.
He's never mentioned.
What's the first time?
Is your answer?
Yeah.
When's the last time that D'Amico Ryans in anything talked about him being a leader?
No,
he's never mentioned.
He doesn't.
There's a reason.
They did make him a captain, but
they made a captain.
Yeah,
because
I think they wanted him to have.
He's
that
mentioned
captain
every captain.
Right.
D'Amico or CJ has mentioned every captain before except one.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not everyone in the building knows. I don't care. There's another guy I don't care about.
All right. We got a break at 8:02 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3777. So we got callers that.
If you're not a serious person, don't waste my time.
You are
no,
not.
I don't know. I didn't hear.
Serious.
Like people. Really, I didn't hear until Dell started laughing. I didn't hear anything that Israel said, and I hear anything that Willie said. Mm-hmm. Not serious people.
They're serious.
They're not serious people. If you don't want to have a serious, real discussion, I don't know. I'm not talking.
Well, he did ask, why would you trade your best tackle? And you gave him an answer.
I'm not talking to people who don't want to have a real discussion.
Listen, it's a legitimate question. Why would you trade your best guy?
That's a
legitimate question.
That's a legitimate one. But Willie has hurt his own credibility with his calls in the past.
Well, you don't. You and Willie.
If you're going to make something,
if
you're going to make something racial or insinuate something about me, I'm done with
I don't think it was an insinuation.
You're dead to me for life.
I don't think it was insinuated.
So you're dead. Yeah, you're dead
flat
to
out
me.
said
Like
it.
Israel's dead to me.
Mm-hmm.
I won't talk to him anymore. That's it. That's it for y'all. Can do the Israel show next time.
John, do you want to do the Israel show?
It ain't gonna be me. I'm too old to fool with this stuff. Maybe you didn't hear. I'm in the Hall of Fame.
John and Israel.
We don't have to mess with this stuff.
John and Israel from now on.
Hey, right? Israel, you got if you want to call in tomorrow, a segment devoted to you. Apparently,
listen. Please call in because I got stuff I need to do for about 12 minutes. You got 12 minutes.
We got a break. Don't go anywhere. 807 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here and whatever you want to talk about. Resetting. Our Rockets lost yesterday. They lost to Indiana. How about Miles Turner just throwing down threes? What is the deal?
It was like not even hitting rim. It was all net.
It didn't even look like it went in. It went, hey, what's that? Did that go in? Because it was perfect. It didn't even move the net.
Anthony Turner.
No.
He's just shooting, just gunning away. I'm like, is that Miles Turner again?
Texas legend Miles Turner.
Steven Adams can't do that. How about the double big lineup? Did you see it when he went to double big lineup? He went to Steven Adams. They came back with trash ass Reed Shepherd,
right,
and Steven Adams, and it was Tari, Reed Shepherd, Alperin, Steven Adams, and then I can't remember, maybe Ahmed, and it was probably Ahmed. And I just kept thinking, how long are you going to be able to do this double big lineup? And it actually worked. Like they were actually successful with the double big lineup for a while, and then they started splashing.
Steven Adams, while he was on the court, it was a 0. Amen was a 0. Okay. As far as plus minus, it was a 0. Steven Adams. So they held their own. Man, Jalen Green, when he was on the floor, it was just a blowout. It was a blowout when he was on the floor. Jabari as well. And Dylan Brooks too. Well, they shot. It was another Jalen game, like we talked about before. 4 for 13, 5 turnovers and 2 assists. There was another Jalen game. Like Jalen has been consistent. Jalen over his last 82 games has been really good, but he has games like this. He was a huge negative yesterday.
Yeah, they came back and Ime brought him back in the game, and then they went on their final run. I'm not blaming it on Jalen. It's just that's how you get to that plus minus. Where in a game where you lose it by 13, how's your starting guard at minus 22? Well, he was part of that final kick with Indiana put him away. We talked about it. He has been good, but the bad is really bad.
Yeah, and last night was bad.
Yeah, and so it stands out. And when you average it out, and I don't really do the 82, I do a season. I like to measure guys by the season they play, and the season has progressively gotten better.
He had a big finish last year.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Everything, when you do that, now it kind of warps what's going on. But this season progressively has gotten better, but these games still happen.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
They happen to a lot of guys. I mean, it's not like.
I'm not blaming. I'm just saying we see this, and then it stands out.
Dylan Brooks, who's been great from 3, had himself a 4 for 16 last night, 2 for 9. Jabari a 4 for 11.
He had a big one
between the 3 of them. Boy, they were awful. They
got off to such a bad start. And
12
every
for
time,
40.
I mean, it was
12 for 40
yo-yo in
between
the second half. Yeah, but they had their chance. Like they took a lead in the second half. You don't have any excuse. You didn't play defense down the stretch. You were bad in the first half. Gave up 67 in the first half. Awful. Much better in the second half defensively, but then you fell apart with your closeouts and your rotations, and they started hitting threes, and they can shoot.
Let me ask you a question.
Some of it, Indiana just also can shout pretty well.
Let me ask you a question, and I know it's a matter of numbers, but after the game that Cam Whitmore had against Oklahoma City, he gets 7 minutes last night, and he's 1 for 2. He hits a 3.
Well, 4 starters were out.
I get it, but this dude's good enough to be a starter. In the league. He's good enough.
We heard him.
To be a rotation guy.
You don't have to tell him.
He's not a rotation guy.
He knows.
Well, he told us early in the year. It doesn't really matter what I do.
Remember? It doesn't matter what he does.
Remember he said that?
That's actually true.
Yeah, he's actually right.
And it's not like he's right. Well, I think that's why he'll eventually be traded, because there's going to be value for him. But he's right. In a perfect world, you keep him on the bench and he'd be a super sub for you. It should be him. It should be him and Tari coming off super subbing and giving you those. But Amen's in there, I don't know.
Since Fred's out, why isn't Cam getting those minutes?
And on the night when Dylan Brooks is 4-16 and 2 of 9 for 3,
leave him out.
Why is he getting
That's another one, by the way,
minutes?
that Ime loves Dylan Brooks.
Well, he only got 20. He didn't get 30 minutes.
So. Yeah, but should he have played even 29 minutes?
How bad
he had 16 in 29 minutes.
Yeah, maybe.
There's not a world that exists.
Well, he's been shooting
poorly.
Well. He's been shooting well.
And then shot poorly.
Yeah. No, if you're shooting poorly, he shouldn't be shooting that. But he has been shooting well. I mean, Dylan Brooks has been a positive offensively for this team. He had a bad night.
That's 2 bad
But
nights in a row.
I don't get the Cam thing. I just don't get it. He's a good player. Ime, for some reason, Ime just doesn't like him.
Well, I don't know if it extends back to last year, but you told the story. You were in Dallas for
I was
that
there,
game,
yeah. It was,
and you saw while they were having a big moment, he didn't seem to be.
No, he wasn't even watching the
it.
game. He was sitting slouched in his chair, just looking to the side.
And
I
that's
was
a
like,
guy who knows that there are cameras and people can see him. So I guess, like we had the caller, what was it, Willie? You don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but the front-facing Cam Whitmore, you think it's better behind the scenes when you can see some of his unhappiness. So maybe that's the reason Ime doesn't play him more.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing is a real thing. You don't know. I mean, listen, there's a lot of good players that get traded for reasons. There's a lot of good players throughout history that get traded for reasons. And the reasons are that maybe they're just not
we just saw a great player get traded for reasons. Now we think it's stupid, but
look how that worked out for him.
I mean, all the injuries have taken place.
Well, that was a star player.
Dallas on the inside felt for whatever reason this guy ain't the right one, and he is beloved there. So it happens.
I give Nico Harrison a lot of credit for, and I don't know if it was all Nico Harrison and some of it was ownership.
NBA Centel said he's a masochist. He wants people to hate him.
NBA Centel's a parody account, a fake account, but
he wants people to hate him.
Well, they hate him.
They hate him.
But
if that's what he is, he succeeded.
He stood for what he believed in, which is that this guy is lazy.
Ooh, no.
He doesn't keep in shape. Like, I can't have that. Like, I'm with him on this one. The problem is your return on the trade is simply not good enough.
It was an amazing 25 minutes of Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't know.
The guy with an injury history, like, I get it. If you don't think he's the guy,
I don't know if it's just that.
Dude, move on from him.
Yeah.
You don't think it's just the fact that they don't think he's a winner?
No,
they don't think he's going to stay in shape. They didn't want to give him $270 million because they know he's going to really he's going to
I don't know that his
out.
logic was all that great, though. I
What
mean,
was
they
his
just
logic?
went to the NBA Finals. I mean, it's not like the guy's not a winner.
No, they
don't want to give him $270.
Yeah, they didn't believe that he was going to be able to maintain. In fact, they think what he's doing was an outlier considering how badly he takes care of himself.
And you know what? Maybe this was it. This is going to spur him to show them, right?
That's what I think is going to. I think there is a chance it'll happen.
And now it's going to look even worse.
Yeah,
it's going to leave even worse.
That's
for
the
them.
fear that you have anytime you move on from a guy who wasn't good with you, that they'll do well and the people will. But you don't worry about it as long as you get the right side of the trade. And they didn't. They didn't. They really had no chance of it.
Yeah. No,
to be honest, they did try. It wasn't just, hey, I know the reporting initially was just the Lakers, but they reached out to the Wolves, and the Wolves said, no, we're not giving you Anthony Edwards. Cut it out. They reacted like you would when your franchise players is being asked about. No, we're not doing that. So they did ask around. I think they might even have reached out to the Bucks about Giannis. So they did some diligence. It just looks really bad when he goes to the Lakers.
Injury-prone guy?
That's what I'm
30s?
saying.
Like that. How is that your settling point?
Yeah. See, the story will be it was, hey, Nico and Rob Pelinka got together, buddies, and they made the trade. But they tried to go get a star that would make more sense. It just so happens that those teams like, no, we're not doing that. Are you crazy? We're not trading our guy. And the Mavericks were willing to trade their guy. Problem is they got Anthony Davis.
Well, the problem is they didn't reach out to any other teams.
Well, who's the right return? I get going after Edwards and Giannis, but who else would be the right return? Like, who else would be okay?
Well, you got to go.
Well, it got to be better than Anthony Davis.
You got to go star for star. So you may be called out.
All the teams who have stars said, no, we're not trading our star. That's kind of how it always goes.
Well,
I don't know that they called.
I don't know that would have been the case here. I don't know. He didn't even reach out though.
Well,
nobody knew they were trading. He said everybody said, "Wait a minute."
Here,
Lucas was on the block.
But
I wish I'd have known that.
But who's the star here? He wanted an immediate look. Anthony Davis aside, we get it. But they wanted an immediate player, star who could impact them for the next 2 years.
But wouldn't okay? Let me ask you: would the Rockets give up Alpi
and Amen
for Luka?
I don't think.
I don't know,
but I don't know.
But the point for the Dallas
it's
side,
going to be close.
I don't know because
Alpi and Jalen.
Tillman loves stars.
Alpi,
Jalen every day, all day. You got to make it hurt a little bit, and it'd be Alperin and probably Amen. Yeah. and maybe even a pick.
Then you're asking them to change their mindset about what they wanted.
But
Dallas didn't want young.
But how much better would that be than Anthony Davis?
And of course, we already know all the throw-ins.
But you know what? But what they were avoiding, what Nico was avoiding, was any kind of a controversy. Wait, Luka's on the block because it would have gotten out. It would have gotten out, and then he did not want that in the locker room.
True.
But they also did not look. They were not looking for young players who were ascending. They wanted an established star, and they had to default to Anthony Davis, and clearly it's not going to work out. I understand what you're suggesting, but their mindset is get us a star who can push us for the next few years and be a title contender.
Isn't that damn? You know that
and
nobody else would trade their star.
Going to be the guys.
No one else would trade their star because they know Luka is, for as talented as he is, he's not in good shape. You know, Jokic
you don't think Milwaukee would have traded Giannis for him?
No.
As old as he is, I mean, he's already been talked about.
They said no. Yeah, it was part of
Giannis is a
the
dude.
reaching out. They said no.
Giannis shows up. Giannis is in shape. And you're going to have to one of the big problems is you got to give Luka $270 million and then hope that he maintains his portly figure.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Well,
is he going to what does he have to play for? Well,
he's inspired now to do that.
What does he have to play for? Once the money gets this high, you're not ever playing for another contract. If you don't really love ball and care about your legacy, there is no more there's no reason for you to work hard.
And there's a thing about having a franchise player in your town is homegrown. It's like saying, do you think the Rockets should have traded Hakeem for prime Shaq?
No one wanted.
They never would have done that because it's Hakeem. That's how the Milwaukee Bucks think about Giannis. They're not doing that.
It's
why
like
was
he's
there talk
from
about
Milwaukee.
Giannis being traded earlier?
Well,
that was rumors, and they shut it down. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Well, the rumors start somewhere.
There
might have been some. They may have been inquiring about other teams with Giannis.
Or the other teams were inquiring.
819 ESPN. I don't think it was Mason that started it. I'm pretty sure it might have still come from, and they could have denied it. It could have come from the front office, and they denied it.
Well, it's not happening. Clearly.
We got a break.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Say 24 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. Our Rockets lost. A&M won, though. It was a good game. It was a good basketball game. It was a good basketball game last night. Boy, did A&M just dominate the offensive boards. Holy crap. It just seemed like every rebound, if Auburn was going to get back in there.
Every category they got outshot, and yet they won offensive boards. Or they won the boards by like 16, I think, 17.
It was incredible.
Better turnovers, but it's almost like, how did they win? But how they won, because they got second chances.
Yep. They got second chances, and all the hustle. Auburn's a pretty good basketball team. I think it's wide open. I thought Auburn is a really good team.
This is going to be a great tournament because there's just the SEC alone is loaded.
Yeah. Big ups. DJ, Daniel. Did you see the kid? He survived cancer, and they made him a Secret Service agent in the speech last night.
Oh, huh.
He's wearing an Astros pin. Will Kunkel pointed that out.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I didn't see the pin either, but you could see it. It zooms in on it. The little kid that survived. I mean, it's a touching story, really a great story. And the kid survived, and they made him a Secret Service agent, and little 13-year-old kid.
I turned for a little bit. I paused the Rockets game. I turned, and it was like, it's really gotten wild. It's not like it used to be. It's a really wild scene now. It's a lot like, when when they're in Parliament.
Yeah.
And people just stand up, and the Tories and the whoever yell at each other.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I watched some, and I'm like, oh, this is a lot for me. I'm gonna go back to the Pacers game.
I really believe that
we're a cartoonish country now. It's just a lot, and people are screaming, boo, and then the guy from Texas or Houston,
Serious people.
Al Green was doing his thing, and then they started yelling at him, and he's like, oh, and he had his cane, and he was pointing at people. And I was just like, oh, my gosh, what is happening?
We're really a united country now.
Oh, my gosh.
It really is.
It's bad.
It's
bad. I watched this for a little bit, and I just said, I can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
I got to finish. Well, I'd finished Nora. I wanted to see Shane Gillis also. I thought it was going to be good. It was not good on Saturday Night Live. I didn't think it was very good at all.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis is on this one too, and I was all excited. I haven't made it through it, but like his first 5 segments are almost no laughs.
Except his couple of beers.
Yeah, it was fine.
That was fine.
But it mostly wasn't as good. And then I was just, I knew his opening monologue was going to be, because he doesn't get political, but he'll say stuff. But I just knew he doesn't care about making it uncomfortable. And he goes, oh, see, you guys are, I know you're a pretty liberal crowd.
Pretty liberal.
You're probably not going to like this one either.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was getting the Larry David's like, oh, don't say it. I'm getting nervous.
No. Yeah, he had a couple of jokes for the liberals too. I mean, Trump is
Everyone
such
caught
a.
it. He caught it.
No.
But no, I was just like, let me get back to the Astros. I can't watch this.
Well, Trump is such an easy target for all the comedians that and when the liberals catch it too. I mean, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it in New York, that's for sure. So Tony makes a pretty good point here. He says, hey, did you see that A&M game last night? Cue 6 minutes of name dropping and movie talk. Then that's what happened. We got into a Nora, and we didn't get into a Nora like the Russian kid did, but
I'm
saying
some
what name dropping did we do? We were just talking to Nora.
Yeah. I don't know what name. What
if you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. Watch it with your kids.
No, don't.
Oh no, don't watch it.
It's a great family movie.
It's a family movie.
Well, it's about a family. That's true.
It is about a Russian family.
Yes.
Yeah. It's about the Russian
and
family.
the Russians are big right now.
Okay.
So.
Russians are big and important.
Twitch has said this, and now we're here.
Everybody's all on board with Russia.
I made a comment about the caller Israel,
yes.
and I'm like, Israel's dead to me. And they say, clip that and send it to Netanyahu on Twitch. I meant the caller. I'm not trying to make a political statement.
Not Israel, the people in the country.
Oh, the caller.
The caller.
Oh my gosh. You people are
You and Kyrie.
Why does Lance hate Israel?
Put on your pin, Lance. Get it from Kyrie. Wear a bracelet. Or put
Oh
on the
my
pin.
God! Don't go Kyrie. Okay.
He's out.
Well, he's
torn
out.
ACL.
He's got time now.
Torn ACL.
Doesn't happen in basketball that much.
No, I don't. Yeah, it really doesn't. I don't know why.
No big guys.
I guess they
falling on
don't
you.
get up to full speed. Like, well, no, I don't know why. I don't know why they don't tear their ACLs more in the NBA.
Because they don't. No one.
Smaller
lower
spaces, but you
legs.
see wide receivers do it running routes.
True non-contact stuff. Sure.
You see, and good for him, Saquon Barkley, highest paid running back in history. The Eagles just kind of, they don't have to do it, but they do the right thing. And they say, thank you for your service, Saquon. And they give him a contract of $42 million over 2 years, $41 million contract extension. So he's the first running back ever to earn $20 million per season.
What do you think of Devontae? And I mean, it's gonna be.
This is so clownish.
I understand.
This whole Aaron Rodgers and Devontae are best friends thing. Honestly, I'm like a little bit embarrassed for them. This isn't like grown men stuff. This is kind of weird that they have to be everywhere together because they vacation together and like, dude, this is like Aaron Rodgers all over again. Wherever I go, Devontae is going to go. All right, I guess Aaron's a boss again.
You know, I don't know if they do break up. Devontae, I've seen it. Hey, how about Devontae for the Texans? How great! Yeah, that would be great.
I'd love it.
Yeah, I would love it too. But
I don't know how much
How are you going to afford that?
Well, he's got to take a hometown discount.
Okay,
He doesn't live here.
But he will live here.
He's not from here.
Well, he's from Fresno, I think. in
Yeah.
that area
So what's
somewhere.
the connection?
And David Carr.
Are you going to sign Derek Carr as a backup?
Well,
Trade for him?
David,
You
his
know
older
what?
brother, was here.
You can sign him for $6 million. That's a fair
Devontae?
offer
That is
after what
fair.
you did last year.
He's
He's going to be looking for $14
What about
million
this?
probably.
The Chiefs are in active discussions to trade Joe Tooney. Would you rather
That's
have
curious. I
yourself
mean,
some
you're-
Joe Tooney?
Well, they're having to give their franchising. They're going to have to pay a bunch. And so Tooney's going to be too expensive. They pretty much have to. Now, Joe Tooney is the guy that I would look at. I mean, he's immediate upgrade over anything you have. I don't know that they would trade with you, though. I don't know that they're looking to make are you really looking to help the pass protection of the Texans? The Texans are one of those teams that I'm not trying to help, honestly. If you're the Chiefs, you're trying to stay on top. I'm not trying to help the Ravens, the Bills, the Chargers, the Broncos, or the Texans. I don't want to help any of those teams because you're trying to stay on top. Why would you take away the Texans' biggest weakness? Why would you help them with it? I wouldn't.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe they wouldn't try to, but it would be
If
nice.
you want to give me a second rounder, I'll take it.
How about Kenyon Green for Joe Tooney? Okay, let's do it. Who says no?
The Chiefs.
Oh, they have to.
Asked
They
and
would have
answered.
to agree,
Yes.
right?
That you can't just give them Kenyon Green and you get to take Joe Tooney.
Kenyon Green and John Mechie. Okay, that's it.
They need a receiver.
They do need a receiver.
Mm.
That's why the Mechie had himself a good game. Somebody was out there. John Mechie's going to be the guy.
Everyone does this.
He had one really good game.
Yeah, he has a good game, and everyone's like, "Be ready, it's Mechie season."
It's Mechie time.
Okay.
Yeah. How about Matthew Golden in the first round?
Yep, he's gone.
No. How about the Texans getting Matthew Golden in the first
Oh,
round?
he'll be gone.
He'll be gone by then.
Long gone. Yeah, I'm starting to think he may go even earlier than I think. I had him 18 to Seattle, but people are going to like the kid. They're going to love the testing, and they're going to like the tape. He got a lot better. Like, if you watch him at Houston, he got a lot better at Texas. And he got a lot better in the second half of the year. Everything was supposed to be Isaiah Bond 1, Matthew Golden 2, and Matthew Golden outshined him in everything. In production, in big plays at Texas, at the combine, everything that they've done, Matthew Golden's been better than Isaiah Bond. And rumor has it that maybe the teams that Matthew Golden is, that Isaiah Bond has played for aren't really all that crazy about him. But Matthew Golden, everyone loves
Well,
him.
we have an answer to Joe Tooney's next destination. The Bears traded a 4th-round pick for Joe Tooney.
4th rounder.
That's after acquiring Jonah Jackson as well. So
Well, so you might
All
have been
right, so
right
there-
about your theory about not wanting to help out any team.
because that
They're
ain't
helping
helping
the
out.
Bears.
Yeah, I
No.
don't think they would want to, but that's a good job by Poles, who has 2/3. So he gives up his fourth, and now he's got guard and guard taken care of. Now he needs a center, so you can draft a tackle, and then you can maybe get a center later. Yeah, I like it for the Bears.
So
That's
Caleb
really
Williams
good.
can call CJ. Don't worry, I'm not going to be taking so many sacks. Just call him up. Hey man, I told Ryan Poles what you said about taking all them sacks, and he's
Do you think
fixed
he's
it.
going to put his arm around CJ?
I don't know. I maybe FaceTime him. Maybe FaceTime and go, hey man, I took what you said to heart. I'm not taking so many sacks anymore.
Is
How
that
about-
one of the things
how about
CJ
you?
told him?
Mhm.
Yes, stop taking all them sacks. Hits. Stop taking all them hits is what he said.
You really just want to say, hey, man,
No,
keep your head up.
kid, you're
Things
gonna be
are-
okay. You're gonna be okay.
Pat on
kid.
top of the head.
Yeah, CJ really
And then, hey, CJ, how
didn't
many,
work out too
if
well.
I'm Caleb Williams, because I'm petty, I'm like, I would have called CJ immediately after the Chiefs game, playoff game. And he thinks, hey, Caleb's calling to give me some condolences. Hey, man, don't take all them hits.
Well, the Texans have a little bit more money. Nico Collins restructured his deal, so they're trying to build up some money. They're going to have to figure out Shaq Mason. They're going to have to figure out some other stuff. Maybe Danico Autry takes. Maybe they can do something with his contract. We'll see. But Nico restructured his. You know, he's only making 9.8 this year, but he did get 13.5 in a signing bonus. So congratulations. 835 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Come on.
This year was the most
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, well, they did. Well, he got to see.
840 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to get in here to hang with us. This sounds like this is fishy. Is Dave's on the line?
You don't think a Dave could call this show?
No, I don't remember ever having a Dave. It sounds like it could be Gilbert disguised as Dave.
I don't know.
Okay.
I had a Dave call from 10 to 12.
Okay, you've had a Dave call?
It was a real Dave.
Oh, we have a Dave? Okay.
Let's find out.
I don't think we've ever had a Dave.
That's not, for some reason, that's not a normal.
No.
It's not one. It's a normal name. We just don't get them much.
It just feels like Gilbert. What's up, Dave?
Okay, first off, this is not Gilbert.
This is not Gilbert.
Okay,
Wow. It's definitely
Okay,
not Gilbert.
Dave.
Totally
Hey, Dave,
coherent.
sorry about that.
Totally understood everything
Okay.
you said.
All right, so listen, I heard you guys talking about the Joker. I heard Lance talk about the greatest season. I'm not as far on as Israel, but I will say that nobody numbers compare to Wilt Chamberlain, and he wasn't even keeping all the stats back then. You know, the man was 50 points, averaging 50 points, 30 rebounds. Who knows how many blocks?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He had some crazy
all
numbers.
those things kick in. And don't get me wrong, I love the Joker. I do love the Joker, but I would love to see how he would have fared playing against real centers every night, because all he plays stretch forward. Besides Embiid, there's no one nowhere near his size, and he's playing against a lot of slim power forwards, basically, to be honest. And I would love to see him in the 90s where Akeem tonight, Patrick the next night, David the next night, Brad Darden the next night. That type of competition that could match his size. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I actually
I
made the same point you make when I was arguing with my son when we were talking basketball. He's the one that showed me the video that has all the listings of the stats, and like joke over the last, it really goes like since the Jordan era. Okay, let's go since the Jordan era. The best season of all time is, I think, this year by the numbers for Jokic. By the numbers. You're right. Wilt is on a different level than anybody. But I made the same point that you made to my son. I said, he's like, you look at this, Dad. You got to admit now that basketball. I said, listen, I said, if he were playing back in the 80s and 90s, he would have had to play Shaq, Tim Duncan, Olajuwon. He would have had to play Dikembe Mutombo, a great shot blocker. He would have had to play Patrick Ewing, and not to mention Alonzo Mourning. Just there was a lot of guys. Rick Smiths would have. It's not a real tough battle with Rick, but
and there's some tomato cans he would have abused as well.
I mean, he would have played well, but his game, like had he played in a different era, he would not have been allowed to go out. The coaches wouldn't have let him. That's why you can't compare eras. He would have had to have stayed in the low post for the most part.
And would he have been allowed to be an offensive hub back then?
No, because as a high poster or at the top of the key, he can set up offenses. So his stats wouldn't have even existed at that time. And the battles would have been tougher. And his defensive battles, like, can you imagine? That's exactly the point Dave's making is my point too. He didn't have to work on defense very hard.
But let's say
except high screening rolls is how you have to work. Stopping high screening rolls. You don't really have to work against bigs in the NBA anymore.
No, they're standing outside. I mean,
who does he remind you of? I think he's just Sabonis with good knees.
Oh yeah, Prime's. But I never saw Prime Sabonis because he gets shots off like the Sabonis we saw in Portland was like that dude barely could move.
His knees,
But he did have Sabonis game though. I mean, you are right. Because Prime Sabonis could fly. He could dunk. Yeah.
If you watch Sabonis in the 88 Olympics, when America decided, hey, we got to go to the pros because we can't beat them. His knees was fine then.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying exact, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They were very similar.
Yeah,
well, it's so funny that you're making this argument, though. You say about not playing against centers. The argument against Wilt Chamberlain being the greatest ever is because they said, "Well, look at who he played against." I mean, and yet you know, I'm looking right now.
That's true.
Everybody's well, look, he played against a bunch of short white guys. A bunch of plumbers. Wilt Chamberlain averaged 50 points a game and 26 rebounds a game and didn't win the MVP.
Yeah,
he averaged 50.
Who won it?
Bill Russell
was it
won
Russell?
It. Bill Russell
because
won it.
He won.
Because he won. That's
he was on
right.
a team.
But this,
he was on a
how
pack-
could you have better numbers than Will Chamberlain's
Dude,
numbers?
Bill Russell, this is a sore subject with me because, and I didn't watch either one of those guys play, but if you just study it just a little bit, there was no free agency. There was no player movement back then. Once you had the best team, you had the best team, and that was that. And there weren't that many teams back then as well. You were like 10 to 12 teams. Once the Celtics got all those guys on one team, it was a wrap. Of course they were going to win everything. And Bill Russell was a great shot blocker, but Bill Russell was not the complete player that Wilt Chamberlain is, but he gets all the rings and all the trophies and all that. And so he's the winner and the ultimate winner. Well, he had a team that was loaded,
Yeah, right. They were best team
loaded
all the time.
with
You know what
at
else?
the time,
And I'm not trying to get into the race thing, but it's a fact that the Boston Celtics, Red Auerbach was the first one to start on the team and loaded the team up with black.
Right. No,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yep.
That's just historically accurate.
Yep.
That's not a race
Yeah,
thing.
and they
That's
were so well
historically
accepted in Boston at the time. So from 19, how about this? You
accurate.
say-
Well, that's a separate discussion.
No, right. But how about this? From 1958 to 1974, and you could go even further. Well, let's say you go even further. It was basically till 1980, 1981. Only two guys that weren't centers won MVP. Only two from 58 to 80. And that was one time Oscar Robertson and one time Bob McAdoo. McAdoo, you could argue, was a center, but he wasn't really. He was a power forward.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how dominant the center position was when everybody said Wilt played against nobody. And it was just all MVP. It's all it was.
Only 2 years that it wasn't.
It
a
wasn't.
center.
It
I thought you said
wasn't
it
a
was
center.
a
No, it was a center every year. Bill Russell, Wes Unseld, Willis Reed, Dave Cowens, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill
No,
Walton.
wait. Cowens?
Cowens was a center. He
Are you
absolutely
sure?
was. Yes, Cowens was a center.
But he played on the perimeter. So
No,
he was
he was a center. He was their center. Yes.
Not Tommy Heinsohn?
No, Tommy Hansen
Well,
was
wait,
a power
no,
forward.
Bill
He was a
Russell
forward.
was the center.
Bill.
They were on.
No, Cowens played after Bill Russell. Cowens didn't play with Bill Russell.
Well, how long did Bill Russell play?
Bill Russell played until the late 60s. And Dave
Yeah,
Cowens
what year-
was
what year
73. Dave Cowens took over for him.
Oh, Cowens took over for him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He didn't start until 70.
Yeah, right.
He didn't start until 70. Center and power forward.
Yeah.
6'9", 230. That's center size back
Well,
then.
that was, back in the, Well, but only 2 years. Only 2 years. And you could argue Bob McAdoo was Buffalo's center anyway. Oscar Robertson was the only guy that could win an MVP over a 30-year period.
That guy needed to average a triple-double, which was unheard of.
Yes. And yeah, absolutely. 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You got anything you want to talk about?
How many teams do you think were in the NBA when Bill Cowens started? When Dave Cowens started?
Dave Cowens started. How many teams were in the NBA? Probably 16.
17 teams.
How many? 17? Yeah.
Yeah, it had been 16. Somebody must have just been added.
No.
Not a lot of teams.
Not a lot of teams.
So.
Well, and how about when Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain were winning? There probably about 12 teams in the league.
Yeah, it's not much.
No.
I mean, the Cincinnati Royals were playing back then.
Yep. That's where Oscar Robertson played. Time to talk right now about Champion Energy. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. If you're looking for the best way to get that electricity, I'm telling you, I love Champion Energy. I've been with them for 17 years now, and it just doesn't get any better. Literally 17 years I'm with Champion Energy. Never had an issue. The only time I've ever had to call them is when I was moving so that they can move my electricity over to my new place. I mean, it's been fantastic. It's been fantastic for me, and I know it'll be fantastic for you. And look, they don't know who I am, and yet it's still the best service that you can get. I'm telling you, best service, and I feel like I've saved a bunch of money over the years because of Champion Energy, and you will too. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I think this is a quickie. We got Bun B going to be joining us here in a second on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Bun opening up a new place, and we will talk to him about it on the other side. In the meantime, 713-780-3776. In the meantime, our Astros play this afternoon. We'll see if Cam Smith can keep it going. I don't know. Even the Astros put it out. Did you see that? How you like this? They put out Cam Smith and his stats, and the Astros X account was like, how you like this? It's like, we like it. So what are you trying to say here, Astros account?
Get
that
ready,
a
is
good
what they're
player
saying.
may end up being a starter?
That a good player might. Now, they're talking about waiting till he can get to the Super 2 date.
You said Cam Smith looks athletic, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Just checking to see if you thought he could play outfield.
Yeah.
You said he looks like he plays the
somebody
outfield?
tweeted out, I guess he could try. You could try it, but he's a third baseman.
Who said that?
I don't know.
He's not in the lineup today, so we won't.
Well, Jose Altuve's the second baseman.
He just gets in and hits and knocks in 3 runs.
I don't want to hear about
That's all he
anyone
does.
playing, he's just a third baseman. I don't. After moving Altuve to left after the Craig Biggio debacle, I don't want to hear it anymore.
Lance Berkman.
You can't tell me. Yeah, I don't want to hear anyone from the Astros Twitter or anyone tell me he's a third baseman. There's no such thing. Everyone here is position fluid.
Yeah.
You can go anywhere at any
Positionless
time.
baseball is what we're playing now.
What's that?
Yeah.
Positionless
I bet
baseball.
Wait, no. This from the guy that you can't move from left guard to right guard, right?
Hybrid.
You can't do that because it's so different.
No.
But now
What
he
are you
wants to
talking
move
about?
a third baseman to right field.
No. I don't want to do any of that stuff, but they're doing it. So if you're going to do it with Jose Altuve, you can do it with everybody. I thought it was stupid to do it with
Altuve is
I thought it was stupid to do it
athlete.
with now Berkman had played some right field, but I thought it was stupid to do it with Berkman was a right fielder to start with. But I thought it was stupid to do it with Craig Biggio, and now you're doing it with Altuve. That's fine. If you're going to do that, then Cam Smith can get moved too. Everybody can get moved. And I'm looking to see if he has played any. Is there any other position he's played at all?
So this is what Jeff Passan just put out.
Okay.
Cam Smith.
All left field, 3 games. He did have 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
In 1 game at shortstop.
It's not just the 2 home runs and a triple and 7 at-bats thus far. Smith also has walked 4 times and 1 strikeout. Power is great. Good swing decisions are imperative. Both together is a rare combination. While the Astros infield defense would be questionable with Smith at third and Isaac Paredes moving to second, it's going to happen at some point.
Actually, yeah, that's the move.
Yeah.
Paredes plays second. That's the move. And then you got, I guess,
Dubon can go in right field.
You got Dubon in right field, Altuve in left, and then whoever
Dubon in center.
I'd rather have Dubon in center. Yeah.
You're better, but now how good a third baseman is Cam Smith? That's a question.
Don't care. Well, we dealt with
you cared when DeCenzo was at third last, or was it?
No,
which
it
one
wasn't DeCenzo. Who was it that had his 5 errors?
Whitcomb. When Whitcomb is at third and he had 4
couldn't bomb.
errors in a game
Because he couldn't bomb.
Well, right.
You bomb, and I'm saying you can bomb it out of the park, and all sins are forgiven.
So he's Cam Devers now?
I don't know if he's that bad. Is he known as being really bad?
I don't know.
Well, why are you just assuming he's terrible?
Well, a rookie coming up and playing third base. You don't know.
Like I say, I don't care. Just let him hit. As long as you're hitting, I don't care. All sins are forgiven.
You've already moved Paredes to second. You've already got
me and my friend Jeff.
You too?
Yep. It's going to happen. You heard Jeff say, just lay back and take it because it's inevitable.
Dude did say it.
Paredes to second is inevitable, so I hope you enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Because my guy, Cam Smith, who I am firmly behind, is getting in this lineup. Breaking camp.
No, they're going to wait till the Super 2.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, just to stave it off.
Yeah.
Cam Smith has heard all the talk, and he has a definite response to being moved.
I play third.
He done play third.
I don't know if you heard from Cam Smith.
I play third.
I play third.
Yeah, I understand, Cam. That's fine.
Billy Brown said that yesterday too.
I played third.
I played third.
I literally played third.
Yeah.
I play third.
He does play third. Billy Brown does play third.
Yeah, Cam can basically field. However, Shea Whitcomb was a problem because he couldn't hit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make 4 errors, you better bomb.
Fielding percentage, 947 is not the highest percentage I've ever seen, But he had 3 errors. And, yeah, it could be better.
What, with Cam?
Yeah. Well, 24. Well, career-wise, he's got in the minors. He's got
Yeah, but he
one
could
season
get better.
Yeah, 947. He played 24 games in the minors. What are you going to do? He played 24 games in the minors and had 3 errors. One every 8 games.
I'll take it.
I mean, you're looking at 20 errors.
20 errors in the season. I'll take it.
Big deal.
Big deal.
Most of them probably won't hurt you.
Big deal anyway.
At third?
We got a guy who gets you out of a double. We got a pitcher who pitches double plays.
We got Bun B coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got Pro Dunk. Okay, so a buddy texted me yesterday, and he said, I got me the Pro Dunk, and it is spectacular. He listened to me. He said, and he told Keith Tate, yep, I know John, and I want this basket. And he got the basket, and it is the best basket you can possibly have. Okay, this is not even arguable. And he's got little kids, so he wants his little kids. He's got small kids, so he wants his kids in the driveway where they know where they are, where they can raise and lower the goal so that the kids can actually enjoy it. Like, these little kids are not going to be able to play on a 10-foot goal. They can't. So you want the best goal that you can raise and lower, so the kids are actually going to be out there. Kids want to dunk. They want to actually be able to get the ball to the basket. And if that's got to be down to 5 feet, oh, well, that's down to 5 feet. But at least they're playing. And they're playing outside. And they're having a good time. And they're exercising instead of sitting inside playing video games. So you're sitting in your car right now going, you know what? That makes a lot of sense for my little kids. I need a Pro Dunk goal. And the big kids love it too because it's awesome. So you're looking for the best way to get that goal. There's only one. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joining us now, Bun B, Houstonian extraordinaire, with us here, opening up a new place
Well, at the rodeo.
At the rodeo.
Yeah.
At the rodeo. Yeah. So you're going to be able to get the Trill Burger.
So we're opening up Trill Town. Bun, tell us what Trill Town is. You got your own little section of the rodeo food scene right there. And we know that you've been big at the rodeo. I've heard that I was in Bun's Suite last year with John Daspit. I saw Rick Smith up there, as a matter of fact. We had the lineup was incredible that Bun put together. He's doing it again, but right now we're talking about the burger stuff that you got going on because you got your own section of the rodeo. Tell us about Trill Town, and also tell us about what you got cooking for the rodeo this year as a performer.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Lance. It's always a pleasure being on the show, and I'm glad that you and the wife got to come and hang out with us last year. This year, everything's different this year on both sides. So Trill Town is a 9,000 square foot immersive experience that we have at the rodeo this year. We are selling not just Trill burgers this year, but we're also selling the Trill tenders this year.
That's the new one, the chicken tenders that you're doing now.
Yes, chicken tenders. We went to Los Angeles about a year and a half ago and competed at Tenderfest, which is a national chicken tender competition. We were invited. We didn't even have a chicken tender product, but we created one, and we ended up winning the competition. So we realized we had another viable brand, and it didn't make sense for us to do it at the burger spot because we believed it had its own energy and its own potential. So we didn't want it to be a side dish or an afterthought. We thought it could stand on its own. And so this is our first time really introducing it to a mass audience in Houston. We've partnered with the Texans and done a pop-up or two before around the city and a couple other places. But this is our first time for Houston to really, really try these tenders. We're also partnering with Truth Barbecue, great barbecue brand out of the city. We're partnering with them on a brisket burger, which is going to have just basically a Trill burger with 2 slices of brisket on it, 2 fried onion rings, and Truth barbecue sauce.
Only at Trill Town?
Yes, this is only available at the rodeo. Every year we create something specifically.
Oh my goodness.
That's Western themed for availability only at the rodeo. So we got the brisket burger and we got the brisket fries. And because we're doing the chicken tenders, we're also going to be doing Trill tender sandwiches and Trill tender loaded fries. Wow. And you can get the tenders in regular flavor or in a spicy kind of flavor.
Del, I think Del's going spicy.
We're all going spicy.
Yeah. What my question for you, and this is John Bunn, my question for you is, when is Nick Scurfield bringing all this stuff into our studio? No, I'm serious. No, that's a serious question.
You know what? That's very easily answered by Nick. But I mean, I know a guy, so you tell me when you want him, and I can reach out to him.
I don't know. Today's not a bad day, but tomorrow's fine.
Today's a little weak. Right. We're not gonna be able to get the timing down, but I mean, Friday's always good.
Friday's a great day.
Friday's a great day.
Yeah, every day's a great day for a Trill chicken tender. How about that? You didn't even. So you guys just created it, and then you went and won the tender competition.
Yeah, we have 2 amazing chefs. Our head of operations, Chef Mike and Chef Nando. These guys are classically trained chefs. So when we decide we want to do a new burger, we don't just slap a pineapple on something or, or just, change a sauce or add mustard or something. Like these guys, they sit in the kitchen, they really think about what it is they want to present. They make various versions of the burger. Then they call me in, which is one of my best parts of my job, to try all the food first.
That's the research and development guy. The R&D guy is the best job you can have.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that I get to come in at the end, and we'll deal with that. I'm sorry, guys. It's very off-putting. Sylvester Turner has passed.
Oh no!
God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
That's bad news, man.
Well, Bun, we'll give some more information. I got the information from Nick's side, so we'll let you off the phone and we'll get the information. We'll keep putting it out there throughout the
Yeah, stop by. Okay, just quickly, where's it located at the rodeo?
As soon as you come in through the gate on
Kirby and McNeese. So it would be normally 8-5 red lot. That's the entrance that you would come through, and as soon as you come through that entrance, it's right on your right side. If you're coming in off of Fannin, you pretty much got to walk all the way to Kirby to get it.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately.
Gotcha. So yeah, it's right there at McNeese and Kirby, and go find it because I want to go. Now I'm going to the rodeo.
I'm calling Nick. I'm getting it up here for us.
That's right. Friday.
You're here
or
for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, I'm here 2 weeks. Yep. All right. Hey, man. Sorry about that info. That is I know you obviously knew Sylvester, and that is really, really bad news for our city. We appreciate you, Bun. Thanks for hanging with us.
Thanks, guys. Rest in peace, Mayor Turner.
Yep. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, man.
I didn't even know. I didn't know
he was just on TV the other day.
Was he? I didn't know he was sick. Was he sick?
I didn't either.
Yeah.
No, like I said, he was just I had no idea.
I had no idea either.
I did not know.
That is bad news. That is that's sad. I mean, he was just, man, that's crazy. All right, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm gonna have to the brisket burger with onion rings, just like that's gonna be my meal for the day. Well, first of all, you go to the rodeo, you better pack a wallet full of cash.
Yeah.
Or get your tap ready on your car. Beep, beep, beep.
You can't, no cash there.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
They don't take cash.
Because rodeo ain't, they're not trying to buy one, get one anywhere at the rodeo. Nowhere. Yeah.
A BOGO?
There's no BOGO at the rodeo.
No.
Rodeo, no BOGO.
No.
But if I get a Trill burger with brisket from Truth and onion rings on it and the Trill sauce, I'm thinking it'll be a little higher on the calorie count.
Yeah, might be.
Is a guess.
Okay.
But also can be 2 meals.
Uh-huh.
Get so full that you can't eat anymore, and then you're not hungry for several hours.
Oh, okay.
So what you have to do
is you're going to bring it home.
No. Yeah,
okay.
You eat it all. You start it to, you wait, and you're super hungry. You wait until, here's how you do this. You wait to eat until 2 o'clock. You don't have anything to eat until 2 o'clock. Then you eat that.
And then you don't eat again.
Yeah. And then you go to bed early. If you start getting hungry again, you just go to sleep.
Yeah. No. I've had 1 meal days before.
Yeah, I have too.
I've also had like 6 meal days, but
it's either one.
Right.
But if you eat enough that you get sick to your stomach, and that's part of it, you have to get a little bit sick to your stomach.
Yeah.
But if you eat enough that you get sick to your stomach, there's a chance you won't eat the next meal. And it's kind of a good diet.
Is it?
Yeah, in a way.
No. Stuff yourself so you can't eat more than once a day.
Of course, that usually.
Ask any nutritionist; they think that's a
great idea. But that's usually going to be about a 2,200 calorie meal, so that does fit 2 meals, really.
So how many calories are in the stuffing meal?
I'm guessing in the 2,000 range.
Any nutritionist will tell you that's a great idea, and then take a nap right after.
Yeah, one of the best ideas.
Tell you that.
Put 2,000 calories.
It's called warrior fasting.
Take a nap.
It's warrior fasting. You eat, like, if you don't eat until 2, and then you eat so much that you get sick, and then you can't eat again.
Sick. You need to get to that level.
Warrior, like you're a
warrior fasting is like 18 hours of fasting, but you don't eat, and then you only eat once.
Oh. You mean warrior like the kung fu guy? That warrior?
No.
I'm pretty sure
that's
how he went about
maybe.
it.
But you can eat one time a day, every day. Think about that. I'm sorry, 23 hours of fasting.
Yeah.
You eat from 2 to 3, and you eat so much that you get sick and you can't even eat, and then you do it all over again the next day. That's actually healthy if you think about it. 23-hour fasting. Oh, you're not going to lose weight? You are going to lose weight. And you burn off a lot of fat.
Yeah.
There it is. And you get to eat Trill burgers with barbecue and onion rings. It's kind of a win-win across the board.
All the way across the board. See, Sheldon Rankins could be back.
Yeah, that's two reporters said that could be a possibility for the Texans.
I mean, I didn't mind Sheldon Rankins. I mean, he made some plays.
Were all the guys they signed last year 1-year guys like Settle and Mario Edwards? Were they all 1-year deals?
I know.
That's usually how they roll.
Foley's
Foley's
a longer.
I think he got more.
I think he got more too. What about Mario? I like Mario. I hope Mario stays around.
I do too. Yeah. I do too. But let me see. They're available free agents this year. Or they're free agents, I should say.
Oh no. Okay, so Foley, Mario, Heinisch, and Barnett are all free agents.
Stephon Diggs, Robert Woods. Oh no, they have Folu Fatukasi.
What?
They have him as an unrestricted.
Yeah.
Did they
I
just
just said
re-sign
it. Foldy,
Oh,
Mario,
okay.
Kurt
Okuda,
Heinrich, and Derek Barnett are all
Case
free agents.
Keenum. Oh, I forgot. Case Keenum, MJ Stewart, Delshawn Phillips, Neville Hewitt, Derek Barnett, Eric Murray, Chris Boyd, Mario Edwards, Dare, John Weeks. They just signed it. Yeah, the Weeks era is over officially. They just signed another free agent. You know, they signed a.
Oh, no.
Didn't they sign
So one of those futures
contract?
Okay, what are
Oh,
the odds he has a bad snap in the first year?
I would guarantee it.
Oh, you can almost guarantee it.
Yeah.
Jerry
I would
Hughes,
guarantee it.
Kendrick Green,
And how
Miles Bryant.
We haven't seen. When was the last time we saw a bad snap?
I can't remember.
Do you know how many people you're going to lose off your roster? Holy crap.
Hey,
There's a ton of people. You're going to get some compensatory picks.
not
You let
for
Steph-
these guys.
Not for- who?
Well, okay, so Stephon Diggs, he's not a
No,
qualifying free
he
agent.
does not qualify.
Robert Woods is.
What about Mario Edwards? He might
Folu
sign him.
Fatukasi, you get maybe potentially based on that number, I'm guessing.
Who
maybe
will
a
get the
fifth.
most money out of all those guys? I think Mario might.
Diggs.
Well, but Diggs doesn't qualify. I'm talking about the guys that qualify.
Oh, I think Folu Fatukasi.
You think Foley more than?
Foley, yeah, because he's
I don't know. I thought Mario
Because
was
he's-
better than he was.
well, he gets pressure. Edwards is a year older, but Fatukasi came in for $5.1 million. Mario Edwards came in for 1.6. Edwards isn't great against the run. He's just more a disruptive up the field player.
No, no, but those are the kind of
but
stats that
Folu is
teams like.
Folu's built like a pro defensive tackle.
Yeah,
Mario is an intern tackle.
This is fine, but you need to make sure and cash in on your relationship with Melissa because they've just got food delivered.
What?
They've
Yeah.
had our stuff before.
This is what I'm saying.
That's BS.
Make it known that hey, you guys have
Hey,
Cash in on our relationship with Melissa.
friendship
What does that
you've
mean?
built to go get food.
We have built a bridge.
Yes,
yeah.
But
They brought
we
food
also,
in.
but also, I don't know if El Cheto
You
will let
want
us have the food.
you scared?
You're trying to cash
Well, I
in
just
with
know,
Melissa.
but the rule is you just don't go run up on somebody's
you-
stuff.
I would hope that Melissa, who has had food
We
from,
have invited her into our
and
Taqueria
she's certainly
Serranos.
taken liberties with the
I don't know
food.
about Liberty. She was invited.
Yeah,
It's just
she
like
was.
a vampire. If you're invited in, you can do whatever.
Yes, you were offended by me saying liberties. You just called her a vampire. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But you should make sure that thing is reciprocated. That's all.
Hmm.
Or there can be problems.
Reciprocation is the key.
It is. Yeah.
If
You give,
Yeah.
but you also
Give it up, Melissa.
don't say it like that, please.
What you give?
No, what he just said.
Oh no, that's not right.
Yes.
Look at the hot bartenders here
And Wildcat.
at
other
Wildcat. I
players
bet
you
no one else is
other
packing
golf
like
pros,
that.
They have had.
Turn around,
I
Rebecca.
never said turn around.
And by
I know,
the way,
but
they-
it was on the
I
board. It
never
was on
said
the
that.
board in
And they
Vegas.
could hear what he was saying.
The other
So-
ones
Spin
are
around
hags.
was on the board in Vegas.
Yeah. Hey, give me a little turn. Now, this is a chance. This is a chance to
Now do this.
no.
No. I didn't. I
On the
said
board in
nothing
Vegas.
like that, just
You
so
did-
everybody knows.
He didn't say anything.
Lance,
We
you
just
gotta-
thought he could have.
Lance, you're gonna find out something about your friendship. If Melissa doesn't come down with food and offer it to
Yeah.
you, then you know.
What if they only got stuff like 3
Selfish.
individual meals?
She's a selfish foodie.
Because they had
I saw it was a
there was
tray.
4 on their show for you missed it, John. Did you meet the girl who was there for 1 week?
He was out of town when she was here for
Yeah.
a week.
No.
Yeah, they had a girl from Mexico. a
I can't
Mexican
talk.
girl.
I can't take you serious with
With
those glasses on.
These are my light sensitivity glasses, and they're a part of my life now.
Get
My
used
wife
to
also
it.
won't kiss me with them on. She's like, "You're not cool."
Why
I know
can't
that
you
Not
take?
cool.
it would look cool
It
on
looks-
somebody else, but you're just not that person.
Why can't you take him seriously?
I can't take him seriously. with those
So let's talk.
because it's. So we have
Let's
to
talk.
brag.
You can take me
We can
seriously.
brag.
Let's talk.
Let's-
Oh, look, Melissa's
at-
here.
This is what I'm
Melissa.
saying. This is what I'm
Food,
saying.
Dale.
She's not selfish.
He didn't think.
Dell
he's
said
like-
you were
He
selfish.
said, "Food's here."
I didn't call you so.
He
Yeah.
said, "Food's here." Let's
Food's
see
here.
if Melissa's as good a
Melissa
friend.
brought it to us. Oh, Salvadorian tamal.
You know she's a good friend when this happens.
Look at that. Hi, Melissa. She's not selfish like Dell
No.
said.
I didn't call her
selfish like Dell
selfish.
said she
I
was.
didn't-
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yo,
Go get it. It's
You
okay.
got to talk about John Daspit.
Sit down, Lance. You can't eat.
We're talking about John Daspit. John Daspit, bring some food up here. We'll talk about you even more. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. We're talking about an opportunity for you to get the best in personal injury law services, and that's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They make sure that everything they do is centered around making sure that you are taken care of, that your accident that you had that was due to someone else's negligence, that's tremendously stressful. It's physically stressful. It's mentally stressful. It's financially stressful. And so what they aim to do is take that off of your shoulders. You call them at 713 call now, and they get on the case immediately. They will do all of their due diligence in terms of making sure that you get the medical care that you need. Even if you don't have insurance, they'll make sure and take care of it for you. You get all those things taken care of. They can pay up front, and then they get part of their settlement as they get the money back from the insurance company. But John Daspit wants you to get looked at to make sure anything that's wrong gets fixed. If it's surgery, if it's rehab, whatever the case may be. And then on top of that, he's going to make sure that any time you miss from work is accommodated. And on top of that, your pain and suffering is taken care of. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You buying this? What ESPN's talking about? JJ Redick, Coach of the Year candidate? Shouldn't Nico win that for them? Nico.
Wow.
Nico should be general manager of the year for the Lakers.
What were the Lakers supposed to be?
I was kind of praying on his downfall too.
Who? JJ's?
Yeah, I don't know why. It just was.
You're a
How about-
hater. You know why? You hate.
Well, you're a hater.
Yeah, I pray on different people's downfalls. It's
Yeah.
true. But like
Well,
Doug Gottlieb has won 3 games all year, and he has a radio show and a college basketball team he coaches. Are you really all in if you're coaching a college basketball team?
what does that have to do with JJ Redick?
Well, JJ actually said, you know what? I better leave all this podcast stuff because I've got
Yeah.
an actual team to coach.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't have a podcast and coach an NBA team.
He has a full-on radio show, and he coaches the college team. You can't have that either.
University of Wisconsin, Green Bay.
So what? You still have to scout. You still have to travel. You still have to do the whole 9 yards.
Listen, I was there. I was at. It's a decent program, but it ain't. It ain't paying them enough to just live on that. I can tell you that.
You either go one or the other. You can't do both. Well, it's not fair to the team.
It's not fair to the team. They suck, and he's not all in on the team. How could he ask those guys to give everything for the team when he won't even stop his radio show? Kenny Atkinson is coach of the year, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's doing with Cleveland?
Yes, they went from a 4 seed to the best team, at least by record in basketball. I think that gets him the lead, but it's the Lakers, and we know how people love to talk and add the Lakers to everything, and they're the 2 seed right now. And what were they supposed to be? Yes, the JJ trade, the Luka trade has helped, but they were playing better before they made that trade. And they were what were your expectations for the Lakers this year before the season started?
Well, I didn't expect them to get Luka.
Like I said before, that's why I threw it in there. They had been playing better. They were probably in the 5 to 6 range before the Luka trade. But they weren't really expected to be very good because old and Anthony Davis always heard all those things. And JJ was a rookie coach. I think some of it is he's never done it before. So that'll help his cause too. But I think it should go to Atkinson.
Atkinson and I gotta admit, we were watching the game the other night and I was like, I don't even know who this Mark Daniel is
for OKC.
Yeah.
He was a Donovan's assistant, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was like,
that's coach of the year.
He could be coach of the year.
100%.
Yeah. And I'm
well, not 100. I mean, he could be, but as far as he leads,
I mean, he and Kenny Atkinson should be the favorites.
No, meaning 100% he could be coach of the year. Well, he should 100%.
Well, he was a 1 seed last year, and they're a 1 seed again. So they may not.
You kicked ass.
You just talk about. We just did this thing with the story with Shea. Now, it may be Shea's time, and it may not be Mark Daigneault's time because he was a 1 seed last year. They are just keeping what they had going. So
that's not easy in the West.
Understood.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about,
and did he get the love last year for it?
I don't remember if he won it or not. I don't know. But if he did, who won it last year? Because if he did win it, he's not winning it this year.
Who did win?
They were the 1 seed last year. I don't remember if he won it though.
I mean, and look at. It's not like they got a lot of household names.
He won it.
He won it last year? He won coach of the year?
Oh, then forget about it. He ain't winning it this year.
He won it last year.
Oh, okay. Then I missed it.
Well, you didn't even know he existed.
No, he was a big toe guy for me. But I mean, when you look at their lineup, why is this team? Listen, watching them the other night, they are shoot lights out. Chet and Alexander and Williams.
Well, they brought in Caruso. That's a good sign. That's a good addition. They brought in Hartenstein.
Yeah,
a good addition. They have the MVP.
Hartenstein is black.
Yes, he's partly.
Yeah.
I always love to watch Twitter fight about that.
Yeah,
I personally could care less.
I don't care.
He looks like a stone cold white guy, but his dad is black.
Yes.
And then Black Twitter will fight about whether or not he's black or not. I was in that rabbit hole for like an hour and a half one time. The arguments were insane. I already know where you fall.
What do I fall?
You just think he's light skinned and you immediately don't like him.
I don't immediately don't like him.
That's true.
I assume he's on some F stuff, but I don't dislike him. I make assumptions about him though. Jalen Williams is a good player. They have some pretty good players in that roster. Lou Dort's a good player.
Yeah.
But they're not good
stars.
roster.
They fit into their role.
They play at OKC.
It's like the team that Daryl put together around James Harden. They got some nice guys.
They have a lot of first-round picks on that roster.
Well, that's true.
And Chet's a top 5 pick, and And Jalen Williams was the
But
first
Chet
round
didn't
pick.
even
Yeah, but
play.
they got the other Wiggins.
Chet didn't play for a chunk of the year.
Yeah,
I
they
would
got-
argue they didn't miss a beat with Chet out.
But like I said, they made acquisitions this offseason to bolster themselves. Hardenstein has been great for them. And also, if it's Steen or Stein, not even really sure. And also Alex Caruso, we know he's one of those guys who fits in everywhere. So that's a good roster.
Yeah, but they've had injuries. They've had Chet injured. They had Caruso injured.
But they've always had the MVP.
It's always crazy to me
Yep.
when I see how tall, like Caruso feels like a 6'2" guy. You know, he went to Straight Jesuit. Caruso, yeah, Alec told me.
Good Aggie.
But
Good
he's a
Aggie.
good Aggie. He always feels like a 6'2" guard, but he's like a legit 6'5".
Is he really?
Yeah, he's taller than you think he is.
Yeah, I would have thought he's shorter than 6'2".
Yeah, he's like 6'5".
Wow.
Once you know how tall he is and you start watching him, you start to realize, oh my gosh, you can tell he's taller. I don't know why. I always felt like he was about 6'2".
I'll
watching
tell you,
him.
he's bald and white, so he's
Yeah, I
pretty
know,
short,
and kind of weaselly looking.
Yeah, you just assume he's a little fella. when he's
Headband
not.
guy. That's what it is. Bald white. I mean, he's got he profiles as
He's
a
got
small
everything
white
to
guard.
suggest he's not athletic and he's
Scrappy
small, he's
and all that.
scrappy,
And the
yeah.
fact is, he's actually really athletic. He's much taller than you think, but he profiles as a short, scrappy white guard.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he profiles.
That's your bias. You need to work on that.
It is. As I said, don't scout I was told one time by a black scout not to scout the complexion on a white wide receiver of some sort. I can't remember who it was. They said, make sure you don't scout the complexion. And I said, oh, I like that. I never heard that term. He goes, oh yeah. He said, they used to do it with black quarterbacks. Now they do it with white, running backs and wide receivers. And now corners. As a matter of fact, he might have been telling me that about Riley Moss or Cooper DeJean, actually. But he said, he goes, worst thing you can do is scout the complexion.
Look at the tape. Let the tape speak for itself.
I couldn't be a scout.
Yeah.
I'd profile the complexion.
You profile everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Lance didn't like how Shedeur wore his hat, so he dropped him at 29.
Or he talked NFL teams. Let's give Lance some
Let me
credit.
tell you something. It was funny. I came out of there like, oh, I like him better than you guys do. And I like him at the bottom of the second.
Second.
But every
the
quarterback
second?
gets pushed up, so that's
The bottom
that's
of the
fine.
second, you said?
Yeah.
Bottom of first or second?
The bottom of the second.
You
My
like him?
grade.
Oh,
my
your grade. Okay.
I would have him in the first.
Because he's a
Like
quarterback.
your quarterbacks are always graded. You always push them up. They're not as good as other players are, but man, I came away from the combine like, holy crap. They really everyone, like, it's not even a question. Cam Ward's going first. It's not even a question.
And the unfortunate thing is we had calls about it. And
When I say first, he's the first quarterback.
And there's conversations being had that have turned it away from football. But the football people don't like him as much as the public does.
The football people don't
the people
like
who care
Shedeur
about what he
much.
does on the
Well,
field.
he doesn't have any juice. Like they tell you, he has no twitch. He's not have a big arm. He's not mobile. Like if your big thing that you do is just throw accurately, that's great. But that doesn't get you. Usually, it doesn't get you drafted in the first. And I'm like, okay, I'm just leaning on them. So when I do mock drafts, I'm trying to predict what's going to happen based on how teams may see him. So it's a weird year for quarterback. And, I think Jackson Dart's being overhyped. He's just a guy to me. I don't think there's any. I think Shedeur can be a starter. Cam Ward can be a starter. And the rest of them, to me, are fighting to be good backups to low-end starters. And when I say the rest of them, that'd be Tyler Shuck, Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart, and that's pretty much it.
So with your
Jalen, to me, is a weird one. I don't know what to do with him. He can't throw accurately.
Milroe, okay.
He's not a decision maker, but he's an explosive athlete. He may be a Taysom Hill down the road. You just draft him because he makes explosive plays.
So
and he actually may be the third quarterback off the board, and it may shock everyone because teams just say we're drafting the explosiveness and that's it.
So what do you think we hear the Giants want to move up, possibly? What is an overpay for a quarterback who you don't think deserves to go number one? Like, what would you give up?
I think if
to
they
move
played
up?
chicken, they get him at 3.
Okay.
I think they give him at 3. The Titans have to do everything they can to leak out Cam. They're not going to leak out anything Shedeur. They got to say Cam. The Titans really like. So you need to have one of the guys come on the broadcast and say, Mel Kiper. Really, it's not even Mel Kiper. You got to try to get to Schefter or one of those guys, Ian Rappaport. The Tennessee Titans, there's been a lot of talk about the Titans potentially trading the pick. But according to my sources inside the team, or league sources, however you want to say it, the Titans are starting to fall in love with Cam Ward after the combine. You got to put that in there to really to really twist the knife on the Giants and see if they come up. And if they don't come up, screw it. You either take him or you take Abdul Carter and you move on. So if the Giants played chicken, they might still get Cam at 3 if they like him.
So, yeah, if they play chicken, you can't take the risk, though. The Titans aren't going to take Cam Ward. You just can't take that risk. If you love him, you love him.
But if
so
they
what
love
would
him,
be
they
the
love him,
third
then they're not
pick
trading him, right?
if the Titans move down to
Hold
3?
on, if they love him, they're not trading him, though, right?
He means the Giants.
No, I said the Giants love him.
No, but if the Titans,
if
Don't
the
take the
Giants
risk.
love him that much, go up and get him. You can't take the chance that they're going to pass
Or the
on him.
Titans
well, that
trade
means
with
the
someone
Titans
else.
don't love him
He gets that,
if he's
but
available.
Right.
but you can't
You
allow
could-
the Titans to control the draft.
What
and
I would do is
trade
I'd have a
the pick
conversation with
someplace
them. I'd
else.
try to feel them out and see if they're serious about him.
What would the Giants give up to move up to 1?
Yeah, how much is too much?
3-2, it's going to be a buyer's market
3 to 1.
probably. I mean, 3-1. I'm giving up maybe a second in this year's draft. He's not like a special talent. He's just the best.
So what would they get at 3?
They get Travis Hunter
Or
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Like you actually get a better player
Yeah.
and a pick.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, right.
If the
But
Giants
it depends if the Giants, yeah. Now, the
There's no
Giants
way-
got to want
there's no
it
way
that
they
bad.
have Cam Ward graded higher. I mean, he's a position of extreme importance and need. There's no way they have a higher grade on him than Carter or Travis Hunter. There's just no way.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a lesser player at a more important position, although rush and corner are very important, and you're going to get an extra pick. Man, if you're the Titans, you do that all day. You might get the guy you like anyway.
Well, you might like Shedeur, too.
Yeah, you could. I did hear that they like Shedeur a little bit after the Senior Bowl, or headed into the Senior Bowl. I heard that he was the guy they actually liked. They spent time with him at the East-West Shrine game. They kind of liked him. But then coming out of the combine, I heard that they've got it Cam.
No.
So
Cam won, and then a big drop to the next tier.
So if you believe the stock on Shedeur is low enough, the Titans can use what they get for Cam Ward trade to come back up and get Shedeur.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I don't think Shedeur gets out of the first for this reason. I think somebody will buy a fifth. But because Deion's done all this talking, it concerns you. If you're a team, you got to make sure that, hey, is he going to come to our team? Like, you're going to have those conversations with Deion and get permission to draft him, basically. And that's the worst thing. Somebody from a team already told me it's collectively bargained. He has to play wherever he goes. I get that, but I don't know if it's going to be that easy. Something tells me that Deion's not going to make it that easy. And Deion talking that much is going to have some teams saying, well, we'd like to draft him, but we don't think he'd come here. Like, don't talk. Do it all behind the scenes. Don't do it publicly. Don't give any reason for a team not to draft your guy. You never do it. Agents don't do it. Deion, don't do it. Don't do things that'll make people say, God, this is just too much of a hassle. We just can't do it. Because he's already done it. And teams are already saying it's too much of a hassle.
Yep.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that?
That was after a win on the way to a 4-win season.
Yeah. All right. 935 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No losses when you go over to Gulf Coast windows. There's no losses, baby. There's just no losses. If you're looking for the best window, there's one place. When you see this showroom, when you see the quality of the window, when you see the double pane, double strength, when you see the hurricane windows, when you see the wood-clad windows, when you see the aluminum, I mean, there's not a window that isn't the best. All of their windows are just the best, period. So you're looking for the best way to replace that window. Jim Fiumi's got it. He is a Pinnacle Award winner. That means something, okay? Excellence is what it means for the Better Business Bureau. In fact, in a recent survey conducted by Friedman Swift Associates, Gulf Coast Windows has been rated one of the most trusted window and door companies in Houston. Listen, you don't win the Pinnacle Award unless you get the best customer service, unless you're perfect, unless they do it. Perfection that's the goal every single time. Put it in perfectly. Have the perfect window. Have the best in service. Have the perfect warranty. Have beauty, privacy, security, all of it in one swoop, one place. GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back, 940 ESPN. Sam just brought me Valentine. She wants me to be her Valentine. Well, I wasn't here, so
Yeah, everyone
it's been
got
sitting in there.
You were
Everyone got
already
that,
hurt.
yeah.
She already gave
I
us
know.
our candy.
I mean, I got to tell her I'm married. So
I don't think you have to do that.
ease up, Sam.
I don't think you have to.
Okay.
We all got them as a gift for Valentine's
Got
Day
'em.
with that dumb card with our pictures on
I
them,
know with our picture.
with a pun or some sort.
Hey, she made an effort.
To do what? Embarrass us?
No, to do something a little fun. Although she did put all these out on the internet.
Yeah.
Roses are red. I like you a lot. Oh, happy Valentine's Day, John Granato.
Great
That is-
poet.
it was, what did she say to you? What did yours say?
I don't know, something that involved my name and making it rhyme. Everyone got this.
What rhymes with Olaleye?
Dell, my little first name.
Oh, Dell.
My short
smell?
first name. No, it wasn't that.
Okay.
It's on social media. I don't remember what it was.
Dell trying to lay you.
No, it wasn't
Happy
that
Valentine's Day.
either.
Dell Olaleye.
Trying
Stop trying to lay you.
No, I don't believe that was the case.
That wasn't it?
I'll find him, but she did it for everybody, and she gave us all candy. So John, you don't have to tell her to back off, unless we all do.
No, it just seems like she's a little aggressive.
She
right
was
now.
popular. Sam was at the.
Oh,
golf
that's
tournament.
surprising.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats, Sam.
Yeah,
Congrats.
all those
Congrats.
golfers.
Where was Annabelle? Why wasn't she out there?
She's got a real
first
job.
off- well, Sam has a real job too, but Abigail has a new full-time job, so she cannot be out there.
Oh, all right. Well, just get out there because it's kind of a big deal.
Or
Go to your job.
go to your job and make money. That's how you survive. So
Yep.
Lance's was give love a Lance this Valentine's Day.
I didn't know what that.
Give love a chance.
Oh, okay.
Paul was Happy Galentine's Day. What's wrong with you? You didn't know that? Happy Galentine's Day was Paul's. Jeremy was You're the Only One for Me from Jeremy. Rosa, we just did George John.
What does that mean? You're the only one for me.
Just you add Jeremy in there to rhyme it. I Want to Be Joe Valentine. They're not great.
The only one
They're
for
not
me,
great.
Jeremy.
That's
not really a
that's-
rhyme.
I didn't
Not
say
a
it was
rhyme.
good. We had I Blank You Valentine. I don't know what that's about either.
Whoa.
Oh, I blank you?
I
got
blank you?
Yeah, I got to tell you Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, that's really terrible.
Okay.
I want to lay is better.
I don't think they want to put that out.
It's a better Valentine's. You really want to know the
It
truth?
is better.
It rhymes better.
She would have to know my
If
last
we
name.
were doing it, how would we do it?
Wow, we would crush you.
Crush everybody.
Yeah, of course.
Todd, go fark your son.
Rose the red, violets and
Did
blue.
you see the World Cup is going to have a halftime show?
Don't they always?
This-
Don't they always do that?
Oh, I'm
No,
okay.
good. Thank you.
That's
Thank
our
you.
good friend
That
Melissa.
was really good.
I know
That's
she is.
Melissa.
She
That's
brought
our good
us
friend
all
Melissa.
That was
up to
Lou
delicious.
Dell.
That was
Tomorrow.
delicious.
Yeah, Dell had doubts about our friendship.
I didn't have.
Yeah.
Whether she would come through.
Dell said she was too
He
selfish to
basically
bring
said-
it down here.
He basically said Melissa's too selfish to
I
share
never said that.
share.
her tamales.
I said this was a
The
good
Guatemalan
test.
tamales.
It's a
when
good
we had
test.
tamales from Taquerias Randos, we shared and she shared.
Well, I first said you should leverage your relationship because she has been able to eat food because of the people who bring food up here. And I say, hey, let's make sure we get that. And then I thought differently and said, let's test. We don't even have to ask. Let's see what happens. And
it's
she
true.
passed.
It was a good litmus
And
test.
she
Now we know.
passed.
Yeah, now we know we're definitely friends.
She's great. Melissa's
Yeah.
great.
So they're gonna.
So she'll get some when trail burgers come up.
That's right.
If we get them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. MetLife Stadium is known as New York, New Jersey Stadium, blah blah. During the tournament, they're going to have the World Cup final on the 26th, which is not that far away now.
No.
We're coming up on it. July 19th. I kind of liked it when it was cool. The weather was cooler. Remember when it was in the desert of Qatar or Qatar, whatever, and so they moved it to the winter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but they moved it.
Yeah.
Anyway, during the halftime break, it usually only lasts 15 minutes. There's going to be a list of performances. Now, they're not going to change to 15 minutes. I think it's going to stand, but there's going to be a list of artists who will perform during the halftime show at the World Cup next year. I can confirm the first ever show at the World Cup in New York, New Jersey. This will be a historic moment. The biggest sporting event in the world. Now, Super Bowl halftime shows, which last up to 30 minutes due to the need to build and dismantle the stage on the pitch. No details have been given by FIFA or Infantino about whether the World Cup final will have an extended halftime interval to accommodate the show. They would have to. You cannot get people on and off the field is going to take probably a minimum of 4 minutes. If it's fast, 2 minutes on to set it up, 2 minutes off. I mean, that's at minimum, and it's a 15-minute.
They're playing on grass there, right?
Yes.
They're covering the field.
Yeah, it's got to be grass.
It's got to be grass. Yeah.
They're going to, all the
So
fields
they're
are
going to
grass.
put a stage out there on the grass.
See, I don't think it can be a stage.
I don't think so either.
I think it has to be 20 minutes, don't you think, Dale?
Well,
minimum.
In the past at other World Cups, they've had pre-games shows, and they have had like makeshift stages. And we've had stages on grass fields at Super Bowls, right? And they haven't.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they,
But it takes a while to like.
But I'm just talking about the effect on the field of play, and it doesn't really affect.
You can't have it as extravagant as the Super Bowl. Not if you're going to get 15 minutes or 20.
Well, the stadium. I mean, the field is as big.
But as far
as
the
the
stadium's
time,
is
it's
big.
putting it together.
Well, they have. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's a 30-minute halftime.
Yeah.
There's no way FIFA does that. It just interrupts the flow of the game too much.
Leave it to us to try to change the world's game.
I know the World Cup has always been a World Cup. We're like, we're going to put a halftime show in it. We're going to do a flyover.
We're going to do a red carpet.
Red carpet.
30-minute halftime.
30-minute halftime. We're going to have Rihanna up there pregnant.
Ooh.
Well, it's possible. She does
She
like
did
having
one
children.
Super Bowl pregnant. She can do another one.
She
I don't know if
pregnant
she's-
again, or you got it?
It's 26. I don't know. I don't know what will
get her
happen then.
Pregnant, or
She could be.
It's no.
I know
we.
Elon Musk will have somebody pregnant then.
We don't have to get her pregnant.
right?
though.
Elon
He's at
Musk will
14
more
now.
than likely have someone pregnant.
What's his number? 14 by
He's
6?
13 by 4.
It's not.
No, he's up to 14 at another one.
Oh, yeah.
during
yeah.
the combine,
It's not
yeah.
6 women though. He
How
hasn't
many?
gotten to that point. It
Well,
might
he
be
just had his fourth with one of
I
them,
think it
but
might
that's
be
not his wife.
3 or 4.
What
I
does his
think.
wife think of all
Is he
this?
Mormon or something?
No, he just wants to procreate.
Kevin, I mean, Sean Kemp's not Mormon.
Cromartie's not Mormon.
Cromartie's not Mormon.
Nick Cannon's not Mormon.
He's in that same crew.
Yeah.
He's got 14. He's beaten all of them.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, yeah.
But he's been married on all of them, so that's a good thing.
Well, not the conservative influencer. He wasn't married to her.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Of course he wasn't.
Elon doesn't care about marriage. Hey, you want a kid? I'll give you one.
Hold on a second.
What's that noise?
It's noise.
That's the noise. That's how it sounds to you?
That's what
it sounds like to you?
wow.
I just feel like I'd like the money that comes along with it. I don't think I'd like to talk to him much.
So you be willing.
He doesn't seem like a person that's easy to talk to.
Who, Elon?
Yeah.
He's too smart to talk to.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to him.
He named one of his kids
dumb.
Flort, or
So
something
you're saying
like
if
that.
you were a woman, you'd welcome having one of his children?
Well, I'd welcome
Well, I'd
a check
welcome
that
that
came
money.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a child comes with it.
But I'm
Yeah.
just being a hoe at this
Yeah.
point. At this point, I'm
It'd
telling
probably
you,
be a smart kid.
I'm a hoe, Del.
Well, it has your DNA too.
Give me
Yeah,
that
I know,
money.
but that'll raise it. That'll raise the smart factor.
So Lance, you would be a hoe, is what you're saying.
yeah. For the right.
Too,
A gold digger
A
as
good
well.
hoe.
Oh, yeah.
No,
A good hoe.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Who wouldn't?
A gold digging hoe is what you're saying you'd
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't? Some
Yeah.
women, we know women who aren't that. What do you mean who wouldn't?
Yeah, but we would.
Lot of most.
We're
yeah, I don't know. Any
Oh
woman that
my
wouldn't.
God.
We're not above
John, save yourself. You heard he almost was like most of them.
it all. Yeah.
He's like, well, I don't know.
Okay, Elon money, and ain't
That's
a
what I'm
lot of
saying.
them turning it
There's
down.
levels to this, Del.
Yeah.
I have more respect.
Not me.
Nah,
Mm-mm.
you're just not honest with yourself.
No, your lovely wives would turn it down.
Yeah, my wife would.
There
She
are
wouldn't
got
like him at all.
kids.
There-
But she won't even
And
kiss
she got
me.
Lance.
But she won't even kiss me if I put these
Cool.
light-sensitive sunglasses,
Well,
indoor sunglasses
She's got
on.
a point there.
Like, she's like, I can't take you seriously. I'm like, this is
Well,
extremely serious.
Yeah, and Elon doesn't wear glasses like that.
No, but he's
What is
He's what?
nothing. Nothing.
your mic turned off for some reason?
Mm-hmm. He is
Nothing.
and rich.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't care about all that stuff.
Well,
So
you would if you had
be
to
a
live
go-
with him.
so
but
if
if you
you
don't have to
were-
live with
who
him,
has to live with him? Nobody's
That's what I'm
on
saying.
it.
He's
Are
just
all
gonna
four
shoot
living
you-
with him? Is he a Mormon?
he's going to
No.
shoot you up with a kid, and then that's it.
That's
You
it.
don't have to see him anymore.
So
Just play
when-
video.
when
You can play your
shoot you
video
up-
games.
so-
and you can play your whole season.
So Elon,
Sim your season.
so
Yeah.
Elon, so you would let Elon shoot up the club?
No, Del, we're not going to say it like that.
You said
That's
that
not,
already.
That's not
Shoot
romantic
up the
sounding.
kid.
No, he said.
Shoot up the club. That doesn't sound
But you
romantic.
just said shoot up. Didn't you say shoot up?
Yeah, but I made it
Yeah.
sound more romantic.
No, you didn't.
I don't know that it was that romantic.
I
we
just
got a
want
break.
everyone to know. In conclusion, these two would willingly, if they're
Yeah.
a woman, be gold
Oh, no,
digging.
yeah, absolutely.
gold
For-
diggers
for
if they
Elon
could.
Money? Yeah, and don't kid yourself.
You-
You, would too.
No,
You
I
too.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
I
Ask
wouldn't.
Mapes.
you
He's
can
right
you can
behind
deny,
you.
deny.
I'm denying right now. Mapes, would you?
No, they're
or-
saying I would get Elon
If
pregnant.
you were a hoe.
Elon is
All
way
I'm
more
saying is
fertile
if
than
No,
you're
I
I
a
am.
said
hoe.
I didn't say hoe. I said if you're a woman.
Oh, a woman. Right.
Good hoe is an oxymoron. What are we doing?
Well, that's what you said.
Yeah.
What if you said good hoe? And I was
A
like,
good
that
hoe.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, but
Oh,
well, me and
there's
John
good
would be.
hoes.
Yeah,
Name
Yeah.
them.
we would be. Well,
We just had discussion about strippers with a heart of gold.
Honora,
Name a real one.
Honora,
Honora
was
wasn't, but there's good ones out
Honora
there.
probably had
Have you met
good
any?
intentions.
Yeah.
Probably.
You've met strippers with a heart of gold.
Yeah.
There's some good
At
hoes.
the Colorado, there used to be one way back in the day.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. Why don't you talk about Zadok? Speaking of which, you know what?
No, if you want to stay married and you want to get yourself out of any trouble that you get into, there's the doghouse trip to Zadok. But, it's better that you just do it for Mother's Day or birthday or engagements or anniversaries. You just be a good husband, a good fiance, a good boyfriend, and get the jewelry over at Zadok Jewelers. It's can't miss, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've been the jeweler for the city of Houston for over 4 decades, and they've been on Post Oak the entire time. They moved to their new location a couple of years back. God, it is a beautiful spot. It's unbelievable. The entire building. And Uchi goes over there, go stop in, grab yourself a little lunch, and then stop. And then right after that, go get yourself an awesome watch. They've got men's and women's watches, but they've got the very best designers and watchmakers around the world that are available there. And of course, if you're looking for something special for her, it's can't miss. You simply talk to one of their consultants and you tell them what budget you're working with, and they'll walk you to all the pieces that you need to be looking at It's never been made easier. They use their expertise to make you look like a star when you give her that gift. It's Zadok Jewelers. Go to Zadok.com. Oh, yeah, he is.
Have you guys seen this $19? Air One has gone too far. $19 strawberry. Have you seen this? They're
Nope.
selling a strawberry for $19. Alyssa Antochi is an influencer.
And then people will buy it because it's cost
It's-
that much.
Yes. I mean, why can't we do something like that? Why can't your kids do something?
Just take a
create
strawberry-
something that's
Well, what kind of
like
strawberry
something
is it?
simple,
Well, what kind of strawberry?
like a
is it?
banana. Okay, this banana is $42, and sell it. I mean,
If you get enough people
to think it's great.
yeah.
Jimmy
Mr.
Kimmel
Beast
had
could.
it. Jimmy, I don't know which Jimmy. Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel had it on his show with Mindy Kaling, and they tried it, and it was the most delicious
Wait, there's
strawberry
more
ever.
strawberries? You mean there's a
They
certain,
sell 19. You put one strawberry in a container, and it's $19.
what kind of strawberry is it? What
Uh,
hybrid is it?
It's a strawberry. I don't care what kind it is.
Well, I know I'm not. I would never buy
One
some.
It's a big strawberry, but it's $19.
$19
Air One
strawberry.
is like the worst place in the world.
Luxury fruit or overpriced type? It's overpriced. Type. No
Overpriced
matter
type
what. I don't
is
care
what
how
it
good it tastes.
No.
It is soup. It is a big strawberry now.
How bad would you feel? A Michigan dad got a $1.1 million lottery ticket as a birthday gift. How bad would you feel if you gave that to him? Instead of opening it yourself, instead of scratching it yourself.
Well, if he leaves you some of it.
Oh, no. He picked the numbers. They picked the numbers and random numbers and gave it to him as a birthday gift. And he won $1.1 million. I would feel like crap.
Yeah, this strawberry is not big enough to be $19.
$19. No,
It has to be the size of a bowling ball.
Right.
No, there's no strawberry big enough. That's worth
Oh, if you
$19.
put enough steroids in it.
No, but what are you going to do with a strawberry that size? Are you going to eat the whole thing? Save it? Once you take a bite out of it? What are we doing?
Well,
What are you doing with the strawberry that
one
size?
for $19?
That's the
How
point.
much do you think that
it's never
Chill burger
worth
with
it.
barbecue on it's going to cost?
Well, at least it's a burger.
Yeah, it's a burger.
What are you doing
I'll
with
get
the
full on it.
$19 strawberry?
Not only that, I plan on getting sick on it.
Yeah.
Eating until I get sick, and
You
then I
would
have to eat the rest of the day.
You would eat $19
The strawberry, I
worth.
still want to eat.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Del.
But
I still want to have something.
Even if it was a bowling ball, you're going to eat $19 worth of a bowling ball size strawberry?
Yeah.
What are you doing? No, you're not.
You share it. Okay, if it feeds like 12 people, if it can feed, if you bring it to.
So who would you share yours with? So you and Yanni and Justin and Chad would
Right.
all eat off the same strawberry?
Oh, yeah. We cut it up.
No,
No,
there's no
you cut it up.
utensils.
Oh, yeah.
You guys just eat it with your mouth.
And whoever gets to the
No.
center first.
No. I wouldn't share it with Yanni and Chad.
No one's,
Justin, no.
No one's eating that size of a strawberry. Cut it out. It's a ridiculous product.
I don't want this one.
This is what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
I don't even want this one. $19. Air One. Because it's Justin Bieber's wife? You people are idiots. People are idiots.
Well, you said that she's got that there's that frozen yogurt place over there, right? That
Yeah.
she does. Yeah.
Air One.
Yeah. And everyone
Yeah.
goes for that. Too?
Everybody goes, and this is where you buy this strawberry.
Oh, now it all makes sense.
Yes. I mean, stupid. People are stupid. Your generation is stupid, Del. That's all.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
You think it's just millennials buying that
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. No, it was all young people in there, and they're buying $20 to $5
Those
shakes.
are millennials.
They're buying $25 smoothies.
Those are Gen Z.
Just stupid.
People your kids' ages.
Oh yeah, they're stupid.
Yeah.
There's no question.
You raised that generation of stupid.
Yeah.
Don't blame
You
me
always
for
try
that.
to put this on us.
It is Gen Z.
You're not putting this on us.
You're the parents of Gen Zers, right? It's
Yeah,
on you
we
guys.
tried to raise them right.
You failed.
You know why? Because the internet, your people at the internet
My
and
people.
TikTok raised them
Yeah.
wong. We did everything we could.
We tried to get
and as
them
soon as they get a
boomer
phone,
values,
guess
and look
what?
what they did.
Dummies.
Yeah, stupid.
You guys raised them.
Idiot, Del.
I don't have any kids. What are you talking about? How are you blaming me for this?
No. Well, if you did, okay, you and Elon raising idiots.
Oh, well, I think we all know who would be the hoe in that situation.
Me.
You two, not
Yes,
me.
We both would. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Y'all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Welcome to the show. We talked about this scenario last show. Would the Rockets' pragmatism pay off? Would resting all your guys in a game against the Thunder, knowing how poor you play in back-to-backs, lead to a win against Indiana? The answer is no. Poor defense early. We'll hear from Ime about that. Led to them always needing to make runs to stay in it. And eventually, a big run in the fourth quarter gave them a lead. But Indiana ran off a big run of their own, and they won the game. So the gamble didn't work. I understand it, but giving away a game for all intents and purposes, they wouldn't say that they did, but giving away the OKC game did not pay off in their next game against Indiana. Now they've lost 3 in a row. And of course, it pops up on ESPN right now, the Western Conference standings. They're in 5th, and the Warriors are climbing. They went into New York and won a game. They got going. Their offense got going in the third quarter, and they were able to push aside the Knicks. So the Warriors are now, I think, what are they, 9-2 since they've acquired Jimmy Butler, somewhere around there. They're now the Knicks are a good basketball team, but their schedule hasn't been that tough. But they've 9-1, excuse me, with Jimmy Butler starting lineup, or since he was acquired. So he did miss a game that they lost. I think it was in Philly. He didn't play in that game, so they're 9-2 overall, but 9-1 when he plays. And they're not that far behind. And the way they're playing, the way the Rockets are playing, they're a little bit closer than you'd like. And that's still the 6th seed. I don't anticipate the Rockets falling into the play-in, but they need to pick it up. That's now lost to Sacramento, who's playing better. The Thunder, who are the best team in the West, and now a Pacers team who's pretty good as well as they fight for a top seed to have home court advantage. So as the schedule has toughened, the Rockets have slipped. Now they will get an easy stretch upcoming, and then they got the Pelicans, and they get to play them, so that should be a little bit of a reprieve. But early in the year, when they were playing as well as they were, I did wonder, was this a real thing? And then you get 50 plus games in, you have to just say, yes, they're a good basketball team. But where they are now was my high end for what I thought they could accomplish. And injuries have played a part. But maybe this is them coming back to what they're supposed to be. A 5th or 6th seed, fighting for potential home court advantage. But you know what? Without a let's just say a clear superstar, they have an all-star with Alperen, and you have several young players. Maybe this is where they should have been all year, and they had played above their heads. But they do have a stretch of games, as I mentioned, that might help them rise up the standings. But they go into Indiana, and the Pacers shot the ball really well. We talked about it yesterday. The pace, no pun intended, that the Pacers like to play at can cause problems. They will take the ball off a made basket and get up the floor really quickly. They're a team who looks for the first good shot. And as you're scrambling to recover, it's a pump fake and then ball movement. And even if they don't take the first good shot, they'll use their ball movement and player movement to get a great shot. And that gave the Rockets problems in that first half. It has been a defensive performance of the last, during the stretch of losing, that we're not used to. 115, but they gave up 67 in the first half. They were down by 10, and they got back to form in the second half as the Indiana shooting cooled off. But Halliburton had a night, and Miles Turner hit big shots, big threes when it felt like the Rockets were making a move. And you look at what the Rockets did. Cam Whitmore went from playing a lot with guys out and playing really well to getting 7 minutes. And Reed Shepherd still played back at point guard minutes, but didn't have the production nowhere near the production he had in that first game. So with Fred not playing, it was on Jalen Green to facilitate and be your primary ball handler. 5 turnovers, didn't shoot the ball well. And but give Alperen Sengun some credit. He got after it with his 25. But overall, just poor defensively in the first half, and it put them into catch-up mode. And the NBA is about runs and the game ebbs and flows, and you would expect after Rockets big run to take the lead, that the Pacers would fight back. They brought in their starters. A lot of that was done with Halliburton on the bench and TJ McConnell in the offense, and you saw the dip, and the Rockets took advantage of that. But when it came down to it, they could not keep the Pacers' best players from impacting the game. You look at Halliburton plus 20, and the Rockets' best guard on the night, as far as at least by name, Jalen Green, was a minus 22, and that number really came about late when he was brought back in the game, as it felt like it was slipping away a little bit, but it was still a competitive ball game. And then the Pacers put on a run, and Jalen's plus minus really took a hit. So 3 in a row, 3 losses in a row. I'm trying to think back to their last win. I'm trying to think if it was even impressive, or they kind of squeaked through. I don't remember now. It's been Kings,
The Bucks.
Yes, I think that's what it was. It was Bucks then Spurs. The Bucks win was a close one where no one could really execute down the stretch. We talked about Giannis and his dumb foul. That was the game where where Alpern threw a ball behind his head when he could have just pulled it out. So that wasn't a game that you could go, wow, man, the Rockets really handled a close ball game down the stretch well. They just found a way. And then they beat the Spurs, a Spurs team without Wemby, and they handled the Spurs pretty easily. But since that point, as the competition has taken a step up, they have not stayed within double digits with anyone. Actually, take that back. The Thunder game got under 10 very late. And of course, we got the Pacers beat them by 13. So there it is. We're at 3 in a row. And Ime said that the lineup would stay the same. And you can take him at his word unless this doesn't turn around. Because the thought is, if you wanted your best players on the floor when Fred is back, and people can fight the fact that maybe Fred's not their best player, one of their best players, or at least top 5 players, that you would take Dylan Brooks out of the starting lineup. Because the lineup that involves Brooks and this current starting 5 when Fred's back is now at a net rating, because Fred didn't play yesterday. Net rating is, at last check, like minus 8.5, minus 8.5. So the 5 guys you're going to lean on to be your starting unit, and maybe what you think is your best unit right now, a minus 8.5. So you're starting behind, to use a football term, behind the chains as soon as you tip it off. That's what that lineup has been over the course of the year. We'll see if Ime's words hold true about going with those guys the rest of the way. We'll hear from Ime when we come back. He talked about the defense, putting them behind very early, and that being a tough mountain to climb. We'll hear from him. We'll get into what one team is doing to protect their young quarterback, that I hope the Texans look to that as an example, because a young quarterback got beat up a lot last year, and the general manager and the organization said we can't have that happen. So they're making moves. Hopefully the Texans have something in the future in store for that. They have a plan in store to help their quarterback as well, because a second consecutive years of CJ getting pounded as far as dealing with pressure and just taking hits can't be something the Texans allow to happen. So we'll get to that as well. We're just getting started here. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. Did we take this call and expect Gilbert to be on the air, Sean? I don't expect him to be on there.
No.
I don't expect him to answer. He didn't call for us. He's been on hold for over an hour.
Do you want
We won't do it
to
now.
check in?
We'll hear from Ime, and then we'll hear from Gilbert. The likelihood of him being there is very low, but we'll see. We'll do all that when we come back. So what? Uh, I guess so. I can't hear anything. Well, I had my headset unplugged, so I couldn't hear anything at all. So apparently we're off there as far as the AV. Well, we have a system. Sometimes the system malfunctions. Sean's going to work on it. Sorry, I was too busy listening and looking at Dan Orlovsky defend Shador Sanders because Colorado has some issues, and this is the Dan Orlovsky thing. When a quarterback, particularly a young one, is taking a hit, he will come on and defend that quarterback. He'll look at the film and defend the quarterback and push maybe blame on others in the program when he watches film. And I'm not saying all of it is wrong, but this is the MO of him. He is a defender of young quarterbacks and quarterbacks in general. So I was watching that and I did not hear what was going on, mostly because my headset was unplugged. So we're back. We'll try to get back on track here as we are having issues. It happens. But I think we can play Ime sound, right? We can play Ime sound. So Ime Udoka, after the game, discussed his team's lack of defense and how that became an issue in trying to come back and win this game.
Opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. Yeah, and so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so, that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up one and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness from the start to avoid getting into that hole.
Yeah, he mentions the missed layups. I remember a sequence where it was very Charles Smith-ish of the Rockets. If you don't know that reference, it's way back in the mid-90s when Charles Smith got his shot blocked several times by the Bulls in the playoffs. It was a lot of Rockets asking, "Where's the foul? Where's the foul?" In that stretch when they were trying to add on to the run. Tari Eason was involved in that. I think Alperen had a couple shots deterred by Miles Turner, who didn't just knock down shots in the offense and was making plays on the defensive end, if you don't think he was fouling, which is what the Rockets certainly did think during those stretches where they couldn't make the point blank layups that Ime was talking about. So a lot of things occurred. They did fight. You give them credit for that. They put themselves in the hole, and it's pretty easy once you're down big, double digits to Indiana, to allow them to overwhelm you with the way they play. But the Rockets stayed in it. They got stops, and stops are such a big thing for them. It's a big thing for everybody, but particularly for them. If they got to take the ball out of the basket, I mean, just my human eyes, as someone who does a show here would say, my human eyes tell me their offense takes a hit. Don't know what the numbers say, but watching game to game, their ability to turn bad shots into early offense and certainly turnovers helps them immensely. And then, of course, when they offensive rebound as well, that is a big part of how they get buckets. But not enough last night, despite the effort. You like it, just. It's a tough one when you consider that they didn't try to win the OKC game as far as the guys who they kept out. The guys who played, they fought too, but now you walked yourself into 2 losses in a row on the road when you weren't using your best players in the first one. That's tough because they pointed to this game last night as the one they should win and could win, and it didn't work out there that way because their defense let them down throughout the first half. So they go down now 3 in a row. Okay, so I mentioned a team making moves to protect their quarterback, and that's the Bears. They get Jonah Jackson yesterday from the Rams, and today they make a move for Joe Thuney. So Joe Thuney is a high-priced guard who the Chiefs had to play, who had to move the tackle, kind of the opposite of what the Texans did, where they moved Titus Howard, a high-priced tackle, to make him an even more higher-priced guard. Joe Thuney played better at tackle than Titus Howard played at guard. It's just when it came down to facing the Eagles, no one on that Chiefs team had any answers. Now he's a Bear. This is the product of winning and trying to keep it together. When you have high profile players, you have to pay. Some people are going to have to go with Mahomes and Chris Jones, and you're going to have to pay your young players on defense. Someone had to take it, and it's Joe Thuney. So he goes to Chicago. They've secured 2 guards in the last 2 days. Jonah Jackson got paid last offseason in March by the Bears. Now by the Rams. Now he's a Bear. Speaking of teams who have to deal off high-priced players to keep it together, the Rams are another team. And now that moves me to the Texans. Joe Thuney for like 30 minutes. I'm not sure people got a chance to make the Thuney Texans edits because it happened so quickly. We were 30 minutes in from the report that he was being shopped to the Bears got him. So don't know if those Texans aggregation accounts could have got that done that quickly, but he would have been a nice one. Maybe there'll be a lot of player movement. We've seen 2 starting guards go in the last 2 days as the Bears are very aggressive. The Texans were in on Deebo Samuel. Don't particularly care about that. Now the focus for some is, can they get Devontae Adams? I'd rather have you, not that you can't multitask, but less wide receiver stuff right now. As far as older free agents, go pay for a guard. They do need receiver help, and that comes into focus even more today because Aaron Wilson's reporting that Tank Dell is having another surgery. He had surgery to repair his PCL and his MCL. Now he's having a surgery to repair his ACL by the same doctor. That'll happen today. Tank has a long road to recovery, and you don't have to believe me. I'm just the guy saying stuff. We can go to a guy who went through this. Cecil Shorts. Remember him? He did play for the Texans for a little bit. He had a career-ending injury. Now, this is from maybe a week and a half or so ago, but he spoke to Will Kunkel about Tank Dell's injury and compared it to his. And you're going to hear something that might scare you when it comes to Tank's prognosis.
I hate to say it about Tank. I don't think Tank will be back next year after that injury.
I've talked to some people that think.
I'll be honest with you right now. I had that same exact knee injury.
You dislocated
I dislocated my knee.
And then tore ACL, MCL,
I tore ACL, MCL, PCL, LCL, meniscus. I tore pretty much everything in my knee. And it ended my career. Now, I was older. I was in my later 20s. And Tank's a much better receiver than me. But just experiencing that injury, I didn't get fully cleared till almost 4.5 years later. And they told me straight up. Now they were worried about my artery. So I had to be in the hospital for about 2.5, 3 weeks. And they were like, hey, we want to make sure, because I was 1.5 centimeters or 2.5 centimeters from losing my leg. If I was getting my leg amputated. So when I heard he dislocated his knee and they were like, oh, it's an ACL. I'm like, no, it's much. In my head, I'm like, it's much more than that. I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, let's just see what it says. And then eventually it came out. But normally when you dislocate your kneecap, you pretty much are tearing every single thing.
So LCL, MCL for Tank repaired already, and now the ACL today. So they're not the same, and Cecil Shorts kind of laid it out. He was an older player. Not that Tank being a better receiver matters. It's just a knee is a knee, but there are some differences. But the core of what Cecil Shorts is saying, he said something I think a lot of us believe, that Tank won't be playing next year. Well, now this year, but the 2025 season. The question is what he will be like when he comes back. And bodies are different. Tank's younger, as Shorts pointed out, but it's going to be a tough road. And the Texans are going to have to bank on someone else besides Tank helping Nico Collins and CJ Stroud. So whether that be in the draft or maybe someone a little less high profile during free agency, it'll be a focus. But the Cecil Shorts commentary on what he had to deal with and what Tank possibly will have to go through, it's tough. 4.5 years he wasn't physically cleared to come back, and he is clearly long since retired. Tank didn't spend 2 to 3 weeks in the hospital. Didn't hear anyone talk about possibly losing his leg, so it wasn't as drastic, but it's tough, particularly when you're just trying to make a play. You catch a touchdown pass, and then we can pretty much guarantee we won't see you till 2026. So there it is. It's one opinion from a guy who went through it, and not a not something you can look to and say, okay, that made me feel better. Actually makes me feel worse about what Tank will be going forward. But hopefully the surgery goes well today, and his recovery begins, and there are no setbacks, and maybe we're talking about a miraculous story in 2026. All right, let's do this. Let's see if Gilbert, who's been on hold for an hour and 17 minutes and counting, answers the phone. Let's see. I'm gonna go no. I'm gonna lean towards no, but we'll try it right now. What's up, Gilbert? We've got audio. Kind of what I expected. The phone being live, but no one there. All right, that's fine. Not surprising at all. You take a shot. And unlike the Pacers, I missed.
Yeah, you miss 100 shots of 100% of the shots you don't.
I've never really understood that. No, I just didn't. No, if I don't take a shot, I didn't make any shots, but I didn't miss any either. Like my stat line would be 0 for 0. Like that. Unlike that kid who apparently is like a TikTok viral star who finally his career finally ended at Florida Gulf Coast, and everyone was trying throughout his entire career. People tried to get him a make. Every time they showed a highlight clip of all his misses, and the entire bench is like, "This is the time." Never made a shot. So he's over because he took some shots. Me, I'm moving the ball. Let's keep the offense flowing.
Tony Snell.
I think Tony Snell took some shots, and wasn't the case that he had a 0-0-0 stat line, and
I thought it was all zeros,
and he never took a shot in a couple games.
Shots.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, I'd rather be Tony Snell than Deion Waiters. I'd rather go 0 for 0 than 0 for 10.
Well, 0 for 30 because that means you stop trying.
Yeah, if you stop shooting at 10, that's Deion Waiters' line. If I stop shooting and win 0 for 10, that means I lost my confidence and I quit. So I'd rather go 0 for 30. Maybe stop at 10. Move the ball to someone else. Hey, weren't you on the team with like Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, didn't you play with LeBron
and
James?
KD? Yeah, there are other guys you can get the ball to, but that was the attitude of Deion Waiters. He had a nickname that fit him. I forgot what it was. I'll just go to Pro Basketball Reference at some point. But thanks, Gilbert. I guess for nothing.
Do you want me to put him back on hold?
Nah. I honestly just want to see if the count goes to an hour and 30 minutes when we wrap it up. I probably should, because for people who don't know, there's a board in here where I can see how long someone's been on hold. John and Lance don't care about how long you've been on hold. I do. So I try to get the people before an hour and 10 minutes, unlike them. So that's why Gilbert was still on hold. I should have just let him stay on hold to see if that phone would be active for 3 hours.
Now, I imagine at one point your phone just dies.
Unless it's a landline. True. I don't know that he has a cell phone.
Sure.
He's in a facility right now. So we'll see if that thing, does it cost us?
I don't know. Does it cost him?
It doesn't cost me specifically. I just don't know if it costs the
station. I feel
like
now that we've had the conversation.
So now we have to hang up on him just in case it does cost the station.
Yeah.
We know Todd's listening. Todd, does it cost the station if we keep someone on hold for 2 hours to see if he just wants to stay on hold for 2 hours? Let us know. Maybe that's built into the budget. Who knows?
Oh, an hour-long phone calls built into the budget?
No, but having guys on hold, maybe that's just built in. Maybe it's an accepted risk of the job we're doing.
Yeah, because I guess just one person being on hold for an hour or 2 hours.
Is it any different?
That would cost the same as,
3 guys being on hold for a combination of 25 minutes, which is possible depending on the show that's being called into.
Probably the morning show, yeah.
I didn't want to expressly say that, but sure, you're right. Probably the morning show. Now, Todd, I don't know if you need to make some money for the station because we're going to keep Gilbert on hold for the next hour and a half, but I know how you could. Right, Sean?
Yes, Todd, you should use Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, where they have every sport that you can imagine. So basketball season coming down to the second half. We're close to tournament season. We're close to the playoffs. And now's the best time to make money. Maybe basketball isn't your thing. They have they have NHL, they have MLB spring training, they have soccer from all over the world. They have first half and second halves of different sports. They have golf, TGL, when TGL is popping off. Anything you want, you can find it on Prize Picks. You can mix and match too. So maybe like one basketball thing and one NHL thing. Perfect. Make a lineup, win some money on Prize Picks tonight. I'm doing a strategy that's called kick a dog when it's down. The Dallas Mavericks played the Milwaukee Bucks, and I don't know if you know this, but things are not going well right now for the Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to take advantage of that and say that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to score or is going to have more than 48.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Dame Lillard is going to make more than 2.5 3-pointers, and that Spencer Dinwiddie is in the, hey, somebody got to score. Might as well be Spencer Dinwiddie with more than 16.5 points. If you like it, you can tail it. If you don't, you can make your own lineup on Prize Picks. You download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
In our discussion last segment about Tank and what the Texans are going to do, did not mention that Nico Collins restructured his deal. Now, depending on who you go to, the Texans have anywhere from like $18 million in cap space now to about 14.5. I don't know how there can be a fluctuation of $4.5 million or so, but that's what it is. From 19 or so to 14.5 is what I've seen. I may have said 18, but I think I've seen like near 19 to about 14.5. Whatever it means, we know the Texans, or whatever amount they have, we know the Texans have more space. They have opportunities to create more at the combine. Casario talked about that I have some avenues that if we need to make space, we can, and that has started with the Nico Collins restructure. So does that mean a trade's coming? Maybe. Or Joe Mixon was right that Casario just has big things in store. Could be a trade, could be free agency, whatever it might be. The Texans have more money to spend.
Well, they did make a move after
I did
clearing
see that.
up the space.
I wouldn't exactly include that in a big move, but
they made a splash.
the last time we saw this gentleman, he was not blocking George Karlaftis. Well,
no one was.
He and someone else was not blocking
Yeah,
George Karlaftis.
To be fair,
it was him and Dalton Schultz not blocking George Karlaftis.
Can't field the team if we let go of everyone who didn't block a Kansas City Chief.
Considering the sacks, Dare Ogunbowale signs a deal to remain a Texan. So if you like third down backs who will play specials, you got your guy.
And maybe block George Karlaftis
the next time he has the opportunity.
Maybe.
I'm
giving him the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm sure. We hope that Nick Caley doesn't put him in those situations as often as Bobby Slowick did. It didn't work out.
At least not one-on-one.
Well, is it one-on-one? I guess it's one-on-one, even if Schultz is standing there, because we know he's not blocking.
Yeah, he doesn't count as one.
Yeah. There was a guy in the area, so instead of taking an inside move, Karlaftis just ran around the outside. Either way, it worked out for Karlaftis and not for the Texans, as they went down in Kansas City. So there it is. They do make a move. Dare is back. Sure. Okay. I mean, it's fine.
I mean, that's why they had to clear up the space.
No, they could have operated. They could have given Nico Collins more money and still signed Dare to the deal they signed him to.
I believe in Nick Casario's vision, which is clear up money using Nico Collins' contract, and then re-sign a third down back.
They had to have a third down back. Why not keep a guy you like? And
True.
It's not a major move, but if you like Dare, you like what he contributes, bring him back. It's better than operating on the open market to find a third down back, a guy you don't know that much about. So they make a move. He returns, and Nico Collins isn't the only one that can restructure. They can do Al-Shair. There are plenty of guys. If they want cap space, they can create it and just do the credit card thing with a salary cap. Just push that down the line and expect the NFL salary cap to go up, so it's not as consequential, because that's what always happens. The salary cap goes up.
Yeah, and then at some point 2 years just down the road, they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, there's the dead money from the Al-Shair restructure," and you're like,
and the Diggs restructure and all those things.
Oh,
okay. It eventually will be an issue, but I always think of it this way: yeah, it's an issue now, but push some other things down the road so it's less of an issue, because you can just keep doing this. The NFL. How long? The NFL doesn't say you have to stop at some point pushing stuff down the road.
You can't default.
Yeah, keep doing it. Who cares? And at some point, you'll probably get fired anyway, so it won't be your problem.
Yeah, get your Mickey Loomis on.
He doesn't get fired. Yeah, and he's been doing it for.
Oh yeah, he just does. That's the only flaw in his plans, that he hasn't gotten fired.
He never gets fired, so he has to keep doing it.
Damn it.
And being a very average football team, we hope the Texans don't completely be the Saints.
Yeah,
you don't want them to completely be the Saints. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah. The salary cap, real or fake, whatever you think of it, there are ways to maneuver around it, and the Texans are doing that right now. And you hope it turns into players who can certainly impact the roster in a positive way. Or there's the other thing of pushing that cap space down the road. You don't always have to push debt down the road. You can push actual cap space down the road to use it if you don't use it this offseason. But they're all in, right? So they must use it this offseason.
I do have a question about being all in.
What does it mean for this team?
Or just if after CJ Stroud's rookie year, after a second year, they're all in. So are they just going to be all in for 15 years?
The window's always open, Sean.
That's the other guy.
Oh,
that's the other guy.
So what's the phrase we can point to for the Texans? If we can't give them the window's always open, we're all in all the time.
We're all in for H-Town.
All in.
Throw your H's up.
I'm gonna. Okay.
That's what the Texans would call it.
I would say all in all the time. But H-Town would have to be included, because you can't mention anything about this team without having H-Town be involved.
Throw your H's up and your
rollies in the sky, wave them side to side. So I think all in will be their way of going about it. Partly there is a pressure of the CJ Stroud $65 million contract is on the horizon at some point. It's the thing everyone always talks about, because of course the assumption is CJ will be worth that. He wasn't worth it last year because the Texans didn't put him in a spot to be worth it. So you go all in until you actually have to pay him, and then you you tell an all pro, we got to trade you to the Bears, like the Chiefs are doing. This is the time, right?
It's the circle of life.
Yes.
The Chiefs also trading Tyreek Hill.
Yes. It didn't matter too much. They went on to win 2 titles, but now the guy very important to protecting Patrick Mahomes has to go because they're high priced guys. Like you're paying Travis Kelce far more than he's worth now. Chris Jones, you're paying him exactly what he's worth, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
And of course, you're paying Patrick Mahomes. It is interesting. You look at that Chiefs roster that they have to get rid of Joe Thuney. I'm looking at that roster. Who are the premium players? And it speaks to Lance's point about why he thought Philly was going to dominate, because the Chiefs aren't really full of clear premium players. I would go McDuffie, who hasn't been paid yet.
Yes.
Not Kelce, but he's paid like one. Chris Jones. And then you got Mahomes. So do they have it happens. Do they have 3 premium players on the roster and they have to get rid of one of their other premium players because they've got other moves to try to keep this thing going? It's just a business. Joe Thuney, now a Bear. And right now the Texans don't have to deal with it because there is no quarterback being paid the type of money on the roster that Mahomes is being paid. You've got Tunsil making a lot of money. Nico, a reasonable deal for what he produces, but high price contract. Of course, the Will Anderson deal will come. The CJ deal will come. The Stingley deal will come beforehand. But they're still in a spot where they can pay their young players and not be too worried about discarding salary. As for players that are actually pretty good, like Shaq Mason, you want to get rid of him? Fine. I think, and it's my way of putting it, I don't think the Texans feel this way. I think you're stuck with Titus Howard, even if that salary is an overpay for what he provides. Not a bad spot, and you see, depending on who you believe, they've either got like $15 or $19 million to spend, and they can create more with a couple more moves. So I think the Texans will be active, whether through trade or free agency. The question is, do we like who they acquire? And we'll find that out throughout this offseason. Okay. We will get the break here. Sean, did you see Paradise?
No, I didn't see
Okay,
Paradise.
so we can't talk about it too much. I did see it. I will give a non-spoilery review of it. And we had La Salsa call in. Ryan call in. That is your real name, Ryan. He called in about it yesterday. I know you have this persona, but I still remember what your real name is.
Oh, wow. Mama calls him Ryan. I'm going to call him Ryan.
At least he called himself Ryan. His name could be Mitchell for all I know, but he called himself Ryan originally, so I'm going to refer to him as Ryan. When he talks about serious things like Paradise, if it's OnlyFans models, then we can call him La Salsa. But kind of a review, not really. I did not see any of Daredevil, though. That premiered yesterday as well, 2-episode premiere of Daredevil. Did not see it. I'll get to that before we talk to Michael Carroll. Speaking of future guests, Raheel Ramzanali will join us tomorrow. I don't know if he'll be in studio or on the phone. We had a very stupid discussion last week. There are some serious things, but it was very dumb as well, because that's just what we do here. But before all that, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's where you go if you've got a serious plumbing problem. It's the place you want to deal with because they're going to handle the job correctly, and it's not going to be a problem. Look, be honest with yourself. You don't know what you're doing, and it's not your job to know how to fix a plumbing problem. That's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for. You can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com to check out all the services they provide. And Billy Brown was out at the golf tournament. He did a little spot with John and Lance talking about what Aqueduct Plumbing Company is all about. And the first thing you need to know is no matter what the job is, they're going to take care of you. They're going to handle it right. And like I said, you don't know what you don't know. So you can call them. Once you get on the website, you can check out the number. And when you call them, you get a free price quote. That's pretty important. You don't want to be paying for things when it's just kind of information gathering. So you can call them at 281-488-6238 to find out what the issue is and how they can fix it. And from services that include a new water heater, whether that be a traditional one or a tankless one, drain, cleaning, water filters, they have it all. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we've had Shogun. We talked about House of the Dragon, but Paradise, maybe our official second show for this show, with Shogun being the first one, particularly because Sean locked in. Sean watched 7 episodes in 2 days. He has not seen the season finale in the 8-episode season. I did last night on Hulu. I think if you have Disney Plus, because of the Hulu connection, you can watch it there too. I will say more cliffhangers remain. They didn't clean up everything. Sorry, Sean. That's why season 2 is a thing. You know what? Maybe they did. Maybe they shot 2 different season finales. And when they found out, because I think they found out right before episode 7 that they were getting a series finale, they broadcast the one that leaves some threads open.
They're like, good, we got re-signed, so
we're
let's
not
have
gonna
the worst finale.
Well, I don't
Let's
know.
have the finale where we don't wrap stuff up.
They wrap some stuff up, but not everything, because you need to keep the thing going. I will say, we find out who the killer is of the president. It is not somebody you would ever predict. That's all.
Well, now I'm gonna keep guessing, guys, but I won't.
You could cast anyone you want. I won't reveal it. I will say
His son, Jeremy.
I said someone you would never predict. You just predicted someone, so clearly you're wrong.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
no matter someone I would never predict.
Yes, anyone you would predict would be wrong. So
Dennis Rodman.
You predicted.
I didn't even know he was in the show.
Well, you predicted him wrong. Like, see how this game is played?
I see.
No matter what you say. So there it is. I enjoyed it, and as I said, some things cleared up, other things not so, because you need a season 2. But there is a surprise, because the killer is a surprise, and a season-long storyline that's not major get some added importance to it out of nowhere. So it doesn't surprise me that the person behind This Is Us is behind this show, considering some of the ties that were made at the end of the season. It feels very like, oh, it's not this straight out whodunit killer thriller thing. It's like, oh, we got to connect all these dots and all these things, because that's what this guy does, Dan Fogelman.
Yeah, when you said that it was the This Is Us guy, I was like, okay, the season makes a lot more sense, where every episode had half the episode was a flashback to like something traumatic from this person's life, either with their kid or their relationship with their dad, or it was just all like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
right?
It's what the man does. It's part of his bag, and it worked very successfully.
I get it. People are bummed out because of the situation they're in. I get it.
Life happens, is what we're saying. And maybe we should have known when Sterling K. Brown is leading another series. Oh, look, this is us guy.
But I was just hoping it was a no-nonsense Secret Service guy.
No, you're going to get backstory.
Yeah.
We got it. We got that in episode 7. We found out how it came to be that he was in that situation, and why a very loved member of the family, I'm trying to not say everything for people who have never seen an episode if they want to go watch it, wasn't there. So good ending, I believe. You may feel differently. Everyone's opinion certainly is valued, unless it's something stupid that I don't agree with. Then it's not valued at all. But watch it. Watch Paradise on Hulu. Now you don't even have to wait. Sean had to wait until
I had to wait 2 days.
2 days after watching the first 7.
I forgot.
Now, if you've never watched it, you can watch all 8 in one sitting if you so choose. You got 8 hours, less, because it's not an hour per episode. If you got 6+ hours to spare or so, there it is for you. Paradise on Hulu/Disney Plus. And of course, now like anything with TV, you got to figure out what's next. Did someone bring you a water?
Yes, I left my water somewhere, and Sam brought it to me.
I thought you had no, Sam. Nothing. Yes, Sam. Something. Yet she asked me, because I gotta give her content for John and Lance. There's something. I was in the middle of a text, and then our computer stopped working for me before it stopped working for Sean. So I got a little worried. So I never finished that text.
It's been a tough day on the technology front.
Yeah, I mean, what did AJ and Brian do to this computer while we were gone?
That's my
questions
question.
do need to be asked. Did we have a after 6 show? Do we need to blame another person for that?
Yes, we had Aggie basketball. I think it was probably Cam.
So what was Cam up to as well?
Cam's good.
So you're just gonna kill AJ and Brian, but Cam's fine.
He's the Billy Pace on this.
Well, then Cam isn't fine.
Oh, well, not right now.
If Cam is Billy Pace, Cam's got a dark history.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I haven't asked about it.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes it's better not to ask questions. So now we've got to figure out what else to watch. What's next? I don't think you're a White Lotus person, are you?
No, I haven't seen any of them.
That would be a clear no. Daredevil, will you watch Daredevil?
I need to catch up on the.
You need to watch the first 3 seasons.
Yeah,
it can take a long time.
Yeah, and then
you got to watch Punisher.
The Punisher, the Defenders.
Season 1 and 2. Yeah, see the Defender not so much. You don't doesn't you don't have to worry about that.
Man with Iron Fist.
None. I don't know if they'll appear. They might in this season, but
I think if they do, I can just nod along.
Yeah. So you can just nod and go, But the Frank Castle stuff, he was great in, I don't forget which season of Daredevil, but also the Punisher series, pretty good.
Okay.
So you might want to catch that to get the full vibes of Frank Castle.
I do want the full vibes of Frank Castle.
Of John Barenthal.
Big Barenthal head over here.
You're like, you know what? Shane had the right idea. Walking Dead.
You know what?
You know, Rick.
I don't want to play the what if game.
You know,
There's
Rick.
No time to play the what if game.
Yeah, but if
Apocalypse.
Shane was the leader, if Rick had died in that hospital, would everyone have been better off? That's the question we need to answer. In an alternate world where Shane is the leader of the Walking Dead.
Governor's lucky Shane wasn't still around.
Would Glenn have been killed if Shane was around? Don't think so. Well, Shane probably would have killed Glenn first.
Yeah, I was gonna say Shane is the one who knocks.
Yes,
he is the trouble.
He might have murdered Glenn before Negan got a hold of him, and that's kind of where my Walking Dead knowledge ends. I haven't seen an episode since that season where Glenn got his head bashed in.
I watched a couple, maybe a season and a half past that. Not great. Didn't miss much.
Thanks. Don't have to go back and see it. The Walking Dead universe is so big, it feels like it had to have been good, right? That they made so much off of it.
So what I heard is that it like tapers off when like we quit, and then there's like 2 seasons that were good, and then it ended, or like the main series ended, and now there's a million spinoffs.
There's one
that are of varying quality.
I forgot the guy's real name now. Oh, nope, forgot his name. I thought I had it.
Norman Reedus?
Yes, there it is. I watched the first season of that. I enjoyed that. Now there's the Carol version of it. I haven't seen any of that yet, though. I haven't seen any of the Walking Dead movies with Rick and Michonne. Don't care about their love story so much. Take it or leave it.
Hot take. I don't think there's room for love in the zombie apocalypse. Room for new love. Room for new love.
If your girl was with you before the zombie apocalypse, stay with her.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that love is good to me. I don't need to.
Oh, you don't want a burgeoning love story in the zombie apocalypse.
Exactly.
Like if you are already together, there's some history there. I'll tolerate that.
Mhm.
But I don't want you guys.
I don't want to see someone fall in love while killing zombies.
Yeah.
If they're already in love, that's fine. I'll allow that.
Love wins if it happened before the zombie apocalypse. I don't need your dirty asses falling in
I
love.
don't need Michonne being the mom who stepped up for Carl.
And what was the and the daughter?
Forgot.
Who died as the mom was. Oh no, the mom died as she was giving birth to the daughter. That's how that worked out. That's how that worked out. Yeah,
I said spoiler on the wrong thing. You had it wrong.
Yeah, I
That
was
wasn't a
wrong.
spoiler.
You should have. Yeah, you should let that go. Now you said spoiler. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't happen. All right, we still got to figure out a show. It won't be anything from the Walking Dead universe. I'll see how Daredevil goes tonight. Maybe that'll be the show we talk about a lot with Michael, who I will assume has seen it. I think I saw him tweeting about it on Blue Sky. So Michael's over there. If you want to find Michael's real commentary on things and his real thoughts, go to Blue Sky. There are too many eyes on Twitter, so Michael keeps it real on Blue Sky. All right, we are done with hour one. If you want to get in, you can. Oh, look at that, a Daredevil commercial, surprisingly. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll get into some Astro stuff. And there is reason to believe the ACC will stay together because they bent the knee to Clemson and Florida State. So we'll talk about that, too, in hour two. But before we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the place you go to if you want a great car, and particularly in the spring, because spring savings are here. And what does that mean? It means you are getting employee pricing on Chevy Silverados. So what they pay, you get to pay. Look, the prices are always good in Miami Chevrolet, but you understand the employees are going to get a better price. And now you have the opportunity. If you were thinking about a Chevy Silverado, now you get a great price on that car or that truck at Monument Chevrolet. So find out about that inventory. Just go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have to offer. If you want a Silverado, or maybe you want a Trax, maybe you want a Blazer, it's all there for you. And the spring is the time to do it. Not only can you get a great car there, whether it be new or pre-owned, you also take advantage of the service department. They have had people in that department for years, and they know the customers by name because they understand the service doesn't stop when you buy the car. It also extends after, because you're going to have an oil change, or maybe there's an issue you don't understand. Bring it in and they'll take care of you, and they'll treat you like family, because everyone there who walks in becomes someone that's a part of the family. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember this, if you do get a pre-owned vehicle, 6 months, 6,000 miles warranty. So once you drive it off the lot, they're going to take care of you for anything you need in that regard. So go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com. Remember, you can go out to Pasadena. It's off of Beltway 8 and 225. And this is the last thing. Remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive. Earlier today, we had a test of friendship. Not Sean and I, but for people who listen to John and Lance, they know about Melissa. She works down the hall. Power 105.3, I think that's the official name. At a radio station, food gets brought in. It just happens. Occasionally. It probably doesn't happen as often as radio people would like, but it happens. And we are a small company. So when food gets brought in, particularly at that time of the day, everyone can eat. There's not enough people here that someone's going to get left out. So Melissa has been able to partake in food that's been brought in by our lovely clients from time to time. And it was a real test because it had never happened on the opposite end before. The people down the hall got tamales brought, and certainly Taqueria Arandas brings tamales because of Lance to the morning show. Well, it was a different company, so I won't mention them by name. No free ads. Mostly because I don't remember what the name of the company is. But so my test was, it wasn't a test I actually put Melissa to, but I was thinking in my head, if she doesn't bring food down to us, what does that say about the friendship? Because you would assume if she gets to eat when we have food, then she would reciprocate. And you know what? Melissa's solid. She brought tamales down. In fact, she brought seconds down, thinking we might want more. I think Lance took seconds because he's Lance. One was enough. In fact, I haven't even finished it yet because, there's work to be done. Sean, we didn't really have a friendship test. We spent like 2 nights together in a bought and paid for hotel room by the company during the freeze.
Yes.
It wasn't a real test. I said we did think and go, you know what? How are we going to eat today? Because a lot of places are closed. So Central Market was a saving grace at first opportunity because they were open in the middle of the day. I went down there, got myself a sandwich, brought you back a sandwich as well.
Yes.
We both bought drinks without being asked and put them in the fridge. So I think if we were doing the friendship test, we would have passed.
Yeah.
Is there anyone here, do you think, who wouldn't pass the test? If you had, let's just say I don't exist, which some people would hope was a thing. But let's just say I am not in a position where I'm doing the morning shift with you, or so I'm not staying in the nice hotel across the street, whether it be producer or other host. Is there someone who you would suspect would not have passed that test? Not that they're a bad person, but they wouldn't have thought to, hey, even mention they're going to Central Market or buy drinks because they know you're at work and you may not have access to drinks. By drinks, I mean sodas and waters. When you got back to our comfy home for those 2 nights, is there anyone you think wouldn't have even thought, wouldn't even show the foresight to go, you know what, Sean may want something to drink when he gets here?
I don't know. I think they all would. So what it is? So it's the morning show. I think they would have passed. And I have a theory as to why, but it also is it's the same theory as the afternoon show. Why I think they would pass is that they're all fathers. I think it's a very dad thing to be like, it's already a natural, like, hey, I'm getting everybody food.
I would buy that.
So I think they would all pass kind of by default, but I think they would pass.
You don't think they would just assume you're a grown man, you can find your own way? They would, okay, we're all, or I think the first thing is they would never stay in the room. But let's just say they were forced to because
they weren't. Granado and I having to.
I can't.
Granado being like, oh, all right.
I can't. I think. Well, the situation is he lives close enough that it wasn't going to be dangerous for him to drive in the morning in ice conditions.
And he was in.
But he wasn't here anyway, so it wouldn't matter. Okay, I buy that. The afternoon show, you buy it as well.
Yeah, I think the same logic applies.
But now it's not the same because Joe no longer is on the show. But Joe's a father, so you think he passes, or is he young enough and close enough in age to you where he's like, I ain't getting Sean a drink. I ain't getting Sean any food. He can do that himself.
No, he would, because I've gone to Lake Charles with him for those remotes, and he normally he'll rope me into, or keep me in mind when he's doing stuff.
Okay, it's okay. The last one is I've proven it as not a father I would do it.
Yeah.
So the last person
It's
on
Paul.
the on the table is Paul. Brian's a father too, right? So you're assuming Brian would do it too.
Yeah, but Brian's the least likely
Of everybody?
of the fathers.
Oh, of the fathers.
I mean, maybe of everybody.
So
This is another one where Paul and I have done remotes, like, you know, travel for remotes before. We went to Las Vegas when we had that one going. Was Circa, and yeah, it was the same thing where I forgot what day it was, but one of the days he got me food. I think on Saturday. So
Without
yeah, I think everyone here would have at least with me.
Maybe
they just like me.
Maybe you are
Maybe they're a
someone
bunch
who
of
people are
jerks to
willing to
everyone
take.
else.
Look, everyone's looking to take care of Sean, I think is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Everyone's willing and wanting to take care of Sean. Get him a sandwich, get him a drink, make sure he's straight.
Yeah. I'm very hungry right now, by the way.
Sam?
If anyone wants to get on that.
Sam, what are you up to?
if anyone I don't know. If Joe's listening right now.
Hey, you want to bring me some food? Besides texting me about what you want for the social video, Sean's hungry. You already brought him some water. It's his water, but still. Would a snack from the vending machine suffice? Or do they actually have to leave the building?
I think you have to leave.
Go down to the conservatory?
I think it's conservatory is okay.
Okay. It's
But
just okay.
Yeah. I think it needs to be more inconvenient than that for a true test of friendship.
Hey, you got to get in your car.
I think
Or walk across the street. No, you don't even like that place across the street, the burger place across the street. So
I don't.
So even
no free ads.
No, so won't mention them. Even though it wasn't going to be an ad. It was going to be an insult.
Not liking it.
Yeah. A drive to Chipotle at least.
That'll do.
Okay.
That'll do.
Sam. Sean's hungry. What are you up to right now? You're probably editing something. You actually have real work to do. Sean will be fine. But if you're looking to help Sean out, let us know. Because everyone here apparently would. I just found it interesting. You just never know about people. And Melissa passed because she's very, very nice. I
don't think Michael Carroll would.
Come on.
I just wanted to have someone that
he's the most likely.
I'm disappointed in myself that I can't think of someone who wouldn't.
I think we have pretty good people here. I think that's the point. I mean,
pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't say great. I mean, there are certain standards they wouldn't meet, but in this one where a guy can't get food because of wintry conditions, I think people will get you your food. I don't think it applies to everyone. I don't think John's getting food for Jeremy.
Yeah, I think for everyone it is different.
It's different. I think you are someone who everyone would get food for. You may be the only one. Like, would everyone get food for everyone else?
Everyone would get food for John.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
There it is. You live like 2 miles away. Why am I helping you out? Go get your own food. You ride your bike here. Ride your bike home. You're that close to the station. Ride your bike home and get some food. But other than that, I wouldn't get food for Lance. I think everyone who doesn't work on the show I work on in the morning, I would get food for.
Okay.
Those two, there's too much history there. No food for them. Too many insults from the past. Sometimes you got to get some get back, and that's how I get my get back.
One non-delivered Central Market
sandwich
at a time.
So I didn't think you wanted anything. Is how I would think about it. Oh, sorry, I didn't even think of you.
Thought you had plans.
Which might be even more insulting.
Snowy where we can't go anywhere. I thought you had plans.
Thought someone was going to bring you food. You got all those buddies. How come your buddies don't bring you food? Okay. It's kind of a little exercise I wanted to do, considering what happened this morning. You never know who your coworkers are, but we do know Melissa will get you a tamale if you need one. Okay, we'll get back to some Astro stuff when we come back, because one of their newest acquisitions, not one of the main ones people are that concerned with, believes he will be better as an Astro than he was as a Rocky. And also, don't ever call Jim Crane cheap. The official numbers on the 2024 spending in Major League Baseball are out, and Jim Crane spent plenty of money last year. I'll tell you where the Astros rank when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean, how do you like the line, I've been a C-level hitter my whole life?
I would request clarification.
That comes from Brendan Rodgers. I've been a C-level hitter my whole life.
No, but like C? Like the letter C?
C-level, like the water level.
Okay. So that I needed to know that.
Oh, okay.
Because I wanted C-level. You're in the major leagues.
No, I've been a
I hope at one point you're an A.
Sorry, C-level as in elevation. I've been a C-level hitter my whole life until I got to Coors. I think going there maybe once a year instead of playing 80 games, I think it's going to benefit me just picking up spin and knowing where my swing needs to start and where my swing needs to be. Man, didn't the Astros way back have another Colorado hitter come to town? Was it Luis Castillo? I don't know how it came about, but some old clip of the Astros back in the late 90s, early 2000s popped up of their lineup, and I think they had I think his name was Castillo. I think they had a Colorado hitter who certainly did just fine as an Astro. Now that was during the steroid era. I'm not saying that guy had it, but I can't remember his last name. Brendan Rodgers believes that now that he gets to play at a normal elevation, he'll be fine because the splits when he was a non-Astro, or excuse me, when he was not in Coors Field as a Rocky, not great. And that kind of concerns you that even as an average hitter, it was only brought about by playing at Coors Field. Why can't I remember this name? It's not Galarraga. I don't remember who it was. Certainly it wasn't Larry Walker. Someone maybe will know. But do I buy it? Not really. But he does have thoughts about it. He thinks that, hey, I'm at a normal elevation, so my hitting will improve. So be it, man. He's not going to be counted on very much, but it's a guy who's likely going to make the opening day roster. So
you don't often hear the actually Coors Field was bad for my hitting.
Yes,
for a guy who, by the way, hit way better at Coors Field.
Vinny Castillo is the name. Vinny Castillo played for the Astros and made his name playing for the Rockies. Yeah, you don't often hear, look, it warped the way I did things. So now that I don't have to deal with that anymore, I'm going to be better. We'll see. Coors Field's like, F me? What do you say F me for?
Yeah.
What? My fault? Look at your look at your numbers here and look at your numbers other places. You think I'm the problem?
Yeah, because when you say I've been a C-level hitter my whole life and you're Brendan Rodgers, I think
you meant he's just an average hitter.
C minus.
Hey, don't overestimate yourself, Brendan Rodgers. You're a C minus hitter. No, the man is just simply telling you elevation affected me. Yeah, he's been with the Rockies his entire career. Now an Astro, and he thinks things will improve because those road splits are nasty, particularly last year. They weren't great.
No, but it's because he was playing at Coors.
That's right.
Got to pick up the spin.
I mean, I feel like Larry Walker was a much better hitter in Coors because everyone was, but I feel like he didn't have as bad as a time in other spots on the road.
Yeah,
as
Todd
Brendan Rodgers
also
did.
figured it out.
Yeah, a lot. Well, we will see if Brendan Rodgers just need to get away from awful Coors Field and that thin air.
And that big outfield.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Getting away from all those advantageous situations will make him a better player. Who knows how many at-bats he'll get anyway to test out his theory.
Yeah, he's the guy where it's like I can see him being in the mix all season long, like kind of being on the team, or I can see him not making the roster out of camp.
Yeah.
And either one is like equally as likely.
If he doesn't make it, Coors Field is like, well. Oh, West Palm. Oh, look at that. Not so beneficial. Yeah. Very much at sea level, Brendan. Look how that worked out for you.
How beneficial Sugarland for you, right?
Yeah, they won't send him to Corpus, but it might be. Didn't we talk about that league and all the high elevation? Oh man,
that's like Albuquerque.
Don't send me the PCL because the elevations are much like Coors Field, and it's going to warp my swing. Hey, just
It'll be so easy to hit in El Paso.
Just hit the baseball, man. Okay. Just hit the baseball. Hopefully he does well because he's an Astro. Just hit the baseball. Blaming Coors Field. C-level hitter. And the problem is Sean actually thought you meant C as in grade as opposed to elevation.
I've been a C-level hitter my whole life.
That's a weird flex, Brendan, but thanks.
Yeah, you're drafted like top 5 in the MLB draft.
Yeah, but Colorado's the problem. Perhaps I would say, if you believe that Colorado was an issue, you would hit better in Colorado then, because he's a fine hitter. It's just Colorado warped the way he played outside of Colorado. Wouldn't you have been a monster in Coors Field then? Wouldn't he been?
No, well, yes, because basically what he's saying is that playing at Coors is like playing on like rookie mode, and then when you go anywhere else, it's like, okay, this is what real baseball is.
So wouldn't you have really dominated rookie mode then?
But he's not used to the elevation. He's a sea-level hitter. His whole life.
He was there since 19. Wouldn't you have figured it out by now?
But then you play half your games on the road, Dell. So back at sea level.
He became a full major leaguer in 2021. I would 4 seasons. You think he would have figured out both scenarios where he could dominate at Coors Field and then adjust?
No, being a Rocky is tough, Dell. Being a Rocky hitter is very tough.
Maybe this is a thing for Rocky hitters. They all talk about it. I have never heard anyone attribute their road splits to, man, playing at Coors is so tough. It just affects everything I do.
That'd be hilarious if we could find out that
track that.
But if the conclusion was actually playing at Coors is like bad for hitters. No, even though all their numbers are way better, it's actually bad for them.
How long do you think it'll take for him to adjust? He's not going to get a lot of at bats to adjust. Well, I would think
he's in West Palm Beach right now
to figure
sea level.
Is Houston a higher elevation than West Palm? Because is it just the?
I'm on that.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, is it just the Colorado elevation that's too big of a problem, or anything above sea level will cause him issues? Well, it floods here, so maybe it's a perfect place for him.
West Palm Beach, the elevation is 13 feet
above sea level.
Yes, I had to double check, make sure it wasn't 13 inches.
That'd be a weird measurement.
And then Houston. Oh, this is tough. This is tough for old Brendan Rodgers. 79.
Ooh, hopefully the gap between the two, once he figures it out in West Palm, doesn't screw him up when he comes here.
Oh, wait. The highest. Oh, see, it's such a big city. I need to get more in depth.
Yeah, because John Granado will tell you the highest elevations are at Wildcat. So we got to find out Minute Maid's elevation.
So that must be within city limits. The largest is 90 feet.
Okay. Well, either way, Minute Maid. Sorry, Daikin Park. Apologies to Daikin. Let's get to Eric here before we wrap it up. Sean, we'll do the research during the break. We'll see if
I've been seeing a lot of different numbers. It's very confusing.
We'll figure out if the difference between the two locations will affect Brendan Rodgers once he makes it to town. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Dale. How do you think the Houston SaberCats are going to do this year? And are you going to go see 1917 in Toxic Avenger? And do you prefer thick Asian girls or thick Latinas? I'll hang up and listen.
Is 1917 a new movie? Didn't that come out 2019? What's he talking about, 1917? Am I going to go see it? That movie's been out a long time. Unless he's talking about a different movie.
That was a good movie.
I have not seen it. But if you mean by going home and seeing it, maybe. At some point,
you're missing out on the experience.
It's on Netflix right now. I think the whole point was to see it in theaters, and I've missed out on that. Is it being re-released? Maybe that's what he means. Toxic Avenger, you've already asked about it. Yes, I will watch it when it comes out. I don't think it'll come out in theaters. It feels like one of those things that winds up on a streaming service at this point. Good Rotten Tomato score, if that means anything. I don't know how the SaberCats are going to do. I am willing to admit I don't have a real answer for that. I hope they do well. They're a Houston team. We've had SaberCats up here in the past. In fact, I have like 2 jerseys for them and some picture that Art always likes to post of me smirking in disdain, not at the SaberCats jersey, but the fact that I'm standing next to John and Lance while taking the picture. That's out there for people, I guess. But I hope they do well. Maybe Eric's calling back to tell me what he means by 1917, because I didn't know that was something I could go do. Sam Mendes directed. There's that that is on Netflix, so I can see it at any point right now. my $25 Netflix subscription allows me to now.
It's Mickey 17.
Oh, Mickey 17. Oh, that's the Robert Pattinson movie where he dies over and over again. Yes. He's like a clone or something.
And he called it Mikey 17, and that's why it sounds like 19.
Oh, okay.
The game of telephone.
Eric.
Mickey 17.
It is directed by the guy who did Parasite, I believe.
It is.
Bong Joon-ho.
Bong Joon-ho.
Bong Joon-ho. There it is. I was combining names. Bong Joon-ho. Because I respect what he did with Parasite, and I like Robert Pattinson. There's a chance I go see that one in theaters.
Does it help or hurt if I tell you that his voice in this movie sounds like Steve-O's from Jackass?
I've watched the trailer, so I remember that.
Okay.
It doesn't help or hurt. Steve-O's voice didn't bother me so much. It's all the things he did. I didn't care for the Jackass stuff.
What?
It wasn't my bag.
Wow. This is the test
of friendship. Well, I guess I failed. It's fine. I mean, I don't have a real strong opinion about it, but it wasn't anything I cared to watch. I didn't care about the weekly show. Didn't care about the movies. It was whatever. There was a time where it was novel, and then, okay, they just hurt each other all the time, which is funny in some ways to hurt your friends. And at some point, I got over it.
Johnny Knoxville almost gets gored by a bull. I mean, what's not to love?
Trust me, I have seen a lot of the bits through clips and trailers of their movies and the promos for the TV show. I've seen them. I feel like it's all the same thing. Oh, look, he stapled his junk to his leg or something. Okay, cool. I'm glad that Steve-O's recovered, not from the injuries per se, but from the substance stuff. He seems like he has adjusted well. Johnny Knoxville, too. Bam Margera, not so much. Not so much. The fact that Bam got a spinoff is where I drew the line. It's like, what? If Steve-O does Steve-O get a spinoff? And Bam got one?
I don't know if he did.
Maybe he was too volatile to get one.
He was he had other ventures that he was into.
But when they gave Bam a spinoff where we focus on his family, I was like, what are we doing? Okay, enough. I get
family through hell.
I get IP. I get every. Hey, you want to? But the Jackass IP where Bam Margera gets a spinoff, I'm cool. Me and Sean differ. I haven't heard you push back on the Bam Margera spinoff show.
No, I'm with you on Viva La Bam.
Viva La Bam.
I forgot what the name was.
So did I. Forgot it was called Viva La Bam. And Bam's still going. Now he's been married several times, but he's got a new wife in the last year, so hopefully it works out for him.
It's on Max.
I don't know. It was an MTV show, wouldn't that be now Paramount if it was going to be streaming? I don't see Viva La Bam's got to be someplace, right?
5 seasons? Oh, only 40 episodes. Okay.
So 8 you have to pay for it on Amazon, it looks like. Season 1 is available on Amazon for $1.99. So not cost prohibitive, but I'm still out. Viva La Bam. He tortured his parents.
He did. That's all I remember. I don't remember a single other thing from this show other than how I felt bad for his dad.
Yeah. His mom didn't fare all that well either, but his dad, he really put him through it. Okay. Thanks, Eric, for the call. Mickey 17, likely will watch. Don't know much about the SaberCats season. Hopefully they do well. And we'll end it there. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go. I'll do the Astro spending thing when we come back. Jim Crane spends a lot. We'll tell you where he ranks. And does it correlate to winning? You can guess that, yes, it does. We'll give you the top 5, and we'll get into something else regarding last year and how it affects this year. The teams most likely to miss the playoffs who made the playoffs last year. We'll tell you where the Astros rank there. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Tough run for Bam Margera. We didn't think too highly of his show, and now he's been removed from Tony Hawk's new pro skater that's coming out.
Really?
Tough beat for Bam Margera.
That is tough.
Don't know the reason why, other than, he's Bam and he's had a tough run recently, or the last 20 years or so, but not going to be in it. I didn't play Tony Hawk Pro Skater as a kid, but I know its impact. People love that game, and then that's coming out. Pro Skater 3 and 4, and Bam not going to be in it. Skating had its run, like when you actually knew some of those guys' names, partly because of Tony Hawk, the X Games. But at this point, could I name a pro skater not named Tony Hawk? Paul Rodriguez's kid, the comedian. I forgot his name. He's not a kid anymore. Him. It's Nigel Houston, I think.
Yeah.
But other than that, nah, I got no more. But if you play the game,
is Ryan Sheckler still around?
Another one who got a reality show, right? on MTV. Well, that's how I learned about hockey. Like, by playing the game. You asked me before 94 if I can name a hockey player. No. NHL 94 comes out. All of a sudden, I know who Jari Kurri is and Teemu Selanne. It was pretty much Wayne Gretzky before then. And maybe a Hull. Maybe I knew who Brett Hull was, but other than that, no. So I get it. You wanna lean into nostalgia, Tony Hawk? You'll get people to play. That's why I bought CFB 25. That was pure nostalgia. I hadn't played a video game in 15 years. A little less, but still, it's been a long time. That game comes out, go get me a new PS5. And now, after taking a year off to deal with some health concerns, I'm back in it. I come back to UCF, ready, recharged and ready to go.
We don't talk about the suspension that happened.
No.
The pseudo suspension.
Pseudo suspension, which is just some stupid file that got corrupted and kept me from playing for a season.
What happened in that Orlando Applebee's will stay between
hey, don't blame
parties involved and OPD.
I prefer the story where my virtual character pulled an Urban Meyer in a bar where some young woman was dancing on him and he got suspended for a year. Hey, I don't know how that happened, but I had to go away for a year. Now I'm back.
It's a booster's daughter.
Yeah. Who am I, Lane Kiffin?
Ed Ogeron.
Yeah. I prefer that scenario than a corrupted file kept me from playing all year, and now I have to kick the kid off the team to get back to playing. Okay. The Astros. Where do they rank in spending? Well, I'll give you number one. The Mets ranked first. Didn't work out too well for them. They're trading Justin Verlander away. And the Mets are spending again. Juan Soto, so on and so forth. The Yankees are second. They make the World Series. The Dodgers win the World Series. The Phillies are fourth, and then the Astros come in fifth. So I don't know how many Jim Crane defenders exist outside of the guy who's named John Granado. There's not a lot of people coming to Jim Crane's defense, but you can't call him cheap. You may not like how he's distributing the money. It'd feel better for a lot of people if he was paying Alex Bregman and Carlos Correa and George Springer, so on and so forth. But he is doling out the cash. He is just doing it in a way that probably bothers some people because the guys they know, the guys they love are out the door. Although I have seen, for the most part, and this comes from people very much on the internet, you can't speak to how the regular fan who just goes to a couple games a year and then watches their team on TV feels, but a lot of people have been like, Bregman, F him. Appreciate what you did here, but you're gone now. Beat it. I didn't suspect that would be the feeling, and I still don't believe that's the feeling from the people who go to the ballpark a couple of times a year. But for the internet part of the Astros fandom, it's like, whatever. You're a Red Sox now. Get the F out. Some of that might have to do with how long and drawn out it all was, but your team is not poor, and they don't operate that way. They just do it smartly. And hopefully the signings of Paredes and Walker who, by the way, is going to take some time out and be off for a couple of days at least for oblique soreness. So Christian Walker will be out of the lineup, won't be doing a lot of baseball activities as he tries to recover from oblique soreness. That's how it was put. Not a strain, not inflammation, strictly down to soreness.
Quinn Ewers played through oblique strain. Kidding me?
Well, Quinn Ewers is playing in games that matter. I don't know if Christian Walker would be available if it was May, but it's March, and do we care if he's battling spring training hitting? No, we don't care.
Gotta get sharp for the season.
No, that's for Brendan Rodgers. He has to get that swing back. Acclimate back to hitting at sea level. If this was a starting pitcher, I'd be like, okay, wrap it up. But this is just, he's done. But he got scratched from the lineup for oblique soreness. He did miss more than a month last season with a left oblique injury. I don't know if it's his left or right oblique this time, but maybe a pre-existing condition coming back to haunt him.
They should have failed this physical like the Lakers with Mark Williams.
Mark Williams.
Yeah. Take a look at his obliques. Ugh.
This felt like
this guy's obliques are shot.
Well,
I've never seen this before.
This move was made without much regret. The conspiracy is that the Lakers like, oh, we gave up way too much. Let's find a way after second thought, let's find a way to fail Mark Williams. And turns out Jackson Hayes is just fine. You don't need much from that position. Derek Lively became a prominent part of that Mavs run because he could catch lobs and block shots. Like Jackson Hayes, if you put both of them in the room, how much difference could there be? You couldn't tell the difference. Like, oh, you got this long-haired, angular, skinny center, and then here's another one who's been around for longer and has never reached the level of success that Lively did in 1 year, but he never got to play with Luka. And now look at him. Jackson Hayes is a functional center now because he's got Luka on his team. Derek Lively, a Luka merchant, yet to be seen. But so far, I would lean that was more about Luka than it was about Derek Lively. And now Jackson Hayes, Texas great, is benefiting.
Yeah. Turns out being 6'10", playing with Luka Doncic and LeBron James is very
well. It didn't work out that
helpful.
much when it was just LeBron.
No, but playing with them both.
Yes, now that he has both of them on the roster, he's thriving. And the Lakers defense and the Lakers defense has not missed a beat. In fact, it's gotten better with Luka there, which is always the thing that
Depoy
messes with. No, always the thing that
Doncic?
Unlikely. Instead of Luka Doncic, Depoy Doncic, which always the thing that messes with people. Wait a minute, how the Mavs are pretty good defensively with that cone out there, and that really took flight once the drive-by numbers popped up in the finals from the first two games. Turns out they're pretty good defensively, particularly when they acquired Gafford and made a Lively a bigger part of what they did last year. And PJ Washington was an acquisition as well. But Jackson Hayes, relevant, can play, starts for the Lakers. He goes from, oh no, we got to play Jackson Hayes to, hey, look, Jackson Hayes, not bad. Made Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn came to the Lakers thinking he was going to get minutes. Nah, you're still Alex Lynn. Jackson Hayes will play over you. I don't know how I got there. That was a very Lance thing of me. I don't remember how we got to this point. I think it was about spending or
obliques, failing physicals.
Oh yes. Oh, this was your fault.
Mark Williams.
This was your fault, not mine.
I just said that they should have failed us physical if we knew that his obliques were shot,
like Mark Williams and the Lakers did. Yeah, I don't know if his obliques were shot. He just had issues. Christian Walker, and he was scratched from the lineup. Hopefully, it's not a major concern, but the whole he missed a month last season is a little bothersome, but they're just saying it's soreness. And we all know we can trust the Astros' initial diagnosis on every player. Feel confident in knowing it's not that big of a deal, right? Okay, the other thing. The Astros made the playoffs. We kind of expect them to make the playoffs again, although we did do that thing where we found out that this is supposed to be the tightest race in, I don't know if it was which site said it. It was supposed to be one of the tightest races in the history of them measuring these type of races. It was the Astros aren't even the favorite to win the division, but they have about a 33% chance or so, which is right along the lines of what the Mariners and the Rangers have, according to that site. But CBS Sports has teams most likely to miss the playoffs that made the playoffs last year. There are teams that they don't rank because they don't think they're they're going to miss the playoffs, like the Dodgers and the Yankees and so forth. But as far as teams that they were willing to put in the rankings, the Astros are last place as far as their chances. The Tigers are the most likely. The Astros are the least likely. And they talk about the Hader signing and giving him the deal that they gave him, and the departures of Bregman and Ryan Presley going away, and certainly Kyle Tucker as well. But because of the division not having a clear runaway winner, Astros still on the list, but not the most likely. That honor goes to the Tigers, the team who knocked the Astros out of the playoffs in 2 games. Do they still only have just one pitcher? I could see that being an issue. Schoolbull, great. He did his thing against the Astros in the first game of what turned out to be only a 2-game series. But there are a lot of questions about that Tigers team and that run maybe not being very real, and them not doing enough to bolster the team. So the Astros have some question marks about them. We have them here locally, nationally as well, and that just comes from you lose that many guys that people know. They're going to have new names and new faces in Astros uniforms. There are some questions about, is that all going to coalesce? I think, thankfully, the division is one where you can still win it as you try to get things together. So hopefully the Christian Walker thing isn't a long-term injury. He just does have a history of that. We'll come back with one more segment to go before we're done for the day. We're at an hour and 19 with Gilbert on hold. So if we remove the 20 seconds we had him on the air, that's now right around 2 hours and 30 minutes. That phone line has been taken up by Gilbert. We're going to go to him before we wrap it up just to see, and then we'll hang up on him. Maybe 2.5 hours is enough to be on hold. We'll do that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Another 32-year-old receiver on the market. The Seahawks are releasing Tyler Lockett. If you want a 32-year-old Devontae Adams, He's out there. Now you got another receiver who's accomplished quite a bit in this league who's out there as well. Small player, outplayed his height. Very good player for the Seahawks, but as they transition away from some Pete Carroll players, Tyler Lockett is one who will be out the door. DK Metcalf is another one that could be no longer a Seahawk. That will have to come in a trade. Now, we got to make a choice here. You want to reach out and see how much it'll cost to get DK Metcalf out of Seattle? I'd be fine with that one. Debo, didn't like it. Glad he's a Commander. Don't want Devontae Adams. Tyler Lockett, nah. You want to trade for a physically imposing receiver like DK, who does have some receiver traits that you don't like, but most of them do. It's just how it goes. You have to deal with some of it. Come on.
Yeah,
you want to come play in Houston? Come on.
Team that traded for Diggs last year, all right?
Yeah, they have shown everyone gets a fair start and a new start and a fair chance here. It was one of their lines when they acquired him. When Casario kept calling him Steph, which I had never heard, but apparently that's what people call him. New start. We don't judge people by what they did in another place. So DK, welcome DK Metcalf, if that's something the Texans want to do. But
I'm not sure if they want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because
But
you trade for him and have to re-sign him guy.
Debo did have a contract. And he was an older player where he could have fit the Stephon Diggs mold where we don't have to give you a new deal. We won't. Just play. You just got yourself money.
I'm just cautious of the guys where it's like you'll trade for him and immediately same thing with Garrett Wilson, where it's like you'll immediately have to pay them more than Nico Collins. And so now you're paying that much for two receivers.
Yeah, Nico isn't getting less money, but he just did you a favor.
Yeah, when he signed, and then also that he only had 1 year of awesome production when he signed, because he could have waited until this offseason.
Yeah, he could have really held you over. Was it a barrel?
Over a barrel.
Or rake you over the coals. That's another one people use.
That's a different one.
Yes. To get more money, but he said, no, I'm good. But what I meant by not less money is that sure he just restructured, but it's not like he's taking less money. He's just making it more palpable for you to make moves this offseason, but he's not giving back money.
That is the funny part about it. Restructured, opened up $9 million in cap space. It's like, oh, so he took a $9 million pay cut? No.
They're just getting it to him in like a signing bonus in different ways. Yeah, it's not. He's getting his money. So when I say did you a favor, I meant in the ways that you now have
team building,
a way to help the team be better, but he will still get his cash. It is part of the dynamic. People don't think of it very much, but yeah, you bring in another receiver who will immediately get paid more than Nico Collins. If you're giving them a new deal, then you're just gonna have to go back to Nico and go, hey, how much to not have this be a problem? Do you need $1 more? Do you need to be like $100,000 more? An extra couple bucks in guaranteed money, whatever it might be. So that is part of the equation. But you know what? I got to give Nico a couple $100,000 more just to say we're paying him more than DK Metcalf. Okay, let's do it. Give me the 6'4", 27-year-old. Now you have two imposing outside receivers. Deep ball targets, contested catch targets. If we're talking about big time acquisitions from the wide receiver position, that's the one I would go for. The Bengals are having problems paying their guys, but if you can get two guys of that caliber under contract now, go ahead. Of course, you'd have to think, what position does that affect? What does it keep us from doing? So that's the give and take of it all. If I had my way, my first plan consistently, as I've said, would be go draft yourself a receiver and go pay for a guard. If you were willing to pay Deebo Samuel what he was going to make, spend that money on a guard. James Daniels is pretty good. He is coming off a Achilles, so that's a bit of concern. Joe Tooney's now off the board, but go pay to protect your quarterback if you can. All right, before we wrap it up, let's try Gilbert before we hang up on him. Gilbert's been on hold about 2.5 hours now. Let's see if he's there. Gilbert?
I got to keep my number. You're thinking about switching providers. Do
So that sounds like a conversation, but not off the TV, right? Switching Okay. This could get dark and grim considering that noise I just made. You know what? I don't want to do this anymore. Because the last time this was done, there was a long, repetitive, I need a nurse in here. I didn't want to end on I didn't want to end on a real sour note, so let's just get rid of it. I heard that groan. I was like, nope, we're done here. I got Daredevil Born Again to watch. I don't want to feel bad watching that. Apparently that it's going to be dark enough. I don't need to go in feeling bad. So Gilbert, he'll call into the morning show. You may hear from him tomorrow. Okay. We're done for the day. The Paul Gallant Show is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But since we're done for the day, what does that mean? We did it! We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, March 5th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. You want to jump aboard the most interactive sports talk show in Houston? You know how to do it. Your boy is in here fresh off of TV this morning on Fox 26 with Nate Griffin after a long night at the opening night of rodeo. I saw Reba. Gotta admit, I still do not know any of her music because, as I have complained several times about, NRG Stadium acoustics are mid. But the song that was from that sitcom that she did that I used to watch with my mom, I heard that song and I recognized that one. I don't know what the words were, but I know at one point in that song it goes, a single mom who works too hard, who loves her kids and never stops. More than anything, I'm really impressed by Reba's hair. I don't know if it's real. It's a lot. It's very red. But she did do a great performance, and I had a lot of fun last night, first night of the rodeo. We'll see if I make it through the entire rodeo going every single night. You know who didn't show up last night after not showing up the night before? Your Houston Rockets, who suffered a loss that is 100% from karma. They did not deserve to win last night's game. They rested all their guys on Monday against the Oklahoma City Thunder in what I think is a very, very soft move, hoping that they'd be all ready to go for a game against the Indiana Pacers on Tuesday. Instead, they stunk. After the game, Ime Udoka, head coach of the Houston Rockets, was asked about the performance.
Opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. Yeah, and so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point-blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up one and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness from the start to avoid getting into that hole.
So there you go. Once again, Ime Udoka is calling out his players' effort, and deservedly so. Now, upper management Joe George, who used to be my co-host here, but still is a valued member of the ESPN Houston community, has actually brought to the table a whiteboard. And this is the whiteboard on which we are once again going to reset days since Ime Udoka called out the Houston Rockets. It has been less than 0 days. We got to go back to 0 again. They've lost 11 of 16, 7 straight on the road, and Golden State's now 3 back of Houston for the 5 seed. And as I laid out on yesterday's show, the Western Conference is a logjam right now. Things are pretty tight from the 2 seed going all the way down to the 10 seed. Could you really afford to not try Monday against the Thunder? No. And last night against the Pacers, guess what happened? It didn't seem like they tried, and you had all that rest. Jalen Green, okay, he might have been tired because he actually played in the game on Monday, but he stunk. 12 points, 4 of 13 from the field, 5 turnovers. Dylan Brooks going Philip Seymour Hoffman, and along came Paulie. Let it rain, clank. Let it rain, clank. 4 of 16 from the field, 2 of 9 from outside. He does that from time to time. At least sometimes he punches people in the nads, and it is amusing for a moment because who doesn't get a kick out of just simple things like farts and the occasional person getting got in the giblets? Amin Thompson, 5 of 13 from the field. They were 13 of 26 from the free throw line, as you heard from Ime Udoka there. That's college crap. I'm used to seeing my god-awful Syracuse Orange do that. And I think they've been eliminated already, which is a new thing In college basketball with conference expansion, they've actually been eliminated, Sean, who is laughing behind the glass. Cackle. Cackle all you want, Chuckle Boy.
No, I thought they can't win their conference tournament and punch their ticket.
I guess not. Which
like old Jimmy Boeheim used to do, and be a 13 seed and make the Final Four.
I mean, usually they wouldn't do well in the conference tournament, and they'd get into the tournament undeservingly.
Oh, okay.
And then, since no one knows how to work against the zone, they'd go deep in the tournament. I totally understand how BS a lot of Syracuse's crap was over the years. They got in entirely because of name and prestige.
So now they haven't qualified for the ACC tournament because there's so many teams.
Kill me. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Wow.
I'm glad I've only watched like 5 seconds of Syracuse basketball this year. I'm more of a Syracuse football guy because Syracuse is a football school and Texas A&M is a basketball school. Congrats to the Aggies on last night's win. Bringing it back to the Rockets. Again, 13-26 from the line. That is what a college team does. 37 points allowed in the second quarter. 67 points allowed in the first half. And they scored just 19 points in the fourth quarter. Stamina and effort have been a major question for the Rockets all season long. There is no excuse for none of it when you had the night off before. None. And we've seen this in particular a couple of times. Remember that game against the Timberwolves in Minnesota, where Minnesota was coming off of a back-to-back and Anthony Edwards had scored 49 points the night before? He scores 41 points, and he should be out of gas down the stretch of that game. But the Rockets were the team that was out of gas, and they had the night off. You know, there's something to the idea that Tom Thibodeau's style and Ime Udoka's style, Sean and I discussed this yesterday, that certain coaching styles are going to make a team maybe not be able to maintain an intensity level that someone like me who likes a little football and my basketball can appreciate for 48 minutes a game, 82 games a year. But after you throw in the towel for a night off as part of a 3-game and 4-night stretch, and that's what you do last night. Awful. Just absolutely brutal. 713-780-3776 is how you can jump in. You can do it on the text line on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can also do it on YouTube from the 281. Where's Joe George? We're again continuing to discuss this. Joe still works at ESPN Houston, but some family things have popped up. We're wishing his family well. He is now basically the de facto PD of our station, along with Todd. These guys are doing a great job behind the scenes. Joe's been really helpful. So he's still here. So now it's just me. You can also join in on YouTube. You can also join in on Twitch at ESPN 975. People are asking for a date update. No date update last night. Did run into the infamous Jen, Pilates Jen, that I've told you guys about, offering classes, very good Pilates instructor. So we saw each other, got a picture together. That was nice, but I don't think it's actually going anywhere. So that's the date update for last night, guys. Okay. How about that? You can also join in on YouTube at ESPN Houston. There were some positives from last night's Rockets game. Sengun was efficient. He was 12 of 19 for 25 points. He had 9 boards and 7 assists, 4 turnovers, but like at least it wasn't Sengun that was the issue in this game. Tari Eason, hey, it looked like the night off worked for him. 16 and 14 off the bench. I don't know. Do you bench someone for Tari Eason after last night's pants poopage? Reed Shepard played more than Aaron Holiday. We've been wanting to see that for a while. Now, it's not like he played well, but 15 minutes from Reed Shepard to 2 minutes from Aaron Holiday. Cam Whitmore played more than Jay Sean Tate, so you got that going too. 7 minutes to 2. How about that? How about that? But again, last night's loss, karma. They did not deserve to win on Tuesday after not even trying on Monday. The basketball gods looked down upon the Houston Rockets, and then they smote them. Fun times, guys. Fun times.
So the Rockets are a pillar of salt now?
Mm-hmm. They have been reduced to a pillar of salt until they get back.
I was going to say tomorrow night against the Pelicans. They need to
right.
go back to being human bodies.
I mean, the Pelicans are god awful. So, I mean, this might have been the game that you rest people instead of the, back-to-back nights against good teams, huh? Or you could have staggered the benching all of your guys between the Monday and the Tuesday. Instead, you did it all on Monday against the best team, and you actually put in your best effort of the 2 nights where you lost last night, and the effort seemed to be minimal despite a bunch of guys coming back from a day off.
How about this, Ime Udoka? Get your high school basketball on. The starters from Monday night, congratulations. You're the starters going forward until these guys prove that they're going to play Houston Rocket basketball. I like the fight that I saw out of Jock Landale starting at center. I liked what I saw out of Reed Shepard and Cam Whitmore. I forgot who else started. Oh,
yeah.
Jalen Green.
Yeah, Jalen Green. Oh, listen, you can't get mad at Jalen Green for last night as much as you'd like to, even though he has been rather inconsistent since the All-Star break, because he did play the night before. I will at least give him that because he played, and Ime Udoka allowed him to play.
He has a streak to maintain.
That's true. Oh, damn. You know what? That's probably
That's
why he played.
That's why he played. That's why he also
forgot
stopped
about that.
playing after he played 24 minutes and then got pulled in the fourth quarter.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Ugh, rough. Anyway, Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call, to text in the HRNP listener line. You can also join on YouTube or on Twitch at ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN 975 on Twitch. We've touched on potential Texans targets over the last couple of days. The legal tampering window opens up 5 days from now. And while I did not think that the Texans missed out on Deebo Samuel over the weekend, they definitely missed out on this guy. You'll find out who I'm talking about on the other side. Stick around, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Before I tell you the guy that Houston Texans missed out on, Eric the Driver asks this question. Paul, what's been your favorite team that you've ever watched? And you can't pick the New England Patriots. It is the 2003-2004 Tampa Bay Lightning. I say that because I think of any championship team that I went to multiple games of that aren't the New England Patriots. That's probably the team that I saw the most games of. 12 regular season games. They used to have this thing. It was called a 12-pack punch. Get this, how affordable tickets used to be and how affordable tickets might be in a hockey hotbed like St. Petersburg and Tampa, Florida. The 12-pack punch was $120 for 12 games worth of tickets. The key was
$10 a ticket.
$10 a ticket.
Or $10 a game.
And it was 300 level, but I found that 300 level above the net at a hockey game, it's pretty awesome. You see everything develop. Maybe things underneath in the net that's close to you aren't exactly as clear as you'd like, but yeah, that was fun. What really sucks is the year after they'd won the cup, and I'd fallen in love with hockey, which I didn't really like when I lived up in Massachusetts because my dad hated hockey because he hated the ownership of the Boston Bruins, who once sold Bobby Orr for like a pack of cigarettes to the Chicago Blackhawks. And then they go on strike the next year. So that was it. It was a fun year. I was really into hockey. And since then, I have, outside of a couple of months in Boston when they won the Stanley Cup in 2011, I have not lived in a city with hockey since then. So we're talking like 14 years. I don't know a damn thing about it, and I've stopped watching it altogether because if I'm not going to be talking about it on the show, then, what's the point? What's the point? So now I watch baseball, which I love. I love baseball, and I do actually love basketball. The Houston Texans missed out on a trade that happened today. I can't believe it happened. I'm trying to figure out how it happened. The Chicago Bears traded a 4th-round pick for another offensive lineman. Yesterday, they traded a 6th-round pick for Rams offensive lineman Jonah Jackson. They traded a 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney. For those who don't know, Joe Thuney is the Chiefs' left tackle. He was the team's MVP. He has missed 2 games his whole career. He also can play left guard. Well, he had the highest pass block win rate in the NFL, was first-team All-Pro this year, first-team All-Pro last year, and has been to 3 straight Pro Bowls. And he was acquired for a 4th-round pick. What? What the hell happened? Is he dying? What is happening here? A 4th-round pick is insane.
2026 4th-round pick. So.
Oh, even worse.
13 months or 14 months from now.
Not even this year? What the hell? How did the Bears pull this off? Is he super expensive? I don't think he's that much money. He's 32. I get that. Nick Caserio drafted this guy in New England. He was a Patriot. I think they got him in 2016. This blows my mind. This is a miss. You can't call it anything but that. How do you not get him? 4th-round pick? How is he available? Is he wanted for murder? A serious question. Is this Aaron Hernandez of the Chiefs or Jovan Belcher? That was their situation. Like, what is going on?
Last year of his contract is coming up. He makes $16 million. So you can just re-sign him.
16?
Yeah, you can just extend him.
They traded 2 first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil under Bill O'Brien. A 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney. I don't care if it's an expiring contract. That is a miss. Got to get that deal.
Honestly, it being expiring is good because maybe you can get it less than 16, but you just tack on 2 more years after this. Because, like you said, 3 straight Pro Bowls, back-to-back all pros. It's not like this guy's falling off a cliff.
No, he's at his best. So you could do the 3-year extension with 2 of those years actually guaranteed and have him around. This is crazy.
Yeah, just don't put him at tackle, which the Texans wouldn't have done.
Yeah, they wouldn't have. They would definitely put him on the interior.
Because the tackle, he was all right at tackle, but I mean,
the Eagles did kill
I was gonna
them.
say we saw the Super Bowl. Like,
Yeah,
that happened.
Wasn't all on Joe Tooney, but yeah,
No.
and maybe that's what the Chiefs are thinking. But
no. If I was thinking that, I would not trade away my best offensive lineman.
No,
if,
right?
If
Exactly.
I played in that Super Bowl,
We're just gonna press the reset button. So maybe the Chiefs are pressing the reset button. 4th round pick for Joe Tooney. That's insane. Shout out to Ryan Pace. Wait, hang on.
It
Not
is
Ryan
Pace.
Pace. Is it Ryan Pace?
No, Pulse.
Pulse. Yeah. God, I forgot the last GM was Ryan Pace. This GM is Ryan Pulse. Ryan Pace,
So
not
confusing.
a good GM. Ryan
So
Pace. Ryan Pace is the Mitchell Trubisky guy.
Yeah,
Ryan Poles.
Meh.
I mean, he did do that trade with the Panthers where he got some extra picks for what turned out to be Bryce Young, who looked bad his rookie year. So Ryan Poles looked very good leading up to the moment where the Bears got Caleb Williams. But since then, he has not looked great because Bryce Young has looked pretty good. And that was a rough year last year for Caleb Williams. But hey, he's getting offensive line protection for his QB. And the Texans did not trade for a guy who Nick Caserio drafted, who is also one of the best offensive linemen in the league and acquired for a 4th round pick.
What does Nick Caserio know? What do the Kansas City Chiefs know? Maybe this guy, maybe he's taking time bomb. Maybe he's about to fall off a cliff, and the Chiefs know it. Caserio knows it, but Ryan Poles doesn't. This is me coping. This is me trying to come up with an excuse. A, for why the Chiefs are trading this guy. B, why the Texans aren't involved.
I got it.
I'm right there with you.
There's no reason for this to happen. Now, honestly, I look at the Chiefs too. Like, what are you guys doing?
No,
shop around a little bit. It's not quite Luka Doncic, but I mean, is this the only team they talk to? You know, it's obviously Luka Doncic, one of the best players in basketball.
That's an extreme example.
But this is one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL, and it was for a 4th round pick. I get his contract expiring, and maybe Joe Tooney hates Kansas City. Maybe he thinks Kansas City barbecue sucks. Maybe he doesn't like living in the Midwest. Maybe he can't handle the heat of being on a team with Travis Kelce, the future husband theoretically of Taylor Swift, who has said he's going to return to the NFL next year. But Jackson Mahomes, maybe Jackson Mahomes has sexually harassed Joe Tooney. I'm trying to think of something. I really can't figure this out. This is like the Chiefs did themselves a disservice here, and the Texans should have. I picked up the phone, and I suppose hindsight's 2020. Maybe the Texans are like, "Wait, what? He was available? I didn't even know."
But that's kind of a indictment on you as a GM, especially a week after the combine, where isn't that the whole point of the combine? All the good guys don't do anything. The point of the combine is for these GMs to mingle and for media members to get in fights at Starbucks. Like the excuse can't be we didn't know he was available, because that unless I forgot what the GM of the Chiefs name is, but unless
Brett Veach.
Yeah, unless Veach was pulling a Nico Harrison and actually did only trade him to, or only called one guy. Like, you're at the combine. Go shake Brett Veach's hand. Ask him about things.
Does Nick Caserio not think he's cool enough to approach Brett Veach? Because Nick Caserio has been a part of more success than Brett Veach
no.
Nick Caserio has more
at
rings.
The cool kids table.
He has more rings than Brett Veach. Caserio.
Is that true?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, he should have at least 5, if not 6.
Wait, when did he join the Patriots?
I think 01.
Okay.
He has at least 5. It's around 01, 02. I think there was a year where he stepped away, but he's been there for he was there for basically the whole run. So yeah, I don't get it. Come on, Nick. Talk to the cool kids.
Maybe or no, what it is, he didn't talk to him because in his head he was like, well, I saw the Super Bowl. They need offensive linemen. I need offensive linemen. No way is he trading away his best offensive lineman.
No, he's no way he'll do this. No way he'll go out with me. I mean,
I'm little Nick Caserio.
Come on, Nick. You gotta have more confidence. You can't be like me in your own head.
Take off those glasses, put your hair down, and all of a sudden, what? This nerd's smoking hot?
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Now,
that's what I've heard.
Funny story. There's a person on my rodeo committee who at the rodeo tent on, I don't know, one of the days this past weekend, we had a nice little exchange. And I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll ask her out. Had not been read until yesterday at cook-off. I saw her show her phone to somebody else as I sat down at the table. And then I checked my phone. with dread, it had just been read. I guarantee you, she just showed it to that girl. That sucked so hard.
Hey, listen, shoot or shoot.
Shoot or shoot. We are mass shooting right now, but much like Dylan Brooks, we are getting shot the hell down.
Yeah.
The Twitch is like really getting after me on this. Like, Paul, we only want your date updates, guys. I don't want to kill myself. Okay. The more I talk about it, the more sad I get. I am running out of options, as my mom said. Okay.
You need the Dylan Brooks night where you go 5 for 5 against the Spurs.
Yeah.
You need
I need that bad, man. I've needed that for a while. I mean, my God, I was pursuing people with kids. Like, Jesus. Sorry, nothing against people with kids, but I mean, that's where I'm at right now. From the 409, DK Metcalf just requested a trade. Should the Texans explore that or no? So here's the thing about DK Metcalf. I love DK Metcalf. He is powerful. He is fast. Here's the thing with DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf is good for one personal foul penalty a game. Do you want that? Do you want that? It's kind of funny to see DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf bullies defensive backs. It's really funny to watch, but you also realize he's out of control a lot out there. I think he's had multiple incidents where he's slapped and or punched a guy out on the field. Personally, I like him. I think he's a cool guy. I interviewed him a couple of times when he was up in Seattle. I really got a kick out of when that story came out about how Russell Wilson taught him to swim. I asked him the question, hey, would you let Russell Wilson teach you anything else? And he basically pled the fifth. And I was like, okay, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. So I like him. But as I said yesterday, you're signing guys like Devontae Adams. You're just signing people. You should not be trading people. If Cooper Kupp gets cut, sign him. Devontae Adams is cut. Sign him. No trades for receivers. Trades for offensive linemen? Yes. Joe Thuney, the Texans missed on him. So now he's a member of the Chicago Bears. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Twitch is also going after the fashion. This is a good shirt. It's too pink. A little too pink. Is that the thing? Pink flannel.
Yeah, that I can't imagine. There's a ton of love for pink flannel. I think
I like Hawaii flannel. It's a little bit of me and a little bit of warm weather.
I think it looks brighter on the stream than
good. I want it to.
Yeah, no, but yeah,
I want it to because I might be.
Also, I'm colorblind, so I'm not very helpful here.
Since my dating life is going so poorly in soft boys, guess what, guys? We might listen to something that I guess I have to consider from an all-time podcaster because he was the epitome of a soft boy in this moment. Soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can weigh in on the Texans passing on Joe Thuney and the Rockets' karmic loss last night as well. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Two things we've discussed thus far on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I think the Rockets' loss to the Pacers last night was karma for not trying on Monday. They didn't deserve to win. They got their pants pulled down for all the world to see, and there weren't much there. Not a lot going on there. Rather Irish, if you will. And the Bears traded for Chiefs All-Pro tackle Joe Thuney. They only had to give up a 4th-round pick in the 2026 draft to get him. I think the Texans should have made a phone call. So unless there's some sort of Nico Harrison situation where Chiefs GM Brett Veach was only calling Bears GM Ryan Poles, I think Nick Caserio might have been asleep at the wheel here. We did touch on some potential targets for the Texans yesterday. Devontae Adams, he's being cut by the Jets. He should be at the top of the list. Another option, and I failed to mention this in the last segment, people were talking about DK Metcalf, who just requested a trade. Don't blame him, because I think the reason he did it might be because Tyler Lockett was released by the Seahawks. You might remember that the Texans wanted Tyler Lockett in the 2015 NFL draft when Bill O'Brien was here, but the Seahawks snuck in front of the Texans and drafted him, and the Texans ended up taking Jalen Strong, who was not a good player for them. Lockett was really good in Seattle. He is getting up there in age. I would say he is probably approaching the Robert Woods phase of his career. And you just saw Robert Woods here, in that I think he still has skill, but am I looking at him as a top 3 receiver on my team? Probably not. Still, I would consider Tyler Lockett for sure. He is, if I'm not mistaken, from here. Where is he from originally? My bad. Tulsa, Oklahoma. So he went to Kansas State, played there. He's in their Ring of Honor. And with the Seahawks, he's always been one of those guys where you don't know how he beats you deep because he's small and undersized and not the fastest guy out there. But he was able to do that. I think what you've seen, though, over the last couple of seasons in Seattle, and I really do wonder what's going on there, because Geno Smith's future's up in the air, and DK Metcalf just requested a trade, and Tyler Lockett has been released. Like, really, you're just going to go with JSN, Jackson Smith, the Jigba, going forward? All right, I don't know. It's weird move by Seattle, but hey, Nick Caserio, pick up the phone, because I think Tyler Lockett can be had at a reasonable price, where Devontae Adams are probably going to have to splurge a little bit. And I don't know, say you decided to pull the trigger and go after one T. Higgins, trade for him, and that's a lot of money, and you're going to have to trade. So honestly, no, don't do that.
Garrett Wilson, Cup, like all these guys you had to trade for.
Chris Godwin is available. He is, I think, the 5th ranked free agent per the top 100 big board with the franchise tag deadline yesterday. So there you go. Tyler Lockett. I think the Texans should sniff around. Time for some soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called out LeBron James for being a soft-ass boy in a Rockets-Lakers game last year, we do this segment. The Rockets, soft. You didn't play on Monday. You didn't try on Tuesday. What are we doing here? Not a fan. And I think it was karmic justice what happened last night.
Especially just to get, not blown off the court early, but for it to be so clear early that it's oh, this is what we're getting.
The second quarter, I mean, you allowed 37 points. You saw it right there. And yet, if it was in the fourth quarter or something like that, again, I'd even almost get it. But this is, you had the night off. Like, your best players had the night off.
Yeah.
A lot of your best players.
Fourth quarter also would have been tough just because, you're tired? You guys are tired?
Yeah.
But, they did make a run in the fourth to make it close, and then immediately gave up a bigger run to the Pacers to put it away. But yeah, not great stuff from the Rockets. They do, I think they have back-to-back games, or not back-to-back, but they have 2 straight games against the Pelicans, one at home, one on the road. You know, you got to bury these guys. Like,
Yeah.
These can't be like clutch wins either.
No.
Like you need to win by 7 to 10.
You need to clobber somebody.
At least like 7-point margin of victory at least.
Maybe start a fight in the game. I don't know.
Yeah, someone punched CJ McCollum.
Yeah. Soft. Florida Gulf Coast coach Pat Chambers. He skipped a handshake with Queens, I believe, forward Nas Man for a celebration dunk at the end of Queens' victory over Florida Gulf Coast, formerly Florida Dunk Coast, I believe. Dunk City, that's what it was back in the day. If you look at the handshake, he skips by him. Nas Man is surprised that Chambers skipped by, and Chambers says something to him, and the guy right behind him shoves Chambers forward, who then gives handshakes out to the rest of the players, including one player who he touched on the side of the cheek, which I was a little uncomfortable with.
I don't like that either. Yeah, people get super bad about the layup or the dunk at the end of the buzzer at the end of a game at the buzzer. It's so stupid.
It's really dumb. Like, you lost, and yeah, if it's an open dunk, you're not playing. You're not putting on a defensive effort at the end of the game. All right, just walk off the court then.
Yeah,
but if you're not trying, anything's in bounds, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, 100%. Or if it's the same thing as when teams are fouling and then someone goes for a dunk. It's like, well, you're still trying to win this game. We're calling timeouts. Like in football, if you're still calling timeouts, like, well, then we're gonna throw it in the end zone late. If you're still calling, because by you calling timeouts makes me think that you think it's still a game.
We'll talk. Speaking of college basketball, in the end of a game, Auburn soft for basically having one player out there as the Aggies upset #1 Auburn last night. Like, at the end, we're scared for player safety. And by the way, the Aggies, we'll talk about this in the next segment. I'm disappointed in them not storming the court. That was a monumental victory. You're allowed to enjoy it. I know it's an SEC thing. We'll dive into it in a couple of minutes. Who else is soft? This is an interesting story, and I don't know if this player is soft. Women's tennis player Emma Raducanu won the U.S. Open in 2021. And apparently she's been dealing with a stalker at the Paribas Open in Indian Wells. This guy has followed her from tournament to tournament. Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Doha, now in Indian Wells. He was ejected from one of these arenas after she spoke to a chair umpire during a game. This guy was detained by Dubai police. He signed a document pledging to maintain distance from her, and I guess he didn't follow through. So she had a tennis match yesterday, and throughout the match, she was very rattled by it and talked about it afterwards, saying, I was distraught, saw in the first game of the match. I don't know how I'm going to finish. I literally couldn't see the ball through tears. I could barely breathe. I need to take a breather here. It was an emotional time. After the match, I did break down in tears, but not necessarily because I lost. And this is something she's dealt with in the past. So giving her the benefit of the doubt to the degree. But the first article that I read about this on ESPN, at the very bottom, before it was definitely edited out, it noted that she has not been playing well for a while. Like, she's been struggling. She's been bad at tennis. They call it poor form in tennis, in this country club ass sport. And the reasons for the poor form, per artificial intelligence of Google, are performance anxiety and injuries and coaching changes. She's had 6 coaches in the last 3 years. So seems like she's a little bit of a head case. I'm not a woman. Can't speak for being in the shoes of a woman who's being stalked. I think a lot of you guys would probably, especially on the Twitch, say, like, Paul, you probably want to be stalked right now. And to that, I would say, kind of. I'm wondering, though, if this is her, like, losing and shifting blame to this. This is just because that piece that was edited out of the ESPN article where it mentions that she played poorly, which was gone when I checked back on the article 20 minutes later. Something's up. Something's up. Anyway, that I leave to you. I truly do not know if this is soft or not. More soft. Army Hammer. Army Hammer, well, let's just say the man is trying his best to scrape a living together after being blackballed from acting for having a fetish that involves cannibalism that I don't think he's actually fallen through on. It's one of the weird blackballings. I mean, Woody Allen, I think, is still involved in Hollywood. Harvey Weinstein was for the longest time, but Army Hammer talks about cannibalism and everyone loses their mind. So the guy's struggling, looking for work. So now he's doing podcasts and he's clearly just throwing out what he hopes goes viral. So in an interview that he did in a podcast, Army Hammer said he wanted to try going gay on Grindr, which is an app that is generally used by gay men who, let's just say they're not in it for dating. And he actually went on a date with someone and it went all the way to the end until eventually, let's just say, it wasn't going in the direction that he thought it would before the date began.
He was a soft boy.
He was soft.
In that moment.
In that moment, he was soft. Not soft. Howie Roseman, Eagles general manager, who had this to say about winning Super Bowls.
Is this PG rated or PG-13?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. So I'd say like the first one's almost like, can I say this?
Yes,
can we delete this? Is this live? You don't know what I'm saying? You don't know what
this is the best part. You can be you.
It's almost like the first time you have sex. You're so glad you had sex. It's not even the quality of it. The second time,
That's actually great.
the second time, it's like, wow, I could actually have fun and enjoy this.
So Howie Roseman, the Super Bowl, gets him there.
Multiple time sex haver, Howie Roseman.
Mm-hmm. Unlike Army Hammer, Howie Roseman rose to the occasion as general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, at least twice.
And he avoided talking about cannibalism.
Yeah, that's true. Portland State basketball coach Jace Coburn, Hardo boy, because after a victory for Portland State, he said, we're tough, we're physical, we're bleeping coming, and then step back as he said it. We all know he was talking about coming into the NCAA tournament, but I think he realized that the phrasing right there was something that would have led to on the television show Archer. Phrasing?
Yeah. That's Portland State. That's where Ime Udoka went too.
That's true.
So hard all the way around.
One last soft boy. I gotta say, we all knew this was coming, but let's just call the entire government out for like saying, hey, we're gonna reveal the Epstein files. Wait, this one FBI guy's in the way. Here's the Epstein files. Just kidding. We don't have anything new for you. That's soft. Come on. Someone show some chutzpah. Let's see some names. We're all curious.
The thing is, it'll be their names.
Yeah.
You're asking them to release their names.
That's probably it. Anyway, there you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Up next, huge win for the Aggies last night. Should the fans have stormed the court, though? We'll discuss. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Aggies had an awesome win last night. They stomped number 1 Auburn. Should be very proud of that if you're an Aggie. Gig 'em. But I was a little underwhelmed with the end. I say that especially with how the ending of this game was framed by the ESPN broadcast.
Really well done by Buzz Williams. 83-72 is the final. It will be a very lonely court rush. There's one kid who made it out to the logo.
Oh, boy. You have the first win over a number 1 team in program history on senior night, and you're not storming the court. And I get it. There's SEC rules. This has happened a couple of times this year where towards the end of a game, coaches are calling timeouts and telling fans in the stands, guys, please do not storm the court. But come on, that's lame. It's fun to storm the court. You could say, oh, the Aggies are a basketball school. No, they expect to win games like this. And maybe that's actually true. But why are we stopping this all of a sudden? And Texas A&M is acting like, oh, we're going to lose some NIL money. Are you effing kidding me? You guys bought out Jimbo Fisher's contract. You're fine. You have money. You can afford Buzz Williams, who was a good coach at your program. Storm the court. Oh, it's a little fine. You're going to lose some NIL money. You're still going to have some. You think these restrictions are real? They're not real. You can work your way around it. I think it's lame. Let the kids have fun. It's not enjoyable when you storm a court. I will speak as somebody who has stormed a court before. It wasn't fun, especially when you're just stuck out there after you got in there. You're like, oh, now what? It's not like there's beer out there. It's not like there's booze out there. Hell, there's not even Gatorade or water you can drink. You're just stuck out there and you sweat for a little bit. Then you slowly and awkwardly leave. And hopefully you're not stepping over the bodies of people you've trampled along the way. I will admit, someone tried to grab onto me for dear life as they fell. And I turned around and I stiff-armed them right in the face. Right
like
in the
Scar
face.
and Mufasa.
Oh, yeah. Long live the me.
Long live the Paul.
Long live the Paul. I am not going to be brought down by you. But yeah, once you get to the middle, it sucks. And I mean, Syracuse had beaten Georgetown. We shouldn't have been storming the court anyway. That's our arch rival. Like, you don't do it when supposedly when you beat your arch rival. But I have no problem with the kids doing it. And this is all because what? Like that one guy on Duke that got breathed on too hard.
Yeah, Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah, like, oh no, the white Duke guy. Oh God, he was a victim out there. Oh no, we can't do this at all anymore. And the SEC is the one overreacting to something that took place in a different conference.
It's crazy because this isn't the first time it's happened in like the SEC where Vanderbilt has really cracked down on this. Now Vanderbilt, I get because I think in football they stormed the field twice. I think in basketball they also stormed the court. I think at least twice. And so there's another time where like the athletic director was like, hey, we're repeat offenders of this. Like the fines like start adding up. Now it is Vanderbilt and like, look up how much money Vanderbilt has. They don't spend any of it on athletes, but look how much money they have. They can pay it. But this is a concerted effort. It looks like from the SEC for some reason to curtail this. I haven't really seen it in football. Or at least remembering last season, I don't remember a big moment where you expect a court or a field storm and you didn't get it in football. But for whatever reason, basketball is where they're drawing the line here. Maybe it's because they don't care about basketball. They're like, hey, we're not spending extra money on this. All right. I don't care how good we are at it.
Very cult-like of the Aggies to fall in line with one of their leaders. But hey, disciplined group.
Yeah,
it's a disciplined group.
So is Georgetown.
Mm-hmm.
No, Jonestown. Sorry.
Yep.
Not Georgetown.
Yep. That's a cult. That's a cult where a lot of people died, if I'm not mistaken.
But hey, they followed orders.
From the 3-4-6, I wanted them to storm the court so they could get fined heavily, which is better for my Beavos. I mean, I guess.
If you think 50 racks is going to make a difference.
Yeah, like they're better than you at basketball right now. It's not gonna make a difference going into next year, I would think. From the 512, Aggies were ranked top 5 like 2 weeks ago. Weren't even 5-point dogs last night. If you're a 1-possession underdog, you shouldn't storm the court. Come on, they're college kids.
Yeah.
That one guy stormed the court, and as someone pointed out on the Twitch, he was probably drunk. Fair point. Come on. I don't understand how you think you're above storming the court. You've never beaten a team that's ranked number 1 in your program's history. That's a huge win. Aggies should be proud of it. What are we doing? Let them storm the court. Have fun. Oh, we might have Filipowski get hurt. The Auburn left the court. They left the court before the game was even over. They had one guy just like roll the ball in. That's it. It was done right there. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's really lame what they're. And this isn't just like an Aggies thing.
No,
Like,
this is SEC.
Yeah,
this is
the
100% SEC. But I feel like it's lame that the Aggies couldn't celebrate that. I think they should have disobeyed. But Colts don't do that. And hey, listen, it's fine. It's fine. Congratulations on the win. Seriously. Whoop. Isolate that. Put my thumb up as I did that. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Gig up, Texas Aggies. Take it down, number 1 Auburn. Fight, Aggies, fight. Riffity, riffity, riff raff. Chiffity, chiffity, chiff chaff. Riff raff, chiff chaff. Let's give him a horse laugh. Whoop. There you go. I'm basically an Aggie now.
I know you should be a yell. Do they have like volunteer yell leader?
I mean, again, like I'm might need to explore the options that many people accuse me of already exploring, seeing as the opposite sex ain't working. Is that a way in? I don't know. Paul, did you just imply? No, I didn't. I don't know what they are. There's only men. It seems like it's it's just for guys. What's wrong with what Armie Hammer did? Why can't I do that?
Not the maybe cannibalism. The other stuff that he did. What's
Not
wrong
the
with
cannibalism. The other stuff's okay. It's 2025, baby. All right. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone points out the jersey ceremony that happened afterwards. Whatever. You can do it after they storm the court. Come on, guys. Let them have fun. Jeez. Up next, NFL free agency. It's almost underway. The Texans did not trade for Chiefs offensive lineman Joe Thuney today. The Bears got him for a 4th-round pick, which is insane. Is there actually a way to justify the Texans not pulling the trigger? I'm going to give you a devil's advocate argument on the other side. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around. Where's Nick Casario's mind? Because the Houston Texans did not trade for Joe Thuney, who the Bears got today, the two-time All-Pro left tackle, who also plays left guard, for just a 2026 fourth-round pick. Where are they at? Why didn't they go after him? Truly, can't figure it out. Unless it's this. Here's the devil's advocate argument. Because, again, it's hard to think of one. Because Nick Caserio drafted Joe Thuney when he was in New England. It's this. There are a lot of free agent offensive linemen. I'm not going to pretend to know who's good, who isn't. But on the top 100 list of offensive linemen, all of these following guys are going to be available, at least as of now. Ravens left tackle, Ronnie Stanley. Vikings tackle, Cam Robinson. You might remember him with the Jaguars. Falcons center, Drew Dahlman. Eagles guard, Mekhi Becton. I don't know about that one. Colts guard, Will Fries. Packers center, Josh Myers. Lions guard, Kevin Zietler. That's a guy C.J. Stroud's brought up wanting to play with. Bucks guard, Ben Bredesen. Bears offensive lineman, Tevin Jenkins. Ravens guard, Patrick McCarry. Colts center, Ryan Kelly. Jags guard, Brandon Scherf. Steelers tackle, Dan Moore. Jets tackle, Morgan Moses. Browns tackle, Jedrick Wills. There's lots of offensive linemen available. So maybe that's why the Texans didn't pull the trigger on a trade. Still, this one's a weird one for me. Some have suggested this is Junior Broncos. Maybe the Chiefs didn't want to trade him to the AFC. That could be a possibility. King of Twitch suggests maybe the Texans are just stupid and Junior Broncos piggybacked off of that, saying maybe they huff their own farts. They don't huff their own farts the way that they used to. They used to huff their own farts, though. Paul, what are you talking about? No, I don't mean like physically. This is a team, though. This is an organization that I think before Hannah McNair stepped in and helped change, I think, the way things are run there and made them a little bit less deaf to what the city thinks about them. They have been less arrogant. They used to be very arrogant. They used to assume that they would be supported no matter what. And I think that the lean years of the Bill O'Brien era and some of the lean years post Gary Kubiak, where people seemed to get frustrated with the team that was actually competitive, showed them that, yeah, you can't just assume you're going to have support because you're replacing a team that left. And I know that, like, this audience in particular, compared to maybe some of the other sports radio audiences in town, this is definitely one that's a lot more laissez-faire when it comes to how they feel about this team. And last year was a massive disappointment, you know? Anyway, there you go. More comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Battery Chucker asks, Battery Chucker points out, Nick Caserio said this morning, Shaq Mason played better than any offensive lineman this season. Did he say that on the flagship? Now that is very hard to believe. And honestly, I feel like now Battery Chucker, this is Battery Chucker's thing. I think Battery Chucker now puts things out there that aren't 100% true. I think yesterday, wasn't he the one that was throwing fake names out there that we were reading? Yeah, he was. I have a short memory. 100% a short memory. So, what are some other options for the Houston Texans? There's another guy who's getting cut. Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk will be cut, along with Seahawks wide receiver Tyler Lockett. Kirk, Lockett are two guys the Texans should 100% pick up the phone and look into. Kirk was actually pretty good in Jacksonville, but like many Jacksonville signings, they way overpaid for him. And now that they have Brian Thomas, I think they believe they can go in a different direction when it comes to wide receiver. DK Metcalf requested a trade. Don't do it. The Texans should just keep waiting. There's going to be a lot of wide receivers hitting the open market. The one I'm wondering about is Cooper Kupp, who we haven't seen anything yet about his future, but I don't think that the Rams are going to be able to find a trade partner for him. And I don't know if they're going to restructure his contract, especially after they brought in Puka Nacua. It was a late round pick. I think they probably feel to themselves, you know what? We got Matt Stafford. We got Sean McVay. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it to give some sort of restructure or extension to a guy who hasn't been the same player he was in 2021 since 2021. It's been a while. So there will be options for the Texans to go after in free agency. And they're going to need to go get a wide receiver. Today, Tank Dell had another surgery. It's not because of a setback. Just remember, he tore all of his ligaments in his knee. And I think he dislocated his kneecap too. Does that mean you need to have surgery there? He had his second surgery after an LCL and MCL surgery on January 15th. This time he had a surgery done on his ACL. He's not playing this coming season. He's not playing. It's a bummer, but and maybe we see the same kind of like, oh, could Lance McCullers be back out there? Oh, could Justin Verlander be back out there for the World Series? Like maybe you see that in the playoffs. Maybe come week 18 or the first round of the playoffs, Dell is getting closer and closer to a return. But yeah, probably not. So you're going to have to look at a wide receiver in free agency and perhaps look at one in the draft. They did free up a little bit of space by restructuring Nico Collins' contract. They cleared $9.8 million in doing so. So, all right, $10 million more of space. And I think that next up, you would assume that Derek Stingley, who's due for a contract extension, gets paid. So the Texans free up a little bit more money in the short term. Because guess what? You give a guy a long-term contract, you can push money back. The salary cap continues to go up, blah, blah, blah. Money things that are honestly boring to have explained to you. You want to join in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We do have a couple of texts here. From the 713, I really hope John Mechie goes to the Cowboys. They could use him as a deep threat. Roll Tide. So this is a really bad take. Guys, John Mechie, it's very cool that he's figured out a way to get on the field in the NFL. Is that a sarcastic take? You want him on the Cowboys? You think he's going to help out the Cowboys? I don't know about that. What else do we have here? Ooh, from the 832. Paul, is this your same demeanor on dates? If so, I can understand why you strike out. Well, because I'm just doing a little Aggie hymn in last segment. Are you telling me that, a horse laugh, that's not going to seal the deal? That's not going to get me from date 1 to date 2? That's not nice. That's not very nice at all. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I have a question. It has to do with a outburst that took place on a national stage last night. Who in Houston media would be most likely to do this? Stick around on Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Couple of texts. Eric the driver says, Paul, if this is your demeanor on dates, I don't know how you don't have dozens of baby mamas / baby daddies. Well, I do. It's called you gotta make sure that you use protection, kids. But here's the thing. Again, it's been a while. It's been a while since I had any luck on the apps. The apps are terrible too when you get back on them. For those who are in a relationship or married, you're not missing out. They're kind of addictive. And you just swipe and swipe and swipe. And you feel kind of bad while you do it too, because you're judging a person generally entirely off their appearance at first. Like you might see their profile and say to yourself, oh yeah, this person I could get along with. But like, let's be real. It's pretty much a look show until, you actually meet the person face to face and talk with them a little bit. Another question on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. This one, a text. It asks about another potential Houston Texan. Demarcus Robinson, who's a Chiefs wide receiver. You might remember Demarcus Robinson as being a first-round pick. Check that. A fourth-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs back in 2016. I confused him with Mecole Hardman. There's been a lot of Chiefs fast wide receivers. So Demarcus Robinson, let's just say off the field, the guy is like the embodiment of Urban Meyer's Florida, even though he played at Florida when Urban Meyer wasn't there anymore. Demarcus Robinson, get this, was suspended twice during his freshman year at Florida for failing multiple tests for marijuana. 2 drug tests for marijuana his freshman year. And there was a moment where Jim McElwain, the coach who you might remember from the viral picture where it looked like he was sleeping with a shark. Was that him? I don't think so. He basically said at one point, Robinson's going to forgo his senior season and go into the draft. Robinson, I don't think, made that announcement. Robinson in the NFL, guess what? Over the last 2 years has had 2 DUIs. So let's just say whether it's from his college time or his NFL time, I think it's unlikely that the Texans bring in Demarcus Robinson, Sean. I think they would probably look at him as a bad dude.
Not Texans worthy.
Not Texans worthy, that's for sure.
Until the DUIs, I was okay. My mind was open to like, some guy failed marijuana tests,
right?
Forever, 7 years ago now, however long it is. But yeah, no, the DUIs, that's tough. It's a little bit of, well, did you learn your lesson? Because that's all the drug test stuff for any of these leagues are,
right?
Especially the non-performance enhancer one, the substance abuse ones. A lot of them pretty easy to get around. It's more of a, are you even doing the minimum effort to get around doing these?
And that's for college. So that was his rookie, his freshman year in college. So that's he's 18. That's when he's 18. But 2 DUIs in 1 year, bro. Come on,
that's tough.
You got an NFL salary.
Take that to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean that is a Chiefs player.
Systems fit.
That is a Bengals player. So last night I was at the rodeo. I watched Reba instead of the Rockets suffering a karmic loss that they deserved because they didn't try on Monday. They lost to the Pacers, got smoked. All those guys they rested on Monday, played like ass on Tuesday. But there was something else last night. The president had a presidential address to Congress. I don't want to get into the political nature of it too much, but there were a lot of Houston moments, What were those Houston moments? Well, specifically, a very cool moment. DJ Daniel, who's a 13-year-old with brain cancer, was made an honorary Secret Service agent. And also Jocelyn Nugare, who was, of course, brutally killed here in Houston. A wildlife refugee was named after her. But there was something else that happened, and it also involved the city of Houston. Houston Representative Al Green, who in the middle of all of this, just like got up with a cane, looks like a bit of a pimp cane, and just basically was interrupting him in the same way that we've seen other politicians interrupt the State of the Union. But that happened last night, and he got kicked out. And I guess he's facing something called censure, which is really funny. Censure is a formal statement of disapproval in the form of a resolution that is adopted by majority vote. So basically, like, there's a big vote over whether or not this is disapproved of. It's a really stupid thing. It's not even a punishment. It's like, do we disapprove of the thing that happened? Yes. But this is how I'm bringing it back to sports. Okay, I'm not making this about politics. Who in Houston sports media and who at ESPN 97.5 in particular is most likely to have a moment like this in the middle of a press conference where they just get up and say, resign! Resign!
I rebuke you.
I rebuke you. You, I do not recognize. Or you stand up and dramatically walk out.
So or a loud and interruptive.
Yes.
Not willing to voice their discontent with something. This is tough. I'm thinking about the station because it doesn't feel like, yeah, maybe it's a John Granado move, but it's not as like, it's not principled. It's more like heckling.
I don't think John would heckle, because if John was ever going to heckle, he had an opportunity at the Oscars and he didn't do it.
Well, apparently they have like a
different area,
not
right?
famous person area.
The not famous person area. But
Yeah.
I mean, at least once the thing begins, you're
somewhere.
You're in the arena. You could theoretically do it. I don't know if people would hear you if you're doing it all the way from the second row. But he had an opportunity to do it at the Oscars.
Adrian Brody.
And John Granado showed that he is a classy man.
Also, apparently, the only place where they don't separate the famous and non-famous is the ballet, which is very funny.
That is interesting. Yeah, apparently he was like standing next to Adrian Brody for 10, 20 minutes or so. On the Twitch, someone says Joel blank. I don't know if Joel would. I think Joel would leave. I don't think Joel would interrupt it.
Yeah.
No, I don't have the balls to interrupt it either. I would ask a question, but if I don't have the chance to ask the question, if I'm not called on, I generally don't ask it because I think it's impolite. But now that I've realized that you could have a Baghdad Bob, like the Browns person who wouldn't let me ask Deshaun Watson any questions, now I theoretically would, but I'm not going to stand up and say, resign. I'm too professional. I'm a professional reporter. You might not think so, but bet your bottom dollar I am. Some are saying, well, Paul, what about that time where you interacted with Ozzie Guillen? Like, were you not doing that right there? No, I waited until the very end of that session, which was, again, like media availability before a baseball game between the Astros and the Marlins. This is when they just moved to Miami, and Ozzie Guillen had just been suspended by baseball for saying in an interview in Spanish with a magazine, I love Fidel Castro. Whoops, you do not do that. And you especially do not do that when you are living in a heavily Cuban population like Miami. And we do have this, right? This is how that sounded.
Castro, fucking grow up, mother. Are you kidding me?
He told me that, but he did say nice try afterwards. And I was not trying to like confront him. Just basically asking like, hey, have things settled down?
Yeah.
Because that's a pretty big thing to have settled down, you know, for the people who actually care about the Marlins. Now, maybe not enough people cared about the Marlins in Miami for that to be an issue for him.
But back then, because when Ozzie Guillen was the manager of the Marlins, like that was when they built a new stadium. They were like actually semi-trying for half a season, and then they weren't good, and then they sold at the deadline. Like that was like a very like, I guess like, it's what the Texans were this past offseason. That's what the Marlins did, except the Texans actually won 10 games and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Marlins, again, sold at the deadline. But I have to imagine that was like huge news. Because I don't know what the analog is for like something locally where if like the manager of a team that we don't normally talk about, I guess like think like if David Culley back in the day.
David Culley is pro cartel.
Yeah, if he was like, he was like,
I love the cartel. of all people to do it, David Culley.
I know that I chose
That's a
David
good one.
Culley because I don't remember a single thing he said.
I do, because just whenever he said things, you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense, buddy.
Analytics. I remember
Oh,
analytics.
God, I forgot about that. Yeah, he needed the headset. The Casario headset to Culley.
Yeah,
I think it was necessary.
Reviewing after the
People are so mad about that. Yeah.
3 years since, I'm actually I'm no big deal.
Oh, God, yeah, that was rough. Couple more. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I hate to do this. 75 half falsehoods. If anyone's going to interrupt, BMAC interrupts.
Yeah.
BMAC does interrupt from time to time.
Yeah.
Sometimes he brings something good to the table. And you know what? Sometimes conversations are like that. Sometimes like when Joe and I were doing the show together. And by the way, Joe still works here. It's just he's taken a different role on because taking more time to be with his family. Every now and then Joe and I would interrupt each other. That's for sure. But,
yeah, that just kind of goes, with sports radio. Like that's
right.
That's why it's different than TV. Unless it's first take, no one really interrupts anyone on like an actual TV.
Well, have you ever seen that? See, I'm doing it right there. Doing it right there. I was just thinking though. Have you ever seen the show on CNN? And again, I'm trying to remove the politics from it. There's like 6 people on the show, and there's just one Republican guy, and they all just shout at him the whole show. And the guy holds court, and he's really good at it. It's really funny.
No, I haven't. I mean, you could have stopped at, have you seen the show on CNN? No.
Yeah,
but
that's fair. That's totally fair. So who would pull an Al Green, 713-780-3776, who interrupted the presidential address to Congress, which apparently isn't the State of the Union, which is happening in a couple of weeks, I guess, but it's not. I don't know. Maybe that was the State of the Union because it is March. I'm not 100% sure how that works.
Normally it feels like State of the Union, like at least I hear about it like the day before.
Yeah, I had no idea about this one.
Normally that's when we do a State of the Houston Sports
Union
address.
Right.
Yeah. But I thought of someone right at the end, former coworker, doesn't work here anymore, Patrick Creighton.
Ooh, yeah.
I think he would.
You storm out. Oh yeah, Patrick.
Resign.
Patrick would 100% too at
death penalty.
Death penalty. That's what he would have done. Death penalty while at the presidential address to Congress. I think he would have done it. So there you go, guys. We're having a little fun. We're localizing things. 713-780-3776 to call in or text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 409, did you proclaim it's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, or did someone tell you that? Killer Bees is pretty interactive. No, it is. It is. Paul, you can't prove that. No, I can't, because I said that back in 2016. Gallant at night. Weeknights.
Yeah.
Over at the Texans flagship.
Killer Bees are stealing.
The Killer Bees are
interactivity.
Have they ever claimed that? Because then I did it when I was doing 10 to noon, and then then it was me and Joe interacting with each other, but now I'm interacting with you again. It's just as unhinged as it's ever been.
The Killer Bees kind of talk at you when they're interacting.
They yell at you.
Yeah, we discuss with you. They talk down at you.
Right, from the 832. Jeremy Branham and his pompous ass would interrupt anybody. I didn't say that. That's a texter. That is a texter. James Espinoza says, John McClain at ESPN Houston on YouTube. McClain is just given the mic. McClain, everyone kind of just accepts that he is the first person to ask questions. I don't even think he's on the beat anymore, technically, and he still was getting like first questions at press conferences.
Brian T. Smith would, I'm just trying to think of like press conference going back and forth, willing to be not get talked down to or shouted down at a press conference. I think Brian T. Smith with his follow-ups would. I think he could hold his own in that situation.
Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champ.
Yeah, and he was trying. And then what did Bill O'Brien say? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
But I don't think he was sorry.
I don't think so either.
That's Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Who would pull an Al Green in Houston sports media? 713-780-3776 to call. To text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. Who's available for the Texans to tamper with? Bunch of cuts across the NFL and a trade that the Texans should have made. Stick around. You'll hear all about it next. Only 2 guys got the franchise tag yesterday. T. Higgins from the Bengals, Trey Smith from the Chiefs. The franchise tag deadline was yesterday. That's the fewest people tagged with that designation since 2006. Ooh. What does this mean for the state of the NFL? Well, apparently, this is a crap free agent class, and NFL teams are looking at their free agents that way. If you've seen what's been going on at the wide receiver position, I mean, the Jets are cutting Devontae Adams. They're fine moving on from him. The Seattle Seahawks are cutting Tyler Lockett, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are also getting rid of Christian Kirk. There's a lot of volume as far as targets, and I wonder how many more guys will end up being cut over the next couple of days. The NFL's legal tampering window begins Monday at 11 a.m. Central Time, and it ends Wednesday next week at 3 p.m. Central Time.
And then all tampering is back to being illegal.
Correct.
So I do like how
Actually, it's Wednesday. My bad. Wednesday the 12th to Friday the 14th.
Okay.
Friday the 14th. Watch out.
Spooky.
Ooh.
I do like how the legal tampering period makes
Check that. I screwed it up. It's March 10th at 11. I had it right originally.
Okay.
March 12th at 3. No one cares about that timing, but we have to do a countdown 5 days away.
What I'm saying is it makes it seem like it's the purge, where
Yes.
all crime is legal or all tampering crime is legal for 3 days.
I'm going to tamper you. I'm going to tamper with you so much. Oh. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to play a little wide receiver for me? Do you want to be my receiver? Want to be my guard? Want to get in my trenches?
You know, I can see why dating isn't going. I'm on
the same line as the texter.
Yeah, I'm on the texters line.
So there's lots of receivers available in free agency. Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper, Marquise Brown, Stephon Diggs, Robert Woods also a free agent for the Texans, Darius Slayton, Commanders wide receiver De'Ami Brown, Keenan Allen, the guy from that's now on the Bears or was on the Bears that the Texans tried to trade for last offseason. There's a bunch of offensive linemen out there, and that might be the reason that the Texans did not trade for Joe Thuney today. I can't believe that the Bears got Joe Thuney from the Kansas City Chiefs for as little as they did. I really can't figure it out. Nick Caserio, I feel like should have picked up the phone and called him. I wonder if the Chiefs called anyone other than Ryan Poles of the Bears, because they traded him for a 2026 4th-round pick. He was the team's MVP, the Chiefs, last year. He's missed 2 games in his career. He can play left guard or left tackle. And at left tackle, he had the highest pass block win rate in the NFL, maybe not in the Super Bowl. Back-to-back first-team All-Pro. 3 straight Pro Bowls. Successfully has changed positions to the most difficult position in the league. I mean, the guy's a stud. Might be a future Hall of Famer. I think he's a 5-time Super Bowl champion. Like this might be one of the most ringed players in NFL history, now that I think about it.
Yeah, because 2016 he joined the Patriots, so there's 2 right there in 16 and 18.
4-time Super Bowl champion.
And then 2 with the
if they had won, if the Chiefs had just won, he would be a 5-time Super Bowl champion.
That is crazy. He probably will be the best offensive lineman who changes teams this offseason.
For sure.
Yeah.
And he was acquired for a 2026 4th-round pick. I don't care if there's 1 year left on his contract. What are we doing here? Nick Caserio drafted this guy. That's why I can't figure it out. And maybe the Chiefs never engaged in discussions, but to me, this is a miss.
Yeah, because this isn't an offer. You know, if it was the Bears called the Chiefs for it, this isn't an offer that like bowls you over, that you accept before hanging up. So you know you don't have time to canvass the league because you know there won't be an offer better than this. Like, no, I probably will be a better offer, or at least a comparable one. You have a meeting about it. But yeah, no, it does feel like a miss. We'll see what Joe Thuney has left in the tank, but seems like it's plenty based off of very recent, although not his most recent game, but the ones before that.
Even if he's 32, I mean, he's better than every Texans offensive lineman outside of Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
I'm just making that assumption.
I mean, I think we talked about this on Monday, where the Texans are basically going to have to sign a offensive line and then talk us into it this offseason and talk us into why it'll work and really have to, convince us that these moves will work. Joe Thuney is a guy where you don't need to convince me. If you say that you added this guy, I'm going to be like, okay, I get why he's an upgrade.
Yeah.
Everyone else, you're going to have to probably sell me on why this guy's an upgrade over what they had.
Explain it to me.
Yeah, just
like a vibe.
What's the plan here? Joe Thuney, it's like, I get the plan. This guy's
100%.
awesome.
Yeah, and the Bears have been aggressive, and they've gotten 2 offensive linemen in this offseason. They also got a guy who the Rams signed to a 3-year, $51 million deal last offseason, but he got hurt, then benched, and then he asked for a trade. So not a lot in exchange for him. But, I mean, Jonah Jackson from the Rams and Joe Thuney from the Kansas City Chiefs.
2 interesting moves. It does help kind of set the market or set expectations for what another team that needs, probably 2 guards at least.
Right.
What they're going to need to pay to fill those spots. Like the Houston Texans, now you're looking at like, a 6th-round pick and next year's 4th. Like if we can get a comparable, like this is where you need more guys available.
Yeah. And there are a lot of offensive linemen available in free agency. So maybe this is if you pick up the phone and call somebody and say like, hey, like 4th-round pick or 6th-round pick, you want one? For this offensive lineman, maybe you're not that thrilled with. So the pro scouting department of the Texans got some work to do. And I think you failed here.
I do think they kind of dropped the ball.
Yeah.
My biggest takeaway is A, why the Chiefs trading this guy, B, why the Texans entertain this.
Right. Like this is like everyone's saying, oh, the wide receiver stuff. No. I mean, and they need a wide receiver, but the offensive line.
Yeah. If Joe Thuney was like the Joe Thuney of wide receivers and this happened, like this would be a meltdown on Texans Twitter.
I mean, Randy Moss was acquired by the Patriots for a 4th-round pick, but he wasn't playing like Randy Moss had been. And then he had the best season of his career with New England with the
07
record for touchdowns in 07. Right. So, I mean, maybe it's extreme. It would be an extreme comparison because Joe Thuney was so good last year. Like that.
Yeah, he's an all-pro.
It's like this is actually like more of a robbery than the Randy Moss trade to New England, at least on paper, going into the year. The Cowboys restructured CeeDee Lamb's contract. CeeDee Lamb patted himself on the back for it. And apparently the Cowboys actually had the right to restructure his contract without his say. So that's interesting.
Well, the credit to CeeDee Lamb.
He's being a good teammate there.
For accepting, who accepted the contract with this clause.
That's true, with the provision in there, because he always knew you could help him out. Pat yourself on the back a little bit.
Highest paid receiver in football. Hey, but I'm a team guy.
That's like when James Harden patted himself on the back for taking less money with the Sixers, and then the Sixers screwed him over, which is kind of funny.
Daryl Morey is a liar.
Yeah,
Let me say that again. Daryl Morey is a liar.
Good on Daryl Morey. Like Daryl Morey and I had a couple interactions. I like 2 things that Daryl Morey's done. I liked his pro Hong Kong tweet, and I like that.
Screwing over James Harden.
You screwed over James Harden. Oh, you hate to see it. Oh, no.
Do you like the screwing over James Harden, last year or 2 years ago, more than you like him actually trading for James Harden in 2012?
Yes.
One of the most lopsided trades in history.
Yeah, like the best trade the Rockets have perhaps ever made as a franchise.
Basically, it's until the Luka trade a month ago, the biggest robbery in recent history.
Yeah, I mean, trying to think of somebody else. I mean, maybe getting Clyde Drexler or something like that. What they did, I don't know what they got him for, but because Scottie Pippen trade didn't really work out, and
although
Charles Barkley trade didn't really work out.
Scottie Pippen was good. That would have been a robbery,
right? For sure. But I mean, obviously those didn't work. Yeah, like Harden's not even close. And I liked it better when he screwed him over in Philadelphia. Whatever. Am I a petty a-hole? Yes. The Raiders are releasing Gardner Minshew, so that's fun. He's 28 years old. Also, something I discovered on NFL Reddit today. Did you know that Hunter Renfrow has been out of the league for a year and is now like the director of a recycling firm?
What?
Yeah, he's like working in sanitation. Is he in the mob? I don't know. Has he been blackballed by the league? Maybe.
That is something I thought of when the Texans were looking for. I think it was after Diggs got hurt, not even after Tank got hurt. Whereas like Hunter Renfrow is just a free agent.
He's just a free agent. He's the head of a recycling firm of some sort.
That's wild. I hope there's a story there.
And one last story in the 10-minute drill. And this is more just for me to, pull Jasmine Crockett and say, they're not like us. I'm just kidding. To pull a Kendrick Lamar, right? That's how you say it. Yeah. Anyway, music expert here. I don't know any songs by Reba last night, but I jammed along. That's for sure. The 2026 World Cup final is going to have a Super Bowl style halftime show. F off. You're not like us. You're not like us. You international fogies. F off. Because here's what they'll do. Here's what these international bastards will do. Because the IOC and FIFA, F them with a shovel. They both suck. Like all filled with scumbags. Complete scumbags who just steal. These a-holes will not include any American act. They won't. They'll do some international thing and they'll shut us out.
Yeah. It'll be Shakira.
And I'd be cool with that. But it'll suck because it will not be American music. In American music, we are the epicenter of music. We are the epicenter of culture. Everyone else, you try to be us, you can't be us. F you, World Cup, for trying to pull off a Super Bowl halftime show. I'd rather watch the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, which I didn't like, than I'd watch your halftime show. F you, World Cup.
The only way they can save it is by having Kendrick Lamar do Not Like Us again.
Yes.
18 months from now or whatever the World Cup is.
Well, I'm singing They're Not Like Us. They're not like us.
They aren't
to the
like
World
us.
Cup. You aren't like us.
Also, what took you so long to put a concert in the middle of this?
Right? I know, great question.
The biggest game in the world.
Seriously. That makes no sense. All right. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll respond to some things that you said during that segment. On the table today, Rockets got a karmic loss. They deserved what happened to them last night. And I think the Texans missed the ball not trading for Joe Tooney. We continue our countdown to Astros opening day, March 27th. We'll give you that bone. And there's some bad news when it comes to one of the newest Astros. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I have no idea how the NFL offseason works because I was of the belief that no deals can be made until the NFL's legal tampering period, which begins Monday, the 10th at 11 a.m. and continues to Wednesday, the 12th at 3 p.m. Like, I figured that's when we'd hear about deals being made. Get this. The guy who had the triple crown in the NFL last year, in terms of sacks allowed, he was number one. In terms of pressured allowed, he was number one. And in terms of hurried allowed, he was number one. Alex Kappa, who the Bengals released, get this, he just signed a 2-year deal with the Raiders.
Wow. Raiders couldn't wait to get that guy in their building.
They also signed Max Crosby to a 3-year, $106.5 million extension, and I'm sure that they're hoping more people are focusing on that than the fact that they just signed the first free agent of the offseason. I thought you had to wait. What are we doing here?
No, so the rule is if you get cut, you're immediately
or
if you get cut before the legal tampering period and without like the post June 1st designation. Like they can basically cut you during this league year and you can sign. Because that's what happened with JJ Watt when JJ Watt got released by the Texans.
Yeah.
He signed with the Cardinals, but I think before free agency actually started. So theoretically, the Texans could sign Devontae Adams at any point.
Theoretically.
Or Tyler Lockett. Theoretically. At any point.
All of those guys are available because, yes, Tyler
They got
Lockett released today. Christian Kirk released today. Yeah. Devontae Adams released yesterday. And I'm sure that Nick Casseri was making some phone calls. I just wish he made a phone call for Joe Tooney. Anyway, guys, we're getting closer and closer to opening day for your Houston Astros. Give me that bone. Some bad luck already for the Houston Astros. Newly signed first baseman Christian Walker was scratched from today's spring training game with left oblique soreness. So John Singleton, the most ripped man ever, at least in his life, is stepping in.
He's got obliques everywhere. There's no issue there.
That's true. Jose Altuve, meanwhile, hit a home run back-to-back with Jake Myers today. He made a couple of routine plays in left field. One of them, just a routine fly ball. The other, with no video, per Brian McTaggart, a nice running catch towards the gap on the track. Okay. And guess what? That play by Altuve, it led to outfield coach Jason Bell greeting Altuve with a smile when he got back to the dugout.
I really wish there was video of this, but
yeah,
I also kind of like that it's behind closed doors.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like when a movie comes out and there's only like special screenings and whatever. So you only hear like, it's actually really good, or, it's actually a disaster. And apparently we just won't find out until opening day.
I know.
Which I kind of, on one hand, I don't like. On the other hand, I do like that it's like good. I don't want this spoiled because this is what's going to get me through the first month of watching these games is
Altuve at left field.
Altuve
left field watch.
I'm
we just count putouts. We just count plays that are
leads the American League West in putouts for left fielders.
I think we're going to do that. Any single that's hit to left field, like how would we grade it? Was it
could have Altuve gone to that?
Yeah.
Could have better left fielder gone to that?
More from the Astros in spring training. Interesting piece written by Adam Spillane of the Flagship, an interview that he did one-on-one with Dana Brown. He asked Brown last Thursday who has stood out through the first 2 weeks of camp. That's easy, Brown replied back with a grin. Cam Smith. The human being is special, continued Brown. When you nail the human being on a draft pick, that's when you usually see special things happen. And we're not just talking about him being special because he is an aircraft carrier human. He's also a special human being.
Okay. You didn't draft him, but okay, Dana Brown. I get what you're saying. He says when he nailed the human being on a draft pick, it's like, well, you traded for him 2 months ago. But yeah, so far so good. I like this.
More from Dana Brown talking about Cam Smith. We like the tools and the ability, but just getting to know him and how dedicated he is to his craft and how competitive he is, but yet humble, it's a treat. Damn. And again, Dana Brown, politician, so everything, there's a lot of polish with it.
I know, but this is like, he's got a crush on him.
Here's the most interesting thing that he said about Cam Smith, Astros super prospect. Quote, we felt like he can run fast enough to play right field and he could really throw. So if the bat continues to come and develop, we may get him some outfield reps in the spring, knowing he's probably got a clearer path to get into the big leagues as an outfielder. We knew when we traded for him, there was a chance that he could end up in the outfield because he's such a tall third baseman, and you don't really see a lot of third basemen that are that tall. And I guess only 4 players that play third base started 80 or more games at third base last year in baseball. Cam Smith is 6'3".
So only 4 guys, 6'3", started
At third base, yeah.
Wow.
So aircraft carrier man could potentially play in the outfield. Spillane is the guy who says he has no chance, Cam Smith, of making the opening day roster, and I'm sure that he got that from Dana Brown in this interview. But Brown, as far as where you will see Cam Smith in 2025, we're going to let him to continue to play it out. Sometimes the players will let you know where they should start, and I think that's the big point. And if you can continue to watch this guy, you'll get an idea of where he should start. So could be AA. I think he's only done single A to this point. Could be AAA. I would imagine AA is always where the young players seem to go first, and sometimes they skip AAA altogether.
Yeah. And Smith has done, I believe, 5 games of AA when he was with the Cubs. So that's where I expect. Also, I heard Chandler Rome talking about this on his podcast, where the PCL, the league that
it's bizarre.
That the Space Cowboys are in AAA, so many of the away fields there are at crazy elevation that you don't actually get like a good feel for their real power numbers.
Like
which
Brendan Rodgers issues,
I know,
because
right?
he's a C-level player.
But Cam Smith is just like every fly ball is just going to fly out of these rinky-dink
yeah. It's a good point.
Albuquerque ballparks. But so I imagine AA, but if he keeps hitting like this, it doesn't sound like he's too far away from playing in the majors. It really just looks like, and with Dana Brown acknowledging, like,
he can play outfield.
Yeah, we think he can play outfield. If his bat continues to develop, he can get some outfield reps, and that's probably a clear path for the big leagues. So it seems like Dana Brown's thinking what we're thinking with, hey, you can just throw him in right field. He probably wants to see him actually play right field.
I would think so.
But
and look, you can do that at the minor league level, right?
If he's going to start in the minors, I think he should play more right field.
I'm with you there. So we'll see what happens, but this is, I think, a good sign, if not to see Cam Smith on opening day, to see him at some point this year. And maybe sooner rather than later. Of course, service time manipulation, definitely in play here too. And I imagine Dana Brown knows that, and he's thinking to himself, I can't just think about the window being open now.
It's like, hey, if we can wait until like May to do this, then we can do it. Or try to sit them all year. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
I think the only way that they would break open in case of emergency would be if they're off to a disastrous start and they're just trying to get people to be excited, because people are starting to check out on that.
So last year, got it. Last year when they called up Joey Loperfido, got it.
Oh God.
You also need injuries.
This would be a more exciting call up than Joey Loperfido, though, for sure.
It would be. We're kind of talking ourselves into him.
Yeah. I want it now. I do really want it now. F it. Screw it. What do you have to lose? Jake Myers, Jasmine Corbett.
F them arbitration year.
Yeah, I agree. The window's open now. Open it. Sean Apes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets deserved to lose last night. I think it was karmic justice. And a question we've asked several times, are you concerned that once again, Ime Udoka had to call out the effort of this squad, especially after he gave it the night off before? We'll discuss. Stay put. Where is my mind? How about where were the Rockets last night? Because they also didn't show up on Monday night, and then they didn't show up against the Pacers. That was a karmic loss. Whether it's the big man upstairs or the basketball gods or something else that you might believe in, perhaps the power and saving grace of my Lord and Savior, Tom Brady. The Rockets not trying on Monday, benching not only Amin Thompson, Dylan Brooks, and Alperen Şengün, but also off the bench, Tari Eason with an injured Fred VanVleet. A noble effort against the Thunder was followed up by just trash against the Indiana Pacers. A loss that was marred by a lack of hustle, bad defense, and even missed free throws. They were 50% from the line, and it's not like they shot it 10 times. They shot it 26 times. What are we doing here? After the game, Ime Udoka had this to say about the disgraceful performance.
The opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. Yeah, and so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point-blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up one and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness from the start to avoid getting into that hole.
You didn't try on Monday. You did all right. You still got 137 points dropped on you. You did try last night. The Pacers beat you convincingly. You've lost 11 of 16. You've lost 7 straight on the road. The Warriors are now just 3 games back of the Rockets for the 5 seed. They hold the season tiebreaker. Jalen Green, struggling since the All-Star break, 12 points and 4 of 13 from the field. At least he played on Monday and had an excuse. Dylan Brooks, 4 of 16 from the field. Amin Thompson, 5 of 13 from the field. As I said before, 13 of 26 from the free throw line as a team. They allowed 37 points in the second quarter. They allowed 67 points in the first half and scored just 19 points in the fourth quarter, where they should have had a little more gas given that, no one played in Monday's game. Tari Eason, you get some coffee. Coffee's for closers. Alperen Şengün, you get some coffee. Coffee's for closers. But that was a disgraceful performance last night by the Rockets. And I'm just frustrated that we are continuously hearing Ime Udoka call this team's effort out. And it does make you wonder if there is a boiling point for these players, if there's a moment in time where they listen to Ime Udoka, and even though he had that success with Boston, they think to themselves, this is too much. This is enough. We're tired of this. I wonder about that. It's early. We're talking about 2 games back-to-back over the course of an 82-game season. But we have to reset our days since Ime Udoka last called out the Rockets. And we might need to go back and have, I don't know, Sean, one of the interns, tally every single time in a post-game press conference that Ime Udoka has called out the Rockets.
I would just have them look through the audio that we've played, so that way they don't have to watch every Ime Udoka post-game press conference. There's a little bit of me being nice. I do wonder though, just because like we said, this is something that we've talked about all year, and we're finally getting a whiteboard to actually mark it. I think this is just kind of what Ime Udoka says, at least to the media, just after losses, because I really can't think of a loss where he doesn't go like, well, didn't like the fight that we showed, and this team isn't a you want to watch a lazy team, go they won last night, but go turn on the Phoenix Suns. Like, if you want to see a team go when the
Kevin Durant getting after Mike Budenholzer,
the
and
Rockets
then saying it's not a big deal, it's just a narrative. No, you guys all look miserable, and everyone thinks everyone thinks you're leaving. Continue, Sean.
Yeah, the Rockets play the 76ers coming up. If you want to see a team that's not
checked
fighting,
out, that's true.
There's so many teams that are like obviously so much more checked out than the Rockets are, that I do wonder if it is just a thing where he doesn't want to criticize anything like acutely. So it's just effort is more of a broad term, and just you're not singling anyone out. Like if he said like, we had trouble with turnovers, it's like, oh, so you're talking about Jalen Green. Got it. Like missing shots and turnovers were tough last night or for tonight's game. It's like, okay, so who had the most turnovers? Okay, who missed the most shots? Jalen Green. Okay, so he's calling out Jalen Green. If you just say effort, it's just everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody could have used more effort. Like you said, I do like the maybe when we go forward and we do this, we have the but you're cool of the day where everyone's effort is bad, but Tari Eason, you're good. Here's some candy.
A piece of candy. A piece of candy. By the way, some nuggets coming out of the Lakers and the changes they've made. They're on a roll. They're the 2 seed in the West. LeBron James got his 50,000 combined regular season and playoffs. This is a big deal, I guess, to do it combined.
I will say, I think all sports should have combined records, postseason and regular season records.
True. It does help that LeBron has probably played basketball longer than anyone. If you were to combine both.
He's played like 4 full seasons of playoff games. It's like something like that where he's played whatever 82 times 3 is. Like he's played that many playoff games.
Right. So not surprising got to 50,000. As far as longevity goes, like no one's been better. So if you want to use that in an argument against Michael Jordan as the best player of all time, it's definitely a good one. It's a good one to use. LeBron annoys me. And if you've listened to me long enough, you know that. I'm glad that they did not stop the game in the middle of it. 50,000 combined points, like Drew Brees had the game stopped for because he got the passing yards record. Who effing cares? That was just ridiculous.
And he had it for like a year before Tom Brady passed him.
Right.
It was like the year he retired, Tom Brady passed him.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where I look at this and I'm thinking to myself, hey, let's just make sure that we continue the game.
Yeah.
And not pause it for 20 minutes and bring his whole family out there. Like,
yeah.
Like Bronny to like make sure Bronny gives him the assist for the 50,000th point.
I do like, yeah, when it's a record, it's like, I don't like it, but I at least can like, okay, you're like actually beating a record. For this one is just like basically extending your own record.
Exactly,
whereas like, yeah, it's cool that he's the first guy to ever score 50,000 like combined points. Yeah, sure. But it's we don't need to stop the game. This isn't an actual thing.
Here's the other story coming out of the Lakers locker room. I guess Jeannie Buss did an interview with, of all places, NPR.
Oh, she has a new show coming out.
Gotcha. Okay, National Public Radio show.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, it still exists, I guess.
No, she has a Netflix show coming out, and so I assume this is just PR for it.
Gotcha. Okay. Jeannie Buss says Anthony Davis wasn't happy. Quote, "We have lost the last 3 years in a row to the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, and we really didn't have anything that was going to look different going into the playoffs. Again, Anthony Davis was complaining about where he was played, and he wasn't happy. So I think this was a positive for both teams." I don't know about the Mavericks. They got what they were looking for. We got what we were looking for.
She's right. They did. The Mavericks did get what they're looking for.
They got Anthony Davis, the very same Anthony Davis who is out immediately.
I don't think. I mean, I think there's some truth to this because there was a story, probably like a week, 2 weeks before the Luka trade happened, where Anthony Davis. I think we talked about on the show where Anthony Davis like gave an interview where he was like, "Yeah, I want to go back to playing power forward. I don't like playing center. I think the Lakers should trade for a center." And I just saw that and I was like, oh my God, Anthony Davis, you're still doing this? Like, I want to play power forward thing. And even though you're obviously better at playing center, just because you can't make shots, you can't you just need a jump shooter. You can't have 2 guys that aren't jump shooters. Anyway, I believe that what Jeannie Buss says, because that's what Anthony Davis said.
And it explains why LeBron in the rematch
Clutch Mafia
against the Mavericks was kind of weird with the way that he walked off the court before the game was done. I thought that was weird. Like nothing to Kyrie in that game, and Anthony Davis wasn't playing, I guess, but like I'm sure he was there. So
I think he was, because I remember seeing like the cutaways to
him,
him, but
it was bizarre. That was a bizarre move, but okay, well, that would explain why that happened. Because I've been trying to figure that out. It seems like no one's been doing any digging on that.
I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. And it was like immediately the camera is just all over Luka too.
Yeah,
because it's like kind of his. It's really more of his revenge game, or like the storyline was more Luka. But yeah, that was a odd move.
Couple of texts here. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 346. If available this offseason, would you take Durantula for the league minimum,
Yes.
or would you trade for Giannis?
Oh, okay. I get
That's
what you're
actually a good one. I don't know what you'd have to give up for Giannis, but you're probably giving up some pieces. You keep the entire thing intact with Durant. Everyone gets a year better theoretically.
Durant with the league minimum.
Yeah, and it's against the league minimum, so
Yeah.
that's pretty sick.
You have him making
Remember, if this will not happen,
Vince Williams money.
I really want Giannis.
Giannis is better. Giannis is probably a top 5 player in the league.
If you get Giannis, you're probably moving Şengün. I understand there's a lot of people that would like to build the Rockets around him, but and I do wonder about Giannis's ability to play with Amin Thompson. Durant would be nice just to have someone who stretches the court. They really struggle with their shooting. If it's the league minimum, I'm going back and forth on this. I'm waffling. I'm Durant for the league minimum.
It is a good hypothetical because
it's a good one.
But I think you just have to do Durant because what you can do is Durant the league minimum and then make a trade. Maybe not for Giannis because that'd break the game, but then also make a trade for a star afterwards. So yeah, I think I'd go with that.
Yeah. This is an interesting text about John Mechie. It's like 1, 2, 3,
second Mechie,
4, 5,
Mechie
6,
kid?
7, 8. It's the same texter.
Oh, okay.
You're saying John Mechie's not a good football player. I mean, he is in the NFL. He did play for Alabama, and he hasn't a good chance yet. He had a good chance. Tell him Stephon Diggs got hurt. Did you see him? He struggled.
Yeah.
He had plenty of chances. Texter continues. They had too many receivers, so they wouldn't use them when they needed him. They used Dalton Schultz. And look at the results of what happened. They bleeping sucked. So send me somewhere where he could be good receiver, how to move afterwards just to be better. And for you to say, ha, 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 oh, this is a troll. No, that bleeping serious. Give them to Dallas to see what happens. Sophomore. I don't even know what this person was talking about. I think this person was mad that I called him out and saying, like, John Mechie in Dallas would not do anything. Like, it doesn't do anything for them.
No. They should sign Tyler Lockett.
What I just read here was the most unintelligible thing I've ever read in my life.
Which
may God have mercy on your soul.
Which proves how interactive we are.
We are very
interactive. It doesn't even have
interactive.
to be hinged or good or entertaining in any way. It can be ramblings about John Mechie.
We're in spring training mode, okay? This is the third show getting back in here, and we've got Battery Chucker just putting up fake news on the Twitch nonstop, and on top of that, we're just a rambling and coherent text. We read it. We tried to read it. I thought there would be a point there. Sadly, there was none.
It really is that scene.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
We're all dumber for having listened to it.
Yeah, Junior Broncos says John Mechie is a cancer in the locker room. Junior, what the hell, bro? Can we stop? He's cancer free. Okay? Cancer is not transmissible. I'm not a doctor. My sister is. I'm not a doctor, but it's not. And there you go, guys. There you go. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Bears traded nothing to get Joe Thuney. Why did the Texans not get Joe Thuney? I wanted Joe Thuney. Please help me figure it out on the other side. Stay put.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you? All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
Forrest Whitley allowed a home run in spring training. It was to left field. Jose Altuve could not stop it. Now,
rob it.
Is that because Jose Altuve is 5'7"? I can't say because there's no video of it.
We don't know if this home run was 700 feet or not.
We're not 100% sure, but definitely not great for Forrest Whitley, who I'm sure after the game will tell you he thought his stuff was good because that's the spring training theme. Like in spring training baseball, you're just going to hear a lot of players who maybe don't have the best statistical outing tell you, well, my stuff felt pretty good.
Felt good out there working on stuff.
Working on some
Felt
stuff.
sharp.
So there you go, guys. That's the latest update from Astros spring training as the world turns.
It is
watching
funny.
Altuve in left field.
That we basically have to get the updates like it is 1940s baseball
By
again.
telegram. Yes.
Yeah, like
we're getting these by telegram.
Here.
Altuve made a nice running catch towards the gap on the track. It is crazy that they can't just televise these on Space City Home Network. What the hell are they airing on that channel right now? Like infomercials, probably. I'm sure more people would watch that. You don't even need to have play-by-play necessarily. You could simulcast it from their actual flagship station. What are you doing?
Rockets Pacers just ended.
Oh, the game that was played last night?
This is probably the fourth time that they played it.
I'm sorry. This is a major sports city, and you can't even air the effing spring training games of the two-time the two-time World Series champs who have been to 4 and have been to 7 ALCSs and have won 7 AL Wests over the last 8 years. We really can't do this. This makes me embarrassed. It really does. This is the 4th or 3rd, depending on the day, biggest city in the country. It's the 4th or 5th biggest metroplex. And I get it. It's not the most diehard sports town. It's more casual. We can't air the spring training games and watch the greatest Astro of all time play left field because I want to watch him in left field.
Well, does it make you feel better that now it's Rockets 360 or Rockets All Access or whatever it's called with and they're talking about Clyde Drexler?
I don't get that. I don't get that, Sean. Put Altuve in left field on Space City Home Network. I'm ready to watch the game today. See, I would love to put that in the studio. Instead, I got Pat McAfee taking off his sleeves and taking a crap on Canada. That's all I got. I need more. From the 747, most of all the spring training games is on the MLB Network. That's not possible. How would they do that? They can't put them all on.
I think it's on like the website.
God, like this is why I don't take this league seriously. I understand there's a lot of baseball fans out here. You can't televise the spring training games. What are we doing? You can get it for summer league and the NBA.
Yeah,
they're mostly televised.
Some of those you honestly shouldn't televise.
Yes, those are horrible.
Those games are.
Yeah,
there'll be like a 10-minute stretch where like I don't know what the hell I'm watching. No, I really don't understand. Even it, like you said, without announcers, even if you just do the thing where it's a tripod in the behind the dish where it just shows the entire field.
Put a cell phone out. That's all you have to do. What are we doing? This is insane. An iPad, if you want to go a little bit higher class with the cameras. You can't do this?
Matt Kawahara holding up an iPad.
We can do a live stream from a golf course using a cell phone. What, you can't do it for baseball? I get it. It's not going to be the easiest thing to view, but it's definitely better than like re-airing things that have already aired. I don't get it. You get 3 hours. It's just a month, but it's better programming than what you have. Space City Home Network. Paul's never going to get on the Space City Home Network now. You can get on Fox 26, get on KHOU, KPRC. What's up? What's up?
Ball's in your court.
Ball is in your court. It's been a while since I've been on KPRC. Been a while. Paul, my God, stop being such an egomaniac. Stop being such a, me person. I just want them to put it on TV. Okay? That's all I'm asking for. So there you go. Instead, we get updates courtesy of written word by Brian McTaggart. we thank Ryan McTaggart for being there and providing us with these updates about Jose Altuve in left field because we wouldn't be able to get him otherwise. The Texans, they're not going to be able to get Joe Thuney from the Kansas City Chiefs because the Chicago Bears traded a 2026 fourth-round pick for him. And I just can't believe that's how little it cost. And I think the Texans were asleep at the wheel here. Nick Caserio drafted Joe Thuney. I'm sure, like, they must catch up every now and then, no? Right? Like, wouldn't you think? Maybe that's illegal. I don't know if you're allowed to text players on other teams, but you're like, hey, Joe, how's the wife, the kids? Like, I'm sure you could do that.
That seems like a gray area. I'm sure it happens with like you said, guys with personnel background or front office guys and players like that. It does seem natural. I mean, Tom Brady had Matt Stafford over at a ski resort,
right,
talking to him. So I don't know. It is. I don't know about troubling, but it is. I don't know. I don't love that Joe Thuney was on the market and there was absolutely no chance that he was going to be a Texan when he seems like the tailor-made A+++ version of what we thought that this Texans could add. These Texans could add this offseason.
Listen, we all want a deep steel blue pill, right? Like the Texans, vibes-wise, vibes are bad. Bad vibes, man. Bad vibes. Things are not good right now because of the way the season ended. Tank Dell just had another surgery today. He's not going to play this coming season. I'd be surprised if he made it. We hope him the best, right? But is he actually going to be back there? Stephon Diggs is a free agent. He's coming off of a torn ACL and dealing with like all of the off-the-field drama possible. It seems that Vikings players were correct in wishing that he would not date their sisters. Here we are on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, still with no deep steel blue pill. Can't get it at the pharmacy. Can't get it at those online websites.
I don't even know if it still works.
Good point. This is where I'm at. Can't get a date. Can't get a deep steel blue pill for my Texans. My beloved Houston Texans. Pull your Patriots. Shh.
They did re-sign Daria
Gumbawale. 1 year, $2 million.
Congratulations to him.
He's great pass blocker as a running back goes.
Yeah.
Daria Gumbawale.
Game-winning touchdown catch against the Jags.
Kicked a field goal once.
Kicked a field goal that one time.
Probably better offensive lineman than Kenyon Green. I mean, lots of things on the table, man. So there you go. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On the table, are you thinking that last night's Rockets loss was karmic? Also, do you have any reason as to why the Texans did not go after Joe Thuney? We've also touched on how Cam Smith theoretically has a future in the outfield per Dana Brown. So you can weigh in on all of that. And what's washed? Because we got a washed watch Wednesday coming up. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Went on a rant in the last segment about how we have to get Astros updates from Twitter, essentially, via the written word, and just trust the description. Some of them are as simple as 280 characters or less from Brian McTaggart on X/Twitter. Others are 16 paragraph write-ups by Matt Kawahara. This is how we determine whether or not Jose Altuve is playing well in left field. Somebody texted this in, actually on the Twitch. This is from 75 Half Falsehoods. Jim Crane's cheap. You know, I want to say that is the reason that they're not broadcasting the games. But can you say that when the Astros have the fifth highest payroll in baseball? You can't. Like, I understand the idea that, like, oh, he could spend more theoretically and go over the luxury tax balance threshold. It's a weird term, but I wanted to just say salary cap. It would be easier, again, baseball getting in its own way. The Astros actually have the fifth highest payroll in all of baseball. Guess who's not in first? Thought the Dodgers would be. Nope. Mets. Mets are first. Dodgers are third. Dodgers have the spending spree of all spending sprees, and I guess all this deferred crap that they're doing that clearly is gaming the system still has them as the third highest payroll in all of baseball. That blew my mind when I saw that today.
Well, yeah, because Ohtani counts as 2 instead of 70. And so that just kind of pushes you down a little bit. Also, I think the Mets. No, I guess the Verlander one is over because I knew they still had Verlander on their books because they're covering some of it once he got traded from the Mets to the Astros. So they were like a little inflated with guys that don't play on the Mets, which is very funny.
That
and
is
also
pretty funny, yeah.
Very Mets.
So Mets.
They didn't make the playoffs.
Minus
still.
the cocaine.
They had a pretty good year, but it is surprising that the Dodgers aren't number one. But I guess that is where the financial game that they're playing kicks in.
Mets payroll number 1, $333 million. Yankees payroll number 2. That's surprising, $310 million.
Yeah.
Dodgers $270 million. Phillies $249 million. Astros $244. Rangers right behind them at $240. Braves are $233. Then you got rounding out the $200 million club, the Cubs, Blue Jays, and Giants.
Okay, I was gonna say it's crazy, or it's not crazy. It is interesting how all those teams you mentioned are good until you got to Cubs. I forgot who was after Cubs and the Giants. Cubs, Blue Jays, Giants. That's where like, well, no, it's like, okay, these teams aren't good. Actually, you can't have a good payroll and you're probably going to make the playoffs because that's what we can say about all those teams and their recent World Series champions. Like even the Rangers didn't make the playoffs last year, but they won the World Series the year before. So it does kind of show that, like, hey, just if you spend money, chances are your team's going to be good.
Yep. You would think. But sometimes that's not the way the cookie crumbles. All right, guys, 2:30. Do we have the new bells and whistles for this? Because
I believe so.
There has been a show change, in case you were just tuning in. It's the Paul Gallant Show now. Joe George still works with us. Joe George has moved from middle management to upper management. That's how I'm going to frame it. But on a serious note, and we had a lot of fun over the last year, Joe and I doing the show together. But Joe's stepping away to be with his family. They're going through some stuff. We wish him well. And he came up with the idea for this segment, but I wanted to keep it going. I think it's a fun one. What is washed in the world of sports, a la Scott Boras, which is what started this whole thing. Joe George's first piping hot take. It's time for a Washed Watch Wednesday. What's washed? All right. How about this as far as someone who's washed? Michael Brantley. Washed as a baseball player, not washed as a coach, because Michael Brantley was at Astro spring training today. Huh?
All right.
Hitting coach who can maybe help the Astros be a little more patient at the plate. Wondered why he was there. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Watching guys at spring training. That
A different kind of b-ball. Yeah.
he has to go watch it in person because you can't watch it on effing TV. Ridiculous, you know?
I imagine him walking over and being like, what the hell? Why is Altuve standing in left field?
yeah. What's going on? What else is washed? How about this? Long speeches. Listen, here's the key to a good speech. 3 minutes in and out if you're doing it at a wedding or really at anything. The shorter, the better. Now, I'm not trying to get political here. He said right before getting political, but President Trump's, I guess this was called a presidential address to Congress, and it's not the State of the Union, but it was basically what we see in the State of the Union. If you watched it, he set the record for the longest State of the Union ever, 1 hour and 40 minutes. I guess someone keeps tabs on this because Bill Clinton's State of the Union was the longest one up to this point. In 2000, he went 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. Now, I wonder if they would actually, I don't know, cut out the filler, which is all the stupid applauding that takes place over the course of it, that maybe this would get a little quicker. It is crazy the way that this goes. Like, it's so polarized in Washington that the president could say anything, and then like half of the room stands up and cheers. Or sometimes the whole room stands up and cheers. But last night, there were a couple of moments during the longest speech ever where not everyone stood up, and it was like moments that everyone probably should have stood up. Like when a 13-year-old who has brain cancer who's from Houston, by the way, DJ Daniel was given was made an honorary Secret Service agent, and they renamed the Anhuac National Wildlife Refuge after the late and tragically murdered Jocelyn Nougare. You see that, and people weren't all standing up and cheering for that over this speech that took an hour and 40 minutes. Why aren't you standing up for that part? I don't get that. But speeches as a whole, States of the Union as a whole, I think they're washed.
Yeah, it's a long one.
That's a long one.
Yeah, and you're what? You're a congressman, senator. You're 85 years old. It's late. You just want to go to bed.
Right.
It's bedtime 2 hours ago.
You know, the people who stormed out, they had the right idea. I get it. Like, we're trying to be apolitical, but like, I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes.
Like walking out of a long movie when it stinks. You're just like, you know what? I'm pulling the cord. I don't need to be here another 2 hours.
Adrian Brody's Oscars speech as well. We're talking about
long movie.
I mean, washed speech. And yeah, that movie was 3 hours and 40 minutes,
it has
right?
an intermission.
Oh my God. Oof.
That's why I didn't see it.
It's not even an action movie.
No.
Right? It's about architecture.
Yeah.
Cool, bro.
Like Holocaust survivor turns into architect.
By the way, Halle Berry made out with Adrian Brody like right in front of his wife afterwards, because I guess Adrian Brody made out with Halle Berry during the Oscars like 20 years ago or something like that.
That's
okay, Adrian Brody.
I know. Wow.
So long speeches and kissing people other than your wife in front of your wife.
What a night. What a night. You know, I don't relate to Adrian Brody. I really don't relate to what he's got going on. Also, I'd be so pissed off if because his speech was like 5.5 minutes long.
Yeah. Oh, play him off. Like, I get it. He won Best Actor.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want.
No.
Actually, well, you kind of can do whatever you want.
You really can if you're the Best Actor.
Then tell me that on the way in, that no matter what, whoever wins Best Actor,
they can do whatever they want. Carte blanche.
You could slap someone. You could talk forever.
I mean, I kind of wanted the person who won for Emiliana Perez, who got, or Amelia Perez, whatever it was, like, because that was the only one that Amelia Perez won an award for, even though it was nominated for like a ridiculous 13
Zoe
things.
Saldana won for best.
She won for Best Supporting Actress, and then there was something else. It was like Best Original Song, and it was one of the bad songs from Amelia Perez, from what I understand. Again, I'm not going to watch it. I really wanted them to sweep in the Oscars because I wanted everyone to be pissed about it. Because at least we'd have something to talk about with the Oscars. Because of course, like there's songs about like turning, schmenzers into hoo-ha's, throughout that. But the lady who accepted the award just got up in the microphone, and I don't know if she was hammered or what, but she just starts singing, Emilio Perez, Emilio Perez. And I wish that they let her keep going. Adrian Brody, cut him off. But 5 minutes of her singing that, it would be like an extended one of those Family Guy skits where they keep something going for a long time because they're probably trying to annoy you. I would have liked that.
Yeah. It's also very funny that like this is supposedly a song that everyone loved, or a movie that everyone loved that is a musical, and she starts singing a song from it, and people are like, "Oh my god, get this lady off the stage!" I'm like, Ariana Grande can sing whatever she wants from Wicked, and we're in.
Yeah. It's also crazy that Wicked didn't win anything. I get it. It's a musical first, the Tonys or whatever, but come on. I enjoyed it, even though I don't understand the plot at all.
Wicked
makes no sense.
I know like the beats of it from the play, but I didn't actually watch it.
It's basically the Wicked Witch of the West who's green, and basically everyone's being racist to her.
Phantom Menace. It's prequels that are about the villain from the original movie.
Except for actually the reason that she leaves school and becomes the Wicked Witch of the West is because the talking animals aren't being allowed to teach anymore. And again, it's like, what? Who thought this up? How high were they? One last thing in Washed Watch is renaming things Washed. Now, I think it's pretty cool that the Lieutenant Governor of Texas has called for the New York Strip to be called the Texas Strip to support ranchers across the state. But I guess this is the same way that we once called French fries freedom fries. This is not going to take on, even though it makes more sense to call a New York Strip a Texas Strip. I guess we call it the New York Strip because there was a steakhouse in New York that called it the New York Strip. And somehow this just took hold everywhere. I have no idea how. Texas Strip would make more sense. But like, what are we doing? Do we need to rename everything? Gulf of America, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with Gulf of America. But do we need to rename everything? Because it feels like the last couple of weeks, it's just been rename this, rename that, rename this, rename that.
I have a follow-up to Dan Patrick. This was to support ranchers across the state. Just a question. How does changing the name support ranchers across the state?
It's not giving them any
just
money.
by saying the word Texas?
Right.
Just saying the word Texas is supporting them?
Right. It does not. It does not. Texas Swarm. Wait. Texas Steak. Texas Strip. There we go. Got it that time. All right. He's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in town. That is Washed Watch Wednesday. Every single Wednesday at 2:30. We clean some things up before we get out of Dodge and a little garbage time to wrap it all up. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, Paul Gallant Show. A text about the Oscars from the 747. Paul, Wicked won for best costumes. For a person that's flamboyant like you, surprised you didn't know that. Well, I didn't watch the Oscars. I didn't watch them. And it's not even by choice. I actually was thinking I would watch them. I was hoping that someone would get slapped. And no, I had a lot on Sunday. Had a lot. Started early. Part of the poultry auction committee, striking down the chicken shack. Very fun tent. And once that was done, went to El Tiempo, and pitchers of margaritas should be illegal. Because, like,
it's un-American.
No, it's not because it's un-American, Sean. It's because
no, you're un-American for suggesting.
No, I don't know how to tell him to stop. This
what
guy.
We call them Texas pitchers.
I want to give a shout out to the waiting staff at the El Tiempo on Washington because they were very persuasive.
Oh, okay.
I basically said, "Oh, just give me a splash of the pitcher," because he was going around and refilling people's goblets of marg. And yeah, this guy who I love, and I see him every single time I'm there, Jamie, he's like, he winked at me and he just filled the whole thing. I was like, damn it, Jamie, come on. There's sober children in Utah, and I don't want to drink this whole thing. Save it for them.
Finish.
Yeah. Anyway, alas, earwax. All right, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. We're learning more and more about violent criminal Travis Scott, who this is what he did to Cody Rhodes during John Cena's heel turn. I know it's the WWE and that wrestling isn't real and all that stuff, but it was pretty entertaining to see John Cena, who has always been like the good guy of wrestling, even a casual like me knows that, kick Cody Rhodes in the nuts. Also, Travis Scott came in here and just beat the hell out of Cody Rhodes. He gave him a black eye and he ruptured his eardrum. And it seems like Travis Scott's been training for wrestling, so he might be part of WrestleMania or something like that. I don't know. If I'm Cody Rhodes, I am joining in the lawsuit with all of the people here in Houston against him. I am. F that guy.
It's a pattern of behavior.
You went a little bit too hard, and you're going just like all these people who are wailing and away in that mosh pit style that apparently Travis Scott concerts have. I don't understand how that music gets mosh pits. Like, and everyone's running around and doing the mosh pit stuff. I don't get it. Mosh pit's dumb. So dumb. And Travis Scott's music sucks. I said it. I don't understand the appeal. I really don't. Like, what the hell is that?
Why do you make him sound like Simple Jack?
Because I don't understand what he's saying. Like that's what stargazing sounds like to me. I've listened to the music. Well, you used to do it like back at the flagship. I had assigned rap listening because we would bring on like Slim Thug and ESG came on a couple of times, and I think Lil Flip came on too. And like I would have to listen to rap so that I knew what I was talking about. But Travis Scott sucks. And like as a person seems to suck too. Just settle with these people. My God. Anyway, he gave Cody Rhodes black eye and ruptured his eardrum, and I hope he gets sued. A Kentucky frat president got a Rudy moment in the final seconds of an LSU game. How about that? Kentucky's hang on a second. Thing is loading. Zach Toe of Kentucky, a frat president, basically had a Rudy moment take place for Kentucky basketball. He was a walk-on. That's also the president of a fraternity. And not even kidding, Kentucky player Lamont Butler came to head coach Mark Pope about a month ago and said Zach Toe deserved a jersey. So on senior night, he got to wear a jersey and he got to play for like 1 minute and he touched the ball.
Nice.
Zachy. I wonder if he was the epitome of a bro, like just a total frat bro.
I mean, he's Kentucky frat president.
You got to be
if
in
you're
the
an SEC school frat president.
Yeah. I would hope. I would hope that he is the most frat person ever. A Texas man in a jewelry heist. Get this. He swallowed a lot of earrings. Can you guess how many dollars worth of earrings he swallowed, Sean?
I'm going to guess it's going to be pretty expensive.
Very.
So, $500,000.
$769,500 worth of earrings. So this guy who claimed to represent an Orlando Magic player went to he went to a Tiffany and Company at the mall in Millenia, which is, I guess, Orlando's Galleria.
Yeah.
And he stole $800,000 worth dearly of jewelry. Law enforcement took a scan of the man's stomach, which showed a bright, shiny foreign object in his stomach, believed to be the stolen earrings. Wow.
Hi, I'm here for Paolo Banchero's earrings. Yep, let me take those.
The Orlando Magic player in the report, Sean, is unknown. During the interaction on camera, where Gilder was taken into the VIP room, as they do if you steal. I've never done this, never had that happen before, but
never got caught stealing. Wow.
No, stop. I've never stolen. 4.86 carat diamond solitaire earrings, $160,000. 8.19 carat solitaire earrings, $609,000. Damn. And 5.61 carat diamond solitaire ring, $587,000. So we've shown these pieces of jewelry, and then they checked his tummy through an X-ray, and they found that some of these were located in his stomach. Man. I mean, that is a way to try and steal something, but clearly it doesn't work out so well.
No, I guess because it is like not no body, no crime, but no earring, no crime. And then, day later, boom, you just stole it. You just have to clean it up a little.
By the way, he has 48 failure to appear warrants in Colorado, this guy.
Okay, so
shout out
upstanding. Got
the very upstanding citizen, this Jathan Lawrence Gilder, a Texas man who went to Orlando and swallowed a bunch of jewelry. It doesn't work, guys. Gonna have to try a new way to steal. And on that note, guys, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Kind of forgot what the studio felt like.
Yeah, I was
Been here
going to
a little
say.
bit. Thank you guys for holding down the fort.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, I love you like a brother. That is an obnoxious hat.
I was just going to say, he's leading that in. He's going to hit you on the backside after that.
That might be the ugliest hat I've ever seen.
It's opinion. Yeah, I obviously don't mind it. I bought it, but
you paid for it?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously I don't wear it very often. I usually have like two go-to hats, and I couldn't find them, so I was like, I'll grab my Triple G hat and I put it on.
Yeah, if you don't, obviously this is the radio medium, so let me describe the hat a little bit. It's black. It's silver with the lettering. Kind of looks like a Raiders hat a little bit.
Say Raiders
hat,
and then
in
over
style,
the
a little bit, yeah.
right down the, what would you call that? That's not the bill. That's what's that part of the hat? The facing. Is it facing? There's a word for it, I think. But the facing of the hat has 3 giant G's right in succession. It is
not Gallant George.
I was going to say Gallant George, and
that is a disaster.
Golovkin.
I could see like AJ probably having the swag to pull that off. Maybe somebody under the age of 30 could have the swag to pull that off. But that is one despicable looking hat.
When is the last time you think I thought about having the swag to pull off a piece of clothing?
You only have 2 other
hats.
hats.
In a while.
Yeah, I haven't. That hasn't been a part of my thought process in quite a while.
We're gonna have to post that hat and get people's thoughts on that hat, because that is a.
I mean, it's on YouTube right now.
Ugly hat. Yeah, good point. ESPN Houston to check out Brian's ugly hat. ESPN Houston.
Appointment viewing.
That is something. That hat is something. Congratulations, Texas A&M.
Yeah, big one.
Big time win in College Station. A foundation built on love. I listened to the last few minutes of that game. Andrew Monaco does a great job. That's the first time A&M has beaten the number 1 team in the country. So they gigged them. Congratulations to the big time.
They never trailed.
Big time. They never trailed in that
Never
game?
trailed in the
See,
entire game.
I didn't get it until the final few minutes. I was calling some Cougar baseball. But, yeah, big time win for them.
No doubt.
Did I see it right that they retired Wade Taylor's jersey?
They did.
Huh. That surprises me.
Before his career's over?
But
I'm not a big fan of that.
I would
Yeah,
think
I'm not either.
that he's played because of COVID and everything else. He's been there so long that he probably holds a lot of records.
Probably
Sure,
does.
but before his career's even over?
Yeah,
Don't you do it next year?
How do you feel about that, where you're retiring a jersey while he's still an active member of your roster?
Yeah, that is weird, right?
He's only been there 4 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was there longer than that.
Oh, I just pulled it up.
The kid from Illinois too. I still feel weird about the fact that he didn't play 4 years at Illinois.
But he's not an active player though.
No, but he's in the NBA now. But I mean, less than 6 months removed from his career being over at Illinois, they retired his number. And at that point, I was like, it's a little soon.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird one too. But maybe they have like, was he an All-American? No, he wasn't an All-American. Yeah, that was a weird one for me. He played 3 years at Tech, Terrence Shannon did, before moving over to Illinois.
Yeah, that makes it even weirder.
Got into some trouble there too. Yeah, but congratulations to the Aggies. That was big time. Congratulations to Bel Air. Bel Air winning a big game yesterday too. I wish them success as they head to state. So that's cool to see. That was the good basketball played in this state, A&M and Bel Air. The bad basketball from a team in this state. What is going on with the Houston Rockets? Look, they were underdogs in yesterday's game. Like, they were 3.5-point dogs. I think it's fair to think that, hey, that wasn't a layup. That wasn't an easy win. This team is reeling a little bit, Blinkers. They're reeling.
Yeah, it is. And it's at the exact wrong time, because you got teams like Golden State playing well. You got the Lakers playing well, where a week or so ago you were going to be the 4 seed hosting the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. Now you've slid to 5. And in 2 nights, Golden State sliced 2 games off of the deficit to try and catch you and move all the way up into the 5 seed. So you got to kind of thank goodness you're playing the Pelicans the next 2 games. But at the same time, you better be on your best game, because of the fact that you can't slip up anymore, because every game matters down the stretch, and it's costing you right now.
I'm going to run this comp by you. How I feel this Rockets season is going right now. 37-25. You brought up the standings. They're currently 5th. They're still, is 3.5 game lead comfortable?
It should still be
3.5 ahead of Minnesota for the 7th spot. So they're still 3.5 games into the real playoffs. They're also 3.5 games back from the Lakers at number 2. So like, you're smack dab in the middle of 2nd and 7th in the Western Conference. So it
Mhm.
can kind of go one of either way. And the more likely scenario is they kind of stay right here in the middle. They're a 5 seed, they're a 6 seed. So hopefully they don't slide out of the playoffs, though. That would be disastrous. I really want this young team to get a 7-game playoff series. Even if they don't win, I'm okay with that. Now they get swept, probably a different story whenever we're real time in the moment. But I want them to get the taste of a 7-game playoff series. I think it'll be critical for the development of this young team. But how it feels like to me right now with how the Rockets season is going as of late, this feels like a game. Whenever you're playing a team that's probably better than you, like maybe a 5-point, 7-point favorite, and you get out to a huge lead. You're up like 20 at the half or something like that. And then the other team that you know is better than you and everybody knows is better than you starts to chip away at that lead, where a 20-point lead all of a sudden becomes a 15-point lead halfway through the third quarter. It ends with a 9-point lead after 3. It's a 5-point game with 5 minutes left to play. And then in the final minute, that team eventually takes the lead over you. That, to me, is how this season feels for the Rockets right now. Most of the year, they were right there at the top of the Western Conference. We knew that they're not the second best team in the West, but okay, they're playing to this high standard, playoffs, yes, and they are just grasping and clinging on, trying to stay in the playoffs.
It's not bad. I mean, it is. It's one of those scenarios, and I always go back to that Seattle team years ago where Ray Allen, Brent Barry, and a bunch of guys that were decent NBA players got off to such a hot start that they were able to that they were trying to secure a 4 seed. And then they just kept sliding and sliding and sliding. And you're like, okay, we know who they really are. Now, can they at least kind of capitalize on the fast start, the hot start, and all the wins that they got to solidify at least being in the playoffs in this case, or in the case of Seattle, trying to hang on to a home court when they did it? It is similar. And the fact is that you don't want all the goodwill to go to waste. You don't want all that effort at the end of the year to be for naught because you slid out of the top 6. Because we know we made our predictions at the start of the year. I thought this was a play-in team. If this team could somehow solidify one of the top 6 seeds in the West, that's a win. No matter what happens the rest of the way, that's more advancement. The first year it was 22 games better in the win column. Second year we're trying to at least make the playoffs. Now, if you're a top 6 seed, you're advancing. You're doing things that you can actually tangibly say we're improving. But it would suck if after all this hard work and all those good wins early in the season that they would fall out of the top 6 between now and the end of the regular season.
I think it's in play they missed the playoffs. Like, I do think it's in play that they missed the playoffs. Like, play in, like, not they're going to finish within the top 10, but I could see them falling to number 7 and then all of a sudden being in this play in where they have to earn their way into the real postseason. I think that would be a failure. Now, if you go to the play-in and then you earn your way in, that's not a failure. Like, hey, you had some games with high stakes and you needed to earn your way to be there. And if they do that, then cool, more power to them. But if they get into the play-in and they miss the real playoffs altogether, I do think it is a failure of a season for Houston.
Yeah, I think it just shows you how much more growth that this team has to try and find a way to get to the level, because when you're the 2 seed, like you said, for the majority of the first half of the season, you should be a playoff team, regardless of if you slip. But if you slip all the way out, it would be a gross disappointment because of where you were and because of the fact that you had such a good lead. I think one of the blessings for them is Kyrie Irving's injury for Dallas, because now Dallas, a team kind of right there teetering on a playoff team, that when you figured if they got Anthony Davis back and they had Kyrie and they still have Clay and some other, and they get Lively back, that they could actually climb. But now it looks like they're going to shut down AD. Kyrie's out for the year, and maybe they're just going to tank. So that allows you a little wiggle room to say, okay, I'm going to get into at least the play-in, right? But Minnesota's right there. Minnesota's a far better team than what their record has been indicates right now. And like I said, in Golden State, it's getting hot. So you're right. It's in play that they could actually fall out of the top 6. And I think that in itself would be disappointing. But if they were able to solidify a playoff spot by the play-in, they could salvage it. But if you miss the top 6 and then don't even qualify for a playoff series, that would be a disappointment.
I don't even need them to win a playoff series. I if they're eliminated in the first round and they lose a 5-game, like if they lose a 7-game series in 5, okay, I think it's valuable experience. But if you miss the real playoffs altogether, this season, which seemed like a great stepping stone to the growth of this very young team, I do think would be pretty catastrophic for the Rockets. What stood out to you specifically in the game yesterday? Kind of a small, looking at it more of the tree, not the forest.
I mean, you out rebound a team by like 20 rebounds. You basically you didn't shoot the ball well at all. But the combination of 13 missed free throws and another game where it just seems like there's not a whole lot of extra effort on this team. Like the execution in the fourth quarter was not good again. Jalen had an off night, but you got to be able to recover from that. And I thought that it was a lot of the same stuff that we've been talking about in terms of not a very high energy, high effort from the team, especially when they needed it in the fourth quarter, because in the fourth quarter, they had once again gone on a run. They scored 6 points in the final 7 minutes. Like you work your tail off on a 23-5 run, I think it was, at the end of the third, into the fourth, to get right back in it and take a 1-point lead. And then you proceed to score 6 points the rest of the way. You can't do that. And this is what we've seen from this team in the fourth quarter in terms of falling short and falling apart when you need to play your best basketball.
Yeah. It was that. I hated the spot that they were in, needing that comeback to take the lead in the fourth quarter.
Because of the energy they burnt?
I do believe in that.
Yeah.
I do believe
There's some to it.
If you're working uphill the entire game, I think a lot of times you do, that tank gets empty for the final, few minutes. But I thought that they just played poorly in the first three quarters. Like, I was more disappointed with them playing poorly in the first three quarters than climbing the mountain and then falling short, because that happens a lot. It's more, hey, everybody was using a rest day for the most part. Jalen Green played, but even his minutes were shortened because that game got out of hand a little bit in the fourth quarter. It was a rest day, and then you still play that way. It doesn't make a lot of sense for a young team that's chasing a playoff spot without very many games to go. Like, this is the stretch drive. Like, why do they need to be inspired? We'll get Ime's thoughts on this, because what Ime said after the game I thought was interesting on a couple of fronts. People have their thoughts on this too. Plus, I've been called a racist already on the show, which is, you don't make it until you've been called a racist in this city, especially the melting pot that is Houston. It is a very busy show. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Lots to get to. USS Cam Smith. We don't think he's making the big league team out of camp, but what if he does? We'll entertain it. Lance McCullers, are you falling back in love with Lance McCullers? Also, the Texans have a new president. He's got a creepy laugh. We'll play that for you. And our address to the Houston sports fan, which is timely, I think. All right, 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know, if they thought I was racist already, they're going to think I'm more racist after this song.
Why does this song make you racist?
I think there's a certain demographic that listens to this song that other demographics do not.
Are you saying in general for like 90s pop punk or specifically The Offspring?
90s punk rock.
Okay. I mean, I would disagree, at least with the people I know, but I mean, maybe there's some truth to that. I'm not sure.
I got you. Texter says ESPN corporate needs to monitor y'all because y'all think y'all can say anything. Adderall user. There's only one.
What did we say?
Racist, I guess.
Was there an example given as to what made you that way?
Yeah, I got called a racist. I'll read you the twext here. The twext.
The twext. Sounds like a candy bar.
Or Albert Fudd.
I'll read you the text. For your information, black people listen to your show also. Houston Wheatley and Houston Booker T going to state also. Those are black schools that made it to state. Also, you just said Bel Air, the white area school. I would like to apologize for not recognizing Houston Wheatley and Houston Booker T. Congratulations to all of Houston ISD that made the state championship. That's a failure on my part. I messed up and I apologize. The only reason that I knew Bel Air made it is because they beat Kingston Flemings, who's a Houston commit. That's the only reason I know what's going on with Houston basketball.
That's going to U of H was in that game against a kid from Duke.
If Bel Air beat a team that did not have a Houston commit, I promise you I would not have known Bel Air made it to the state finals. The only reason I knew Bel Air made it to the state finals is not because they're a white school that made it, although their best player is Shelton Henderson, who's off to Duke. It's because they defeated a Houston Cougar commit. Only reason that game was on my radar at all. But I apologize for everybody that I offended. I do apologize.
Like excuses from a racist.
I mean that sincerely. I apologize. I'm the only minority on this show.
And
I'm Mexican. Half of me is a minority.
Did Kelvin recruit Henderson?
I am not privy to those conversations.
I just, because I remember even before Kelvin took the job and Mikhail and I were talking about it, saying if you could just get the top talent in Houston or some of the top talent in Houston every year, you could have a tournament team every year. But boy, they got some talent coming out of Houston in the area this year.
I trust Kelvin Sampson recruiting.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
I'm not privy to any of that. But Shelton Henderson, good player. Had a big game. It's like 24 and 20, something like that.
Yeah, something like 24 and 20, 20 and 20, something.
Curious to see how his game translates to the college game because he's like a big wing who kind of like powers his way through high schoolers. Like, I wonder what that looks like. But Duke ain't recruiting, terrible basketball.
Seems like he can handle the ball a little bit.
Yeah, I've never seen him play. I'll be honest. Texter, I hope you are racist. This would make the show crazy fun. Just kidding, kinda. Yeah, there's no racist on this show, and it certainly wouldn't be me. I have the most street cred of anybody on this show because I'm half minority. Brian,
I married into it.
You're right. You married into it. You got there as quick as you could.
That's right.
Like they say about Texans. One born there, but I got there as quick as I could. Brian thought he had street cred putting on that hat today.
You never know. I mean, if it's just a quick look, he might.
I don't think any of us have street cred as the answer.
That's probably true.
Brian looks like a roadie for PE.
King of Twitch, I'm a half a second.
Public Enemy.
I like to say Texican. That's what I go with. He does look like Public Enemy a little bit.
Yeah.
There was a tweet somebody on the Twitch I was going to read. Oh, yeah. It was from our guy XX Ron. He said that if the Rockets do miss it, it'll be a failure. And it would be a failure if they miss out on the playoffs. I agree they don't need to win a series, but they got to make it to the dance. XX Ron was on the Rockets are contenders.
Oh, yes, he was. Heavy on that one.
I wonder if those that, and maybe this is a question here, 713-780-3776. For those of you that thought the Rockets were contenders a month ago, do you still feel that way? Talking to you, XX Ron, and all of you, 713-780-3776. SU on the YouTube. Yeah, you definitely don't want to slip out of the playoffs. Here was Ime Udoka about yesterday's game.
Opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. Yeah, and so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so, that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point-blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up 1 and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness from the start to avoid getting into that hole.
I agree with everything he said. But at what point does that fall on him?
Oh, at some point it has to, right? Because this is the repetitive speech we keep hearing from him in post games. We keep hearing him. Credit to him for not being afraid to call out his players. You hope that that's not the only place he's doing it, and you would assume that he's also doing it in practices and meetings and film sessions. But at a certain point, when it's repetitive and it's a broken record and it keeps happening, like, what are you doing to fix it? Yeah, I understand each individual has their own responsibilities, but if it seems to be more of a pattern across the entire team, the coaching staff has to play a part in that at some point too.
Yeah. Todd the Show saying uninspired, lack of physicality, blah, blah, blah. Dude says the exact same thing every postgame loss. Alex saying an Ime I trust. And look, I still think Ime, I think he's a great coach. I don't think because they lost a couple of games and they're, a young team that might have been playing over their heads in the first half of the year, maybe coming back down to reality this year. I don't think it changes who Ime is as a coach. But that message that he sends after every loss, that has to get old for the players.
Oh, yeah.
That has to be something where they're like, okay, like, we didn't play well, yes. We didn't make our shots, yes. But talking about how, basically, he calls them soft all the time.
He does.
And, like, at what point is that the head coach demanding his players live up to his standard, right? And I get that that's sometimes difficult to do in the pros, but maybe just keep subbing guys in that are willing to do that. So, like, if you're saying the same thing over and over, and you're not really changing what you're doing, isn't that the definition of insanity?
Yeah, to a certain extent, because when you think about it and you watched a majority of that run where they got back into the game going into the fourth quarter, he wasn't afraid to ride some of the hot hands as opposed to all of his starters. But at a certain point, too, explain to me why, if you're lacking energy and Cam Whitmore the night before goes off and does all the things positively that he did, that Cam Whitmore struggles to get on the floor and get 7 minutes overall. Like, you have to look yourself in the mirror and go, well, if we need energy, but I got these young guys sitting on my bench that, yeah, they might make a few mistakes, but at the same time, what they showed me last night was, not last night being Indiana, the night before when they were playing hard at OKC, hey, they got a lot of fight in them, and they've got a lot of hustle and a lot of ability to kind of maybe bridge those gaps when the veterans are kind of slowing down. He doesn't do that. And so I would think at a certain point the team will get tired of it. And I also think that if he's not afraid when a guy doesn't play defense of sitting a guy down,
yeah,
it shouldn't be any different that if a guy's not showing you a whole lot of energy in a game that's very tight, try something else.
Texture, he's telling the truth, Softy. I agree that he's telling the truth, but at some point that falls on the head coach to change what he does not like on the team. Mm-hmm. Like that ultimately falls down to the head coach. That's why head coaches get fired. Like, head coaches get fired because the performance on the floor isn't living up to, like, either the standard that is set by owner, general manager. Sometimes it's even the head coach. The head coach wants a certain standard. It's not being lived up to. They can't right the ship. And then all of a sudden they're looking for a job. So I agree that he is telling the truth. But why hasn't it changed? If this is a message that's been going on for 3 weeks, what's the issue here? What's the underlying issue? I agree with what Ime Udoka is saying, but I always like to look as to the reason of why. Why is this happening? Why is this team soft? Why is this team lacking physicality? Why are they lacking energy? What is the root of the issue here? I don't know if anybody has that answer. Like, it's because the players don't want to play hard. Like, that's what we're talking about here, which I understand happens in professional sports in the NBA, but it should absolutely not happen to a young Rocket team that hasn't made the playoffs since James Harden.
That's the thing. Like, you have the ability, if you want to say it's veterans, like every night maybe, and we know Fred's hurt again, but if you're saying between Fred and Brooks and Green and Steve Adams and the veterans, if you want to say that, hey, with the grind that they've been on through their career, there's going to be times they're dead or they don't have it. You have so many young players, and we just got done talking about in the Oklahoma City game. Look, all these guys that stepped up, that just wanted, they were hungry for the opportunity. When they got it, they took advantage of it. They looked pretty good doing it. Now you're asking them in a smaller sample size where they could actually maybe drain the tank even more. Go out and tell Dante, go in there and just play aggressive defense, get a few fouls, spell my bigs, give me some effort. Shepard, Whitmore, guys like that. Williams, maybe not. But you have guys that you look like you can trust in short spurts, but you're not doing it. If you're going to bench Alpy and Jalen for not playing defense, if you see guys that aren't going after 50-50 balls and giving you full effort for a 5, even if it's just for a couple minutes, sit their ass down, put someone in the game, send a message.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's hearing the same thing every loss.
Let me ask you a question that Paul brought up that I don't think I would ever have thought of, and I don't think it's true, but I'm curious your thoughts. He said at a certain point, do you think Udoka keeps saying this because he's tired of it and that he's getting disgruntled with this young team?
Let's hit it on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Is he getting disgruntled? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something you're never going to get disgruntled over is getting a new vehicle at Monument Chevrolet. You're going to want to buy your car there. There's no doubt about that. It's March too, by the way. Spring is on the way, and that means it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent from the moment you step foot on their massive grounds, and there's no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Employee pricing right now going on as well for the Silverado 1500. That's right. You can get your new Silverado 1500 with the prices the employees pay. You can't beat that. Get over to the dealership, 225 Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Tons of perks at Monument Chevrolet, but the chief among them, the ownership there is fantastic. Why? Because it's family owned. Family feel at Monument Chevrolet. Friendly atmosphere. We mentioned from the moment you step ground to the moment you buy your vehicle, you're going to feel like you're in great hands. They hire good people. Their culture is fantastic. They don't hide charges that they're going to get you on the back end. You're going to love buying a vehicle at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal. Fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. They're not going to backdoor you with these hidden charges. No tricks, no time wasting. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. You can visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com. Or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. You can't miss them. That's Monument Chevrolet.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Did you get your free burger today? Whataburger giving away free cheeseburgers today. Well, free
Are they?
burgers. You have
Why?
to add the cheese. You have to buy fries.
You
and
have to buy
drink, though.
fries and drink, yeah.
Okay.
It's like $6.50.
Yeah, no, I think it runs through Friday, so I
Oh,
plan
does
to
it?
do it tomorrow, yeah. I didn't see it until after I'd already eaten lunch.
The why does it feel like their drink lids never fit right?
They always pop off. I have that same problem.
So weird.
It is a hazard trying to drive with the Whataburger cup. Yeah.
I'm gonna spill this all on my lap. I don't understand. Why don't they have lids that fit?
I didn't notice that, but I'll pay closer attention to it.
You should. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bunch of Coke Zero in your lap.
It's true. It's very true.
What'd the Starbucks barista write on your cup today?
Have a great day, Joel.
That's kind of lame.
I don't mind it.
Not very imaginative.
Yeah, it's not very like, hey, we're gonna be creative with the person that we see.
Kind of mailed it in.
I thought they were supposed to be giving you like compliments on like appearance and stuff.
I mean, better than
On appearance?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, what about Brian with his hat if he pulled up to Starbucks?
Like, have a great
Hey,
day.
nice beard.
Nice
Beard, sir.
Nice drip,
Drip.
Brian.
People often said I have drip. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. Had fun at the occasional invitational yesterday. Said a texture, but that wind was insane. Never played golf in wind like that. Yeah, it's a tough one. That's tough,
Especially on that
golf
course.
and wind. I know.
'Cause it's kind of just right there in the middle of nowhere.
And it's
in the
elevated.
open.
And it's linksy,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So like you kind of got a little open championship feel yesterday.
Yeah, it was flying around.
It's windy today.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how much wind there has been. 713-780 ESPN. So Paul brought up the question: is Ime getting frustrated with his players being soft, basically? Kind of
Just the fact
paraphrasing
that-
it.
Yeah, kind of the fact that, he doesn't have the kind of go-to guy. He wants go-to guys. He wants a chance to compete for a championship.
That's not
again.
soft, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I don't think Paul said he was soft.
Just getting frustrated with like
Just
the
getting
the
frustrated with the
talent?
situation, with the talent and everything. I mean, because if you're me looking at it from my perspective, you got the world by the grapes. I mean, you're the man in charge for the most part. They gave you a hell of a contract, and you're the loudest voice in the room. And you've got all the resources, including a new practice facility and everything that a lot of coaches want. And they're letting him call shots on everything from like the chef to all the little details. He's got everything. It's just maybe more so than that. Maybe he's going to be the driving force behind if they do the things that we were warning people could happen and it all falls out, the bottom falls out of it. Maybe this is the driving force behind making a trade this offseason.
How do you feel about that? What do you think?
I don't
Paul's
like it.
onto something?
I've
think
had
he's right?
questions on both Şengün, but mostly Jalen Green in terms of their ability to kind of get to the level that some people thought that they were destined to achieve and be a superstar. So I've had questions there, but I also don't want them to get an aging superstar and give up a lot of their young talent. I think that they have a ton of young talent, and all of them are at different stages to where no one's really kind of on the high end kind of separated themselves from the pack and said, I'm going to be the go-to guy. But at the same time, you see all these guys that have varying levels of high-level skill that you think make up a really good roster. So I would be weighing the options, but you know me, I need someone that from an age perspective blends with this group, not the OG that comes in like Kevin Durant for 2 years and you give up 3 of your prospects and you give Phoenix their pick back. I don't want that.
See, whenever he says I'm not buying what Paul is selling with the question here. At least not from that quote. Like maybe that is a feeling that he has, like, hey, I don't love this roster. Or we could use help here. We could use help there. But whenever he talks about this quote specifically, it's hard to win when you give up 67 points in the first half. Like that's team. Like that's effort. That's not one specific player. Like he's chastising his first half defense. I don't think that's individual. I don't think that's about one specific player or lack of one specific player or caliber.
I think
of
Paul
player.
was more kind of on this. We keep hearing the same message from him. And if that is that indeed frustration that turns into him questioning, is he ever going to get it from this roster and these young guys and this team and the makeup of some of these players to where it isn't what he had in Boston? Well, he walked into the ultimate situation for him when you walk into Tatum and Brown and some of the guys they already had on the roster that turned it into, I've got a chance to take this team to the finals in short order. You knew what you were signing up for with this Houston Rockets team. You knew that you were going to have picks. you were going to have a young roster, and because you were going to have cap money coming up, the ability to kind of improve through free agency. But in no way, shape, or form should that have said that, hey, the blueprint is here for you to do what you did with the Celtics in short order and get a team to the finals.
Yeah. It's hard whenever you have a team give up 67 points in the first to blame one individual player.
But that also goes to what you were saying earlier, though, Jeremy. At a certain point, that's coaching.
Yeah.
Like, okay, maybe we know that there's shortcomings on some of these guys' abilities defensively. But as a team, when you play team defense, you help, you rotate, you switch, you shut down the lane, and then you flash out on shooters. And if you just know the concepts and the coaches are giving you the right instruction and teaching you at practice, you can still be a serviceable defender, even if your skill set says you ain't great.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, this is a team. Like, that's why I feel like the message is kind of being lost. Like, he's having a tough time currently getting through. That is it because the Fred VanVleet has been out and he's kind of like the bridge from coaching staff to player. It's kind of scary if that's what you need. So I'm just wondering.
Well, but here's the other wonder. Like, Van Gundy was the king of this. Van Gundy utilized the media as a pawn to try and deliver messages to his players, but he didn't like the one-on-one confrontations, and he didn't like behind the scenes backing that up and pounding it home by telling guys to their face, you're not doing this and you got to do this better. So he's utilizing the media to send the message that the effort's got to be better, the defense has got to be better, the veterans have to be better.
I disagree with that. I don't think that he's using the media to convey that message. I think he has no problem conveying that message himself to the team.
No, what I'm saying is I only know what I know, that he's continuing to do it in the press conference.
Sure, but I don't think he's doing it only in the press conference. I don't think he's afraid of confrontation with player.
But we don't know.
I feel pretty confident.
Okay.
I mean, Ime Udoka talks about how he communicates to the players. I mean, I haven't literally been in the room, but I'm taking Ime Udoka for his word, and then the players too say that Ime Udoka is that way as well. So I'm taking the players for their word too.
But it goes to what I was saying too. Then at a certain point, if the words aren't getting through, then the actions have to, which means I'm going to start sitting guys down.
Yeah.
If you start making these mistakes, and especially if we've talked about it, then if you do it again, and especially if you do it repeatedly after we've talked about it, then you're not going to be on the floor. And maybe that's the way that you learn the lesson to play the way I expect you to play if you're playing for my team.
It just feels like the message isn't getting through. Like
Yeah,
it
like
was.
they-
How is this team giving up 67 points in the first half?
How? They've already kind of done this. So there was a game before the All-Star break about a month ago. I forget the opponent specifically, where he sat down the entire starters and kept the bench squad in through the rest
Craig
of the
called
game.
it a line change. Yep.
Yeah, basically a line change. And I remember we had a conversation after the game. It's like, okay, if this doesn't work, what's the next step? And we're still having these moments where in press conferences, he's saying the same thing over and over again. So either A, he doesn't know how to convey the message, or B, he's got to consider replacing the players.
thing.
Because, I mean, one of the things, you have to do one of the things at some point if they're not listening.
And I'd be fine if this is a one-off. Like, hey, I get it. Like, it's the NBA. Like, there's a lot to do in Indianapolis. You can go to the St. Elmo. You can have a little shrimp
that's the thing.
cocktail.
Yeah.
You can go to the Outback right down the street there. There's tons to do in Indy. I can understand the players being distracted in the great Midwest city of Indiana. I totally get it. Indianapolis, Indiana. Totally get it. So I understand that a one-off is going to happen. I totally get it. But when it's happening routinely after it was not happening routinely in the first half, something has changed. Something is different. If it's Fred VanVleet, then the dude should win the MVP. Is how big of a difference it is. Well, it's Fred VanVleet. He's the reason that they went from being one of the best defenses in the NBA to a team giving up 67 points to the Pacers. If Fred VanVleet's the reason for that, that's the most valuable player in the NBA.
Yeah, and I just, Todd, the show was saying, can Fred be that guy? Fred, at this point in his career, can't come and change everything. Can't fix everything. Can he help by kind of getting them in better, getting them better looks, by getting them more into run their offense? Sure. Is he a decent enough shooter that he can improve the team's shooting at a certain point in the game? Sure. But he needs help. And if he finds a guy and works the offense to get a guy open, they still have to make shots. They have to rebound. And again, when you out-rebound your opponent by the sizable amount that they did last night, that's a huge advantage to your favor. But then you shoot 50% from the free throw line on 26 attempts, you're giving away points. And that's something that, again, a lot of it too, when you look at it, they're good free throw shooters missing free throws. That's just a lot of, at a certain point, they're like, I don't feel it.
It's just kind of weird that they out-rebounded it by 20.
It's bizarre. And points in the paint they won.
Yeah. I mean, Indy just shot through the roof, though. I mean, they shot over 50%, hit 17 threes.
Well, it was a layup drill in the second half. I mean, constantly, even when the Rockets scored, they were turning around and getting whiplash, looking at the Pacers going to get a layup on the other end.
It ain't great. This team's not playing good. Like, there's no other way around it. They're not playing. I've been making excuses for them. Back-to-back, stretch drive, getting healthy. I've been making tons of excuses for the Rockets after yesterday's game. And it's not that they lost. They were 3.5-point dogs. I don't care that they lost. I care that they out-rebound a team by 23 and lose. I care that they give up 67 points in the first half.
That's how you lost.
It's the context. It's always the context.
But here's the thing. Do you have any explanation, and do you not think that Cam might have been able to help last night? Because I do, especially because Indiana was really trying to run up and down the floor, right? And coming off a back-to-back.
He doesn't like Cam. He doesn't like Cam.
And then and Cam's not helping himself because on the shots in the huddle, he was basically pouting and lounging.
I mean, you score, what did he score? 28 points the other night?
Yeah.
He scored upper 20s, and he played good defense and was passing the ball and all that, and he gets benched. Like, who would you rather give minutes to right now? And I understand that Reed Sheppard got a few garbage minutes at the end of the game, but he still would have played more minutes than Cam Whitmore, even without those garbage minutes at the end of the game. Who would you rather play more minutes, Reed Sheppard or Cam Whitmore?
Cam Whitmore.
I agree.
I'll take it a step further. Who would you rather give minutes to, Cam Whitmore or Jayshawn Tate in a game like that?
I mean, Tate only played 2. He played less than Cam, but Cam is the answer.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys coming off the bench that you could say, hey, if you're looking for a guy to make a 3, Cam can make a 3. He can finish off the break. He's got bounce. He rebounded really well in the OKC game. And he showed you effort and energy, which you were in desperate need of in the second half.
Texter says, I guarantee he didn't want Sheppard. They picked a point guard, the 3rd pick, and he's trashed when his point guard went down. But why is that same guy that you're saying didn't want Reed playing him more minutes than Cam? Like, that doesn't add up.
Right.
Like, if you said that he didn't want Reed and then Reed's not playing and Cam Whitmore's getting all the minutes, okay, I can hear you on that. And I might even agree with you. But you can't say he didn't want Reed, yet he's playing Reed more minutes than Cam when we all think that Cam should be getting more minutes. A texture after they were so good in the first half, I had them marked in for 54, 56 wins. Yeah, we remember. I'm really bummed that the Rockets aren't even going to win 50 games. Texture, has anyone ever considered that Udoka's success in Boston was a result of the talent that was here and not him? They did win a championship after he left. I think Ime Udoka's a good coach. I think Ime Udoka's a good coach. I'm not going to back off of that. But I feel like right now, the message isn't getting through. Rockets are not contenders until they get a rim protector. Alpi is not the answer. I don't hate that take. I don't think it's a bad take.
I mean, but I don't think a rim protector is the answer by any stretch. I don't
think it changes.
Yeah, I think Alpi could actually play some more 4 type role because you like his offense, and if you got someone that's got his back for rebounds and block shots, that helps on both ends.
Yeah, we have a spammer spamming the YouTube and our text line right now saying that the Rockets need Bronny James. Tell me you don't know ball without telling me you don't know ball.
I think that's an obvious troll.
Yeah.
That can't be a serious take.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cam Smith is not making the opening day roster. I think we can agree to that. But let's entertain the idea. It hit me a player that was in this situation. Turned out to be really, really good. Let's discuss. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, USS Cam Smith, aircraft carrier. Not my nickname. It was one of my brilliant Twitter followers' nicknames for him, Jeremy Branham. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A bunch of random texts into the show today.
Okay.
Houston may like McCullers if he can get through one inning of pitching. We'll talk about McCullers later. Just want you guys to know there's nothing more freeing than being the president over an ungrateful Little League board and telling them to all shove it and quitting to focus on your kid and team. Yeah, I could see why that would be stressful and why you would get a lot of freedom by quitting that post. Another reason why Houston should flush the Rockets and get an NHL team here.
Oh, God.
That's not on the table. Paulie G posed the question, if available this offseason, would you take Durantula for the league minimum or would you trade for Giannis? Not realistic, I don't think. Durantula at the
Why
league
would
minimum.
Durant be league minimum?
But I would do that.
Yeah, but how in the realm of,
Why would he be league
of
minimum?
what's possible?
It's
is
fiction.
that-
It's make-believe. It's a hypothetical question.
Sure, free Kevin Durant.
League minimum. Not quite free, but
I mean,
Yeah.
as far as sports go, it's free.
yeah, give me Durant. I'll take Durant in that case.
Yeah, because with the honest trade, you're going to have to give up quite a bit.
Yeah, you would. So here it hit me like a bag of rocks thinking about this yesterday. Because everybody, what is this Cam Smith and what is the? I don't want to say the comp because this isn't a player comp. This is more their plight to their big league debut. Like a texter saying his plight is Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman was drafted in 15, then mid-majors in 16, played college ball also. Now, if we're talking about entertaining this, and I don't think any of us here on the show believes that Cam Smith will be on the opening day roster. There are some radicals out there on Twitter, you know who you are, that think he's going to make this opening day roster. That wouldn't be the Alex Bregman path to the big leagues because Bregman, if we're talking about Smith being on the opening day roster, we're talking about a guy who was drafted the previous year, and in the very next season, in his first full year of pro ball, he starts off in the bigs. That wouldn't be Bregman. The guy that came to mind to me, and again, this is not a player comp. I'm not calling Cam Smith a future Hall of Famer, but the positions are kind of interesting here too, because this player was a corner infielder, also had the ability to play corner outfield. This player was drafted out of junior college. You might actually remember. He's actually drafted out of junior college as a fat shortstop, but was drafted out of junior college and then made his big league debut, his first full year in professional baseball, the very next season. And he did it with the St. Louis Cardinals. You want to take a stab who I'm thinking of here? Pudgy shortstop, played the corners, hit his way onto the big league roster, was drafted in 2000, played the rest of the season in the minors, only had 3 games above the A-ball level, and then the very next season he played in 161 big league games.
With the Cards?
With the Cards. Also hit 37 home runs.
Wow.
His name is the Prince. Albert Pujols. And again, this isn't player. This isn't a player comp. This is not a player comp. I'm not saying Cam Smith is going to be Albert Pujols, but wouldn't it be great if he is? I'm not saying that he's Albert Pujols. This is not a player comp. I have to be very clear on that because people are going to say, "Oh, you're mentioning Albert Pujols in the same sentence as Cam Smith. You're saying he's going to be Albert Pujols." No, I'm saying the same path to the big leagues. And none of us are assuming that Cam Smith's going to be on the opening day roster. But if he does start the year on the opening day roster, it's almost identical to Albert Pujols. Pujols was drafted out of JUCO in 2000. He played the rest of that season in the minor leagues. And then the very next year, 2021, played 161 game for the Cardinals.
Wow.
So that would be the similar path. That would be more similar than Bregman. Now, again,
How did he hit that
Not a
first
player comp. He hit 37 home runs.
And his average was
329 average. Albert Pujols was a freak, man.
He
won
hit
rookie of the year, did he
329
not?
and 37 bombs in his rookie year?
Mm-hmm.
God, that's impressive.
The guy was a freak.
Yeah.
What do they call him? The machine?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
machine.
machine.
Yep.
Yeah. There was a lot of
I don't.
thought. He finished 4th in MVP in his rookie year. He was 21 years old. And I read the Tampa Bay book, The Extra 2%, and they actually have a chapter about Albert Pujols. No one wanted him. No one won him because they didn't know what position he'd play. He slipped to the 13th round. He slipped to the 13th round and then made the big leagues, and had that kind of year. They didn't know what position he'd play because he was a fat shortstop. And they're like, well, that guy can't play the field. Like, he's a DH. And we're not going to draft a DH in the first 12 rounds. Slid all the way to the 13th.
I can't see Pujols ever in my life playing shortstop.
Yeah, no.
That's bizarre. I could see third or first just because he ends up playing first, but he's stocky. But my goodness, that's a hell of a story.
And he played third and left and right in the bigs and then eventually moved over to first. Again, not a player comp. Just saying to be a similar path to the big leagues. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. James, you're in the Hive of the Bees. What's up, James?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I would say a situational comp, I would compare this to something we ran into last year, where I don't think it's completely out of the realm to see him on there. But for development-wise, we saw this out of Joey Loperfido last year, come out in spring training and tear the cover off the ball. We bring him up wherever we brought him in the season, what be it injury, whatever the reason was. But I think it's a take you guys have had on your show where our 7, 8, and 9, it's scary, not in a good way. And so why not? In my opinion, why not give him the opportunity if he's hot in spring to bring him out there, and you could make the argument, okay, well, is he going to be more productive than the guys that you're going to use to fill that void? Mauricio Dubon, Ben Gamel, any of these other guys that are going to platoon and help out in the outfield. But, I mean, man, when you're talking about either one of those two being in the lineup with Jake Myers and a Chas McCormick, I don't think after what we saw Joey go do after the Toronto trade last year, man, I want his numbers over either Jake Myers or McCormick last year. And so if we're looking at it from that perspective, I don't know why they wouldn't give it a shot. I know we've got some other tenured guys in the minors and in the outfield position. I think it's something that they should absolutely entertain if he's going to be going into the start of the season, going through spring training, having that kind of a hitting streak.
Appreciate the call. Look, I think that the first reason why you don't do it is one, you don't want to start the clock. Two, you don't know what you don't know. Spring training, it's not all top line major league pitching. You're getting a lot of guys that are just trying to make the roster, trying to know where they fit in the system. So there's a lot of different variables that go into it. And you also know that you have Chas and Jake under contract, and you don't know which Chas you're going to get. In this case of Jake, I think we pretty much know what Jake is. But 2 years ago, Chas looked really good and had a really good year. And last year, not so much. But at the end of the year, when he came back from Sugar Land, there were signs that he might be able to work his way out of it. So you have to give him a chance just to see what he truly is. I just think that the prospect of Cam Smith being a long-term, big-time kind of pillar in this organization is exciting. But I don't think you want to rush it that fast to just say, coming out of camp, boom, right there. You're going to put him on the roster and see. Because if he fails, now you got a lot of other issues on your hands, because mentally, is he going to be able to handle that? And then what are your feelings towards him going to change?
Yeah, I'm going to address this on the other side. Also, big game, James. Appreciate the call. I hate the Joey Loperfido comp. And I'm going to give you some evidence as to why you should not pay attention to spring training numbers. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Big game, James. Called us a little bit. Had the Joey Loperfido, Cam Smith. What do you call it? A practical comp? Situational comp? I think it was situational comp.
Sounds right.
Loperfido was terrible in Toronto, James. He was a sub-Mendoza hitter. He hit 197. OPS of 579. Loperfido was tragic in Toronto.
I think what he remembers, didn't Loperfido have like 2 good games right out of the bat and then completely fade away? Or was it Wagner?
Wagner
might
had some good games out of the game, but he didn't fade away. He was pretty solid throughout.
No, Joey had like there was a small stretch where he had like, I think, 2 home runs in a small period of time.
I think that's what happens
and
sometimes.
he made a catch or 2 similar to the one that he made for the Astros. Yeah.
No. He had 2 home runs his entire time in Toronto.
Were they close together, though?
One was on the 18th. The other was on the 23rd.
Of the same months?
Yes.
Yeah, within within a week period of time, he had a couple of home runs and he made a couple plays in the outfield where people are like, ooh.
I don't consider 2 home runs over a 5-game period.
You and I both
short
don't,
time.
but when they just trade for the guy, fans are going to get all over that. I think it wasn't another bare hand type catch like that.
It wasn't right away, though. It was like later after they acquired him.
I just remember there was a lot of reaction, and then people were regretting giving up Joey Loperfido here, too.
Yeah, I don't like the Loperfido comparison with Cam Smith. And I'm not a fan of bringing him up on opening day either. Like, even if you think he's going to be one of your best 7 offensive players, to me, it makes all the sense in the world to delay it into the summer so you buy an extra year of him being on your roster. Like, if we think Cam Smith's going to be good, and we don't want to put this bar on, like, how good, but if we think that Cam Smith's going to be good, and we know that Jim Crane doesn't extend players, we can pretty much assume that Cam Smith is going to leave as a free agent whenever he can leave as a free agent. So if you're trying to extract as much Cam Smith in a Houston Astro uniform time, and I feel uncomfortable talking about Cam Smith in this way because I feel like it's putting the cart ahead of the horse. But if we think he's going to be good, he's not going to sign a long-term contract. You keep him in the minors until the summer. You get an extra year of service time because of it. It makes the most sense in the world from a big picture point of view. I don't want Cam Smith up until like July 1st at the earliest.
No, that's basic. I'm with you. I just think that you don't start the clock on him. And again, until you know what you really have with the roster that you're going to break camp with and the guys that have been on the roster previously, then it seems like they're confident going into the start of the season with Altuve, Jake, and Chaz, in the outfield. And then you just have to wait and see how those guys perform. Altuve is going to hit, and so he's going to be a staple in left. But of those 2 other guys, if Chaz goes back to being the same guy he was a year ago, then sooner rather than later, they're going to be looking to try and find other options in right field.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious to see how the scenario plays out. I wouldn't put they're confident in that outfield, though. Like, I don't know if Joe Espada, if you get a couple of pops in him and he was telling you the cold hard truth, I don't think he would tell you privately, off the record, in a private room that he's confident in that outfield.
I hope not. Because I'm not.
Isn't that what you said, though?
No, I'm saying that's what they're going to do. I wanted them to go out and try and fix the outfield before they break camp.
I thought you said that they're confident in that offense, that outfield.
No, they seem to be content. I think they seem to be content to break camp and start the season with that outfield because I've been cringy the entire time about having those 2 guys in the outfield. I can't stand the thought of having them in the outfield. But I'm also going to have to face the reality of that's who they're starting the season with in their outfield.
Rocky says we need every draft pick we can get. Why not play him? So he's thinking rookie of the year, get an additional draft pick. Screw that service time. You need to win every game. Do we think Cam Smith starting the year with the Astros in early April versus Cam Smith adding him to the roster on July 1st is the difference between winning a division title or not?
Better not be.
I don't think that's the difference between winning a divisional title or not. Because do I think Cam Smith's going to have an impact on the Astros in 2025? I would bet that he does. I don't think calling him up on opening day versus July 1 is going to matter in the Astros' quest to win an American League West Division championship.
You better be able to pitch. You got your guys that you either went out and got or that you lean on, like Jordan and Altuve, have got to hit. You've got a good bullpen too. but there's so many other things. Cam Smith is just a guy that rectifies maybe the one last problem that this team has in terms of that outfield and who they're throwing out there. But I don't think Cam Smith is going to be a difference maker in this team winning the division.
I'm also very uncomfortable talking about Cam Smith this way with 134 professional plate appearances, with only 20 of those above A ball. Like, I think he's going to be good. It bothers me. It bothers the wrong word. It makes me uncomfortable that we're talking about Cam Smith as this Candace prospect.
I wasn't aware what you brought it up yesterday, and I wasn't aware of that. But if he has had that little experience in the minor leagues, it's probably good on both sides to him start the season somewhere in their minor league system, getting at bats. And if he dominates and he's really successful, if he's in Double-A, you move him up. If he's in Triple-A, you think about sooner rather than later he could make an impact for you. But you don't know what you don't know, and he hasn't had a lot of experience to do anything to solidify what he's going to be in terms of big picture. So you don't have to rush that fast.
Yeah, 713-780 ESPN. Here's also some evidence as to why spring training numbers should be taken with a grain of salt. Robin Cypress, who's an active Astro fan on Twitter. I didn't do the legwork on this. I'm far too lazy. Thank you, Robin Cypress, for having the desire to do this, and now I can use it on the radio. He pointed out some players in Astros past and some of their spring training numbers. J.D. Davis, no longer with us in the Astros organization. He had a spring training. He didn't post the years here, but he had spring training. J.D. Davis, 365 hitter, and OPS over 1,000, hit 5 home runs. J.D. Davis, an impactful major leaguer? No. Justin Dearden's the guy that we were talking about, 324 average and OPS 1,043. Released from the Astros organization a couple of years later. I don't even know who this guy is. Tanulu? Never heard of him. 353 average in spring training and OPS of 1,200, 5 homers. Miles Straw, who was traded at the deadline, 378 hitter. He even had a 928 OPS. Dude who you can't hit the ball out of the infield. Tony Kemp, love me some Kemp. 350 average, one spring training and OPS of 1,040. Let's chill on spring training numbers. They mean absolutely nothing. They do not matter. Texture. People have these takes every single year with spring training, and they never learn. These games are just glorified practices. Bingo. You hit it right on the head, Texture. They are glorified practice. Everybody's trying to get ready for the season. Dudes hitting good in spring training are not any sort of correlation with how they're going to perform at the big league level.
When you think about just when we see how many guys that are really extraordinary in the 4A player moniker, like you think guys that even succeed at the AAA level, it's literally a different ball game with pitching that you face when you move up to the big league level. And the majority of these guys in every rotation are way far better than what you're facing even in AAA. So that's where guys really kind of set themselves apart, solidify their position in the big leagues, or you realize they're not ready for the actual prime time of big league baseball and being a consistent player. You just don't know. But in spring training, it's not just AAA players. It's everybody in their entire system that they have some level of interest and faith in, that they want to see how they match up, where they belong in their system. So it isn't close to what a major league game is.
Rocky says, what if Walker doesn't start the season? Which there is some bad news with the Astros. Christian Walker was scratched from today's spring training game, reported left oblique soreness. Will be seen by team doctors. Joe Espada had a quote after the game. It's something I don't want to see right now. I'm just hoping for the best. So that's what we know about that situation. Christian Walker missed about a month of last season with oblique soreness or oblique injury. So first injury to sweat here for the Houston Astros.
So
Comes
he'll
on
end up
March
having
5th.
Tommy John.
I was going to say
the entire season.
Normally, if you just had any, I'm glad they didn't use the word did they use the word discomfort?
Soreness.
Okay, because if they used discomfort, then it really would have been a curse, and they
I
really would
put
have
him
had
out for
something
3
major.
months,
Then he's done.
Is
But
soreness better than discomfort?
With the Astros,
I think
would
so.
say yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I would agree.
And I think it's better than a strain, or when they would have to come. And not that it'd ever be honest with us, but if they came out and said, strained oblique. Now I'm thinking, now we're putting a lot of things in jeopardy. If it's just soreness, let's hope it goes away in a day or two.
I don't love Espada's quote, though. Like Espada,
That's what worries me the most.
Espada
I don't love to see this right now.
fear.
Yeah,
It's something I don't want to see. But he did this last year, too, and then, Bregman came right back. I think it was with Bregman's elbow. Like, we're scared or basically whatever. And then Bregman, is in the lineup the next day at third base. So I feel like Dana Brown, who's very loose-lipped, my tell on Joe Espada is that he's kind of a fearmonger.
I do agree, though, with the way he phrased the quote you just read leads me to believe he's concerned about this, as in it could impact his availability for opening day.
Yeah. Now,
that quote is the one that got me.
To answer Rocky's question, look, we don't know, right? We have no idea what the severity of this injury is. We're trying to read between the lines and guess. Texter Singleton has played just about every game in spring ball against Scrubs and is barely hitting $125. Yeah, but he's ripped. Here, Eric the driver, Will Ferrell and Russell Wilson got to play in spring training games. That should tell you all you need to know about how seriously the organizations take these games. Wasn't it, who was the country singer? There was a country singer that played for the Mets.
Garth Brooks played third base.
He played for the Mets in a spring training game too. So throw him into Will Ferrell and Russell Wilson conversation as well. Now, to answer Rocky's question, what if Walker doesn't start the season? He's on the IL with oblique, playing the hypothetical out. We have no idea what the injury. We know it's an oblique. We don't know the severity of it. But if he doesn't make the opening day roster, what does that mean for the Astros? I think John Singleton and Zach DeZinzo share first base. I still don't think Cam Smith's on the 26.
I agree with that. I just think that for now, he's not getting reps anywhere but third base too. So, I just think that they're going to take their time with him, and they're going to, kind of surmise the rest of the situation. I hope that we're not dealing with anything at first base. I know one thing to say that they went out and they committed a lot financially to Walker. I think Walker's such a key piece to this puzzle. I hope this isn't anything serious.
It is also a downside of signing a player that's in their mid-30s.
Again,
you sign players in their mid-30s. Usually they don't get healthier later into their 30s, unless you're Barry Bonds, which, that guy was just a marvel. He was a medical miracle, Barry Bonds. That's all. That's all you can say about Barry Bonds. Rocky on the YouTube, you guys crack me up. Send Chaz, Myers, and Dubon back down. I guarantee they ain't lighting it up. Why? Because they are not starters on any playoff team. Well, that's not true. Chaz and Myers have started on playoff teams. Chaz was on the World Series team. Myers was not starting on the World Series team, but started most of last year on a playoff team. They're not known for Chaz is supposed to be a hitter. And up until last season, Chaz has been an above average player and hitter at the big league level. Myers is a defensive first center fielder at a premium defensive position, was a Gold Glove finalist. And Mauricio Dubon, quite frankly, is a utility player. I don't love that he's your everyday starting second baseman, but he is good defensively, at least. I think he'll be very good defensively.
And he has value on any playoff team. Any team in the league would love to have a Mauricio Dubon.
But as a starter.
Yeah, because I think he can start at multiple positions. If you want to define,
but then his value is a utility player.
If you're starting at multiple positions, you're not an everyday starter. You might get everyday starts, but you're not the number one at a single position.
I think on a team that's fighting for a playoff spot, I think he could start at second base. I think he could start at shortstop. I think he could he could start it on teams in center field, because I don't think the bat is of that high of an importance, especially in center field. But I think that whether it's Justin Verlander's personal center fielder or not, I think he can play adequate outfield.
Yeah, I think he's a better infielder than he is outfielder.
Either way, I think, with the scenarios I laid out, I think that in one of those three positions, I think he could start for a team that has a chance to make the playoffs.
Probably depends on the rest of your team. But if he's hitting 7 through 9, playing really good level defense, and your 1 through 7 are good offensively, and you have a good pitching staff, I think so too. I think so as well.
You just basically described the Astros.
I know. That's the hope.
Yeah.
The hope is they have a good pitching staff. Chaz can find something, and that your 1 through 6 are good. That is the Astros. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. There is an Astro that I'm falling in love with over again. I'll tell you who it is. It's Lance McCullers. I'll tell you why next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank, Branham, Brian. Triple G, Brian. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. Happy Gilmore 2 will release on July 25th on Netflix. Is that a weekday, I wonder? Let's see.
Can't imagine it'd be a weekday.
It's a Friday night. It's a Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah, Friday's, I guess, technically
Here's
weekday.
where I'm going with this. Will Sean Mapes take the day off to watch Happy Gilmore like he took the day off on the NCAA 25 release date?
I don't think someone of his age group would be a big enough Adam Sandler fan to take the day off.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But the bigger question then would be, would Brian McDonald take off for any movie release of his favorite all-time actor, like if there was like another Beekeeper movie?
Well, you know the answer to part of that question. There is another Beekeeper,
Beekeeper
movie
2
coming.
coming.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when. I don't think there's a release date, but TBD. We'll see. I'm saying the chances are greater than 0.
There you go. There is a true love and affection for his favorite action movie star.
I said that in part just to irritate Jeremy, because I know the idea of taking off for any form of entertainment just confuses Jeremy to no end.
Kind of relate our show to like you're hanging with the boys and you're having a cold beer at the bar, you know? And you know how like there's times when you're really engaged in the conversation where like you have to go to the bathroom, but you're like engaged in the conversation, so you hold it off until a lull in the conversation. That was my go to the bathroom moment. Whenever you bring up Beekeeper, that's like you are at the bar conversating, that comes up, I'm out the door, I'm going to hit the head. Like Beekeeper 2.
Just any movie that he stars in, right?
There is one coming out later this month called The Working Man. I'm not taking a day off for it, but I will see it first week.
I'm not sure I've seen a single movie that Jason Statham is in.
Are you and Michael going to review that at some point?
We might. I might make another guest appearance on Comic Cast, which can be heard tonight at 8 o'clock.
There you go.
Did I see Furious 7? Probably not. Fast and Furious.
I mean, he's been in most of the Fast and Furious movies, right?
He was in Crank. I think I've seen
He did.
Crank.
Yeah, there's 2 Crank movies.
I think I've seen. Those are the ones that he's most famous for.
I would assume you've seen him in a guy.
IMDb.
But wait, there's more. Brian's going to tell you the other.
No, I was just going to say, like, I would assume you might have seen him in a Guy Ritchie movie, like Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels or Snatch. I mean, a lot of those movies. Yeah, those movies were pretty big.
He was in Red Faction too.
I don't think I've seen that one actually.
It's a video game.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I've seen The Italian Job.
Oh, I love The Italian Job. Great movie.
I don't know if I call it great.
I loved it. And Clarice Theron was in that movie.
What did you like about her?
She was smoking hot.
She's a strong, independent, powerful woman.
Yeah,
as Paul would say.
The opening scene from the opening scene on. Yep, she was.
Which movie was that again?
The Italian Job.
Is that what you told Mrs. Blank?
No, you were just waiting on all that, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. You fell in love with Mrs. Blank. I'm falling in love again with Lance McCullers. And I look, love makes you do stupid things. It does. And trusting in Lance McCullers again is a stupid thing. I am willing to admit that. I know that. I concede that fact. But I'm starting to fall in love with Lance McCullers again. Blankers, did you see that he hit 94.7 on his fastball over the weekend?
I was shocked.
Velo's up.
Was it on IG?
Pleasantly so, I was shocked.
No, he's staying off the IG. It's one of the things I'm liking about him. Like, he means business this time around. I like that. I don't want the social media clips of him throwing in the high 80s with terrible movement and no horizontal direction. Give me a little 94.7 with the velo, Lance McCullers, and I'll fall in love with you again. Stop posting videos on social media, and I'll fall in love. Look, again, love makes you do stupid things. Lance McCullers had some quotes. There's been a lot of ups and downs for me, a lot of persevering, a lot of leaning on the Lord to get back where I am today. Okay, I like this, Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers, the overall workload of throwing a pregame bullpen and going to throw a live, the volume, intent, everything, different cycle today. This is over the weekend after facing live hitters. There's no restraining when you're facing hitters. There's no backing off. You want to look good, but that's not the overall goal today. The goal is to be healthy and try to execute my pitches. I thought I looked overall solid. McCullers, today's a pretty good indication the arm can handle the workload, can handle the velo. Did I mention he threw 94.7? I'm probably have a little bit more gas in there as I get going to be able to throw sliders with freedom, curveballs with freedom, and worry about executing fastballs each side of the plate and have my mind there versus having my mind on how's the elbow feeling. Today is a big step for me. He's got me. I am falling back in love with the beard. The locks are gone, but they're starting to flow again. I think I am falling in love with Lance McCullers. This is like remarrying the spouse that you once divorced. Sucker. I told you I'm a fool.
Sucker.
This is the part where like your friends step in, like, dude, she's not right for you. Like, you've done this before. This is a toxic relationship. She's going to hurt you again.
Yeah, this is the one where I remind you that I am not all in on McCullers until he starts throwing to major league hitters on multiple occasions.
Like
in a game from other teams. From other teams.
They were
in a full game situation.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, and you know, look, there was a lot in that, and there was a lot that I was intrigued by and excited by. The velocity first and foremost.
94.7.
And the other biggest thing about that was where he explained how he didn't have to worry on every pitch, or he was concerned about his elbow and how it felt and could he handle it. And he was able to throw freely from what it seems. Those are the two most encouraging things. That's awesome. Now let me see you get into some games and do some things, and then maybe I'll feel the same level, or not that quit that level, but maybe I'll feel more excited.
We're talking about what, 2 live bullpen sessions he's had? Is it just one?
I think it's just one, right?
One, yeah. You're like the Tin Man, though. You have no heart.
Versus a six month season.
I learned from you.
Was it the Tin Man or the Lion?
Lion needed courage. Tin Man needed a heart.
I think Tin Man needed a heart.
Yeah, I think Tin Man needed a heart. Lion needed courage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right? I think so.
I think that's right. And who was the other one? Scarecrow.
Scarecrow.
What was his deal?
Brain.
What was his?
I think he needed a brain.
Idiosyncrasy. He needed a brain. He was a dumb. He was a killer bee.
Yeah.
No, he was a twitcher.
Oh.
Wow, unnecessary. I mean, like, it's not like we have it dropped for
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Enough for Lance McCullers. He'll be disabled in 3 weeks. Look, I have to get it in while I can. Dude, don't text her. Here were some of the hitters that faced Lance McCullers. John Singleton, who's ripped. He might be hitting $125, but he looks good. Slimmed down. He is a lean, mean, lack of hitting machine. Singleton said that McCullers looked pretty good. Breaking ball looked great today. He was putting in some very good spots. I think he didn't leave any up, didn't hang any. Obviously, it's a work in progress for all of us, but he looked really well today. Victor Caratini. Singleton took a close final pitch in a full count. Caratini was a catcher here, struck out Singleton. Singleton said I would have challenged it and I would have lost. So Lance McCullers struck out John Singleton. That's not an easy feat. It is not an easy feat to punch out John Singleton, especially with his new physique. It is hard to strike out John Singleton. You know who did it? Lance McCullers, the guy I'm falling in love with. Jake Myers, Jake Myers is known for 2 things, his Gold Glove and his Silver Slugger bat. Jake Myers with a quote after facing Lance McCullers. I see what the Astros are doing here by having him face John Singleton and Jake Myers, by the way. That's not lost on me. But Jake Myers, honestly, I was just really happy for him. Jake Myers, such an aloof buffoon.
He really is.
Honestly, I was just really happy for him because he's feeling good and he's back on the mound. His stuff's always electric, and I trust Jake Myers when it comes to seeing pitches. His stuff's always electric. Doesn't matter when or where. When he throws a baseball, it comes out of his hand hard. Always. And I trust Jake Myers, everything that he says. Myers continued. I'm surprised he talked this much. He's pitched in some massive games. So pitching on a backfield in spring training, maybe not the most adrenaline going, but I could tell that he was feeling good and excited to be out there on the mat facing hitters. I want this guy to be my psychologist. And I think that's really cool.
I
think that's really cool.
Didn't Walker
really
face
cool.
him too?
Yeah, where's the Walker quote? I thought I had some.
Yeah, because Christian Walker, at least I would
so
weigh a lot more weight on
Walker, and now Walker's hurt.
That's how good Lance McCullers was, that Christian Walker took a body blow and now is surrendering back into his corner, saying, no mas, no mas.
Or Lance is just a curse, and everyone that he faces is going to get hurt.
You are the half full, the half empty, whereas I am the half full. Here's the Walker's quotes about Lance McCullers. Locating his fastball, threw me a good changeup below. Overall good, had some snap to his pitches, the Snapdragon. Located, it was solid.
Some snap to his movements.
Lance McCullers beat up Christian Walker so bad the dude has a hurt oblique. and you guys aren't falling in love with Lance McCullers?
Not yet. Nope.
I love the quote from Jake that he said his stuff was electric. I have to imagine everyone's stuff looks electric to Jake just because he can't hit.
Joel Blank throwing to Jake Myers out of retirement. Dustin, that's electric stuff I saw from the old
That's
lefty.
your ass it was.
This dude doesn't believe in spring training numbers, but believes in Lance McCullers' bullpen session. That's right. How do you not? Bury me in the H. Lance McCullers is an Astro hero, golden era hero. Falling in love with the guy.
See how he spelled session?
I did, but we don't make fun of grammar here.
No, Paul, we don't. You're right.
Key from LA, who will be lead in his HEB commercials now that Alex Bregman is gone? That's a good question.
Altuve's going to still be there.
Probably Pena because he's good looking.
Pena will be there, and then they'll probably maybe they'll get Jordan involved.
Yeah, he doesn't know much English, but maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe
Christian Walker.
Has Hunter Brown been in one?
Well, Hunter would be a good call.
Maybe Arrighetti if they want to sell some Italian fare.
I think it's either Hunter or Jordan.
Forget being half empty or half full kind of guy. Just be happy you have a glass. Look at that optimism from the Hive. Example, McCullers actually pitching. Not only is he actually he's hitting 94.7 on the gun. 94.7.
That's impressive.
I'll make sure to update his reference.
But let's think about the last bullpen session where we heard anything like this, where he was like actually putting the video of the pitches there too. He was throwing 90 on his fastball. Now he's at over 94. I was very pleased to hear that.
94.7.
You're giddy.
I
don't think I've seen you this excited in a while.
94.7. I like velo. I cannot lie.
You got a type. You've got a type.
Colors.
You've got a type.
Yeah, I like my pitchers that throw hard.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't love Jamie Moyers of the world. No.
Yeah, the Rich Hills.
The Dallas Keuchel. Like, I'm not paying Dallas Keuchel big money.
Cy Young.
Give me velo. I like velo. I want guys who punch dudes out.
I mean, break Christian Walker's oblique.
Break his oblique. I like a violent physical pitcher. Like I like
you like your hits. Yeah.
I like my athletes that way. I like physical, violent athletes. So I'm a Big Joe Mixon fan. 713-780-3776. I don't love what the Chicago Bears are doing as it relates to the Houston Texans. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Ever heard of this guy?
Not me, sir.
Riley Green, you said?
Yeah, Riley Green. I heard of him when I looked up who's playing at the rodeo tonight, and Riley Green was the answer.
I like his voice.
Yeah, I like the start of the
He
song.
does not look like I thought he'd look.
How'd you think he's going to look?
Not like how he looks.
Fair.
Chuck Norrisy?
No, he looks more like the dude on Yellowstone. One of the ranch hands.
Okay. So you saying he looks like a working man?
Yeah.
Someone's got calluses on their hands.
Yeah.
Like Joel Blank.
You got more than calluses, bro.
Yeah, I could I'll mess with this.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'll mess with this. Now I want a cold beer.
Yeah, I think you use that as an excuse though.
I've never heard of Riley Green. I'm not gonna trip. I'm not gonna front.
He's an outfielder for a while, wasn't he?
See, whenever I thought he was with Tiger, Riley Green.
Well, there was a baseball player named Riley Green. I think he's still playing, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
he's an outfielder,
that's the
right?
one I was thinking of. The one that Jeremy said, Tigers. Yep.
I believe he's an outfielder.
Sick flex.
Yeah, just fantasy baseball.
I don't think he's is this guy a baseball player, Riley Green?
Well, the Astros had the guy in training, spring training. Was it a year ago? That was also a country
No, he
singer?
was a Tiger. Yeah, Luke Berryhill.
Yeah,
Luke Berryhill caught my first pitch.
Oh, in Sugarland. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, catcher.
He told me I was the best that ever done it.
I don't think he did.
I think no, he did. He did. And I was like, you tell everybody that.
You also did it with Branham Baby in tow, which was impressive.
Yeah, I promise you, he said that. He goes, "You're the best we've ever had." I was like, "You tell that to everybody."
Well, maybe his only comparison is trying to catch Brad Kellner from the year before. So you were by default the best.
I mean, Luke Berryhill's a backup catcher. How many first pitches do you think he's caught? He's
Actually,
caught
probably a
hundreds
lot.
of them.
Probably 70%
of them. He tried to pull wool over my eyes. You're the best. No, Luke, you're not pulling that on me. That might work for everybody else, but I know that you're lying.
You were probably blushing afterwards.
I was like, okay, Luke.
Oh, thank you, Luke.
I was just happy I was through a catchable pitch because I had a baby in my hand.
Kellner and I had Corey Lee, and then Corey Lee got traded within like the next 2 days.
What did Lee tell you?
You tell you the best. You were the best there was.
He didn't say anything like that. He just
the best there is, the best there ever will be.
No, I don't recall what he said.
I thought you did. I
starstruck?
thought you told us that he told you that he was the best. Or you said that he said.
No, this was the guy.
This is not the first time you've done it.
Maybe he said that the guy that was very complimentary was the guy that was the all-time save leader for the Space Cowboys, but at that point it was the Skeeters, and he was a former Astro starting pitcher, and he became a reliever. Oh, I can't. Paulino. I think it was Paulino.
No idea who the all-time saves leader is for.
Actually, I think I do remember Paulino now. I don't remember his first name though.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but I thought you did it. You're like,
I don't remember.
They told you that it wasn't. They could tell it wasn't your first time.
I don't remember at this point.
I just gave you so many compliments on my arm. They all run together.
It doesn't matter.
What are the chances you do remember, but you're telling us you don't remember?
Well, I mean, that's something. What are the chances that you would think that? That's pretty great. What is reality is I literally don't remember what he said.
I wonder if we have the tape on it.
Sweet. Dig it up.
I wonder if we could pull that.
Because it's not going to affect
I don't know
me
if I
either
want to
way.
dig through that entire show.
It might be worth it if he did say that.
Why? Because I don't remember it? I'm not saying he didn't say anything. I just don't remember it.
Texture, can y'all break down the upcoming Big Ten baseball season? Thanks, Keith. Iowa. Why are we talking about drafting anything besides help to keep CJ off his backside? My answer to that would be because Nick Caserio has not drafted offensive linemen very well. Kenyon Green looks like he's not playable. Blake Fisher, who you drafted in the second round, and you wanted him to be a starter in his second year. We're not sure he's capable of being a starter yet. Juice Scruggs, who you traded up for, are we locking him in as a starter? So I see where you're coming from, which is a very valid question. Like all of the resources for the Texans should be spent on offensive line. Totally get it. But why do we not trust Caserio in the draft? Because his track record of drafting offensive linemen has been poor.
Less than.
And his track record of drafting wide receiver is good, and that's also a great need because everything after Nico Collins on the roster right now is below average to garbage.
Yeah. I don't love what the Bears are doing, and it's because I'm jealous. Like I'm jealous of what the Bears are doing right now. The Bears have acquired 2 starting interior offensive linemen, and what was it, 2 days? Did they do this yesterday? And I knew they traded. How do you say the Chiefs guy? Tunney? I forget. Tunney. So the Bears traded for Tunney today, who is a really good football player still. They traded a 2026 fourth rounder, not even this year's draft. Next year's draft, they got Tunney, so they have a starter right away. They traded yesterday for Jonah Jackson of the Rams. They used a 6th rounder there, and Jonah Jackson's not like as good as Tunney, but he's going to start as well. So the Chicago Bears, in a span of 24 hours, traded their 6th round pick this year, their 4th round pick next year, and instantly have 40% of a new offensive line. Meanwhile, Nick Caserio sleep. What's going on with the Houston Texans? Like, that should be a massive priority. The Bears are going out and improving their offensive line, and Nick Caserio is asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know you're over-exaggerating to some point.
I'm not over-exaggerating at all.
I think he definitely has to find veterans one way or another. If he's going to just try and gather all of his resources financially and hit the free agent market, great. To some extent, just we know that he has limited resources this year, unlike last year. But if not, then make these trades down the road and still find it out and analyze what other teams are offering guys like that. Because as much as the Bears are doing all this, because they know that they've got to protect Caleb Williams and they've got a coach that was spoiled with the best offensive line in football with Ben Johnson and when he was with the Lions, you know that if you're Nick Caserio, your line was less than, and C.J. Stroud is more than, and you need to have good protection for your quarterback. And we all know that it's priority 1A, 1B, and before we even get to wide receiver and the other positions of need, they have got to get better on the offensive line. So I hope there's other moves to be made, and I hope he's involved in it.
Yeah. It just, I'm jealous.
Oh, I hear you.
And I don't really, look, I don't watch offensive line play. I'm not a sicko like Lance Zierlein. I watch offensive line play for the Texans, but I'm not going around watching the other 31 teams and how good their offensive line is. So I just plug them into Pro Football Focus. What do they think of the offensive line? Are they any good? And Jonah Jackson didn't have a great year last year, so I'm not really that upset about Jonah Jackson. It's why I didn't say a peep yesterday. But then you acquired Tunney for a future 4th. Like, he would look perfect with the Houston Texans. That's the kind of guy I want. I want a veteran who instantly makes this interior offensive line far better. I don't want a project. I don't want a dude at 25. I don't want a bounce back candidate. I want a plug and play dude that instantly makes that interior offensive line better. And Tunney does that.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous just because he would obviously help the Texans, but I hate sometimes that we jump into this every offseason where anytime a trade is made, we jump to the why didn't the Texans make this move mindset, because I mean it's possible Nick Caserio decided he didn't want him, even though I don't believe that because he was a part of the team that drafted him all those years ago. I think this could be a situation where maybe they also wanted to offer a 4th, and the Chiefs looked at it as like, why will we trade Tunney to a team that we're going to be competing with to get back to a Super Bowl and help improve them when we can send them to the other conference for a team we'd only see them in the Super Bowl. So I just don't think it's a lock that Nick Caserio was asleep at the wheel. This could be a situation where the Chiefs strategically said, we're not going to trade, a player to help the Texans because they're a team that could possibly rise up and improve and be in competition with us.
Plus, you would think that the Bears pick is going to be higher than the Texans.
Probably.
On top of that.
Then give him a 3rd then. Give him a future 3rd.
Is he worth it at that point in his career?
I think so.
Because I caught that Cincinnati cut their starting guard, Alex Kappa, but I don't know what Pro Football Focus said, but I just, from what I read, Kappa wasn't what he used to be. So after they went out and got him. So
Alex Kappa had an overall grade of 50.5 last year.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Tunney was a hair under 80 with a pass block grade of 82.
That's good.
That's good, yeah.
Go get that guy, Nick Caserio. Bring me Joe Tunney. I've always said it. Joe Tooney's a game changer.
How old is he?
He's 32.
See, that's like you said, like, well, then up the offer to a 3rd. I don't know. 32 years old. I know offensive linemen play a little bit longer than the average position, certainly more than like running backs or wide receivers, but I don't know. 3rd round pick for a guy at 32 or 32 years old, I guess 33 going into this next season feels a little rich for me.
Yeah. I wish we would have had Tunney as a Texan. Makes me unhappy. Kappa, I don't care about. I really don't even care about Jonah Jackson. Like, Jonah Jackson's kind of mid. Tooney's the one I thought that they missed on.
Yeah, and I hear you. I just think that hopefully there's more of these coming. Teams are restructuring their caps. They're trying to figure out what they can and can't do and get money to do it. So hopefully there's going to be more situations where starting offensive linemen from other teams become available and or get cut to where you hope Nick pounces.
RG2, Coach G on Twitter, he just sent us a video of Tyler Booker. And look, I don't want Nick Caserio to draft an offensive lineman. I want to use my trade capital or financial freedom of bringing in offensive linemen. But Booker at the Combine had a quote and said, "It's legal assault out there. I make guys not love football anymore."
That got
you like
your
that
attention.
attitude. Yeah.
I can see the smile. Well, sort of smile on your face.
You like the violence.
You perked up though.
Yeah.
I
Sounds
really
like
don't.
you're the type of guy.
Man, this is a tough decision. I don't want a rookie at 25, but a guy that's talking about legal assault on the football field. Whew, that excites me.
Speaking your love language.
He is speaking my love language. This is like I've fallen in love with two guys in the last 30 minutes. No diddy. I fell in love with Lance McCullers, and now I'm falling in love with rookie Tyler Booker.
So, like, you can skip right over the dinner part of the program. I mean, that's how much you got excited about
It's
him.
legal assault. Well, how did I miss this? It's legal assault out there. I make guys not love football anymore.
Offensive lineman at the Combine. That's not exactly attention grabbing. I mean, the Combine's gotten increasingly boring each year. I know Lance loves it. It's his job. But
We make mock drafts great again a lot on this show. Every time I have a chance to draft Tyler Booker, I'm drafting Tyler Booker. Cam Ward, well, the Texans would draft Cam Ward. Abdul Carter slipped to 25 in some random stupid mock draft, but Tyler Booker's there. Give me Tyler Booker.
Is he number one on the Brandon board?
Just because of this quote.
Because
Tyler Booker has
violence.
jumped to the top of the Brandon big board. He's number one. We're going to have to grab this audio. It's my kind of guy here. All right, 713-780-3776. Devontae Adams with quotes on CJ Stroud. DK Metcalf is out there. And the Texans with their new president, they had him on their YouTube channel. Interesting guy. He said some things that I think we all need to know. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Key says if we bring in any offensive lineman, just keep them away from Laramie Tunsil. He'll buy them skinny crop jeans and a purse and make them sort. Sounds misogynist. Sounds a little sexist. We're not going to read text like that. I'm not cool enough to know what make them sort means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I mean, I think it's soft, right?
Oh, maybe spelling gap.
Spelling or just a new way to spell it.
The R is close to the F. Yeah, make them
like
soft.
soft. Yeah,
he meant to spell soft, not sort.
Yeah,
because the F and the R are right by each other.
SAWFT, like that
Hey,
sort of thing.
don't text and drive, Keith. It's dangerous. Cooper Kupp would be cheaper than Devontae Adams or DK Metcalf, and he can play slot. Do we know that for sure that he'd be cheaper than Devontae?
I don't think we do.
Here was Devontae Adams talking about CJ Stroud. High admiration for the Texans signal caller.
What about CJ Stroud? What about the other young buck?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That he may be number one. I don't know.
Yeah. CJ Stroud is on.
Stroud. That was somebody I was campaigning for coming out. So I was really, I won't say I was anti-rookie, but I was not, pro rookie across the board. It wasn't just get somebody young, in here. It was really, that was the guy that I felt strongly about, and he felt the same way. I know I've seen a couple of videos where they had asked him who he'd like to throw to coming in the league, and he said me. And I actually got to kick it with him at Michael Rubin's all-white party out there in the Hamptons, and we kicked it for probably literally 8 hours. And dude is solid. Like, I've never been around a dude that young coming in that, that's that mature, other than probably Trey Tucker. Like those two dudes, probably two of the most mature rookies that I've been around.
So that was Devontae Adams with the 2 G's in a pod. Almost Brian's hat. 2 G's in a pod.
1 G away.
Podcast. Now, it is important to note that this was a year ago.
Yeah.
So 12 months ago, whenever he said this, was asking a question about what quarterback, not including Aaron Rodgers, would he want to catch passes from. So does that change your thoughts on Tay at all?
No, I really think that he'd be a great fit here. I think the biggest concern for me is at what price. I think that if he truly wants to try and win, as he kind of goes down to plays the back nine of his career. And it seems like everybody that's interviewed him and talked to him, his desire is to win. Then at what price are you willing to give up? How much are you willing to give up to play with a winning team for the next couple of years and have a true chance so that you don't have to keep following Aaron Rodgers around and play with less than teams, just to try and, salvage some things from an individual basis. If you truly want to win, and you're willing to kind of get into that same ballpark of what we were talking about with Cooper Kupp numbers, or in and around 15 to 20 million, I'm more than entertaining that, because I think that he is a huge upgrade as your number 2 from Diggs.
Yeah, I just don't know if this quote really matters. Plus, I would need a discount for Devontae Adams. Like, I'm paying him $25-30 million a year. I don't see. I like the idea of Devontae Adams as a Houston Texan for a certain cost. I don't think it's in play. I don't think I just do not see a scenario that exists where Devontae Adams plays his football next year with the Houston Texans. I'm having a tough time seeing the vision.
Yeah, I don't believe he'd be here. Like, if to Joel's point, like, if he's willing to maybe take a little of a pay cut to win, I mean, I think the Texans are going to be good. I think they're going to win the division, but the Texans wouldn't be at the top of the list of, I need to chase a ring. This is the team I'm going to go to. Like, I still think he maybe he considers the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills. There's other teams ahead of the Texans where if his number 1 goal is chase a ring, would give him a better chance at a ring. So that takes the Texans out. And he's talked in the past about, and he's a West Coast guy, went to Fresno State, wants to be on the West Coast. So that takes the Texans out. So I don't see, I mean, other than obviously like CJ Stroud, but is that more than his love for the West Coast and giving himself the best chance to win a ring? I don't think it is.
Also, think it's kind of game-respecting game more than Devontae wanting to play with CJ Stroud, especially after 365 days. Like, a lot has changed between now and then. Devontae Adams was a better player a year ago. CJ Stroud was a better player a year ago. Or at least he was coming off a better season a year ago. Texans have an entirely new offensive coordinator. So I don't know. Like I think Devontae thinks highly of Stroud. I don't know how pertinent it is in terms of like wanting to be a Houston Texan, though.
I mean, I think it can only help that he likes the quarterback situation in Houston, and he was impressed by CJ. I mean, I think it's going to come down to money more than anything else. I think that if it comes down to the Bills, the Chiefs, and he would consider the Texans, then I think that money's going to matter. And that Buffalo getting out from under Amari Cooper, and I don't know exactly what finances that they have. Chiefs normally are trying to keep it closer to the vest and looking for someone that, like Brian said, just truly wants to go there to win and might be willing to take a lot less. But I don't think it hurts you that he's impressed by CJ Stroud and would like to play with him. That'd be great.
How highly on the list do you think it is?
On his list?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that he'd probably look. I think that he's going to take it. I just don't see him playing for the Chiefs unless he takes significantly less money.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't know why Kansas City. Like, why did you bring up Kansas City though?
Well, because Brian did, because of the fact that Kansas City and Buffalo are teams that are going to be seem to be looking for wide receiver.
If he's ring chasing.
Yeah, if he's ring chasing, you take Kansas City because they got the best chance to win the
So
AFC.
he just like throws finances out the window.
Yeah.
And it's like 100% about the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what the motivation is. I think playing with CJ would be near the bottom. Like I think money's 1.
Yeah.
I think chasing rings 2. I think West Coast is 3.
See, I think location might be ahead of 3.
Okay. Well, either way, like the thing that would land the Texans in the conversation is no higher than 4th, behind location, money, and ring.
And even if it was 4th, I don't think Stroud's at the top of that list.
Right.
So like even if like the quarterback preference is 4th on that list, we might disagree on 2 and 3 or whatever. If we're talking about guys he wants to catch a football from, is Stroud ahead of Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, and potentially other Burrow?
Maybe Stafford.
Not that
If
Burrow is really in play
if Cup
here.
leaves, it's on the West Coast.
Jordan Love.
Maybe San Francisco. Maybe San
Maybe
Francisco
San-
because
yeah.
they lost Debo.
They
And they're
might
looking
be
to replace
trying to trade Ayuk at this point. We'll see. So
Yeah. I guess my lack of vision here is Adams a year ago saying I like CJ Stroud and like it's going to lead to him being a Texan a year later. I don't know. We'll see. 713-780 ESPN. Everybody's freaking out about this cryptic Joe Mixon tweet. There's another receiver that demanded a trade today, or requested a trade today, and this new Texans president. We'll get to some of his sound bites. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joe Mixon today, he tweeted, OMG, imagine Nico with, never mind, just wait on it, ... eye emoji. And everybody's losing their mind on Twitter. Remember whenever Joe Mixon also, like, right at the end of the year is like, oh, Casario's cooking or something like that.
Continuation.
I think Joe might be a little bit thirsty. I think Mixon might be a little bit of an engagement farmer a little bit here.
Just
Joe
throw
Mixon.
this crap out there to get clicks.
Joe Mixon's is engagement farming.
He's posturing, perhaps.
I kind of respect it. I kind of respect
Game
this from
respects
Joe
game.
Mixon. Yeah, I respect this.
Is
from
Joe involved in the GM process here with Nick Caserio?
Do we think that Joe has any idea what the Texans and Nick Caserio are cooking up?
I think any idea? I think he maybe has a little idea.
I think he is trying to pour gas on a fire known as Twitter. I don't think he has any clue. And like the timing of this too is like an hour after DK Metcalf requested a trade and reports came out on that. I don't think Joe has the slightest idea.
I think maybe early on, the first one, he was trying to find a way to get T. Higgins here, and hoping that would come true, and maybe they were talking. Here, it's interesting that he put that out there, but yeah, I don't know how much he really knows.
I don't even think Joe's in town. I'm not even sure Mixon's in Houston. Like he's texting up the general manager. Like they talk like that. Joe and Joe and Nick.
Maybe they've got a better relationship than we realized.
I have a hard time believing it. I have a hard time believing
Joe's the man behind the man pulling the strings.
Joe's making his decisions on who the Texans are going to pick at 25.
He's the Astros Bagwell.
Legal tampering is not even open, by the way. Legal tampering doesn't begin until Monday. But yeah, Joe's going to know what's going on.
But I would think that maybe on the flip side, maybe Nick hit up Joe and said, give me your intel on T. Higgins.
I mean, they tagged him.
Okay, but I'm just saying back then, maybe as Nick was formulating plans for the offseason, maybe, you're looking to get as much intel as you can. You talk to a guy that played with him.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe it's Kappa.
Nico
with Alex Kappa.
Pass.
Watch out. Mixon could know the player maybe not getting info from the Texans. The players shouldn't know anything yet.
Well,
legal tampering does not open till Monday, so the players should not have any idea who would be interested in him until Monday. Now, Falcons got in trouble with that last year with Kirk Cousins.
Right.
Like, I think we'd be naive to think it doesn't happen, but that's not supposed to be the case.
Well, especially since this first start with Joe, like literally moments after the game ended against Kansas City in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was the Monday after that when they cleaned out their lockers. Anyway, like it was so far or so early in the process. There's no way that even Nick would even know what he would want to do to even share it with Joe.
I think he's playing with people.
I think there's definitely greater than a 50% chance of that.
I think he's playing with people. Like it's gonna be Darius Slayton and some dude at 25. And
Joe they're saying Darius Slayton's gonna get overpaid.
I saw that. Yeah. The receiver, the receiver free agency class is not great. They're talking about the overpriced.
Neither is the draft.
You keep saying that.
See, I think unless you're looking for a 1A, I think there's a lot of depth in the draft.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I view the Texans situation as more than needing just depth.
But they're not looking for a 1A.
I think it's more top of the draft. I don't think there's not a Malik Neighbors, there's not a Brian Thomas, there's not a
Marvin
Harrison. But I think that there's still quality at wide receiver. And like where the Texans are picking though at 25, like it's a little hard because Brian Thomas went 22 last year. But like would a receiver that you could have had at 25 last year be better than a receiver you could have at 25 this year?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just named it. I mean, Brian.
Well, he wasn't available at 25.
Okay, he went at 22. I guess I'd have to look to see
Ladd McConkey.
Ladd McConkey was
is he better than Matthew Golden?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, I certainly I would take the bet on Ladd McConkey over Matthew Golden.
Xavier Worthy, you could have had him. He went 28.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ricky Pearsall went, I think, 32.
Didn't have a good
31.
rookie year. He was 31. Yeah, didn't have a good rookie year, but was shot.
Yeah.
Xavier Legette was the last pick of the first round. Didn't have a good rookie year.
No.
Keon Coleman was not great.
He wasn't good.
Jalen Polk with the Patriots went 37.
Wasn't good.
See, I think the caliber there is pretty similar to the caliber this year. Like the Matthew Goldens, the Emike Egbukas,
But we're talking
Luther
about
Burdens.
But if you
all
get
those
a guy
guys
there that is your replacement temporarily for Tank, and then there's and he at least does that, and then you have the chance to him possibly as he matures and stays with the organization, maybe he becomes your 2 eventually.
You're not drafting a guy at 25 though to be like, hey, you're going to replace Tank though, right? Like you're just trying to draft the best player.
Yeah, I think Egbuka is a guy that I think is going to be. I think has the potential to be your 2 next year.
I don't hate the idea of Christian Kirk as your veteran.
Yeah, apparently
receiver.
he's going to get released, so
Yeah,
I would definitely make a call.
Yeah, I would see what he's going to cost. DK Metcalf requested a trade today. Seattle was already going to trade him anyways. Like DK Metcalf tried to break up with Seattle before Seattle broke up with him. Interest there?
Yeah, the price matters because you got to trade to get him, and he's only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's going to want to be extended. But he's a hell of a receiver to have that kind of size and athleticism and speed. Everybody should be enticed to look at DK Metcalf. I'm curious about the price because, Green Bay was supposedly kicking the tires on him, trying to see what could be done. And it was their first and one of their young receivers. I think if you look at all the teams that are looking for receivers, you're looking for the Chargers, you're looking for, plenty of teams, Kansas City and Buffalo we named, but there's going to be plenty of others that are looking for receiver help that know what he brings to the table. That's going to drive that price up. I don't think a first round pick and a player off your roster is going to be enough to get DK Metcalf when all is said and done, because I think the market is going to be plentiful.
Because of the price, I'm probably out. I don't want to trade a first rounder and then also pay him top wide receiver money. I don't think the Texans are capable of doing that. They also have multiple holes they need to fill. So you would be trading your pick number 25, more than likely. You would be using all of your financial means, and then you couldn't do anything else. So because of the price, I'd be out on DK. It's not because of what I think of him as the player. It's just the price attached. I'm out.
Yeah, I would take DK if this was a situation where he was a free agent, or like with that hypothetical that someone threw out for Kevin Durant at league minimum a little while ago. But the problem here to me is the contract compensation after the deal. Like, I'd be willing to give up the first because you're talking about most likely spending a first on a wide receiver anyway, or at least that's in high consideration. So you're just replacing that gamble on the rookie with the guy that is pretty good with DK Metcalf. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna have Stingley coming up for a contract soon. Obviously, you're gonna have Stroud. You're gonna have Will Anderson Jr. There's a lot of things the Texans have to take care of, and their salary cap space is already not great as it is. There's no way I'm going to pay DK Metcalf top of the market value post trade on top of giving up a first.
It limits where else you can add to your team too. Like, kiss your offensive line help. Goodbye.
Yeah, you're just developing from within at that point.
Yeah, or drafting guys with your other picks. So that reason I'd be out on DK. I think he's a really good football player. The Texans hired a new president a few weeks ago, Mike Tomlin. I think it's how it's pronounced. Not to be confused with Mike Tomlin. It's Mike Tomlin, new president for the Texans, replaces Greg Grissom. He said he was on the YouTube channel with Rock and Roll and with John Harris. He talked about like what every organization needs. They need good leadership. Yay. Talked about the new stadium. He's like, we want renovations. And then he also mentioned one of the first things he's added to the organizations is he has walk-up songs for each member of the organization, like each department of the organization. Great stuff. But listening to this 20 minutes with Mike Tomlin, this is my biggest takeaway. That's his laugh. That's Mike Tomlin's laugh. I'm not sure I could trust a president that laughs like Elon Musk.
What about an owner?
Owner, as long as he's paying the bills.
I mean, because that's a Les Alexander-esque laugh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Morel used to bait.
Maybe I'm disrespecting the laugh then, because that was. I mean, do you want we're gonna make critical organizational decisions, whether we negotiating a renovation, maybe we're talking about a new stadium build, we're talking about fan engagement, and this is the guy that's leading the charge. I don't feel good. It makes me question the future of the Houston Texans.
Morel used to try and bait me to do, because I had the Les Alexander speech after the second championship down, and he hits Bob Costas with a line or two, and then he hits him with the laugh. And the laugh was always Les's laugh was piercing.
I don't want to sit here and be like a laughist and if I was a guy hiring manager and I had 15 candidates or whatever the case, I hate to be that guy, but I think I would disqualify that kind of laugh. And not to say that he's like underqualified or he's a buffoon or an idiot. I just wouldn't want to be around it. Like I wouldn't want to be around that laugh for very long.
Y'all weren't around to hear Les's laugh?
I was too young.
Oh my God.
I don't remember what it sounds like now.
It was, I mean, the final lines of his speech are when Costas put his, "Isn't America great? America's the greatest land of all. Where
Sounds
dreams,
like Don King.
Where dreams really do come true. We love you, Houston. See you next year."
I think I
And
do
it
remember
was-
it now that you said it.
Oh
Kind
my
of
God.
feels like you're doing a Mike Tyson impression.
Go listen to it. It's the New York accent, and it is that voice, and then he hits that laugh.
Yeah, I guess when you're the owner, you can get away with it. But the Texans hired this guy.
Yeah,
with this laugh.
When you had me pull this laugh, I went back and watched it because I just heard it first because I'm looking at the levels. I'm not looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I was like, I have to see this come out of his mouth because it sounds so
It doesn't look
unnatural.
like him either.
No, like when I watch the videos, like it almost feels planted because it doesn't look like his mouth is making a shape that would make this noise.
It stunned me.
Yeah,
like I was
it's-
stunned.
It's
Because
a very unnatural sounding laugh.
He's a Georgetown Hoya, played football there. He's worked for tons of
played football?
organizations.
Really?
Yeah, for Hoya. I mean, they're not.
I wouldn't have guessed
No.
the guy with that laugh played football.
Like, right? Like, but he played football. Like, he's well spoken. Like, he's very, Rico Suave. Like, I could see why they hired him. Very smart, eloquent, well spoken, all of these things. And then he hits me with that laugh. I'm like, what in the world was
he's
that?
smooth, but he also came off as not genuine. And that
Like, it's
laugh comes
definitely
off
salesman-y.
yeah, and that laugh comes off as not genuine. So that kind of tracks.
Texter says that he sounds like Easterby. Alex said the same thing. That laugh.
One
is
fish,
nuts.
two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Boy, he does sound like Easterby.
Like, play the redfish, bluefish, and then the laugh.
Yeah, it's
'Cause
spot on.
I think it kind of just like sinks into each other.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
It does sound like Easterby.
Yep, sure does.
We know
Look
that
out.
Jack Easterby was looking for new jobs. We know that Todd the Show talked to Jack Easterby on the phone on our behalf. We know that Jack Easterby said he couldn't come on with us right away because he was interviewing for jobs. We know that Jack Easterby ghosted Brian whenever
Yeah,
he reached out to get him on the
multiple.
air. And now this guy is making Jack Easterby noises. I think Mike Tomlin might be Jack Easterby.
Shout out to the fish.
I think it's him.
It's
I think it's him.
it's a pretty good call.
I do want to play that second one on Tomlin. What every good organization needs. Mike Tomlin with the creepy laugh. He had some good things to say, I think.
And one thing that I can say sitting in front of you today that is extremely important is ownership. You can't underestimate the value of having good ownership. And so I had the chance to get to know Cal and Hannah both. And certainly was very aware of Bob and Janice's legacy as well. And having the opportunity to sit in front of them and see how genuinely they cared about the team, the city, and have these big aspirations for what it can be in the future, that gave me goosebumps. That was special.
I didn't think
Never quit.
There you go. See, how could you not want to work for an owner like that? Like, that's special. I didn't think he was going to say aspirations either.
No.
I froze when I pulled it, and
Yeah.
I froze just then.
I looked
I
at
had the
Jeremy
same
immediately
reaction.
like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, I had the same reaction. Whenever he said that, I was like, oh,
Big
aspirations. makes more sense.
aspirations.
Like,
Yeah.
he is exactly.
I thought he was Sir Mix-a-Lot
There
for
are
a second.
multiple guys like this that are out there in professional sports right now. Once you've executed a new arena, a new stadium, and you've kind of shown that you have, aside from just running the business operations, you have that specific skill set and you get it done, you're going to have job offers all the time. And I've seen it across basketball and football to where you know exactly why the McNairs made the move they made.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. I can't get over the laugh though. I'm sorry. You're right. You're 100% right. And I think it was a good hire. I think that he's going to be very successful. I think they want a renovation because they have a great rental agreement with the people over there at NRG, whoever's running Harris County Sports Authority.
Mhm.
And I think they're going to strong arm them into a renovation
At the minimum.
with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. What do you mean at the minimum?
At the minimum, they want the renovations, but they're still going to be, their end goal is going to be to eventually get a new stadium.
I don't think so. I think their end goal is for them to renovate NRG so they can continue the great deal they have with NRG. Like, every year but one, the Texans have made money by renting through them because their tax breaks,
It's an
they're
unbelievable deal,
making
is right.
money to be a tenant there. I don't think that they want to spend the money. I think they're trying to strong arm them into state-of-the-art renovations. But the Texans have a team president that sounds like this.
Big aspirations.
Not the one I thought you were going to play. But
Me either.
they have a team president that sounds like that. And then they have an owner that just, I mean,
It's always fun to win.
How could you not trust the Texans, Blankers? Like the president, the owner, they're aligned.
Well, you got Hannah.
They're not goofy at all. They mean
Never,
business.
never
They have the
quit.
tenacity and courage and bravery to always like continue forward, never relent. I love the direction of the Houston Texans with these two guys at the top.
I mean, you got Hannah, which is your savior, and then on top of that, you remember how quickly we've gotten to where we are now, even with these two guys, as opposed to where they were when everybody, including Colin Cowherd and everybody else, was thinking they had the worst ownership in sports.
It's always fun to win.
You have to hold out some hope
I love Cal
that
McNair.
Hannah has to drive the ship.
I love Mike Tomlin. This leadership is just the best. There's 32 teams in the NFL. 32. There's no organization that has it as good as the Houston Texans from the top down. Cal McNair, he just always gives the effort, and Mike Tomlin, who just
What do you think is the culture? Who do you think puts in that culture? You think it's D'Amico, or you think it's this
Never,
guy?
never quit.
Tomlin's going to be in an apron serving burgers at camp.
It might be.
And then in season in the wrestling ring, making videos with the McNairs.
I love this team.
You can have your swarm. I'll take.
Never, never quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super Bowl
It's
bound.
always fun to win.
Super Bowl bound, I think, the Houston Texans, now that they hired their guy as the president. I wish. What are your wishes for the Astros season? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I dropped my ring and I had to go down under the table to find it. It's nasty down there, guys.
It is.
Don't go down there. It's gross. There's like a dozen boba straws. There's 12 boba straws down there.
Well, based on what I've seen Lance put under this desk, I just know that there's probably legitimately at least 5 science projects.
They're not on Lance's side.
No, but look, there's there's crushed mud and dirt that's been there for several weeks.
It's very gross. I need to go wash my hands.
Bloody napkins have been down there.
Yeah, I need to wash my hands.
Mm-hmm. Because you were down in dirt down there.
Couldn't find it. It was on your side somehow.
And you didn't hit it when you swatted at it?
Nah,
That's crazy.
Apparently Mike Tomlin was a punter back up at Georgetown.
Oh.
They didn't come up in the interview with him on Texans radio. They didn't mention, hey, they said you were a football player at Georgetown, like he was this hardo. No, he was the backup punter, apparently, according to the texter. I guess I need to look at that, do my due diligence. He sounds like the Pillsbury Doughboy poked. He kind of does. Like somebody tickled him. He sounds like Easterby. Said somebody else. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Shout out to the fish.
I wishes for the Astros season. Examples, rotation, batting order, who wins jobs, what they make a move for, who breaks out, all of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is your wish, Brian?
First one would be, and this was something that Joel and I talked about after you went to call some Cougar baseball yesterday. Go Cougs. But I'd like to see Hunter Brown be the next young Astros player to get a contract extension, buy out the rest of his arbitration, plus, first couple years of free agencies, basically similar to what they've done with other guys like Jordan and Bregman. I think Hunter Brown obviously had a little bit of a lull in his career, not last year, but the year before. Last season didn't start off great, but from like May 5th on last year, he was fantastic. I think he's deserving of being the next Astro to get a contract extension, assuming he's willing to play ball with you, but I'd make it a goal to get him re-signed.
I think what I'm going to do during this segment is just poo-poo all of these ideas. Because that'd be awesome. Would love the idea of Hunter Brown re-signing. I wouldn't stop there. Yonder Diaz, what's up? Cam Smith, you want to be an opening day roster dude? What's up? What's up? How you doing?
Just gonna call him
the head thing and everything.
What's going on?
You're just gonna start texting him you up?
You want to be the starting third baseman? Move Esoc over to second? Here's a low ball 10-year deal.
What's up?
Well, like the deal John Singleton got back in the day.
10 for 10.
I'd sign Cam.
I would sign
no,
Cam
he
for
would
10 for 10 for sure.
Yeah. You want to make this team?
What's up?
Y'all don't do that whenever y'all talk trade with your boys during fantasy football weekend?
No, I don't phrase it.
No.
You've been talking about the number one, like what's it going to take to trade up to number one? What's up? What you want to do? Come on. Ball's in your court. Y'all need to.
I've heard the come on.
Y'all need to read y'all need to read the art of the deal. Sounds like to me. That's the first thing that Trump said. You gotta say sup.
Okay.
I'm kidding. No, I would love the idea.
accurate.
I would love the. It's not. I would love the. I just make stuff up. I would love the idea of Hunter Brown, but he signed Scott Boras as his agent.
Yeah, but
that sucks. I didn't know that.
That's why I'm poo-pooing it.
Yeah.
wait, okay.
Good luck with that.
When did Bregman get Boris? Because
After that deal.
okay.
Now you could say, well, Lance McCullers has Boras and signed a team-friendly deal.
And
although
Altuve
it's
signed
damage. Yeah.
2 team-friendly
I mean,
deals
the agent's
with
going to do what the
Boris.
player makes him do.
Right.
But it's not a great sign that he's with Boras. I don't think.
I get that. I don't think it's impossible because of the examples you mentioned with, obviously McCullers and Altuve's done it twice, but I get that it's definitely a complication.
Yeah. What is your wish, Blankers?
I wish they would trade to get some help in the outfield and get creative.
They added the greatest Astro player ever.
Well, yes, they need more. They need more. I wish I had more confidence in Jake and Chaz then. How about that? Because I don't. I have zero confidence in those two guys, offensively in particular. I think that this team is too good and has too good of a chance to get back to the league championship series and more. And I'm afraid that not doing anything to add a bat to the outfield could hurt them.
Well, they added a bat to the outfield.
Not a good one.
The greatest Astro of all time.
Greatest
No,
Astro of all
well-
time.
well, I
They just-
mean-
they kind of rearranged the deck chairs.
Yeah.
I get it. What if Altuve doesn't have too big of a drop off though, and Chas McCormick has an OPS plus of over 100, and then Jake Myers sucks, but he's Gold Glove.
Yeah, I mean, would I feel better? Yes. I just don't have the confidence that Chas is going to have the bounce back that people are counting on. And, not that I'm saying apples to apples, you got to replace Kyle Tucker, but I just don't like those two options in the outfield. I would love Chas McCormick as my center fielder if he does, get this anywhere close to a bounce back year. And I can live with it being a little less than if he's in center field because center fielders don't hit with as much offensive prowess, but I would like better in right field.
I just don't know what the option would be at this point. I mean, when would teams be willing
I'm saying
to
I
trade
wish
guys
they
that
would have done
matter?
it. I don't know that there's an option right, and I really don't want to approach the Alex Verdugo conversation again.
No,
Yeah, he's still not signed. It's weird.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it is a little weird. I think we're just kind of unfortunately past the point that teams are going to make trades until it gets to the summer.
Yeah, you have to. They've reached the point where you need a bounce back from Chas.
Mm-hmm.
You need Altuve not to regress, handle left field, and maybe Ben Gamble needs to be average offensively, type of deal.
I mean,
Although I think you can get by with Altuve being Altuve-ish, Chas McCormick having north of 100 OPS, and then you're not really looking for a ton of offense from center. Like that to me is a passable outfield offense.
Jake and Dubon can share time in
Well,
center.
I think Dubon's your starting second baseman.
Oh, really? Okay.
I do. Like, I don't think that Guillermo is beating him out. I don't think Brendan Rodgers is beating him out. I think Dubon's your starting second baseman.
Probably.
Unless you trade for Arenado.
Not going to happen.
Or unless Cam Smith signs that $10 million 10-year deal.
What's up?
What's up? Yeah.
Ball's in your court, Cam. Ball's on your aircraft carrier. What you want to do with it?
Fly. And hit bombs.
There you go. There you go. I wish it's going to make a lot of people mad because a lot of people have gotten nerdy. And I'm nerdy, but a lot of people have gotten nerdier than me. I wish that Yordan Alvarez would be the fixture in the cleanup spot in this lineup for the Houston Astros. Oh, no, you're going to lose out on 8 at-bats a month. I don't care. I want Yordan Alvarez to be in the middle of this order. Why? Because I want him to have more premium at-bats. Yes, I will sacrifice a few at-bats a month for more at-bats with runners on base, with more at-bats with runners in scoring position. Yordan Alvarez was put on this earth to do two things: chew bubblegum and drive in runs. And he's all out of bubblegum, and you nerds want to bat him second?
Thank you, Roddy Piper. Thank you.
Dude, the dude was born to drive in runs. He was born to do that.
Yeah,
these guys want to bat him second.
One of the notes I had for Wish, and I wasn't as specific as fourth, but just don't hit him second again. Like, if we're talking where the 8 and 9 are Dubon and Jake, like, I want people coming up on base when Yordan's at the plate. And if 8 and 9 are Dubon and Jake, I mean, I trust Altuve to do a pretty good job, but let's maximize the amount of people who could be on base when Yordan comes up. And that's not going to happen if 2 of the 3 guys right in front of him are Dubon and Jake.
And look, I get it. I get win, run, created plus. I get that you're getting 2 more at-bats every other month. I understand that he's not going to bat 20 more times over the course of 162 games. But is this team scoring more runs with Yordan batting second or batting fourth? And look, I don't even think it matters a whole lot. I think it's very, very marginal. I think that batting order chatter is far overrated. But if we're arguing the margins, which is what we do in sports radio, is Yordan Alvarez the guy that sets the table? Or is Yordan Alvarez that bad mofo that clears the table? He's the latter. It fits his personality. The dude's not a table setter.
Who are you? I mean, the point is the fact that once you start the game, that you're going to end up facing 8 and 9 are going to be into the equation. That sucks because 8 and 9 suck. In my opinion, I just don't have a ton of confidence in them.
But that's just traditional with any lineup,
right?
Though, that 8
but
and
I'm
9
saying,
aren't
are
going to
your
be
top,
as good as 2 and 3.
We used to talk about all the time the top 4, top 5 in this lineup. Is Paredes in the top 4 or 5?
He's probably one of your top 2 hitters.
5,
He would be one of the guys I have in front of Yordan because he gets on base a lot.
And then Walker.
I mean, if I'm batting Yordan fourth,
those are the 2
I get
guys.
my
with
way,
Altuve.
then Altuve, Paredes, Walker,
Yeah.
the guy sitting in front of him.
That's what I was thinking
Assuming
as well.
Walker's healthy.
Stop doing that.
What?
Yeah, because I don't want to think about that at this point.
Me saying that ain't going to influence his
I
own
understand
belief.
that. I just don't want to hear it because I just don't want to think about that they're going to go into the season and he's already going to be hurt.
Give me
That
the
would
word
suck.
on it. And a lot of people hate that. Well, no one bats fourth anymore. I don't care about everybody else. Well, I'm the biggest analytical nerd on planet Earth. Like I understand the numbers, but if I learned anything from Dusty Baker,
I know analytics.
it's about managing games off of vibes, and I'm a vibe guy. And I like the Jordan vibes batting in the cleanup spot. Plus, Jordan has better numbers in the cleanup spot than any other spot. So, like, you're sitting here preaching me numbers. Well, the best hitters bat second. Why are we dismissing Jordan's numbers? Like, he's the guy that this lineup should be built around. Why are we ignoring where he hits his best?
I mean, he also had better numbers when he played left field.
Not last year.
I thought I saw that.
It was almost identical. I'll pull them up for you.
Okay.
That was true going into last year, though. Like that's not up for debate. But last year, let me load this up here real quick. Playing left field, he was a 322 average, but a 954 OPS. As a DH, lower average 300, but a 962 OPS. So he didn't hit for as much average, but he hit for more power. More power.
Because I saw on MLB Network, they were making the push that he stays engaged, and some guys, when they're just DHing, that it's like 4 pinch hit appearances, and it's harder for some guys to focus and stay dialed in.
Wasn't the case for Jordan last year. Prior to last year, that was the case. Although I think we overrate that whole, like, yeah, he's engaged. He's an outfield. Like, does that really matter? Maybe not. I don't know.
Everybody's attention span is different, but I mean, if
like,
it's that close, if the margins are that close, then believe me, I don't want him getting hurt in the outfield.
Like, if you're just a stud hitter, are you going to hit better because you're jogging out to left field and catching one fly ball every now and then?
It's kind of like the argument of getting the diva wide receiver involved in the game early, otherwise they check out. It shouldn't matter, and it's hard to prove. It's more just anecdotal, but it does feel like that is the case for some guys when you look at their numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It probably is true for some guy. I think that I have a long-standing overlying thoughts that we sensationalize a lot of things in baseball. Oh, my goodness, that fastball almost hit him. What are we ever going to do? We over-sensationalize lots of things in baseball. And I love baseball. I'm a baseball guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do you wish? A lot of text on this. What do you wish for the Astros season? 713-780-3776. Killer Beast, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business. They take care of you every step of the way. They're doing it, and they've been doing it for almost half a decade. I mean, they've been doing it for almost 50 years. They have been phenomenal in the Houston area. And they want to do it for you, too. They want to help you out. They're family-owned and operated. They want to make sure that they take care of Houstonians. And they do it in a variety of ways. Look, they got the best products in the business, but their expertise is where it really comes in because they're going to walk you through exactly all the products that they have, what would be the best fits for you. They're going to check out what year your house was built, the architecture, the style, and then make suggestions based on that so you get the absolute right product for you and your house. I did it a little over a year ago. I got new windows. The curb appeal immediately went up tenfold. It's phenomenal how much more modern and what a great look the windows provide for the outside of the house. But the most important thing is my energy bills went way down, and that was huge. And my house and my contents of my house was all protected against hurricane season and all the winds and the different weather that we experience here in Houston. You can get a free estimate just by checking them out, and they're going to come to your house and tell you exactly how they can help like I did. And it's going to make a difference for you. No commitment, nothing that you have to sign on the dotted line for. It's just you getting the expertise of everybody that's at Allstate Siding and Windows working in your corner. They do front doors too, but the siding and the windows are phenomenal, and that's where they can help you. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com right now. See all the different products that they have to offer and see which ones you might be considering. When you find the fact that you could actually do a package deal with both of them, but also find that they're the best in the business and that they're dedicated to you. They sponsor us and because they want to reach Houstonians and they love our listeners and they take care of them too. If you mention us, they're going to take care of you because they love the fact that ESPN listeners come to them. 30% off a window job, $2,500 off a complete siding job. They are absolutely fantastic. And all it takes from you is a phone call and they are going to have you set and ready to go with everything that they can do to help in your situation. 832-204-1936. Call them and get their help. 204-1936. That free estimate's fantastic, and Allstate's the best in the business. Allstate Siding and Windows.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
What are your hopes for the Astros this year? Your wishes? 713-780-3776. Texter, Branham can't be a vibe guy when he ruins the vibe so often. Haha. You can't get enough of the Killer Bees parts. It's why you're here 3 to 6 every single day. You love the vibes the Killer Bees produce.
Is it pards or pods?
It depends on where you are in the country.
Okay.
Usually people say pods. You get in the deep south, though, they say pards.
Yeah, I've heard both
usually
ways.
the part of the country where they say they wash their clothes by washing their clothes. So if you're from the deep south, you add R's when they shouldn't be there.
Is it fair to say the golf community
Oh,
is
yeah.
more podsy or both?
Again, depends
Okay.
on the person and their, where they're from.
Okay.
Pards is definitely a little bit more seldomly used. Usually you hear pods way more than pards. But some, white guys in their 50s, they like to throw a little R in there.
Mm-hmm.
I wish injury on the Mariners pitching staff. Okay. All right. You're my kind of guy. You're wishing injury. Now, it's weird, the Mariners, though, man. Like, they have this unbelievable pitching staff, and they do nothing to help that offense.
No question.
It's kind of fun being a Houston
Yeah,
Astros
if you're the
fan.
Astros, you should be thankful because
Yeah.
that pitching staff is nasty.
Mm-hmm. I saw it. Some people would call it the best in baseball, which I might not argue that.
In the past you had Atlanta, but they lost a big key. They lost Freed,
Mhm.
so that's a huge loss. And Strider's been hurt. So you look at it and say, now the Yankees added Freed, but yet they lost Heel. So, and I guess now they're going to shut down Heel till at least the All-Star break.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it's hard to argue that Seattle doesn't have the best pitching staff in baseball.
One thing that I do think that sometimes people lose in the shuffle when discussing Seattle is their ballpark is very helpful for pitchers. So yes, their pitching staff is incredibly talented, maybe the best in baseball, but it also helps that they pitch where they pitch.
Mhm.
And that's something that elevates them, I think. Texture, I wish the Astros can re-sign Phil Maton. Would you be interested in a Phil Maton?
No.
You know what Phil Maton's what reaction would be if the Astros signed him?
Ho hum. Yeah.
It'd be like John Cena turning heel. He'd be over the moon excited like that.
And then he'd go punch a locker.
I mean, it depends on what they think. Give a base hit to his bubs.
Yeah.
Punches his locker. It depends on what they think of their guys. Like, I think that these dudes who we don't really know their names and haven't seen them pitch a whole lot, especially at the big league level, I think they like them. I think they like the Logan Van Wise of the world. Forrest Whitley stuff plays. This Okert guy, like big league journeyman, hadn't really been fantastic lately, but against lefties, pretty good. It depends on how they feel and maybe injury-wise, but I think they like him.
Yeah, look, I think I don't lose as much sleep over the bullpen in the middle of the bullpen as I have in the past. I think that they have guys that have high velocity arms, and then it's just a matter of figuring it out and what role they could possibly play. But you got Forrest Whitley, you've got guys in the middle of that bullpen that I think that can get guys out, and you still got two really maybe the two of the best in a 1-2 punch at the back of your bullpen. I don't think you need Phil Maton, especially at this point in Phil Maton's career.
Yeah, it depends on where they're at when they open camp, but I'm okay with no Maton. I wish for Hader to have 0 losses this year. Yeah, you and me both. I think Hader's gonna be good this year. I think he's gonna be really good. I think last year was kind of a weird year. They used him a lot in non-safe situations, really out of necessity. His peripheral numbers were still good. His ERA was high. He still had tons of strikeouts. I think he's gonna have a bounce back year. Obvious reasons aside, I hope the Astros don't have a gaping hole in the lineup offensively after Maldi and Abreu Singleton. I just want competence from 1 to 9. I think you're going to have at least one gaping hole and potentially 2.
I mean, Jake
I think Myers will be a gaping hole.
Mhm.
Yeah, if he's playing every day, I think he'll be a gaping hole. Hits 230 with a 290 on base, but I think he'll play high enough level defense where you're kind of okay with it. And then the other gaping hole, I'm not huge on Mauricio Dubon's offense. If he's playing 140 games, starting 140 games, I think he'll be a gaping hole.
See, that's where I was surprised to hear you say that. I think that there's a better chance that either Rogers or Guillermo start at second base than Dubon, because I think Dubon, they like the utility, the versatility, and the fact that he could possibly bail you out if Jake isn't hitting well, or Chaz isn't hitting well, and he can give guys a day off in the infield. So I hope that's not the case, and I hope he's not starting at second. And maybe part of that too is I don't trust his offense on a daily basis.
Why would Guillermo start over Dubon?
I mean, I don't know. He's a veteran, but you can fill the role at second base, and then he can still, like I'm saying, he can still be a versatile. He can be your Swiss Army knife playing multiple positions.
See, I think that Guillermo is the Swiss Army knife, assuming that Dubon's your everyday second baseman. If Dubon's not starting 130, 40 games at second base, I think it's Brendan Rodgers that beats him out. I'm not so sure that he makes the team.
Is Dubon a better hitter than Guillermo?
Yeah. Okay. He was last year.
Okay.
Guillermo hit 205 last year. 64 OPS plus.
Yeah,
he's never been known for his offense. He's always been a glove first guy. But they like his versatility, and he's a smooth fielder. So like you don't lose a lot defensively. You might gain some stuff defensively at times too with Guillermo, although he had a brutal error the other day.
That's the one that Altuve had to charge in on, right?
Yeah. My wish for the Astros is that Altuve wins a Gold Glove at left field would shock everyone. Made a great play again today. Going into the warning track, making a fine grab, that Jose Altuve. My wish for the Astros is for young players to ball out and at least make it to 500. That's come on now. That's your best take? Eric the driver, Altuve has a positive or neutral DRS in left. Jordan plays 145 plus games. Lance pitches back-to-back starts.
I thought we'd get more of the Lance. I wish that Lance would be healthy.
Love it. For Dakin Park to swap the home visitor bullpen, that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, why?
They swap the home visitor bullpen. I guess to heckle them.
Oh.
Because it's hard to heckle the visiting bullpen.
Yeah, they are pretty kind of encompassed in their own little zone there in left field.
Yeah, they're kind of a safe space. Why can't Dubon stay in left and Altuve at second? Because your team defense isn't better that way. Altuve is a bad defensive second baseman. Dubon's a good defensive second baseman, so you upgrade the position there, and then you're hoping that you hide the lesser defender in left. Although Altuve's looked okay out there.
Yes. It's surprising to me that the fact that we knew he's got some speed, but he's played some balls off the carom and everything like that already. He made a catch on like you said, a track today, but one up against the wall. But look, I'm encouraged at the fact that he looks competent.
Yeah, he does. He really does. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana. This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets rebounded after some early weakness this Wednesday. Stocks were able to close with some solid gains following a Bloomberg report which said the Trump administration was considering a one-month delay for automakers from the newly imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Now, that came after Trump reportedly spoke with the heads of GM, Ford, and Stellantis. The Dow Jones, meanwhile, seeing some gains today thanks to shares of Caterpillar and Boeing. Stocks saw some weakness early on following a report from payroll processor ADP, which said there was weaker than expected private sector job growth in February. It was up only 77,000 jobs versus expectations of 140,000. Meanwhile, the Institute for Supply Management said there was an unexpected increase in its reading on service sector activity for the month of February. In corporate news, retailer Abercrombie & Fitch reported fourth quarter results that increased from last year. However, the stock dropped after the company said that its adjusted earnings per share missed analyst estimates. And the IRS is getting ready to cut as much as half of its workforce as part of the Trump administration's efforts to cut down on federal workers.
What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Altuve had 5 errors last year at second. Imagine being in 2025 and grading defensive metrics on errors. Imagine that. That's my car wreck of the day. What's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
Well, in the plethora of car wrecks that were the Rockets game last night in Indiana, the 13 missed free throws were awful.
It's going to be a tough one to beat. I'll try. Jordan Walker, St. Louis Cardinal. You see what landed him? He's not on the injury list because there is no IL during spring training. But did you see what caused him to be looked at by team doctors?
No.
He stepped on a sprinkler head funny. Team doctors had to take a look to see how healthy he. I think they actually scheduled for him an MRI. Stepped on a sprinkler head.
How does that happen on I mean, these fields are supposed to be major league level, right?
Those heads are hard. Brian?
Your hands get a downgrade for trying to catch your ring. One, you should be fidgeting with it, but then it got dropped
not?
under the desk and you had to dig it out from that dirty, crusty floor.
It's a science
So,
project.
yeah.
I'm ADHD.
Tetanus shot.
ADHD.
Tetanus shot
I
coming.
will always play with my ring. Wife hates it. All right, what's winning?
Rockets.
Rockets free throws.
Rockets.
That's atrocious. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Keep it here. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, and welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 here tonight. The first of two shows this week, and always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Thanks for joining us. Remember, the show streams at ESPN975.com. I want your opinion tonight here because we got a lot to talk about in a variety of capacities. The number is 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. Brian McDonald behind the glass. By the way, Brian, sporting an awesome Triple G baseball hat. Love it.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeremy and Joel weren't quite as complimentary, so I'm glad to hear you say you like it.
I like Triple G.
I know he's a fantastic fighter.
Yeah, I always liked him. All right, so got a lot of Champions League to discuss tonight in the form of UEFA, obviously, today. There's some really interesting stuff that happened today. Eye-popping goals from yesterday. CONCACAF Champions Cup, our version of the UEFA Champions League, will be going on tonight. We'll fill you in on that. All right, Lionel Messi didn't make the trip to Houston, but Luis Suarez and friends did. We reviewed that match and where the Dynamo are currently at this point and ahead of the next match. The amount of stuff that we heard coming in about Messi not being here is off the chains. There was a lot of bad takes from a lot of people, and I understand the disappointment. But before we get into that, and again, the number 713-780-3776. Here's a synopsis, the local call that I was on for Apple and Sirius of that match.
Game on here in Houston. It is the Houston Dynamo and Inter Miami. Bad giveaway from the Dynamo, and it's 1-0. Oh, bad positioning here. It's another self-inflicted mistake, and Inter Miami have taken the lead here tonight. Telasco Segovia accepts the gift, and the Dynamo's self-inflicted mistakes continue here in Game 2 in 2025. Inter Miami in possession right now. It's an early ball to Suarez. He pulled out on the left. He dumped it inside. Be careful. Allende now. Allende shot the goal. What a fantastic hit. This is something special on the counterattack. Who needs Lionel Messi here today? Inter Miami doesn't. Allende blasts it in. This is transition play at its best. And they are up 2-0 over the Houston Dynamo. Bright has won it back. He's a one-man show right now. He's got Suarez to his left. He's got it to Suarez. Suarez squares it back. Dynamo need to win this. Gets a shot off. It's a third. Unbelievable. In stoppage time, Inter Miami has picked off a third. Busquets stands over it. Into the box. It's a fourth. Unbelievable. And it's Luis Suarez to go along with 3 assists. He is a one-man wrecking crew tonight here in Houston. It is 4-0 Inter Miami. And a chance here to break the shutout of the Dynamo 2. Good for them. On a night where nothing has gone right, you leave it to a veteran by Nico Ladero, the Uruguayan, who has been to 2 World Cups, has played with Luis Suarez, and Ladero gets his first goal in a Houston Dynamo uniform, and he breaks the Inter Miami shutout.
That's how it ends, 4-1. This was dominant in every facet of the game. The one thing you're always going to get on this show is honesty, at least just from the host. Doesn't mean I'm right. Just means I'm going to give you my honest take on this game. There is not a lot to take away from this. This was a missed opportunity. There was so much focus on Messi. And what we learned is that Sergio Busquets is an unbelievable player at, what is he now, 36, 37 years of age. We also learned that Jordi Alba is an amazing player at 35 years of age. We learned that Luis Suarez, on one leg, taking injections, almost looks like a cripple when he runs, still scores a goal and has 3 assists and is the MVP on the day. What you also learned is Miami has made great pickups in the offseason. They had a 38-year-old goalkeeper, by the way, Oscar Ustari, who looked like an experienced goalkeeper. Okay. Won a gold medal with Argentina, has played with all the guys on Angel Di Maria, Messi, you name it. They had Lujan at the back, who's a pickup. They had Allende, who you learned about, who hit that screamer after the ball from Luis Suarez. Miami has improved their team, and Miami rested their superstar, Lionel Messi, the most identifiable player in the world. He was expected to come to Houston. Didn't come. It was a late scratch. Basically, they want to rest him. Can't argue with that. Sorry. I don't care if you spent $2,000 on a ticket. Can't argue with the competitive side looking at a schedule and saying that you want to rest a 37-year-old who, by the way, has played a bunch of preseason games, just played 3 games in 7 days. And by the way, also plays for Argentina and is playing Uruguay and Brazil this month with all that travel. So you tell me what's wrong with the coach of Inter Miami saying, I'm going to rest Lionel Messi. It's disappointing. I get it. I wanted to see him play too. There was still a lot to take away from that game. Maybe not if you were a Dynamo fan. There was an awful lot of people cheering for Luis Suarez when he came off the field. It's not easy for me to call that game when it's 4-1, but I'm not going to pretend that the Dynamo were competitive on this day, because they weren't. That's a fact. And they're not going to be competitive or as competitive until they replace what has left. Coco Carrasquilla, Hector Herrera, Mikael, maybe the biggest loss of all of them, honestly, and Steve Clark in goal. And that's no disrespect to anybody who's getting the opportunity. And yes, it's one game. And yes, it's a forgiving league, and 18 teams make the playoffs. So if you sign a couple of good players, things can change very, very quickly. Now, ticket pricing went up for this game. This is the norm in MLS. Messi comes, everybody's going to get their piece of Messi. They're going to make their money. And you're going to shell out big bucks. Some people did. And that's why they're super disappointed, because they're not coming for the Dynamo. They're not coming for anything else. They might not even know that there's a World Cup champion out there, Sergio Busquets, who was one of the biggest linchpins for one of the greatest midfields ever in the history of the game. And that was Messi and Xavi and Iniesta. You had Luis Suarez, who's finished in 4th place in a World Cup for Uruguay. All those years at Liverpool, Barcelona Champions League winners, and Jordi Alba the same. It was still in a not a hometown way an interesting and amazing night to be a part of, to see those legends and see how competitive they remain. That to me is mind-blowing. Suarez is on one leg. He doesn't even run normally. He doesn't even run like he used to run. And let me tell you, in 10 years, he might be like Earl Campbell, shuffling around a room to try and get across the room. He is that beat up. And when he runs, he looks crippled, okay? He looks crippled. But his soccer brain is next level. By the way, on his 4th goal, so you're always taught when you're about 35 yards out and you can see the free kick, you stand in front of the ball, right? Because you don't want to let anybody make a penetrating pass straight ahead. I have no idea why Sebastian Kowalczyk, who was standing in front of the ball, just walks out of the way and lets Busquets pass it right to the feet of Suarez. Defenders are playing off him. They now start coming out. He pushes it past 4 guys and smashes it into the upper corner. Unbelievable. So the GOAT doesn't get here, and Mascherano decides to rest him, and I'm sure it was a group decision. This was always a possibility for a player that had played the amount of games I just told you. And that's without anybody factoring in the fact that he's got to play for Argentina against their 2 biggest rivals, Uruguay and Brazil. Okay? This would have been his first visit here in MLS. As prior, he has come, obviously with Argentina a couple of times here to Energy Stadium and once at Shell Energy Stadium. So the disappointment was palpable, and people were frustrated. And you got many differing takes. Some suggested he should have come and played 45 minutes or just show up. But that's not resting. Traveling and being away from your family is still a part of it. Others said he should have traveled, sat on the bench. Some said the league should have forced him to play. Give us a break. Others bizarrely blamed the Dynamo. The Dynamo had nothing to do with Messi not playing. You can't blame the Houston Dynamo organization for this. I mean, some of the takes were just really incredible. And then you see people degrading Messi on social media. Very vile, very uneducated, and nasty, quite frankly. Then you get, and I'm not bagging on Tom Bogart, and he does a great job at releasing and being the first guy to release player information. He had a really bad take on this, though. He says, oh, it's too early to be focused on workload for Messi. What are you talking about? He had just played 3 matches in 7 days, a preseason full of matches. He's got travel with the national team. What do you want him to do? Come here and play when it's an opportunity to rest yourself in a league where 18 of 30 teams make the playoffs? Come on, let's be logical and smart here. And believe me, I hurt for the people who wanted to see him. But if you went online and said, my kid is crying, oh my God, Leo's not coming, I would say, why don't you be a parent? It's a teachable moment, and show him, his or your daughter or son, that there are disappointments in life. By the way, you can still sell Busquets and Suarez if you want star quality. But it was really interesting. I'd love your take on it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody needs to straighten me out. 713-780-3776. I know the prices get jacked up. We know that. Oh, someone remind people that he's in World Cup qualifiers March 20 and 25th against 2 of the greatest rivals in South America, Uruguay and Brazil. You don't think Uruguay and Brazil are going to try to kick him off the field in that match? I mean, these are not matches you want your star player in MLS to go into fatigued. And by the way, do you want him to get injured so he's out the rest of the year in MLS? It's a centralized league. Everybody gets their piece of the action with Messi. Unfortunately, Houston didn't get it. They did from a ticket selling standpoint. He didn't show up in Chicago. He didn't show up in Vancouver. He missed out on a tour in Hong Kong. It doesn't always happen. And by the way, he's 37 years old. You can get the fan take, but the competitive take is, if you're the coach of Inter Miami, wouldn't you have done the same thing? 713-780-3776. Inter Miami looked at the overall schedule, spoke to Messi, said, look, we have to be strategic how we use this athlete. When you get rest and time off in pursuit of trophies and competitions, you got to be smart with this guy. You can't bow to public pressure. And they didn't. And frankly, they don't care. Honestly, from the standpoint of being winners, they don't care that he missed the game. 713-780-3776. Straighten me out. And by the way, did I mention the MLS playoff structure allows for you to be less urgent and rest players because 18 of 30 teams make the playoffs. This is why no one panics and there's no urgency. The Dynamo don't have to panic right now. Really? Because if they can get 3 very good players in, I mean, they're on the clock, but they could maybe change things really quickly. Let's go to AJ. AJ's on the line here. What do you got, AJ?
Hey, Glenn, how you doing?
I'm very good. How are you, AJ?
Doing good, man. Just still trying to put these 2 losses into. Man, it's been a tough, rough start so far with the Dynamo. First time purchasing season tickets, and I kind of don't regret it because I usually go every year 5-6 games, and I like what Ted's doing, and I had hope with the departures of Coco and Ferreira leaving to Rosario and freeing up some space, Herrera. So I was hopeful. I was like, maybe we'll get some better star power, younger players, and some better talent, but I guess that's not the case. I think we're waiting till week 10, maybe in MLS, till that summer window opens, which is going to be a bad choice if we do. But, I was at the Messi game, and, a little bummer, but, you still have world class out there. And, I was excited to see, top players play in MLS and how quickly they can just break you apart. And, it was something special.
I agree with you. And, you don't want it to be against your team that you support. On the other hand, I think in MLS on a whole, we do a really poor job of using the stars on opponents to sell matches. In other words, if Charlotte's coming here, and I'm not looking at the Dynamo schedule, and they come with Wilfried Zaha, who's played for Crystal Palace, has banged goals in the biggest league in the world, the Premier League, and people are watching the Premier League every weekend, why don't the Dynamo and why don't others generate a story on the opponent? Get quotes from their players. How do you stop Wilfried Zaha? But remind people that they're coming. There was so much Messi that everybody stopped and forgot about Sergio Busquets. They stopped and forgot about Luis Suarez and Jordi Alba. And by the way, they got a bunch of other guys that nobody heard of that you know of now, including Segovia, who had a pair of goals. Allende. Yeah. These are exceptional players. So I don't know. I think there was a lot to be learned there, but I also think the star quality, to your point, coming in was something else. Now, there were more cameras there, more fans, more attention, buzz, wasted opportunity to earn new fans, I think. That's the sad thing about the day.
I agree.
That's the sad thing about that
Prime
day.
time.
Yeah, because the Dynamo are in a rebuild here. They've let go 4 starters. They haven't replaced them with equal quality as of yet, and that's not being disrespectful. But that's the challenge now.
Yeah.
But there was a different buzz around it, and you felt it, right?
I sure did. I sure did. I was sitting on section 238, and I was looking at the suites, and I seen Ted, and I see him shaking his head. I see him surprised. I zoomed the camera in, kind of. I want to see, because I'm a diehard fan. I like pressure. Sometimes I wish we had more pressure. We have those being reporters. I wish, like in Mexico or in other parts of the world.
You want to know something, AJ? I heard some people prepping this game, and I couldn't believe it. And they're talking about, the Dynamo, it's a great possession team, and, it's a great defensive team. And that's true from the last 2 years. But that's not true going into this game. You got to be honest with fans. You have to get out there and say, hey, listen, this is where we were last year. 2 straight playoffs. Great possession team, good defending team, trying to figure out the attacking side. But we're going into this game with 2 defenders coming back that are coming off injury, haven't played 90 minutes, 1 rookie defender, and 4 starters gone. This is a challenge today. I just wish people would be honest and not just toe, the safe comments. And this comes from ex-players as well. And I it just isn't honest. I think we need more of this type of honest commentary.
Chavenko looked out of shape. He looks bad. I mean, again, he's hurt, coming back.
But he's just coming back. I mean, they're in a tough situation.
Escobar,
so how do you go into this game thinking Inter Miami? You have to go into this game if you factor in all these things going, this is going to be a tough night. And a lot is going to have to go correctly for you, right?
Hey, Glenn, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, man. I go way back to 06, Robertson. I just turned 18, driving on my own, going to the games on my own. Awesome. I remember, Brian Ching. I think that's the last true striker. Maybe a little bit of Cam Weaver and a Will Bruin, but you had Sergio Coque, failure. You had Pereira, failure. He had 13 goals the first season. Ponce, I mean, what is it with Houston that we can't have a deadly striker? It just seems that we're not known to have a deadly striker ever since Ching. Like, what is it?
Will Bruin scored a lot of goals. Will Bruin ended up scoring a lot of goals. He just didn't stay in Houston. I think he actually has more goals. He has more goals than Brian Ching did. But Brian scored the important goals, that's for sure. And he was a great box player. He was a great hold-up player as well. Remember, we traded away the all-time leading goal scorer in the history of the league, Chris Wondolowski, for Cam Weaver, by the way. For Cam Weaver. But we'll talk about that coming up in the next segment, because I have a funny story. I think Ponce is getting some undue criticism, and I'm going to tell you why. But I appreciate that call, AJ. You're one of the originals from back at Robertson. Thanks for coming in here tonight and setting us straight about a few things.
All righty, sir. Thank you.
All right. Nice stuff. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Give me your take on this. This is a little Run DMC. Senate Avenue Brewery. All right. This is a small match brewery. Kitchen's open 7 days of the week, lunch and dinner. meticulously brewed craft beer for sale only in the Jersey Village tap room. Fresh, I'm telling you, I drank it. Copper ale, they got all different types. We are now partners with them. We're going to do a monthly live show there. Our first one will be March 18th. Keep an eye on Senate Avenue Brewery's daily specials. Steak and Steins on Thursdays, $20 for a steak and a side. You bring your own stein, they'll fill it up. Friday, fish and chips. Kitchen is upscale American grill and pub cuisine. Burgers, wings, pizza. Very open, very clean, very family friendly. It's got a beautiful patio as well. And with this weather, you want to be out there. Their brewery's beer is award-winning. They won 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals, and you go in there and you smell it. It's Senate Avenue Brewery, really easy, up 290, 7 big screens, all the soccer watching. You take 290 if you're coming from like the Heights in downtown, and there's the Senate Avenue exit. And it's like north 1 block, super easy from downtown in the Galleria. So big thank you to Senate Avenue Brewery. Really excited about this. And we will take a break. It's Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. More to come when we come back. And I want to hear from you. 713-780-3776. Upset that Messi didn't come?
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, the legendary Mick Taylor, 75 years old today. Cactus Music will be glad that I mentioned that. Said he left the Rolling Stones because he didn't want to die. There were so many drugs being used. But he was on some of the greatest albums.
Didn't seem to affect Keith Richards any.
Well, I think
was at the SNL 50
somebody's
a
got to
couple
do a
weeks ago.
study
He's
on the
still kicking.
man's body, I think, one day. But anyway, some of the great albums: Exile on Main Street, Sticky Fingers, Beggar's Banquet, Let It Bleed. So, Brian, get down to Cactus Music. Vinyl, CDs, that's the place to be. Cactus Music. By the way, when people come in for the World Cup, they're going to be going to Cactus Music to grab some vinyl in the States. And I think small and local businesses here in Houston are going to really benefit from the amount of people that are going to flood the city of Houston. Once we find out the teams that are going to be here, it's going to be pretty amazing. By the way, tickets are expected to go on sale in September for the FIFA World Cup. Yeah. So, with the whole Lionel Messi issue here, Brian, and the fact that, he was pulled out late to rest him after a lot of workload and a lot of games and a lot coming up in a league that you have 18 teams out of 30 to make the playoffs. In other words, we can even look at the Dynamo. For everybody who's going wild, they have time on their side. Now, you don't want to go off to a 1-7 record to start the season, or 1-8. That might be hard to crawl out of. But if you make a couple of signings, you can turn around really quickly this team. And you're asking right now for replacements to live up to it. Sebastian Kowalczyk, Andrew Tarbell in goal. You got a rookie, Obafemi Awadesu, who did well in the Dallas game, but you have to expect a mistake or two. You have to expect that Jack McGlynn may not show up in different parts of the game right now as he's learning to be a playmaker on the Dynamo. There's a lot going on here, but you have to replace the players that moved on with equal or better talent. And this is the challenge right now for Pat Onstad, the head of soccer operations, Ben Olsen, and Asher Mendelson. You got young players now that you're going to have to rebuild their confidence after the last game. Andrew Tarbell, you're going to have to rebuild his confidence. I'm sure Tim Hamley, the goalkeeper coach, is doing that. But the Dynamo were slashed in every facet of this game. The good news is they know where the standard bearers are. So back to the whole Messi thing. If LeBron doesn't show up in an NBA game, people aren't yelling for their money back, are they?
They are, and this became the NBA did actually make a rule along these lines to where you face punishment if you're sitting star players that aren't actually injured. Like they don't really allow for, I can't remember the exact wording in the rule, but there are rules against the rest days.
But how do they know that?
That's the tricky thing, because you can always manipulate an injury report saying, "Oh, he's under the weather. He's got a stomach bug or his foot sore." Like you could certainly manipulate the injury report. We've seen it for years in the NFL and other leagues as well. I understand why fans are mad, because I'm sure a lot of people paid to see Messi and Messi only, regardless of how that sounds or looks. But at the same time, Miami's got to do what's best for Miami. Messi has to do what's best for Messi. He's 37. He's got a crazy schedule. If he needs a rest day, he takes a rest day. Sorry, Houston fans, but he's going to do what's best for him.
Yeah, and a lot of these were people that probably bought high-end dollar tickets that were coming in. There were a lot of people
first-time fans, first time going to the game
that came in. I just, like if Mo Salah doesn't show up for a game at Everton when Liverpool's playing them, the Everton fans are going, "Hey, it's great. Their best player's not playing." They're not going, "Hey, I want my money back because Mo Salah's not here." And it shows you the difference of how ingrained the game is in certain places. And it's not really a fair comparison. It's just something that kind of needs to be said. And listen, Lionel Messi is the holy grail of professional soccer and is likely, in my opinion, the most identifiable athlete in the world. I don't think there's any question about that to me. And we had the watershed moment of the great Pelé with the Cosmos. We had the watershed moment of David Beckham. And this is the trifecta now with Messi at this stage of his career. And in fact, the current World Cup holder, right? The guy who lifted the World Cup trophy in Qatar recently. So we'll get back to that. And I want to bring you in again, Brian, but I want to go to Christian. Christian, what do you got on your mind tonight?
Well, first off, what? And Brian, but still, though, you kind of hit the nail right on the head when it came down to the Lionel Messi thing. It's just the fact that, let's just say, if this was like a big-time matchup and not something starting out the MLS season, there would have been a lot of people really irate and wanting their money back.
Well, there
Especially
already
after how
are a
the-
lot of people irate and wanted their money back. They were blaming the Dynamo unfairly. They were instructing the league to make Messi play. What happened to the competitive side of it and coaches doing what they want with their players? They're trying to win titles, aren't they?
Yeah, they are trying to win titles, which is why they haven't won an MLS Cup in almost 2 decades. But they supplemented that by winning 2 U.S. Open Cups.
Well, I'm talking
But-
more though, Christian, about Inter Miami and their right to do with their players what they want, even if it's Messi. He's got a bunch of travel with their national team coming up with Uruguay and Brazil. He played in 3 games in 7 days, including in a game in 3 degrees. And he played a whole bunch more preseason games than most everybody else. So why can't the coach in Inter Miami look at his schedule and go, wow, he's 37 years old. We got to ride this horse wisely so that we can be winners?
That's a good question, but I probably wouldn't know. Now, another question I want to ask is, and I hate to basically skirt out of the way of this, but when you heard that FIFA was planning to do a halftime show for next year's World Cup final in East Rutherford, New Jersey, of all places.
Hey, don't bag on New Jersey. I'm from the Garden State. What's the matter with you, Christian? I thought you liked me.
My apologies, Glenn. My apologies.
I mean,
But
I grew up
still,
watching the Cosmos in the Meadowlands there, and sometimes they said I was sitting in the section Jimmy Hoffa was in the concrete.
I understand, Glenn. My apologies. But still, though, when you heard that FIFA was planning to do a halftime show for the World Cup final next year in New Jersey, I mean, what came to mind? Do you think that the global game, the beautiful game, is going to start to get more ugly marks because fans will probably be upset and irate, not just here, but outside of this country, in the world at large? Do you think that they'll be mad that there'll be more Americanization of the game because of this halftime show?
No, I don't think so. I think the game now is moved to a new level commercially. It's entertainment. There's a piece of the entertainment thing and the whole issue about Messi not playing here as well. No, I don't think so. I'm more the first thing I thought of, and I think Alexi Lawless put this out today. The first thing I thought of was, okay, what band are we going to have? Right now, Brian McDonald would like the Black Keys.
Yeah, there's no chance of that. I love the Black Keys, but they're not big enough. They're not big enough.
Yeah, it's got to be a global band, but I know who I'd like, but
you'd pick the Stones.
The Stones have done the Super Bowl before, but I would think you get a bunch of some of the legends out there. I don't know. We'd have to think about that.
They are in Jersey, aren't they? Going with the Boss.
They could go with the Boss. They could go with the Boss.
I could understand,
but that'll be a sing-along.
I can understand that, but in my opinion, hip hop and soccer don't really mix all that well. Much like hip hop.
No, we seem to be on that train here in Houston. I don't think it draws fans. I like hip hop. Some of the hip hop I like. I just don't think it's drawing fans. I think it's getting a bit tired. I think the Dynamo have to come up with new ideas. But listen, the thing about the World Cup is it is becoming more commercial. There's going to be 48 teams in this. We're going to now begin to lose a little bit of the uniqueness of the event because we're making it more participatory. This was an elite event for elite teams that have to go through a qualification process. So now we're going to go from 32 teams to 48. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of that, but honestly, it's going to be spectacular here in Houston. We're going to have 7 games. The eyes of the world are going to be on us. It's going to be pretty amazing. Christian, thank you for the call tonight.
Thanks for having me on, and please unblock me on Twitter.
I thought I did.
I don't think you did, because I've seen your accounts, both Glenn Davis SOC and at Soccer Matters _ GD.
The last
and
time
I'm
you
still blocked.
the last time you called in, I went and unblocked it. So I'm going to do it again. I didn't mean to block you, Christian. Okay. All right. So thanks to Christian. 713-780-3776 is a number to call in. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. You know, how concerned are you, Houston Dynamo fan? All of you that are out there, and we got a lot of good podcasters and people that follow the team. Where are you? So where are you with the Dynamo heading into Columbus? And let's go to Paul. Paul, what's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, talking about the Messi thing, I was just wondering why, if everybody's upset about it, why can't they just say that he's not going to play? So when they make the prices so high, just say he's not going to play.
Well, they didn't say he wasn't going to play until the last minute. He's not injured. They said they were going to rest him. So, you know, it was extended a while that he wasn't going to play. But I guess what I'm saying is there is a bit of buyer beware in this, Paul. You're not guaranteed. People in Chicago were upset, Vancouver, Hong Kong, when he didn't play. There was a lot of people that were upset, but there's a bit of a buyer beware here. And I think you can't take the right of coaches away who are trying to win titles and win games and win trophies, their ability to rest whoever they want at any time. I'm sorry.
Oh, I totally get that side of it, but why not? If it's not injured, they knew that
well, that was
days before.
If they knew that earlier and didn't say anything, it's too bad. But I mean, what can you do? We don't know that information.
And it's the Dynamo's money. I get that part. They want the money, but you know, conspiracy theory. They probably called each other and was like, "Hey, wait till the last minute."
Yeah,
saw that scratch, but
you know, everybody does the same thing with Messi and MLS. It's a centralized league. That's the way it works. It's your opportunity to get a filled
for Argentina. I saw him play for Argentina in Houston.
He's played here 3 times. Played in the Copa America. He set the record for Argentina, actually, of goals scored, beating Gabriel Batistuta with the free kick in the 4-0 win over the U.S. and I think the quarterfinals of the Copa America. Listen, Paul, thank you very much for calling in tonight. Let's keep it rolling here. 713-780-3776. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, what do you have tonight?
Hey, Glenn, how you doing? Love the show.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think I either called in or tweeted at you, and you know, kind of said I'm more. I was more disappointed with the timing of letting go Hector and selling Coco. I felt like management could have done a better job at coordinating that and preparing ourselves for the season. So I think. I think it's going to be a rough start of the year. I'm disappointed in the loss of Dallas. I'm not surprised at the outcome against Miami. It's going to be interesting how Coach Ben, treads water here until he gets a reinforcement, maybe at the summer window or whatever. But and then when people get healthy, I was going to call and ask you what. I haven't heard anything on any updates on. Nelson Quinones, because he got hurt probably around this time or, in April or May of last year. And then I guess they already ruled out Anoli for the year. Those are the things that I kind of haven't heard. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take us time to, shore up and, get all the new players get acclimated. So, but I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that phone call. 713-780-3776. We're talking Dynamo. We're talking Lionel Messi not coming to Houston. We're talking Inter Miami dominating the Dynamo 4-1. It's a lot. There's a lot on the plate. There's no question. But, even though it is a playoff league and 18 out of 30 make it, if you start off really nosediving here, you're going to you could put yourself in the hole. The Dynamo are intent. Pat Onstad has said they are going to make 3 signings, but these have to be 3 of your best players because they need players right now. You lost Hector Herrera. You knew he was probably going. You weren't bringing him back because I don't think Hector in year 2 was as engaged as he was the prior year. I think he also was in the midst of a personal problem with his wife. I think he may have gotten divorced actually before he went to Toluca. Not to get into people's personal lives, but that does affect performance off the field. We sometimes forget that. The other thing is you knew Coco was going. I mean, at some point you had to allow him to go. He didn't get the Europe move he wanted. He got Unam Pumas. He had 2 assists, by the way, last night for Pumas. I think they're 12th in the Mexican League right now. And then, Mikael's a big one. And Mikael's a big one in a lot of ways because his lateral cover athletically, he cleaned up a lot of problems, but he's the perfect foil for Eric Sviatchenko. I loved their partnership last year, Sviatchenko and Mikael. That's a big one. And you got a rookie in there. And listen, Owadesu, give the kid a break. I mean, he's going to make mistakes. That's a fact. He's a rookie. I remember when I was a rookie and I was moved into a center back position with a veteran from England, and I made mistakes. Jack McGlynn's not going to be able to run a game like Hector right now, but he's an exciting talent. But a lot's got to come together. Do they change their system a little bit? Aliu is, getting a lot of flack, and I think it's a little bit unfair because he's playing as an inverted winger. But on the other hand, do you tweak the system a little bit? That's the other thing Ben Olsen's got to look into. How do you solve these problems? You can do it with tactics. You can do it with buying new players. But there's a lot you got to make up with Hector gone, Coco gone, Mikael gone, and Steve Clark gone. There's a lot. And that's credit to the quality of those players. We'll talk some more about that. Hey, by the way, DanishInspirations.com, the best in modern contemporary furniture. It's DanishInspirations.com. T-shirts and hats, Soccer Matters, LamontBrands.com. Get over there. We have a very, very big event coming up. Cy-Fair Dynamos. It's a pediatric cancer 3v3 extravaganza. You go to thedriven.net. It's March 16th to Sunday, thedriven.net. Get out there, help us out. Some of the other youth soccer clubs in the community. Let's support this. All the money goes to a 501c charity, the Snowdrop Foundation. It's a pediatric cancer event for scholarships. Money goes towards finding a cure. And obviously, by talking about it and being a part of it, we are trying to bring awareness to pediatric cancer. Break time.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Hung up by Rice. Timberger! The Dutchman on Dutch soil gives the North London side the lead.
How about that? Arsenal smashing PSV of the Netherlands 7-1. That was Jurriën Timber in the 18th minute. We're going to talk a little Arsenal in a minute here and UEFA Champions League. We're coming back with the song Cactus Music Will Like This by Rat called What You Give Is What You Get. All right, so I want to go back to Luis Suarez and what he did in Houston because I don't think I really accented it enough. He had a goal and 3 assists. He's doing it basically on one leg. Now, the naysayer of MLS will say, see that? 38-year-old Suarez on one leg can come to Houston and destroy teams in MLS. Oh, MLS is not a good league. Not true. I'm not going with that. This guy still has a soccer brain that's next level, like Busquets, like Alba. Okay? They're playing with their brains now on a differing level. So I want you to listen to this from the former Liverpool great Steven Gerrard talking about Luis Suarez since Suarez was just here in Houston. We saw his masterclass.
Suarez is probably the best if you're talking about an all-round. His work rate, his desire, his commitment. He could score unbelievable goals. He could score tap-ins. He could ruin a defence on his own. And he was a match winner.
I think he was the favourite, was he? Who you liked playing with him the most?
Torres and Owen were probably slightly more because I was in my prime and I was on the same wavelength with them and they were more runners in behind. But you said who's